Chapter 1 The Tattooed Bronze Mirror. Doi uda zairi ally fa flug jour yand indulgence? Doi awishto havia harmof yv san concubines? Doi o long to galapak rost hevislin san maki our nami noun throughout harem? In the Iron Arm Martial Arts Halofgalia County, the instructor Zhang Hu questioned with a voice brimming with temptation. Yes. In the courtyard, dozens soft berekestedouths practicing their skills responded in unison, their eyes blaze with fervor. Since you desire the na you must train with all our might. Zhang Hu's voice shifted, booming with authority. Upon hearing this, the youth's expressions instant transformed in tatatoff despair. Everson Seth arrived at Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall, they rose with the donendriller lung of Turtis. They felt that if they continued to train like these, they might well train himself death. As long as ye adante from training, you must train until you can't more. Zhang Hu bellowed, pouring motivational words synthethyrars the headmaster has declared that Tanyo new Hoken master Thyron arm technique do aman or velbethet time of t sesmit will have a their tuition waived. Just think, that saw Hoppington tail soft silver. With that affirmation, the courtyard erupted to cacophony of excitement. It is worth noting that training at Thyron arm martial arts hall requires a month tuition often tail soft silver. On Sethettermins, Ifan wishes to continue training, they must pay again. Anton tail sis no trivial sum on a family save for years to accumulate it. iPhone cold master Thyron arm technique do aman nor level during the headmaster's assessment, would significant alleviate the financial burden on their family. Among the crowd, Luo Leifel te surge of hope. His father was a blacksmith, having toiled at the forge for nearly half his life, and dad on limanet, tell soft silver. But soon, Luo Lashuka shed. He had been practicing Thyron arm technique for month and a half, yet he was still far from achieving a vitameter level. Compared to Zhang Hu's grand premises, perhaps Hatlife exchange in Grillis is more reliable. Luo Li glanced at the palm of his right hand. To his astonishment, there was an ancient bronze mirror, resembling a tattoo, embedded within it. The mirror was polished to a sheen, reflecting Luo Lishansome face, beside which were inscribed a few lines of text. Cultivation Kai and Blood First Gate unopened. Martial Arts Iron Arm Technique Beginner. 1 can enhance a their cultivation or martial art. Slevel be consuming lifespan current tremining lifespan 53 years. This tattoo bronze mirror wasamething Luo had salvaged from the scrap metal his father, Luo Zhong, had acquired. He had initially intended to polish it to remove the tarnish for his sister, Luo Yin. However, while polishing the mirror, he accidentally cut his right hand, and the mirror prompt liberoed into his palm, transforming into its current form. Just wait a little longer, the assessment is still some enemy away. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Li decided to bide his time. After all, these ways Zaralik thought could shorten his lifespan, and he wished to live a few more years. Stowing the mirror away, Luo Li resumed straining, striking the sandbag wooden dummies with fervor. He continued until his arms were red and swollen before finally applying the unique medicinal ointment provided by Thyron Arm Martial Arts Hall. Instantly, the stinging pain in his arms diminished significantly, and the swelling subsided considerably. After Buddha Quartero Fanhor, one said he ointment had been fully absorbed, had begun a round of training. At noon, Zhang Hu brought in several wooden buckets filled with steaming whiteris. After a morning go intense training, Luo Li and Theather Swirl ready ravenous, eager grabbing bowl sanko sticks, without a care for decorum. Only after devouring 3 large bowls so freeze did Luo Li regain his composure. Theather's seating habits were not much different from Luo Li's. Luo Li, how is your iron arm technique mingalong? Will you achieve nor level in 10 days? The voice belonged to a hefty young man, standing near Li 6 feet, with on a petit thought could rival to Luo Li's. Not likely. How about you? Master Zhang Hu si sahavia guchins. The hefty lad, Wang Sanpeo, spoke you while cheveling grise into his mouth. Wang San bound deed possessed a natural talent for the iron arm technique, having gentered the outer courtyard alongside Luo Li, his terms were reedy darkened and said from training. Luo Leifel silent. Don't beat his heart in training is unpredictable. Wang San buffered a comforter before skiing. By the way, Euromes in theatricity, right? Yes, itis. Thinio must be cautious. Wang Sanbo glanced around conspiratorially, lowering his voice he heard Thirerminster, slurking in the outer city, specifically targeting hearts. Over 100 people have you already deed. Monsters that feast in human hearts? Didn't you authorities dismissed Hataza rumor? They claimed it was were Kof bandits from Snake Mountain, who have since been apprehended. Several months prior, a serious of heart extraction murder shadow occurred in account. The killings follow a disturbing pattern, taking place almost every month in the 7th day. Duet the inability to capture a the culprit, the rumor sofa hard-eating minster spread like wildfire. It wasn't until half a month Thagathot Thiron shop managed to dismantle a bandit out in Snake Mountain, putting gan into the hard-eating minster rumors. That's not true. The minster has reappeared. Just 3 nights ago, it devoured the hearts of 49 people, all born in Thiroth Tiger. Wang Sampo spoke kinahushed, Iriaton moreover, these individuals' birthdays go coincided with the day their hearts were consumed. By the way, you weren't born in Thiroth Tiger, are you? Upon hearing this, Luoli's expression shifted slightly. While himself was not born in Thiroth Tiger, had twofam alimum bear swoweri, father Luoyang and sister Luoyang. If this minster trilla targeted heartsoft host born in Thiroth Tiger, then his father and sister can danger. As dusk fell, Luo Litrujed Homethroot has now. Galia County was divided into 12 parts the inner city and the outer city, separated by a touring formator wall, creating the illusion of 2 distinct worlds. The Lufamily blacksmith shop was located in Apricot Blossom Street, through a stern district of the outer city. Before nightfall, Luo finally arrived home, a modest courtyard enclosed by earthen walls, consisting of 4 rooms. The street-facing rooms are vidas the shop, selling and repairing Iranware, while at Hatria rooms behind were for living quarters. Father, mother, back? As Luo Lipasheta Pinthagate, a melodious voicer in gout. Moments later, a frail girl clad in patched clothing dashed out from the house. It was none other than his sister, Luo Yin. Why are you urinating outside? Hurry back inside, it's freezing. Luo stomp at this no off his feet, she called out. If beneath the shipple it's not cold datal. By the way, it helped father sell 3 hoas today and dearn dates into mount. Luolian weighs already 11 years old, but duetto malnutrition, she was squitesmal for heritage. Is that so? My little line or a struler markable. Luo le presetter with Asmile, taking a sister be the hand and leading her inside. The house was modest, with a square table he front and a claykange heated bed to each side. Their father, Luo Yong, sat the king, puffing in a pipe. Up on noticing Luo Li's return, he called out, "Dinner's ready." At this words, their mother, Heat Saihua, brought Tasmal Wooden to be over to the king, upon which sat a large porcelain basin filled with noodles made from cornmeal, accompanied by some dredwalgeable zavid from summer. As for meat, Luo is said to enjoy it every few days before he began his martial arts training now. Hekud hardly even dream of it. Mother, Leanna and father, both a fire-born and in Thiroth Tiger. Right? During dinner, Luo listened and Lyra called Wang San Bao's word San couldn't help you inquire. Yes, Leonor's birthday is in Thesavinthof next month will make Heron Izatov closed in. His mother cast a fond glance at Luo Yin. Thedgeral's clothing Wazel reproposed from Luo Lis old garments. Up in hearing this, Luo Lishan trembled, spilling some broth from his bowl. For the individual stargated be Thate Hardy-eating minster, not only worthy born in Thiroth Tiger, but their birth dates answered with Isavinth. Chapter 2 The Forced Marriage. Mother, I don't want to ear new closeva themin for me brother's tuition. His sister chewed on her noodles as hair salutally declined. In Justin days, I twould be timito pay the tuition for thyrnar martial arts halagain. Though Luoline was still young, shunderstood that the family was struggling to gather the tintail soft silver. Sasha pretended not a likenaclo for the family. My little liner is so sensible. Hearing her daughter's words, their mother fell tupping goffsidness, then turned to lowly liar. Once you have mastered your skills, you must find a good fame lifery our sister. Mother, Leanner. Listening to his mother and sister's conversation, Luolis eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture restashard. I will surely master thine arm technique and achieve great things. Yes, I believe in you. His motherno dead with hope. Brother, I believe in you too. You will become a great master. Thekend will camfly and theski. Luolian said with sparkling eyes when Thadam Combs, You must take Matos kita pluck festers. All right, the will gather alves tarsanteskai. Listening to his sister's words, Luo Li Shiart suddenly brimmed with determination. Now, hurry and finish your meal. At that moment, their father, Luo Zhong, spoke with stern expression. Up in hearing this, Luo Li suppressed his motion and focused on his meal. After dinner, Luo Li returned to his room. His room was quite small a si defroma clakang. There was only a woodindami. Thump, thump, thump. Inside the room, Luo Li performed a few light stress before he approaching Thwuden Dumato, practiced a bunch of sandal bows, continuing gun to liesel bos wereradan throbbing pain. It's stimatorist. Practicing Thiron arm technique required through equal medicinal ointment provided by Thiron arm martial arts halt to dissipate a bruise and swelling. Without the ointment, one coup decilian jurathimsel serevan become incapacitated. Thus, Luo Li practiced a diligent lefore du stone huriach day before retiring tobed. The next day, as dawn barely broke, Luo Li was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of drum sangongs. Harrows from his bedand made his way to the courtyard. There, he beheld his father, Luo Yong, with a pipe clamped between his lips, puffing away while shaping several stripped hardwooden toe handles for agricultural tools. His mother, He Tsai-hua, along with his younger sister, Luo Yin, busied themselves in the kitchen. Father, is theory, celebration at Simeonshom? He haven't third anything, Luo Yang replied, stretching his back, a hint of curiosity in his demeanor. Just then, a loud knocking reverberated at the courtyard gate. Moments later, a rotund woman clad in vibrant red and green burst through the entrance. Trailing behind her were a twotal, slender men, beating in sandrums. Finally, a stout, middle-league Edmund with a menacing scare across his face he appeared, carrying twopag legs, exuding Ganon mistakable of menace. Sister Huang, what brings you where? Upon seeing the plump woman, Luo Yang rose in confusion. Master Luo, averred thoughty our daughter has come Faj, and it just suppens that young Master Zhang, from Thessendoft Hestretus and a bride. This morning, I brought him to propose to your daughter. The woman, known as Huang Meiji, specialized in matchmaking. The young Master Zhang Shifured Toas Nonether Thantha Notarius Butcher, Zhang Bafei, a bully off Xinghua Street in Theotercity. Propose? Luo Yang was taken aback for a moment before salutely shaking isht. Mid-daughter is still too young she shall not marry yet. Although fit was common for women to marry ere lion this world, Luolian had no tietrichet hejif 12, fardo a young for matrimony. Oh, come now, Master Luo, your daughter is Nalangara child. Moreover, young Master Zangus not only handsome ebudal sakames from my alpha family. Your daughter would levi li fa fluxury. The matchmaker, seemingly in cahoots with Zhang Bafei, Sengus praises profusely. By Thewe, Shudayu agreed to Thysunian, young Master Zangus prepared 2 fertin tail soft silver a sabreed price. 10 tail soft silver was na small sum, sufficient to sustain an average family for a year or more. Namatur Halmik bride to price Yufer, Miss Sister will not marry. Suddenly Luo Lis resolute a voicering gout. It was well known that Zhang Beifi was already married, with Norimer so fade sister of her said wife. The proposed ale was Merle Yaryu Stome Clulion his concubine. In this society, Thestita Sofa concubine a succeeding lie low, hardly distinguishable from Thatophaservant, with many being subjected a brutal treatment until death. Zhang Beifi skirant waifuis not arias lie fierce, having golligely driven twelfis concubinus dothirdomize. Tamari Luoli Anto Zhang Beifi would be kintapushing here into a fear pit. Mindy Ording, child, adult Sarah speaking. Themich maker's demeanor darkened as Hesnap hey de Luoli. Besides, if your sister marries, you will have a thief funds to continue training at Thyrnar Martial Academy. Don't throw Walway where future. This Wang Miza was well aware of Lufamalis financial struggles and suff Talavarija thought knowledge a tocoersa them. My future rice off no concern toy. If there is nothing else, please leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Luol affirmed largic Tethir proposal. Even if it meant starving or dying of poverty, he would never sell a sister. Master Luo, is this also your stance? Athis, Huang Mises expression surd, her gaza fixed in Luo Dong. Sister Huang, mid-daughter is still too young I sincerely apologize. Luo Yonglins Dathis daughter, how ashiding timid lie in the kitchen, and firm lie declined. Luth blacksmith, Donnie Udarabyung grateful. And since young master Zangashara Tode has certainly one TV empty-handed. After being Gao Tri rejected Biluo Yong, Themich Makarazar Teto threats. What doyami ambithat? Ari out true lion tending to force mid-daughter into marriage? Luo Yongshinist, dark complexion green. Humph, and what a fido? At that moment, Zhang Bei Fia tosseth the paglegs and tathe ground, a vicious glinton highsies. Luth blacksmith, if I our wisey not to accept, the breed of price, it will gracious like septiwazami father-in-law. Beautiful fuse, I want the site teto eliminate our familian then have him away with the our frail daughter. Ablatanthret. Zhang Bafei, the notorious bully of Xinghua Street, had beat Hikozavmani family's ruin, leaving several in devastation. Thus, his words is truck terror natan lion loyang shiart butyl soit he hearts off heke wayan lalian. Zhang Bafei, don't attest my patience. I am a disciple off Thyrnar Martial Academy. Luo Wei staken abak but quickly invoked Thinamio of Tikadimi. At this declaration, Huang Mia Zion, that Wodel Mince expressions shifted. The Ironar Martial Academy was onoft He Tree Major Academias in the inner city, and Ditzmaster, Zhang Tibi, Weisigastoff T County Magistrate, a figurinato betrifled with. A disciple off Thyrnar Martial Academy? Bah! However, Zhang Bei Fai spat disdainfully on the ground. Hehadal ready investigate thorough lying new that the outer disciple soft Thyrnar Martial Academy were remeral ya group off students were paid to trait. Hikademi had no concern for Thyr well-being. Moreover, Zhang Beifi had the backing off Golden Wolf Gang. Luth blacksmith, Imjavin Jouten second store considered in Zhang Beifi fiketaminis inglariat luo diong, issuing gisfinal ultimatum. Zhang Bafei, even if my family starvest to death, vuil never sell her daughter. Luo Yangto Kadip Riath, suppressing his fear, and declared, if I continue to pressurious, it will report this to the county office. A stubborn fool. Seeing that Luo Yang refused toiled, Zhang Bei Feistrodi direct lie towards the kitchen. You Luo Yang don't want to marry off for daughter? Then it shall see a thebridi and consummate marriage, and we shall see a fan Yona still desire regir precious daughter afterward. Chapter 3. The Demon Seed Carrier Zhang Scarface. What do you intend to do? Witnessing this scene, Luo Li was taken aback and hurried forward to intervene. Suddenly, however, the two tall, gaunt men lunged at him, each grasping one of his arms and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, Luo Yong became anxious. He seized a sturdy wooden club and charged at Zhang Scarface. Yet, Zhang Scarface was already prepared. He deftly sidestepped the club and immediately rammed his shoulder into Luo Yong's chest. Thud. Luo Yong's face turned ashen. In contrast, Zhang Scarface seized the opportunity to swing his robust fist, striking Luo Yong squarely on the jaw. With a resounding thud, Luo Yong collapsed to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Father! Luo Li, pinned to the ground by the two tall men, felt his eyes burn with rage. He struggled desperately to free himself. But with two men holding him down, escape was impossible. All he could do was watch helplessly as his father was struck down by Zhang Scarface, who then ground his boot into Luo Yong's cheek. Father, mother. In the kitchen, their mother, He Kaihua, and younger sister, Luo Lian, rushed out in a panic upon witnessing the scene. Don't come over. Hurry and report to the authorities, Luo Yong shouted, straining against his captors. You think you can report to the authorities? Upon hearing this, a fierce glare flashed across Zhang Scarface's face as he pressed down harder on Luo Yong's foot. Rip! Luo Yong's skin tore and bled. You scoundrel, I will slaughter you. Enraged by the sight, Luo Li felt as though his eyes were about to burst. He then spread his right palm, directing his gaze towards the tattooed copper mirror inscribed in his palm, and bellowed, Iron Arm Technique. Enhance for me. The moment his voice fell, Luo Li felt his lifespan begin to dwindle. Simultaneously, lines of text appeared upon the copper mirror. You are practicing the Iron Arm Technique in a fit of rage. In 3 days, your arms will swell and turn purple. In 10 days, the skin on your arms will rot, and the flesh will begin to decay. What is happening? With the prompt's words, Luo Li's arms began to ache. Reminiscent of the feeling one would have if they had overtrained their limbs, its the secret medicine. I forgot to apply the secret medicine while training, Luo Li quickly realized. When practicing the iron arm technique, one must apply the unique secret medicine distributed by the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Otherwise, one risks damaging their arms and rendering themselves incapable. On the 15th day, you discovered the cause of the rotting and decaying flesh on your arms. You began to recuperate while seeking the secret medicine. On the 18th day, you purchased half a bottle of secret medicine from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. After applying it, the decay in your arms gradually healed. On the 21st day, your arms returned to normal, but the secret medicine was exhausted. Thereafter, you worked to earn money to buy more secret medicine while continuing to practice the iron arm technique, albeit at a slow pace. 3 months, half a year. After 1 year and 4 months, your arms darkened and became as tough as iron. The iron arm technique had finally reached a minor achievement. With the appearance of the prompt, Luo Li felt as if he had diligently trained for over a year. His body had grown taller and stronger. Particularly, his arms had become significantly more robust. Stretching the once loose sleeves tightly against his skin, what is wrong with this kid? At that moment, the two tall men pinning Luo Li's arms down sensed something amiss. Luo Li's arms were visibly swelling and thickening at an astonishing rate. Once they reached their maximum girth, he simply flicked his arms, sending the two men staggering backwards, freeing himself in an instant. In the next moment, he charged towards Zhang Scarface, who was still viciously pressing Luo Yang's face into the dirt, an expression of unbridled delight and brutality on his face. Suddenly, Zhang Scarface was dazed, and just then, a punch connected with his jaw, sending teeth and blood flying as he collapsed to the ground. "It's my brother. He has taken down the villain who bullied our father," Luo Lian exclaimed in surprise from a distance. But their mother, He Kaihua, felt a tightening in her chest. Zhang Scarface was a notorious bully in Xinghua Street, always the aggressor. He had never been beaten before. Luo Li's punch would surely bring trouble. Sure enough, when Zhang Scarface regained his senses, his face contorted into a mask of rage. "You little bastard, how dare you strike me? If I don't break every bone in your body today, I will write my name backwards from now on." As he uttered these threats, Zhang Scarface lunged at Luo Li. Zhang Scarface, having spent years slaughtering pigs and sheep, possessed immense strength, easily able to pin down a 200-pound pig. However, when his hand collided with Luo Li's, it felt as if he had struck an iron bar. A burning pain shot through his fingers. His expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Luo Li deftly seized 2 of his fingers and twisted them violently. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Zhang Scarface's mouth. Meanwhile, Luo Li, seizing the moment when he broke Zhang Scarface's fingers, stepped forward and drove his elbow into Zhang Scarface's face. Then came the second, the third. After delivering a flurry of elbows, half of Zhang Scarface's face was reduced to a grotesque mess. "Do you still wish to break my bones?" At this moment, Luo Li finally halted, staring into Zhang Scarface's eyes. "I not only want to break your bones, but your entire family as well, yet?" A fiercer glint ignited in Zhang Scarface's eyes. Witnessing this, Luo Li's gaze turned icy, and he struck Zhang Scarface's temple with his elbow. Bam! Zhang Scarface's eyes glazed over, and he crumpled to the ground like a ragged sack. Hiss! Zhang Scarface was defeated by the son of the blacksmith. Look, Zhang Scarface's gaze is fading. He can't be dead, can he? Outside the Luo family's gate, a crowd of neighbors gasped in shock as they observed Zhang Scarface's lifeless body. Within the courtyard, He Kaihua and Luo Lian were equally startled, turning their attention to Luo Li at that moment. Luo Li was staring in astonishment at his right palm, just as he had struck down Zhang Scarface. His hands suddenly felt scorching hot. When he glanced up, he noticed a line of text appearing on the tattooed copper mirror. "You have slain a demon seed carrier and obtained their remaining lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 82 years. A demon seed carrier? This Zhang Scarface was actually a demon?" Luo Li's heart sank. He had heard many tales of demons, known for their ferocity and terror. Even the recent series of heart-eating murders had led many to suspect that a certain demon had infiltrated Gaoyi County. Wait, Zhang Scarface isn't a true demon. A demon seed carrier is a human who has been implanted with a demon seed. Only when the seed matures does the transformation into a demon occur. Fortunately, The demon seed within Zhang Scarface had not yet matured, or else he would not have been the one dying today. Ah, murder! The son of the blacksmith has committed murder. At that moment, Huang Meipa realized Zhang Scarface was dead and screamed as she fled from the Luo residence. Luo Li was startled by her outcry. He lifted his gaze and saw Huang Meipa sprinting away. Her speed belied her age and rotundity. Moreover, Luo Li caught a glimpse of an inhuman coldness lurking in the depths of her eyes. This wicked woman is likely another demon seed carrier. Luo Li's eyes hardened as he hastened in pursuit. Who has committed murder? Who have they killed? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a black robe pushed through the throng gathered at the Luo family's gate, brandishing a long knife with a dark sheath. Sir, the one who committed murder is Luo Li, the blacksmith's son. He not only killed Zhang Scarface, but also intends to kill me, Huang Meipa exclaimed as she rushed towards the man in black, as if he were her savior. Luo Li killed Zhang Scarface? Zhang Jing was taken aback. He looked up and indeed saw a robust young man pursuing Huang Meipa. The youth was swift, quickly catching up to her. And as she screamed in terror, he seized her by the hair, yanking her forward. In the next moment, his powerful elbow rose and came crashing down toward Huang Meipa's face. Stop! Zhang Jing shouted urgently. But the youth seemed deaf to his command. After one elbow strike, he delivered 4 or 5 more. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Meipa's teeth scattered, her eyes bulged, and she fell dead on the spot. Chapter 4. The Golden Wolf Gang. She is dead. Huang Meipa was brutally killed by Luo Li's elbow. This bloody and brutal scene not only drained the color from the faces of the onlookers at the gate, but also sent a shiver down the spine of Zhang Jing, who had been a constable for over a decade. What a murderous fiend! Today, even if I must risk my life, I will eradicate you. Zhang Jing quickly suppressed his shock and anger, drawing his long knife. Preparing to apprehend Luo Li. My lord, I did not commit murder. Luo Li casually tossed Huang Meipa's deformed body to the ground, speaking nonchalantly. You did not commit murder? Do you take me for a blind fool? Zhang Jing nearly laughed in disbelief, but before he could finish, his expression changed. For Zhang Scarface's corpse began to twist unnaturally, particularly at the chest, which appeared to be caving in as if something was trying to burst forth from within. It's demonization? Quickly retreat. A demon seed may be about to hatch. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, Zhang Jing exclaimed in shock and hurriedly rushed out of the Luo family's courtyard. The onlookers at the entrance scattered in a frantic rush. Inside the courtyard, Luo Li felt a chill run down his spine and quickly positioned himself protectively in front of his parents and younger sister, summoning the tattooed bronze mirror, his senses alert and on guard. Yet, the corpse of the scarred-faced man twisted for a moment before falling still. Thankfully the demon seed had not matured. Otherwise, it would have been a grave predicament. At this moment, Zhang Jing returned. What, my lord? Is a demon seed? Inquired Luo Li's younger sister, Luo Lian, her voice trembling with fear. A demon seed is a spawn cultivated by malevolent beings, capable of embedding itself within a human host, siphoning their blood and flesh to grow stronger. Once the demon seed matures, it transforms the host into a demon, bringing untold calamities. The depth of fear in Zhang Jing's eyes suggested he had witnessed the transformation of a demon seed into a demon. Pray tell, my lord, what is the penalty for slaying a demon seed bearer? Luo Lian further inquired. Demons and their seed bearers are to be exterminated by all. Killing them incurs no guilt and may even warrant a reward. The threat posed by demons is far too great. A single ordinary demon can lead to the tragic demise of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent lives. So, if my brother killed the scarred-faced man and the yellow matchmaker, would he not face any charges? Luo Lian gazed hopefully at Zhang Jing. Their mother, He Kaihua, and the recently awakened Luo Yong also turned their eyes towards Zhang Jing, still shaken by the earlier events that had left their hearts in their throats. Absolutely innocent. Zhang Jing glanced at Luo Li, clearly impressed by the young man. Oh, this is splendid. My brother is innocent. My brother is innocent. Upon receiving Zhang Jing's affirmative reply, Luo Yong and the others let out a collective sigh of relief, especially Luo Lian, who joyfully leaped into Luo Li's embrace. Get up, brother, you're covered in filth. Don't let the blood stain you. Luo Li too felt a sense of relief in his fury. He had killed the scarred-faced man and was prepared for the worst. But now, the tide had turned, and he felt elated. Moreover, by slaying both the scarred-faced man and the yellow matchmaker, he had discovered the correct method to activate the tattooed bronze mirror. It was through slaying demons that one could seize their lifespan. The lifespan acquired from killing demons could be used to extend one's own life or to enhance one's cultivation and martial prowess. Should he accumulate enough demons to slay, he would soar to greatness. "You're not filthy at all," his sister insisted, clinging tightly to Luoli. She understood that the bloodstains on him were born out of his desire to protect her and their parents, and thus, they were anything but dirty. "Fetch me some ash from the firewood." Zhang Jing's voice rang out. Hearing this, Luo Lian released her grip on Luo Li and dashed to the kitchen, returning with a half-basket of wood ash, which she handed to Zhang Jing. He took the basket and used the ash to encircle the corpses of the scarred-faced man and the yellow matchmaker. "Do not disturb the bodies, nor allow anyone else to do so. I must summon Captain Tai to handle this matter." After securing the area, Zhang Jing swiftly departed. Cases involving demons must be addressed personally by the county's chief constable, Tai Kuan. Once Zhang Jing left, Luo Li closed the courtyard gate and approached his father, Luo Yong. He found his father covered in blood, a sight both alarming and concerning. However, upon closer inspection, Luo Li discovered it was merely superficial wounds. With some cleaning and bandaging, his father would recover in 10 days to 2 weeks. "Lear, what on earth is going on?" Luo Yong asked while his wife tended to his injuries, looking at Luo Li with concern. He still could not comprehend how the scarred-faced man and the yellow matchmaker turned out to be demon seed bearers. Furthermore, why had his previously timid son suddenly transformed into such a bold and fierce individual? "Father, we shall discuss this later. The matter concerning the scarred-faced man is far from over. Firstly, the scarred-faced man's wife and his cousin is a member of the Golden Wolf Gang. The Golden Wolf Gang is one of the 4 major factions in the outskirts of Gaoyi County, with hundreds of members, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens, and even the authorities cannot manage them. Secondly, how did the demon seeds come to reside within the scarred-faced man and the yellow matchmaker? Did they truly covet my sister Luo Lian, or was there another ulterior motive? Luo Yong realized that now was not the time to delve deeper into these matters. Once his wounds were bandaged, he was assisted by He Kaihua and Luo Lian to rest inside. Meanwhile, Luo Li stood in the courtyard, gazing at the tattooed bronze mirror resting in his palm. Cultivation. Qi and blood first gate, unopened, martial arts. Iron arm technique, minor achievement. One may enhance their cultivation or martial arts realm by expending lifespan. Currently, he had 102 years of remaining lifespan. Luo Li's initial lifespan had been 53 years. He had just utilized the tattooed bronze mirror to elevate the iron arm technique to a minor achievement, consuming 1 year and 4 months of his lifespan. However, after slaying the scarred-faced man and the yellow matchmaker, he not only replenished that expenditure but also increased his remaining lifespan to 102 years. "My strength is still too weak. I must continue to improve." Contemplating the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li mused. This world is fraught with danger, not to mention the possibility of the demon that implanted the demon seed in the scarred-faced man seeking revenge after his death. The Golden Wolf Gang alone far exceeds the capabilities of his current strength. To protect himself and his family, he must continue to enhance his power. Having made his decision, Luo Li resolutely called out to the tattooed bronze mirror. "Enhance. You have diligently practiced the iron arm technique, but due to the lack of medicinal aids, your progress has been exceedingly slow. After 3 years of perseverance, you feel a certain shackle within you has been released, and a warm energy is born within, allowing the Qi and blood first gate to open." With the prompt from the bronze mirror, Luo Li felt a surge of warmth within his body. As his physical constitution skyrocketed, the Qi and blood first gate. Luo Li's heart soared with excitement. The first 3 realms of martial arts are known as the 3 gates of Qi and blood. Each gate that is opened doubles the warrior's Qi and blood, and with it, their physique and strength soar correspondingly. At this moment, having opened the Qi and blood first gate, Luo Li's physique and strength surpassed that of 2 or 3 adults combined. Suppressing his exhilaration, Luo Li continued to enhance in the 5th year. His arms grew dark and coarse, the skin hardening like tree bark in the 8th year. His arms became even more robust, exuding an iron-like scent. By the 10th year, iron-colored patterns manifested on his arms, marking the iron arm technique's completion. Finally complete. A smile of joy broke across Luo Li's face. He raised his arms, now significantly more muscular than before. And upon gently tapping them together, they produced a sound akin to iron rods clashing. At that moment, the courtyard gate of the Luo family was suddenly kicked open with force, and a number of fierce-looking men stormed in. Chapter 5. The list if you wish to avoid death, disappear at once, boomed an arrogant voice as the Luo family's gate was shattered. In an instant, the neighbors who had been watching from the street fled back to their homes, closing doors and windows in fear. The Golden Wolf Gang. Inside the courtyard, Luo Li's heart raced with alarm. Turning around, he saw 8 or 9 fierce-looking men striding in. The leader, sporting a scruffy beard, wore clothing embroidered with a golden wolf emblem. His fingers elongated and emaciated, resembling the talons of an eagle. "Master Hu, please take a seat." Upon entering the courtyard, one man with a copper ring hanging from his nose carefully arranged a wolfskin chair before addressing the bearded leader. "Go check on Scarred Face's condition." The bearded leader plopped down onto the wolfskin chair and casually commanded. Hearing this, the man with the nose ring dashed toward the corpse of the scarred-faced man. "Master Hu, Scarred Face is already cold." After inspecting the body, he cried out with a high-pitched voice. "What? Scarred Face is dead? Who is the scoundrel responsible? Come out and face the consequences." Upon hearing the words of the man with the nose ring, the Golden Wolf Gang warriors standing behind the bearded man erupted into a frenzy, their murderous intent palpable. Witnessing this scene, Luo Li felt a tightening in his chest. Each of these Golden Wolf Gang members had trained in their deadly martial art, the Golden Wolf Claw, and had blood on their hands, far surpassing the scarred-faced man's threat. Fortunately, Luo Li had utilized the tattooed bronze mirror to elevate the iron arm technique to its completed state. "Gentlemen, the one who killed Scarred Face is this little brat." He smashed Scarred Face's face with his elbow over a dozen times, leaving it in ruins. A voice filled with indignation rang out. It was the 2 tall, skinny men who had previously beaten the drums and shouted. They had witnessed Luo Li slay the scarred-faced man and, upon escaping the Luo family, immediately reported the incident to the Golden Wolf Gang's enforcer, Hu Feng, who was also the cousin of Scarred Face's wife. "What a damned little scoundrel, so malicious. I will go and kill him now, to avenge Scarred Face." Following the accusation from the tall, skinny man, the Golden Wolf Gang warriors erupted in fury, their fierce gazes fixed upon Luo Li. "Brother, run." Suddenly, a timid voice called out from within the Luo family's main house. It was Luo Lian, who had seen the unfolding situation through the window and was afraid for Luo Li's safety. Urging him to flee him, "There are people in this house, and it's this little one's sister. In that case, there is no need to rush to kill this brat. Retrieve his sister, and then let us take turns in front of him. The sensation will be utterly intoxicating." "Ha, what a splendid idea. I shall go first." Amidst a cacophony of malicious banter, the man with the nose ring chuckled wickedly and strode towards the room where Luo Lian and the others were. Inside, upon hearing these words, Luo Lian's face turned pale with fear. Her father, Luo Yong, and her mother, He Kai Hua, also turned ashen, yet they steeled themselves against their terror, each grasping a shovel and a broom. They would rather sacrifice their own lives than allow their daughter to be defiled. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" Outside the room, Luo Li shouted with reddened eyes. Ha, there is nothing in this world that I, Wang Kuang, would not dare to do. Little one, just wait as I take your sister right before your eyes." The man with the nose ring dismissed Luo Li with a contemptuous remark and continued towards the room where Luo Lian was. However, just a few steps outside, a sudden gust of wind materialized. Immediately, a large, iron-like hand clutched his shoulder, and with a gentle tug, he stumbled towards its owner. At that moment, the owner of the hand struck with an elbow, landing a direct hit on the nose ring man's face. Bang! His nose caved in, blood gushing forth. In contrast, the owner of the hand unleashed a second and third elbow strike relentlessly. Within mere moments, the nose ring man was left disfigured, sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. "Damn it, Wang Kuang has been killed by that kid's elbow. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Golden Wolf Gang were taken aback. He is actually a practitioner? In that case, Wang Dong and Chen Qing, you two go entertain this little one. Hu Feng, seated upon a wolf-skin chair, raised an eyebrow and then commanded, "Yes, Master Hu." At his words, two brawny men, their fingers adorned with iron claws, circled towards Luo Li from either side. These two had already honed the Golden Wolf Claw of the Golden Wolf Gang to a minor proficiency, capable of effortlessly severing a person's throat with the claws on their fingers. Yet, Luo Li remained unperturbed, even throwing a punch at the burly man on the left, seeking death. A fierce glint flashed across Wang Dong's face as he raised his hand to grasp Luo Li's fist. Intending to crush his entire hand, however, when Wang Dong's hand collided with Luo Li's fist, a resounding crack echoed. Following that, Wang Dong's face turned pale as he withdrew his hand, a segment of white bone protruding grotesquely from his wrist. His entire hand was incapacitated. Meanwhile, Luo Li had merely sustained a few shallow gashes from the iron claws. Without even a glance, he stepped forward and delivered an elbow strike that connected squarely with Wang Dong's chin. Crack! Wang Dong's jaw shattered on the spot. Wang Dong Dongzi. Such a scene left the members of the Golden Wolf Gang in shock and horror. Particularly, the other burly man, Chen Qing, faltered in his steps. Simultaneously, Luo Li flicked the blood from his elbow and charged directly towards Chen Qing. "Hold on!" Chen Qing exclaimed in fright, shouting as he retreated. But Luo Li paid him no mind. Upon reaching Chen Qing, he unleashed a flurry of punches and elbows aimed at his face. After 7 or 8 strikes, Chen Qing's defenses were utterly dismantled, and Luo Li smashed an elbow into Chen Qing's throat. Crack! Chen Qing's throat caved in, his eyes bulging out, and he fell lifeless. Hiss! Chen Qing is dead too. Who on earth is this vile little brat? So ruthless, so powerful. The deaths of Chen Qing and his companion thoroughly shocked the members of the Golden Wolf Gang. Even Hu Feng, the steward of the Golden Wolf Gang, stood up from his wolf-skin chair. The Iron Arm skill at the Great Accomplishment level. What is your connection to Zhang Tieshu of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall? The Iron Arm skill is the signature technique of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. Luo Li, at such a tender age, has evidently cultivated the Iron Arm skill to the Great Accomplishment level, suggesting a significant relationship with the hall's master, Zhang Tieshu. This realization sparked a flicker of apprehension in Hu Feng's eyes. Luo Li remained silent. After dispatching Chen Qing and his companion, he first cast a glance at his family hiding in the room, then strode purposefully towards Hu Feng. Since the battle has commenced, he would ensure there were no lingering threats. Boy, you must be Zhang Tieshu's closed-door disciple, correct? In light of Master Zhang's reputation, I, the steward, can overlook the matter of you killing my brother-in-law, Zhang Bailey. Moreover, I shall remove your sister's and your father's names from the list. Upon witnessing the murderous intent emanating from Luo Li, Hu Feng pondered momentarily before showing signs of retreat. For Zhang Tieshu stands on par with the leader of the Golden Wolf Gang. He is a force I cannot provoke. List? What list? Upon hearing this, Luo Li's heart stirred. Chapter 6. Devour the Demon Seed. Hearing the term list, Luo Li immediately turned his gaze to Hu Feng. Hu Feng, have you grown tired of living? How can you speak such nonsense? Just then, a chilling reprimand echoed from the corner of the courtyard. Hu Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed. Luo Li inwardly lamented this unfortunate turn, then glanced towards the courtyard's corner. What he saw sent a shiver down his spine. The figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat had, with nails over an inch long, sliced open Zhang Bailey's chest. Subsequently, the figure reached inside and gently pulled out a dark, peculiar object, which he then consumed with apparent relish. That object must be Zhang Bailey's demon seed. This person is actually eating the demon seed. Luo Li was taken aback. Although he was not well versed in demon seeds, he knew instinctively that this substance was not to be ingested. Yet, this hooded figure not only consumed it but did so with apparent delight, which could only imply one thing. He was either a demon or a carrier of a demon seed. You, what are you? Not only Luo Li but also the members of the Golden Wolf Gang were equally terrified. Hu Feng, clean up the scene. I expect the location to be spotless by the time I have finished savoring my next delicacy. The hooded figure did not respond. He cast a cold glance at Hu Feng before moving towards the corpse of the yellow matchmaker. Simultaneously, Hu Feng suddenly struck. Crack. He severed the throats of the two Golden Wolf Gang members beside him. Master Hu? These two members of the Golden Wolf Gang were Hu Feng's trusted subordinates and never anticipated that he would turn against them. Their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Do not blame me, for if you do not die, I shall meet my own end. Hu Feng murmured, then charged at the remaining members of the Golden Wolf Gang. In mere moments, the remaining members of the Golden Wolf Gang, along with the two tall, thin men who had tipped Hu Feng off, lay lifeless on the ground. In the courtyard, Luo Li observed this scene, his body tensing up. Will you end it yourself, or shall I assist you in your demise? At that moment, Hu Feng's bloodshot eyes turned towards him. With the appearance of the hooded figure, Hu Feng's mentality shifted dramatically. He no longer felt any fear, or rather, the hooded figure was the source of his greatest terror. You cannot kill me, however. Luo Li was focused on the hooded figure. This individual was likely a demon seed carrier, and the demon seed was nearing maturation, causing his body to undergo partial demonization, comparable to a formidable expert who had opened the third gate of their vital energy. Arrogant. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Hu Feng's expression turned icy. He propelled himself off the ground as if he were a human-shaped savage wolf, charging directly at Luo Li. As a steward of the Golden Wolf Gang, Hu Feng had not only opened the first gate of his vital energy but had also perfected the Golden Wolf Claw to the great accomplishment level. His hands were akin to two mutated Golden Wolf Claws. Luo Li met his charge with the great accomplishment level Iron Arm skill. The sleeves of his garment were shredded by the Golden Wolf Claws. Yet Hu Feng's hands were also jolted painfully by Luo Li's Iron Arm skill. Nevertheless, Hu Feng possessed considerable combat experience. The instant his attack was blocked by Luo Li, he swiftly altered his approach. Aiming for Luo Li's throat, Luo Li practiced the Iron Arm skill, and his throat was not as fortified as his arms. Should Hu Feng manage to seize him, his esophagus would surely be severed. Luo Li quickly bent his arm to defend, but Hu Feng once again altered his attack, his hand aimed at Luo Li's throat instead landing on Luo Li's shoulder. With a ripping sound, Hu Feng tore through a substantial portion of Luo Li's clothing, leaving 5 deep gashes on his shoulder. Following that, Hu Feng continued his assault. In a matter of moments, Luo Li endured 7 or 8 strikes. Blood streaming from his body. Boy, prepare to depart this world. At this moment, Hu Feng sensed the opportune moment had arrived and prepared to unleash his finishing move. Iron Arm skill. Enhance for me. Simultaneously, Luo Li suddenly shouted at the tattooed bronze mirror. As his life force dwindled, lines of prompt text materialized. While you toil to earn money to purchase secret medicine, you diligently practice the Iron Arm skill. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have flown by. Your arms have become as strong as steel, as unyielding as iron, and the Iron Arm skill has finally reached perfection. With the emergence of the prompt text, it was as if Luo Li had genuinely endured the harshness of winter and summer. Laboriously honing the Iron Arm skill for 18 years, his arms had thickened considerably, resembling 2 sturdy wooden stakes shrouded in iron. His physique had expanded and elevated, reaching nearly 1.90 meters, stretching his clothing to the brink of tearing. At this moment, Hu Feng was poised to strike at Luo Li's heart with a claw-like hand, only to be startled by Luo Li's sudden reaction, causing him to tremble all over. In contrast, Luo Li's response was markedly quicker than before. With a swift motion, he seized Hu Feng's hand and gave it a slight squeeze. The sound of cracking echoed as Hu Feng's hand, honed to a wolf's claw-like precision, was crushed by Luo Li's grip. Following this, Luo Li gently pulled, and Hu Feng stumbled forward as if intoxicated, collapsing into Luo Li's embrace. At that moment, Luo Li raised his other hand and delivered a resounding slap. Thud! Hu Feng's head was struck with such force that it dangled grotesquely from his shoulder. Had the Iron Arm technique reached perfection? Simultaneously, the figure in the conical hat had just consumed the demon seed extracted from the yellow matchmaker. Upon witnessing Luo Li dispatch Hu Feng, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. It was known that although the Iron Arm technique was of modest rank, There were scarcely a handful of martial artists at the Iron Arm Martial Arts School who had mastered it to perfection. To achieve such mastery at Luo Li's tender age was nothing short of remarkable. He was indeed a prodigy of martial arts. Excellent. If you were to cultivate demon fruit with your body, the yield would undoubtedly surpass that of these two worthless individuals. The conical-hatted man's gaze suddenly grew fervent. It turned out that Zhang Scarface and the Yellow Matchmaker had cultivated the demon fruit using a secret method, which, once harvested, would strengthen the demon seed within him. At this moment, he had set his sights on Luo Li, intending to use his body to cultivate new demon fruit. The instant he felt the conical-hatted man's gaze upon him, an icy chill ran down Luo Li's spine. Even though he had elevated the iron arm technique to perfection, he was still far from being a match for this individual. However, just as the conical-hatted man prepared to make his move, he suddenly glanced outside the Luo family's courtyard, his expression shifting slightly. "Kid, I will come back for you later." With that, the conical-hatted man propelled himself onto the rooftop with a single leap, vanishing at an astonishing speed. "Stop right there!" Simultaneously, a furious shout rang out. A youth clad in white with a black blade ascended the rooftop, pursuing the conical-hatted man. Witnessing this scene, Luo Li finally let out a sigh of relief. "Brother!" At this time, hiding within the house, Luo Lian noticed the sudden quiet outside and cautiously peered out the window. The sight of the courtyard littered with corpses left her pale with fright. "Stay inside for now, it's still unsafe outside," Luo Li hurriedly reassured her. He then turned, casting a vigilant gaze towards the yard. Chapter 7. Beyond the three barriers, refining flesh and bone. Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed as a constable entered. It was none other than Constable Zhang Jing from the county office. "Hiss, why are there so many dead?" Not long ago, Zhang Jing had discovered demon seeds within Zhang Scarface and the Yellow Matchmaker, and had gone to the inner city to seek help from the county's chief constable, Tai Kuan. Upon returning, he was met with a gruesome scene of corpses strewn across the courtyard. "Captain Zhang, you have finally returned." Upon recognizing Zhang Jing, Luo Li lowered his guard and feigned a look of terror as he approached to recount the events. These members of the Golden Wolf Gang were all killed by a man in a conical hat? After listening to Luo Li's account, Zhang Jing couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was known that nearly 10 martial artists from the Golden Wolf Gang had perished, one of whom was the steward Hu Feng. Moreover, Hu Feng's death was particularly gruesome, with his neck brutally snapped and his head hanging grotesquely from his shoulder. Indeed, Captain Zhang, that conical-hatted man is terrifying. He might be a demon seed bearer, Luo Li said in a hushed tone. "A demon seed bearer?" Zhang Jing's eyelids flickered, but he soon relaxed. "Don't worry, Yi Putu has already pursued him. With his strength at the muscle reworking level, he should be able to apprehend him." "Muscle reworking? Is that the realm beyond the three barriers of qi and blood?" Luo Li raised an eyebrow, hastily inquiring. "Correct. Once martial artists break through the three barriers of qi and blood, they ascend to the four realms of skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Oh, why do you suddenly seem taller?" Zhang Jing casually remarked, only to be taken aback by Luo Li's height, which had seemingly increased from just under 1.8 meters to a full 1.9 meters, particularly noting how his arms were now thicker than a woman's thigh. "Captain Zhang, you must be mistaken. I've always been this tall." Luo Li feigned innocence. Had he not just utilized the tattooed bronze mirror to elevate his iron arm technique to perfection, resulting in a rapid transformation of his physique? Am I mistaken? Zhang Jing appeared skeptical. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters, as he turned to inspect the multitude of corpses strewn about. Luo Li approached Hu Feng's lifeless body and discreetly retrieved the pouch from his waist, along with a small booklet he had been clutching. Just as Luo Li secured the pouch and booklet, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned to see a youth in white with a black blade standing in the courtyard, his piercing gaze scanning the scene of carnage. "Captain Yi, you've returned. Were you able to capture that demon seed bearer?" Zhang Jing inquired eagerly upon spotting the white-clad youth. "He got away." Captain Yi shook his head and then asked, "Did all these people die at the hands of that demon seed bearer?" "Not quite," Zhang Jing replied after examining the corpses in the courtyard. "Some of them perished from the iron arm technique, while others were killed by the Golden Wolf Claw.as for the steward Hu Feng. The state of Hu Feng's corpse was too exaggerated for Zhang Jing to ascertain. Captain Yi turned his attention to Hu Feng's body, his brow furrowing slightly, before abruptly glancing at Luo Li. Luo Li felt a jolt of unease, as though his very essence had been laid bare before the youth's penetrating gaze. However, Captain Yi said nothing further. He shifted his focus to the corpses of Zhang Scarface and the Yellow Matchmaker. Scrutinizing them closely, these two must have been planted with demon fruit. Moreover, the fruit was recently harvested, likely by that conical-hatted man. Despite being under 20 years old, Captain Yi possessed an astute eye, quickly deducing the clues from the corpses of Zhang Scarface and the Yellow Matchmaker. Should this matter be reported to Lord Tai Kuan? Generally, any incidents involving demons were to be reported to the Chief Constable Tai Kuan. Lord Tai has more pressing matters to attend to. I'll handle this. Captain Yi waved his hand dismissively. Not only was he one of the 4 constables of Gaoyi County, but he was also the 3rd son of the prominent Yi family. His status second only to that of Chief Constable Tai Kuan. Your name is Luo Li? You have trained at the Iron Arm Martial Arts School? After examining the corpses of Zhang Scarface and the Yellow Matchmaker, Yi Hai turned his gaze towards Luo Li. Luo Li nodded eagerly. The pressure from Yi Hai was immense, not only due to his status, but also because of his formidable strength. A muscle reworking level martial artist was a figure of note even in the entirety of Gaoyi County. You have a younger sister, born in the year of the tiger with a birthday on the 7th of next month? Yi Hai continued. Not long ago, Zhang Scarface conspired with the Yellow Matchmaker to forcibly marry your sister, resulting in their deaths at your hands? Indeed, Luo Li responded earnestly. You must have realized that Zhang Scarface's intent to forcibly marry your sister was driven by ulterior motives. Now that Zhang Scarface is dead, and his wife's cousin has also perished, it is unlikely anyone will trouble you further. Thus, this matter concludes here. Do you agree? Yi Hai provided a final verdict on the incident with Zhang Scarface. Agreed. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. The resolution of this matter was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune for him. Excellent. Given the number of deceased here, the county office will take over shortly. Here are 20 taels of silver. You should take your family to an inn for a while. It would be best to relocate to the inner city and not return until after your sister's birthday. Yi Hai tossed a silver ingot to Luo Li before turning to leave. Captain Yi is hinting at something for me? Luo Li caught the silver, his mind racing. Through the series of events that had transpired today, he had deduced that those who had perished in Gaoyi County were victims of demons. Furthermore, that demon was still at large, controlling numerous individuals through demon seeds, ensnaring new prey. Those born in the year of the tiger with birthdays on the 7th of next month were the demon's new prey. His sister, Luo Lian, was not only born in the year of the tiger but also had her birthday on the 7th of next month. Moving was imperative. Soon, Luo Li made up his mind to relocate to the inner city. After all, Yi Hai had given him 20 taels of silver, and he had also pilfered a pouch from Hu Feng, which was sure to contain dozens more taels, sufficient for his family to live comfortably in the inner city for a year or 2. Resolute, Luo Li first entered his room, discarding his tattered clothes and tearing them into strips to bind his wounds. He then pulled out the largest outfit he could find, though it still felt snug against his muscular frame. Accentuating his athletic physique, I'll make do for now. I can change later. After changing into the new clothes, Luo Li proceeded to the main house. The door to the main room was propped shut with a wooden stick. But upon hearing Luo Li's voice, Luo Yong and He Kaihua removed the stick and opened the door. Brother. As soon as the door opened, a frail figure rushed out and leaped into Luo Li's arms. It was his younger sister, Luo Lian. Quick, come inside. Father Luo Yong and Mother He Kaihua exchanged a glance at the yard strewn with lifeless bodies, hastily pulling Luo Li inside and promptly barricading the door with a wooden stick. Father, Mother, it's safe outside now. Luo Li hurriedly reassured his anxious parents. Phew, it's good to know everything is all right. Upon learning that the members of the Golden Wolf Gang had been dealt with by the authorities, Luo Yong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, you've grown taller and stronger. Once relaxed, Luo Lian noticed the changes in Luo Li. Luo Yong and He Kaihua turned to him. Their faces filled with astonishment. I took a bit of medicine. I'll be fine in no time. Luo Li casually fabricated an explanation, changing the subject. By the way, father, there were too many deaths in our yard, and the county office intends to take over the handling. We need to move to the inner city for a while. Move to the inner city? Luo Yong hesitated. The expenses in the inner city were considerable, and he had already spent his life savings on the Iron Arm martial arts school. Captain Yi gave me a sum of silver. It will be enough for us to get through the new year in the inner city. Luo Li discerned his father's concerns and directly produced the 20 taels of silver gifted by Yi Hai. Father, this is indeed silver. A full 20 taels, Luo Lian exclaimed, biting one of the silver ingots in surprise. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yong and He Caihua's worries dissipated, and they began to pack their belongings. Approximately an hour later, the Luo family set out with a large pile of packages, heading straight for the inner city. Brother, do all the people in the inner city wear silk clothes? I heard there are no fields to farm. How do they support themselves? By forging iron. On the way, Luo Lian tugged at Luo Li's hand. Incessantly asking questions, it was her first time visiting the inner city, and her mind brimmed with curiosity. Silly girl, there are many ways to make a living besides forging iron. They can open tea houses, noodle shops, run errands, and so on. Luo Li affectionately patted his sister's head, smiling as he explained. But suddenly, a chill surged through Luo Li's heart, and he swiftly turned to look behind him. Chapter 8. The Follower. Another breakthrough. Behind him was nothing but emptiness. Only a wild rabbit, seemingly startled by something, darted out from the thicket and vanished into the grass on the opposite side of the road. Stupid rabbit. You scared me, Luo Lian exhaled, her tense emotions easing. Our outer city of Gaoyi County is technically a city, but it's not much different from the wild outskirts. Encountering wild chickens and rabbits is quite normal. Luo Yong remarked, puffing on his pipe, accustomed to such sights. It's not a rabbit. It's a person. Luo Li's expression turned serious. With the completion of his iron arm skill, Luo Li's physique had greatly improved, along with his vision and hearing. Just moments ago, he had faintly heard the sound of a stone being thrown into the bushes. It was this noise that had startled the rabbit, leading to a misjudgment. Was it a hunter after wild game? Or perhaps the person in the conical hat who had appeared when Luo Li dealt with Hu Feng and others? That individual possessed formidable strength, capable of evading even Yi Hai, who was above the 3rd level of cultivation. Before being frightened away by Yi Hai, the person in the conical hat had stated he would return to find Luo Li. A sense of unease rose within Luo Li. If the one spying on him was indeed the person in the conical hat, with his current strength, he could hardly protect his family, let alone himself. Thus, he decisively pulled out a small booklet from his pocket. This booklet, originally thought to be a so-called list, turned out to be the signature martial art of the Golden Wolf Gang, Golden Wolf Claw. As Luo Li hurried towards the inner city with his family, he perused the methods of practicing the Golden Wolf Claw. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Luo Li had thoroughly grasped the cultivation techniques of the Golden Wolf Claw. I must utilize this to rapidly enhance my abilities. The lingering sensation of being watched compelled Luo Li to focus on his right palm. In the palm, the tattooed bronze mirror reflected his face, alongside several lines of text. Cultivation level, Qi Blood 2nd level, Initial Understanding, Martial Arts. Iron Arm Skill, complete. Golden Wolf Claw, not started. Remaining lifespan for enhancing cultivation or martial arts realm, 74 years. Initially, Luo Li had 53 years of remaining lifespan. After using the tattooed bronze mirror to elevate his iron arm skill to a minor completion, he consumed 1 year and 4 months. However, after eliminating the bearers of the demon seeds, Zhang Baolian and Huang Meipa, he not only replenished his consumption but also extended his remaining lifespan to 102 years. Subsequently, Luo Li used the tattooed bronze mirror twice more to elevate his iron arm skill to completion, consuming a total of 28 years of lifespan. Thus, he had 74 years of remaining lifespan left. Enhanced the Golden Wolf Claw. Luo Li decisively channeled his lifespan into the Golden Wolf Claw. You have opened the Qi Blood 2nd level. Your physique is robust, and your foundation is solid. Therefore, it only took half a month for the Golden Wolf Claw to be initiated. In 3 months, your fingers will become thicker and longer, with nails that are hard and sharp. As the Golden Wolf Claw reaches the minor completion stage, in 3 years, While studying Hu Feng's insights on the Golden Wolf Claw, you will spend money to purchase training elixirs from the black market, and your nails will become as hard and sharp as bone knives, culminating in the Golden Wolf Claw, finally achieving great success. In the following 5 years, you will diligently practice but will find progress slow. It seems that others' experiences are indeed crucial. Looking at the hints on the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li pondered. When he first practiced the Golden Wolf Claw, he had the advantage of a martial arts foundation and Hu Feng's insights, allowing for smooth progress. Yet, after achieving great success with the Golden Wolf Claw, his progress slowed significantly, as he had no more experiences to draw from. Hu Feng had only brought the Golden Wolf Claw to great success himself. If that is the case, I shall push through with lifespan. Considering the person in the conical hat who was watching him, Luo Li once again funneled his lifespan into the Golden Wolf Claw. In the first 9 years, your diligent practice of the Golden Wolf Claw yields slow progress. In the 11th year, your efforts remain slow. In the 13th year, you hear that observing wolves hunt can assist in practicing the Golden Wolf Claw? So you retreat to the mountains to live among a pack of wolves. In the 17th year, your hands become akin to wolf claws, with your nails shimmering faintly with a golden hue. Resembling 10 golden daggers, the Golden Wolf Claw is now fully perfected. As the hints on the bronze mirror appeared, Luo Li's hands underwent a remarkable transformation. His fingers thickened and hardened, developing a rough, armor-like layer that was exceptionally sturdy, while his nails elongated and glimmered gold, resembling 10 short daggers embedded in his fingers. Luo Li picked up a stone and lightly grazed it with the Golden Wolf Claw. A sharp, grating sound echoed. Immediately, the stone was cleaved in two by the Golden Wolf Claw. So sharp! Luo Li's face lit up with joy. The lethality of the perfected Golden Wolf Claw far surpassed that of the completed iron arm skill. When combined, even the person in the conical hat might not stand a chance. However, Luo Li did not immediately seek out the follower. Instead, he pretended not to notice and continued leading his family toward the inner city. For while he could withstand the attacks of the person in the conical hat, his father, mother, and sister could not. It would be wiser to ensure their safety before confronting the person in the conical hat. Unexpectedly, while Luo Li refrained from confronting the follower, the latter began to stir. During the family's journey, the follower frequently made noises and even threw stones from a distance, several times nearly hitting his sister. Luo Lian, brother, someone is following us. This time, even Luo Lian, typically slow to react, sensed something amiss. Her small face tightened, her lips dry and pale. It must be a hunter nearby playing tricks on us, Luo Li chuckled. Attempting to soothe his sister, as they approached a bend in the road, he said to his father, Luo Yong, father, you all wait up ahead for a moment. I'll go have a word with that hunter uncle. Be careful. Luo Yong seemed to sense something but chose not to elaborate, fearing it might cause unease for his wife and daughter. Luo Li nodded slightly and turned back. This bend in the road was a three-way intersection. Rather than retracing his steps, Luo Li concealed himself behind a pine tree at the side of the middle corner, activating the Golden Wolf Claw and holding his breath in anticipation. Before long, a burly figure sprang from the bushes by the roadside. The man bore a wooden-handled axe at his waist and wore a dogskin hat that obscured much of a menacing scar at the corner of his eye, presenting an aura of a desperate outlaw, not the person in the conical hat. Upon seeing the dogskin hat, Luo Li let out a sigh of relief. Although he had perfected the Golden Wolf Claw, with nails sharper than blades, he lacked confidence in defeating the person in the conical hat. If the follower is not the person in the conical hat, then it becomes much simpler. This transaction is indeed quite profitable. Just by keeping an eye on the movements of a few poor souls from the outer city, one could earn 100 taels of silver. The man in the dogskin hat remained oblivious to Luo Li. He tossed a few stones in amusement while murmuring ominously, perhaps I should do a little extra for my employer and directly take care of these poor souls. As for that little girl, she'll be just the right outlet for my frustrations. As he spoke, the voice of the man in the dogskin hat turned sinister, filled with malice. This scoundrel deserves to die. Hearing this, Luo Li's eyes turned. I see why. As the man in the dogskin hat passed the second bend, Luo Li suddenly emerged from behind the pine tree, charging towards him. Who are you? The dogskin hat was taken aback and immediately reached for the wooden-handled axe at his waist. However, before his hand could touch the axe, Luo Li was already upon him. A robust hand pressed down forcefully on the top of the dogskin hat's head, slamming him into the ground. Bang! The dogskin hat made intimate contact with the dirt road. His nose instantly broke, and blood gushed forth from his nostrils in pain. The dogskin hat was about to scream, but a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth, like an iron hoop, stifling his cry. Dare to make a sound? And I shall snap your neck. Luo Li glared fiercely into the dogskin hat's eyes, whispering menacingly. Terrified, the dogskin hat nodded repeatedly. Tell me your name and why you've been watching my family. Luo Li relaxed his grip slightly and asked, my name is Gu A. I wasn't watching. The dogskin hat gasped for breath several times before responding. Yet, before he could finish his explanation, Luo Li delivered a kick to his calf. Crack! The bone in his leg shattered. The dogskin hat's face turned pale from the pain, and just as a scream was about to escape his lips, Luo Li clamped his mouth shut again, nearly crushing his teeth. 1. Don't scream. 2. Speak the truth. If you continue to be dishonest, prepare to meet your ancestors. Luo Li spoke in a deceptively gentle tone, laced with menace. I am telling the truth. I swear. The dogskin hat finally complied, and as soon as Luo Li released his mouth, he began to spill his words like beans. I was paid by someone to watch your family. Paid? By whom? I don't know. The dogskin hat shook his head. Seeing Luo Li's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly clarified, I truly don't know. The person wore a large conical hat, covering himself completely. The man in the conical hat. Upon hearing those words, Luo Li's expression darkened. So it was indeed the man in the conical hat behind all this, brother. At that moment, the dogskin hat attempted to plead for mercy, but before he could finish, he received a punch to the temple from Luo Li, collapsing face first onto the ground. He died on the spot. After pocketing the dogskin hat's money pouch and tossing the body into the grass by the roadside, Luo Li straightened his clothes and turned to leave. Brother, did you have a good talk with the hunter uncle? Upon seeing Luo Li return, his sister immediately inquired. Yes, we've settled things. He won't bother us anymore. A smile appeared on Luo Li's face. After briefly reassuring his sister and parents, the family set off once more in the afternoon. A towering brick wall, 4 to 5 meters high, came into view. A city gate was situated in the middle, with many people queuing to enter and exit. Is this the inner city? The wall is so high. Awe filled Luo Li's eyes. Their mother, He Kaihua, was no better off, as she had only visited the inner city 2 or 3 times. Their father, Luo Yong, remained calm, walking in front of Luo Li, shielding his mother and sister in the middle as they queued to enter the city. Soon, the Luo family passed through the gates of the inner city. Only then did the tension that had gripped Luo Li begin to ease. The inner city was unlike the outer city, as it was home to the wealthiest and most affluent residents of Gaoyi County, guarded by demon hunters who ensured that no demons dared to intrude. Brother, where are we going? Luo Lian asked timidly, gazing at the clean and orderly streets. First, we'll have a meal, then we'll head to Iron Arm Street. Due to the ruckus caused by Zhang Scarface, the Luo family had yet to eat and were already famished. Luo Li led his family to a street-side noodle shop. After satisfying their hunger, they proceeded to Iron Arm Street. The inner city was divided into 4 districts: East, South, West, and North. Iron Arm Street, where the Iron Arm Martial Arts School was located, lay in the Southern District. Residing on Iron Arm Street would provide them with the means of seeking assistance from the martial arts school in case of emergencies. Before long, they arrived at Iron Arm Street. From a distance, they could see one of the 3 major martial arts schools in Gaoyi County. The Iron Arm Martial Arts School, the wooden building, stood several hundred meters away, housing an inn named One Family Inn. After securing a suite for his parents and sister, Luo Li finally allowed himself to relax. Yet, it was not yet time to let his guard down. Since the man in the conical hat had hired the dogskin hat to tail Luo Li, he would likely come seeking him soon. After a brief rest, Luo Li rose to practice his iron arm technique and golden wolf claw. As night fell, panting heavily, Luo Li glanced at the bronze mirror adorned with tattoos. Cultivation, Qi and blood 2nd level, late stage, martial arts, iron arm technique, perfect, golden wolf claw, perfect, remaining lifespan, 57 years. He was very close to breaking through to the Qi and Blood third level. Should he expend some lifespan to enhance his cultivation? The first 3 levels of martial arts were referred to as the Qi and Blood 3 levels. Each level he broke through would significantly boost his physique and strength. Luo Li had previously just begun to cultivate the Qi and Blood second level, but over the 17 years of practicing the Golden Wolf Claw, his Qi and Blood had steadily increased, now reaching the late stage of the Qi and Blood second level. Perhaps by sacrificing 7 or 8 years of lifespan, he could step into the Qi and Blood third level. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the window of the guest room. Luo Li turned to look, only to see a small hole cut into the window, through which a bamboo tube had been inserted. Emitting wisps of smoke, it was sleeping gas. Luo Li's expression changed as he swiftly approached the window and punched it. Crack! The wooden window shattered, and a figure tumbled to the ground. Luo Li leaned out to see the figure rolling on the ground before swiftly standing up. The person was slender, their face concealed by a black cloth, and they held a half-broken conical hat. "You nearly hurt me. Very well. I will be back for you." The individual glanced up at Luo Li, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, before decisively fleeing. It was the man in the conical hat. Luo Li recognized him as the same person who had planted demon fruit in Zhang Scarface and Huang Matchmaker. After being driven away by Yi Hai, he had first hired the dogskin hat to follow Luo Li. After Luo Li dealt with the dogskin hat, he thought he could enjoy at least 3 to 5 days of peace. To his surprise, the man sought him out at the inn that very night, attempting to drug him and capture him silently. Such a menace could not be allowed to remain. Luo Li decisively leaped out of the window in pursuit of the man in the conical hat. The chase led him down a narrow alley, where he hurriedly pursued. Suddenly, a gust of foul wind rushed from the side, prompting Luo Li to swiftly retreat and counter with a punch. With a loud thud, his fist collided with a palm. Given Luo Li's current strength, if a normal person's hand were struck by him, it would either be severely bruised or crushed. However, the hand not only remained unscathed but also swiftly grasped Luo Li's fist. With a powerful tug, Luo Li lost his balance and was thrown forward. That moment, the assailant's other hand reached for Luo Li's throat. In a moment of crisis, Luo Li unleashed his perfected Golden Wolf Claw, his fingernails elongating and turning golden as they met the hand aimed at his throat. Clang! The two hands collided, producing a metallic sound. Luo Li shook off his slightly numb hand and swiftly turned, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the assailant's face. The force of the blow made the attacker's expression change, and he quickly released Luo Li's fist and retreated. But Luo Li, relentless, continued with a flurry of elbows. "Do you think I'm giving you face?" The assailant was pushed back several steps before suddenly bellowing. In the next instant, their form underwent a drastic change, black fur sprouting from their hands and face. Then, the assailant's speed surged dramatically. After merely a few steps back, they evaded Luo Li's attack range and circled around to his back. Before Luo Li could turn, he felt claws rake across his spine. Sizzle! Several bloody gashes were torn open. Luo Li retaliated with the Golden Wolf Claw, but the assailant had already retreated, moving to Luo Li's other side, employing the same tactic to inflict more wounds upon him. "Kid, your speed is too slow." The assailant revealed their true identity as the man in the conical hat. Under the transformation brought on by the demon seed, this individual had reached the Qi and Blood third level, their speed and strength far surpassing Luo Li's. "Give up struggling. Become my sustenance, and help me ascend to the status of a noble demon. You shall be revered by thousands." Another claw strike landed on Luo Li's back, followed by a crazed declaration. "Your power is indeed formidable, so your remaining lifespan must be substantial, correct?" Feeling the sharp pain coursing through him, Luo Li glanced at the palm of his right hand. "What is this?" The man in the conical hat seemed perplexed. Simultaneously, Luo Li had channeled nearly 7 to 8 years of lifespan into his cultivation. In an instant, Luo Li's towering figure surged by 4 to 5 centimeters. His qi and blood becoming so vigorous it threatened to burst forth from his body, his strength and speed skyrocketing. Bang! At that moment, Luo Li threw a punch, sending the man in the conical hat staggering back several steps. "You?" The man in the conical hat's face trembled in shock. He had never encountered a martial artist who could break through with such ease. However, this was merely the beginning. Golden Wolf Claw continued to ascend. Luo Li had originally perfected the Golden Wolf Claw. Yet, with the infusion of substantial lifespan, the already perfected technique began to transform once more. Chapter 10. The secret technique, the Golden Wolf's Howl at the Moon. Your Golden Wolf Claw has reached perfection. Yet in your relentless pursuit of breaking through your limits, you continue to dwell among the wolf pack in the mountains, diligently honing your skills. 3 years have swiftly passed, yielding no results, yet your resolve remains unshaken. In the 10th year, your mastery of the Golden Wolf Claw has transcended to an extraordinary level, reaching its pinnacle. Could I be mistaken? Watching your lifespan dwindle away while the Golden Wolf Claw remains unbroken. Luo Li begins to feel a sense of urgency. It is vital to understand that the Golden Wolf Gang has become one of the 4 major factions in the outer city of Gaoyi County. Not solely due to the Golden Wolf Claw, but rather a superior martial art. This martial art is derived from the Golden Wolf Claw at its core. The reason Luo Li has invested a significant portion of his lifespan into the Golden Wolf Claw is to leverage the tattooed bronze mirror to deduce the gang's paramount secret technique. Continuing forth, Luo Li hesitates for but a moment before resolutely channeling more of his lifespan into the Golden Wolf Claw. Having stripped down, he must produce some results. In the 32nd year, amidst the mountains, you encounter a golden demon wolf. In the dead of night, the golden demon wolf howls at the moon. Its eerie cries resonate in your ears, awakening a profound understanding of the Golden Wolf Claw within you. In the following 3 years, you pursue the golden demon wolf relentlessly, observing its form and listening to its voice, ultimately birthing a rare secret technique, the Golden Wolf's Howl at the Moon. With the cessation of the prompt text, Luo Li feels as though he has truly toiled in the mountains for a full 35 years, emanating an air of profound weariness. Particularly, tufts of white hair have inexplicably sprouted beside his ears, aging him by several decades. Nevertheless, Luo Li's gaze has grown sharp and profound. When he raises his eyes to the man in the conical hat, the latter's eyes tremble, unable to meet Luo Li's steady gaze. It must come to an end. At this moment, Luo Li whispers softly, then opens his mouth to unleash a howl. The sound resonates like a wolf's cry, spreading in all directions, rousing many slumbering citizens. The man in the conical hat is the first to be affected, rendered dazed and rooted to the spot by the wolf's howl. Luo Li strides forward, his golden glimmering claws slicing through the man's neck. Crack! The man's neck is brutally severed, his head dangling upon his back. Yet, the man remains not entirely deceased. Within his chest appears to lurk a living entity, attempting to tear open his chest to escape. Luo Li's expression tightens, and he decisively lands a punch upon the man's chest. Following this, he delivers 7 or 8 more blows, shattering the man's ribcage, and the demon seed residing within him finally falls silent. At last, it is resolved. Luo Li exhales deeply, then turns his gaze towards the tattooed bronze mirror. Having slain a demon seed carrier and acquired their remaining lifespan, your current remaining lifespan is 89 years. This individual contributed 74 years of lifespan to me? In this endeavor to eliminate the man in the conical hat, Luo Li initially expended 7 years of lifespan to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level of qi and blood. Then utilized 35 years of lifespan to deduce the rare secret technique, the Golden Wolf's Howl at the Moon. In total, he has consumed 42 years of lifespan. However, eliminating the man in the conical hat has granted him an additional 74 years of lifespan. Yielding a net gain of 32 years, I must return promptly to prevent my parents from worrying. Suppressing the elation within, Luo Li approaches the man in the conical hat, quickly searching and retrieving several pieces of broken silver and a handful of silver notes. After stowing away the notes, Luo Li hurriedly makes his way back. Meanwhile, a bustling inn is alive with commotion. Luo Li's earlier punch not only shattered the window of his guest room but also awakened Luo Yong and the others. Upon discovering Luo Li's absence, they are immediately alarmed, searching frantically. Let us report to the authorities. After scouring the inn with no results, someone suggests. Luo Yong and the others, having lost their sense of direction, decide to rush to report the incident. Father, Mother, what are you doing here? Just then, a familiar voice resonates. Following that, Luo Li, towering nearly 2 meters, emerges from the guest room. Lear, Luo Yong, and He Kaihua turn, a mix of surprise and joy washing over them. They rejoice at the return of their missing son but are astonished, for they had thoroughly searched Luo Li's guest room and found no trace of him. A thief attempted to break in. So I leapt out the window to pursue him and have just returned. Seeing the puzzled expressions on his parents' faces, Luo Li quickly concocts an excuse. Upon hearing this, the guests suddenly understand, and no wonder Luo Li vanished. He had climbed out the window to chase the thief. You child, what were you thinking chasing thieves at such a late hour? His mother, He Kaihua, weeps with joy. Earlier, she had genuinely been frightened and is still somewhat flustered. Though Luo Yong maintains a semblance of composure, the tremor in his face betrays his inner turmoil. Mother, I will be more cautious next time. Luo Li steps forward to steady his mother and holds his sister in his arms. Hastily apologizing, and no more next time. Luo Yong admonishes sternly, before turning to apologize and express gratitude to the others, then returns to the guest room. Once back inside, Luo Li endures another round of scolding from his mother. He Kaihua he dares not reveal the truth, merely rubbing his nose and accepting the reprimand dutifully. All right, it is quite late now. Everyone should retire for the night, after enduring the scolding for a considerable time. Luo Li casts a pleading glance at his father, Luo Yong. At that moment, Luo Yong, having just finished smoking a pipe, brushes the ashes onto the ground and remarks, at his words, Luo Li immediately rises, preparing to sneak away. However, Luo Yong suddenly turns his head, implying, first, go wash up. You reek. Luo Li's heart stirs. He had engaged in combat with the man in the conical hat and sustained numerous scratches. Although he changed into fresh attire upon returning, the scent of blood has still been detected by his father. Is our son trying to deceive us, given his current state? In the guest room, He Kaihua whispers in a hushed tone, Eli is already grown. Luo Yong picks up the pipe, then returns it to the bedside. There are certain matters he may find difficult to share with us. We should aim to act as if we know nothing. That won't do. Doesn't he that leave Li vulnerable? He Kaihua mutters. I believe we should discipline him when necessary and be even more vigilant to prevent any grave mistakes. Understood. Let us sleep for now. After a moment of silence, Luo Yong turns to rest. Yet, while he appears to be sleeping, his eyes remain wide open. It promises to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Luo Li fetches a basin of water, washing away the bloodstains. Afterward, he removes his clothing and performs a simple bandaging of his wounds before donning fresh attire and gazing at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, 3rd level of Qi and Blood, mid-stage, martial arts, iron arm skill, perfection. Golden Wolf Claw, perfection, secret technique. The Golden Wolf's Howl at the Moon, rare, entry level, current remaining lifespan, 89 years. Upon seeing the word rare following the Golden Wolf's Howl at the Moon, Luo Li feels a surge of warmth in his eyes. It is essential to note that only rare martial arts can elevate a warrior beyond the 3rd level of Qi and Blood, achieving the realm of flesh and bone refinement. However, rare martial arts are exceedingly scarce, typically reserved for the foundational techniques of small factions. Without the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li would likely never encounter rare martial arts in his lifetime. Since the Golden Wolf Claw has the potential to deduce a rare secret technique, then the Iron Arm skill, rumored to have been mastered by Zhang Tiexin, the head of the Iron Arm martial arts school, surely is not reliant solely on the Iron Arm skill. If I were to invest a portion of my lifespan into the Iron Arm skill, perhaps I could deduce a new rare martial art. However, just as Luo Li contemplates this, a flutter of white garments suddenly sweeps into his room. Chapter 11. The Night Watchman, Seeking the Demon Bug, a New Crisis. Luo Li's body tenses abruptly, yet he soon relaxes again, for the visitor is none other than Yi Hai, the 3rd son of the Yi family and one of the 4 head constables of Gao Yi County. Head Constable Yi, what brings you here? Luo Li rises to greet him. You were the one who killed that demon seed carrier, were you not? Yi Hai responds with a question instead of an answer. Luo Li's gaze flickers momentarily, then he confidently replies, yes. Since Yi Hai has already tracked him down, denying it would serve no purpose. Moreover, Killing a demon seed carrier not only carries no guilt but is, in fact, a merit, so Luoli has no reason to refute it. The demon seed within that carrier was on the verge of maturation. To have slain it without sustaining injuries is quite impressive. Upon hearing Luo Li's reply, a hint of admiration appears on Yi Hai's face. Head Constable Yi, I am not without injuries. Luo Li removes his outer garment, revealing wounds still oozing blood from claw marks. Surface injuries do not count. Yi Hai merely glances at him before continuing. You possess considerable courage and potential for demon slaying. Would you be willing to work for me? Work for you? As a constable? Not as a constable, but as my night watchman. Typically, a night watchman refers to those who patrol during the night. Yet the night watchman in Yi Hai's context implies a helper who gathers information and assists him in apprehending wanted criminals. What would being your night watchman entail? Quite simple. Whenever you encounter a demon or a demon seed carrier, you must dare to confront and kill them. Yi Hai continues. As for compensation, a monthly stipend of 50 taels of silver, and any rewards from slaying demons will be yours to keep, with additional bonuses for exceptional feats. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will ensure your family is taken care of. Upon hearing the conditions set forth by Yi Haikai, Luo Li felt a stirring of interest. Captain Yi, you must be aware that my sister and my father seem to have been placed on a list. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Li expressed his concerns. I possess several small residences adjacent to the county office. You and your family may move in. Before Luo Li could complete his sentence, Yi Hai interrupted. Excellent. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's worries dissipated, and he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. The county office is undoubtedly the safest location in the entirety of Gaoye County, and residing nearby offers far greater security than staying in an inn. Tomorrow morning, Zhang Jing will assist you in relocating. Yi Hai's smile broadened as Luo Li agreed to be his night watchman. He then tossed a fragrant pouch to Luo Li. Inside this pouch is a demon-seeking insect. It will emit a glow to alert you if any demons or their bearers approach. Do not misplace it with that. Yi Hai leapt out of the guest room windowed. Demon-seeking insect? Luo Li caught the fragrant pouch and observed a small insect nestled within. It appeared quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. After a fleeting glance, he attached the pouch to his belt and hurried to the window to see Yi Hai off. However, as he peered out, he was met with the sight of the black-clad Constable Zhang Jing. Alongside a towering middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall, with arms as robust as axes, Zheng Jiaxi, the brawny man was none other than Zhang Hu, the instructor at the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Oh, you are Luo Li? What brings you here? Zhang Hu's face was one of astonishment, for Luo Li had changed so dramatically that he was almost unrecognizable. It was he who had slain the demon bearer when Luo Li had just moved to the inner city. Before Luo Li could respond, Yi Hai provided the answer. You killed the demon bearer? Zhang Hu was left utterly bewildered. As far as he knew, Luo Li had been practicing martial arts for less than 2 months. Still at the entry level of the Iron Arm technique, how could he have vanquished a demon bearer? Old Zhang, your Iron Arm Martial Arts School truly produces remarkable talents. At that moment, Zhang Jing patted the dazed Zhang Hu on the shoulder and departed with Yi Hai. You, little Luo, turn out to be a hidden master. After Zhang Jing left, Zhang Hu's gaze, a mixture of suspicion and greed, suddenly fixated on Luo Li. Master Zhang, you jest. The intensity of Zhang Hu's stare sent a shiver down Luo Li's spine. Zhang does not jest. Zhang Hu's eyes gleamed as he continued. Come, allow me to treat you to a drink and have a chat. Master Zhang, it is too late, Luo Li replied, feeling a tightening in his chest as he firmly declined. Very well, another day then, Zhang Hu said, glancing at the pitch-black night sky, not pressing further. Rest well. If you need anything, do not hesitate to find me at the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. I shall never refuse. With a grin, he turned to leave. Yet, an unsettling feeling surged within Luo Li. After nearly 2 months of training under Zhang Hu, he was acutely aware of his own level. His sudden surge in strength would undoubtedly attract Zhang Hu's envy. Lying in bed for an extended period, Luo Li found it impossible to sleep, overwhelmed by the pressure Zhang Hu imposed upon him. Thus, he rose and practiced the Golden Wolf Claw and the Iron Arm technique, and before long, dawn broke. After a brief moment of adjustment, he ventured out to procure breakfast for his family. Upon returning with a bundle of steamed buns and fried dough, he found that his parents and sister had already completed their morning routines. "Father, last night Captain Yi from the county office visited and requested that I serve as his night watchman. I have agreed." During breakfast, Luoli mentioned his new role. "Captain Yi? Is he not the third son of the Yi family?" His mother, He Kaihua, inquired. The Yi family is one of the two prominent families in Gaoye County, with their influence and enterprises permeating the region. Even the name Gaoye derives from the families of Gao and Yi. Luoli nodded. "Serving as Captain Ye's night watchman will earn me 50 taels of silver each month, and I will also be provided with free accommodation. We shall move there shortly." Moving into the residence offered by Yi Hai could serve as a deterrent against Zhang Hu. Luoli thought. But could serving as Captain Yi's night watchman be dangerous? His mother expressed concern. In truth, it is not perilous, Luoli reassured them, slightly downplaying the potential dangers of his new job to alleviate their worries. After hearing Luoli's explanation, his parents' anxiety began to ease. Furthermore, staying in an inn was not only inconvenient but also costly. Having a legitimate job and establishing connections with the illustrious Yi family seemed quite advantageous. After breakfast, the family swiftly packed their belongings, and a middle-aged man with prominent laugh lines knocked on the door. It was Zhang Jing, the constable from the county office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they gathered their belongings and, under Zhang Jing's guidance, headed towards the Green Willow Courtyard. The Green Willow Courtyard is located on Yiqing Street in the eastern district of the inner city. Little Luo, the Green Willow Courtyard currently houses 4 families, all relatives of Captain Ye's night watchman. You will be residing in the front courtyard, where several rooms are available. Zhang Jing provided a brief introduction as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the Green Willow Courtyard. "Is this the place we are to stay? How beautiful!" The courtyard, constructed of red bricks and green tiles, was exquisitely designed. Upon realizing that she would be living here, Luo Li's sister felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, for she had never resided in such a splendid abode before. Luo Yong and He Kaihua also felt a sense of unease. "Do not be anxious, everyone. Once little Luo accomplishes great deeds, Captain Yi might even gift you this Green Willow Courtyard," Zhang Jing remarked as he led the family into the courtyard. The Green Willow Courtyard is divided into a front and a back section, each containing several rooms. At that moment, a middle-aged man was practicing with a sword in the front courtyard. He had a square face and a buzz cut, wielding a hefty long sword that sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. Upon noticing Luo Li's entrance, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, he swung the long sword toward Luo Li with the intensity of a blazing fire. However, the strike did not land on Luo Li, for at that moment, he decisively activated the secret technique, Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing those nearby to wince. The square-faced man was caught off guard, his expression shifting as the force of his strike dissipated. Meanwhile, Luo Li seized this opportunity to close the distance, transforming his right hand into a golden wolf claw that lunged for the man's throat. In a daze, the square-faced man turned his head slightly. Though he evaded the strike to his throat, Luo Li's claw tore through his chest, ripping away a considerable swath of flesh. "Stop! Stop! We are all on the same side," Zhang Jing shouted urgently. Meanwhile, 2 young men who had been watching rushed over to mediate the situation. Yet, Luo Li paid them no heed. The moment his golden wolf claw devastated the square-faced man's chest. He transitioned to the iron arm technique, delivering a punch that sent the sword clattering from the man's grip. With a resounding clang, the long sword fell to the ground, and Luo Li swiftly followed with an elbow strike to the man's face. The square-faced man collapsed to the ground, his visage morphing from square to round. "Hiss, Brother Song has fainted. This fellow strikes with such ferocity. If he had delivered 2 or 3 more elbows, Brother Song would surely be done for." The 2 young men approached the fallen Song Gang, checking for his breath, their faces etched with apprehension. "Luo Li, why did you strike so hard?" Zhang Jing exclaimed, exasperated. "This man, named Song Gang, is also a night watchman for Captain Yi. He is one of us." Upon seeing Song Gang lying motionless, Zhang Jing could only shake his head in disbelief. "One of us? He drew a sword against me," Luo Li replied coldly. It was a misunderstanding." Brother Song merely wished to test your abilities. Song Gang had been one of the first to follow Yihai, often employing ambush tactics to assess the strength of new recruits. I do not appreciate being tested. Luo Li retorted, feeling that such provocations between strangers were utterly unacceptable, particularly when Song Gang's earlier attack had frightened his family. Oh, what a mess this has become, Zhang Jing sighed, his teeth aching from the stress. He, along with the two young men, proceeded to carry Song Gang away to his home. Father, mother, Lianer. Meanwhile, Luo Li wiped the bloodstains from his hands onto the soles of his shoes before turning to face his parents. Song Gang had indeed frightened Luo Yong and the others, especially He Kaihua and Luo Lian, whose faces remained pale even now. Upon seeing his terrified mother and sister, Luo Li clenched his right hand, wishing he could land a few more elbows on Song Gang's forehead. After a considerable amount of time had passed, He Kaihua and Luo Lian finally regained their composure. Luo Li supported his mother with one hand and held his sister with the other. And only then did the family proceed to select their rooms in the front yard of the Green Willow Courtyard. There were more than 10 rooms in total. Song Gang, Xian Miao, and Lu Feitai. The 3 night watchmen along with their families occupied 6 of the rooms, leaving 5 or 6 available. Luo Li's family chose the 2 rooms on the left. One suite contained 2 bedrooms, allowing his parents and sister to stay together for mutual care, while Luo Li would reside alone in a separate room. After making their selection, the 4 began to tidy up the rooms. By the time Zhang Jing arrived with Xian Miao, Luo Li's family had already settled into their new abode. Luo Li, I apologize for what happened earlier. Please do not be angry. Upon seeing Luo Li, Zhang Jing clasped his fists in apology. Captain Zhang, I hope such incidents will not occur again. Otherwise, if I end up killing someone, do not hold it against me. Luo Li had already held back earlier. Otherwise, Song Gang would not have merely fainted but would have met his late great-grandmother. There certainly won't be a next time, Zhang Jing repeatedly assured, and only then did Luo Li's anger subside. Captain Zhang, and this young brother, please come inside. At that moment, Luo Yong emerged from the main room, warmly inviting Zhang Jing and his companion. Father, we've just moved in, and we don't even have a cup of hot water. Luo Li had no intention of playing host. I will go boil some water. Before Luo Li could finish his sentence, his mother, He Kaihua, had already gone to fetch water from the well. Mother, let me help you. His younger sister, Luo Lian, despite her tender age, had shaken off her earlier fright and eagerly ran to assist. Witnessing this scene, Luo Li could only step aside to invite Zhang Jing and his companion into the house. Luo brother, I heard you single-handedly killed a bearer of the demon seed last night? You must have already broken through the 3 levels of vital energy and blood, reaching the skin tempering stage. Inside, Xian Miao, whose hair was slick and shiny, asked curiously as soon as he sat down. I am currently at the 3rd level of vital energy, still some distance from skin tempering. Above the 3 levels of vital energy are the skin tempering, muscle training, tendon changing, and bone forging stages. It is quite challenging for an ordinary person to break through the 3 levels of vital energy and enter the skin tempering stage, as there are no martial arts to facilitate such breakthroughs. Only rare-level martial arts can enable a martial artist to surpass the 3 levels of vital energy and advance to skin tempering. Is it because you lack rare-level martial arts that you have yet to reach skin tempering? Upon hearing this, Xian Miao's expression grew slightly serious. The fact that Luo Li had managed to kill a bearer of the demon seed alone, and in such a decisive manner against Song Gang, who was on the verge of entering the skin tempering stage, seemed rather extraordinary. Luo Li, with your talent, you should be taught iron armor technique by Zhang Tiebian, right? At this point, Zhang Jing interjected. Zhang Tiebian, the master of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, possessed the rare-level martial art known as Iron Armor Technique. It was said that this technique was comprised of 6 ordinary martial arts: iron arm, iron shoulder, iron back, iron crotch, iron leg, and iron head. Once mastered, the practitioner would be as impervious as if clad in iron armor, immune to blades and spears. Even among rare-level martial arts, it was quite renowned. Perhaps, Luo Li mused, Zhang Tiebian had accepted over a dozen disciples, but only 2 had been taught the iron armor technique. Although Luo Li had suddenly soared to genius-level martial arts talent with the aid of the tattooed bronze mirror, The likelihood of Zhang Tiebian imparting the iron armor technique to him was slim. However, even without the iron armor technique, it will not hinder your entry into skin tempering, Zhang Jing remarked, as long as you accumulate 100 merits. You can exchange them for a rare level martial art from Captain Yi. Exchange merits for martial arts? What are merits? Luo Li inquired. Merits are part of a reward system established by the Six Gates and the Demon Slayer Division. Primarily obtained through killing bearers of the demon seed and demons, Zhang Jing explained. Moreover, merits can be exchanged not only for martial arts, but also for weapons, elixirs, luxury houses, and more. Unfortunately, killing demons is too difficult. I still haven't accumulated 100 merits. Killing a bearer of the demon seed yields about 10 merits, but even the weakest bearers are at the second or third levels of vital energy. Zhang Jing simply lacked the courage and strength to slay them. So, killing demons has its advantages. Luo Li's eyes sparkled. He had always been very interested in slaying demons, and now that there were merits to be gained, his enthusiasm for hunting demons reached new heights. By the way, I heard from Captain Yi that there will soon be a major operation. Suddenly, Xian Miao lowered his voice. Major operation? What sort of major operation? Chapter 13. Delivering the bell? Delivering the end. It is rumored that Master Tai Kuan has discovered the whereabouts of the demon that infiltrated the outer city and is devising a plan for extermination. Preparing for a decisive blow, Tai Kuan is the chief of the Hai Yi County. The trace of the demon? What level of demon is that? Xian Miao's words instantly ignited curiosity in both Luo Li and Zhang Jing. It is known that demons are categorized into awakening, transformation, purple mansion, and embodiment. Even a demon at the awakening stage could easily crush masters above the 3 levels of vital energy. I'm not quite sure. Xian Miao shook his head. However, it should be something formidable. Otherwise, Master Tai Kuan wouldn't have been planning for so long. I heard he even enlisted the help of the demon slayers from the Gao and Yi families. Demon slayers are a profession dedicated to exterminating demons, and each one is exceptionally powerful. There are only 3 demon slayers in the entire Hai Yi County, and 2 of them belong to the Gao and Yi families, serving as the stabilizing force of Hai Yi County. Given that Tai Kuan has invited the demon slayers from the Gao and Yi families to join the operation, it is evident that the demon that infiltrated Hai Yi County is quite extraordinary. Xiao Xia, did you hear this from Captain Yi? At this moment, Zhang Jing asked suspiciously. He had been close to Yi Hai recently but had not caught wind of any news. Of course not. Xian Miao proudly tousled his slick hair and declared, I heard it from a friend. It's somewhat of a rumor, but it is quite credible. We should prepare in advance. Yi Hai is one of the 4 copper badge captains of Hai Yi County. If a demon extermination operation is indeed underway, Yi Hai will certainly participate, and Luo Li and the other night watchmen under Yi Hai will naturally be involved as well. Little Luo, don't be too nervous. Even if the news is true, it won't involve us directly. Zhang Jing glanced at Luo Li, who appeared deep in thought, and reassured him at most, we will just capture some fleeing bearers of the demon seed. There won't be much danger. Upon hearing this, Luo Li broke into a smile. His earlier contemplation was not out of fear but excitement. Having already tasted the thrill of slaying demons, he eagerly anticipated encountering more bearers of the demon seed. He could not ask for more, of course. True demons were another matter entirely. They would merely become fodder for the enemy. In the midst of their conversation, He Kaihua had finished boiling hot water and brought several cups of tea to the table. The 3 of them sipped from the porcelain cups while chatting, and after consuming 2 or 3 cups, they finally stood to leave. By the way, little Luo, try to avoid the backyard as much as possible. As Zhang Jing reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and cautioned, is there some sort of taboo? A young lady resides in the backyard. Zhang Jing organized his thoughts before continuing. Of course, it's not unusual for a young lady to live in the backyard. The key is that this particular young lady, she is toxic. A toxic young lady? Luo Li was somewhat perplexed. Luo brother, don't listen to old Zhang's nonsense. At that moment, Xian Miao interjected, the young lady living in the backyard is Miss Mu, who is incredibly beautiful, but she has a penchant for poisons. Old Zhang, enamored by her looks, once tried to get close, and as a result, he was directly poisoned and fainted. You little rascal, don't speak carelessly. Before Xian Miao could finish, Zhang Jing erupted in anger, kicking at Xian Miao's backside. Luo brother, whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, You can investigate and find out for yourself. Don't be fooled by old Zhang's age. He's quite the romantic. Xian Miao had anticipated Zhang Jing's outburst and had already slipped away, but his mouth did not cease, leaving Zhang Jing fuming with frustration. You better not give me any leverage against you. Seeing that he could not catch up to Xian Miao, Zhang Jing could only leave behind a stern remark and storm off in irritation. Just after Zhang Jing and the others departed, a young man with large ears and long legs came to pay a visit. It was Lu Feitai, another night watchman under Yi Hai. Lu Feitai had a good relationship with Song Gang, and after Luo Li had knocked Song Gang out, he had been accompanying Song Gang's family to look after them. Luo Li, I have come at the behest of Brother Song to offer my apologies. Lu Feitai, who was of similar age to Luo Li, spoke rather shyly. Brother Song was a bit reckless before, leading to some misunderstandings between you. I hope you can overlook his faults and forgive him. Brother Song said he would personally come to apologize once his injuries have healed. Song Gang had been frightened. He had intended to assert his authority over Luo Li, but instead, he had kicked a steel plate. So upon awakening, he immediately sent Lu Feitai to mediate. There is no need for him to come personally. I hope he learns from this experience. Luo Li waved his hand. After all, Song Gang was a night watchman under Yi Hai, and Luo Li had no intention of delving too deeply into the matter. However, if Song Gang were to remain ungrateful, Luo Li would not hesitate to send him to meet his ancestors. Your words shall be taken to heart. Lu Fei, with his long legs, sighed in relief before rising and departing. Since slaying demons could garner merit, which could then be exchanged for rare martial arts from Yi Hai, the research on the iron arm technique would have to be postponed for now. After Lu Fei left, Luo Li fell into contemplation. He had initially planned to utilize the tattooed bronze mirror to deduce the signature martial art of the Iron Arm Martial Hall. The Iron Armor technique, however, conjuring martial arts out of thin air was exceedingly taxing. For instance, the rare secret technique Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon had cost Luo Li a full 35 years of his lifespan. The Iron Armor technique, being among the elite rare martial arts, would surely demand an even greater toll. First, he must enhance the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon. Although he had only just grasped the basics, it had already enabled Luo Li to vanquish the Hat Man and overpower Song Gang. If he could attain minor or even major mastery, the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon was a unique technique that emulated the Golden Hair Wolf Demon in absorbing the moon's essence, unleashing a sudden surge of combat power. Upon reaching the basic level, one could emit a chilling wolf howl that could terrify foes. After achieving minor mastery, the howl could stun mid-level martial artists. Upon attaining major mastery, the howl would resonate like thunder, capable of incapacitating peak-level combatants and posing a threat to seasoned practitioners. Once perfected, it would allow the user to absorb the power of the full moon, transforming into a golden wolf, capable of slaying peak-level warriors and endangering those in the early stages of muscle tempering. Practicing the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon in the mountains, your imitation of the Golden Demon Wolf's howl sent the wildlife fleeing in terror. Years flew by, and after a decade of relentless training, aside from losing your voice, you had little to show for your efforts. Unwilling to relent, you persevered, and finally, on the 18th year, a low growl extinguished the lives of birds within several meters, marking your entry into minor mastery of the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon. Yet, this was still insufficient. More improvement was needed. If, in the near future, Tai Kuan and others truly sought to hunt the demon that had infiltrated Gaoyi County, the minor mastery of the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon would not guarantee Luo Li's safety. Moreover, there was still the lurking presence of Zhang Hu to consider, with a yearning for a higher level of the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon. You continued your arduous training in the mountains. 36 years later, your voice had transformed into something unrecognizable, exuding an intimidating power. The secret technique, Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon, had reached major mastery, remaining lifespan, 35 years. Finally, it was accomplished. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. The training of rare martial arts was far more arduous than that of ordinary techniques. It had taken him 18 years to advance the Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon from the basics to minor mastery, and 36 years to reach major mastery. As for perfection, it would likely require all of Luo Li's remaining lifespan. Brother, dinner is ready. At that moment, his sister's voice echoed from outside. Luo Li suppressed his elation and rose to head towards the main house. "Brother, how come you have white hair?" As he picked up his chopsticks at the dining table, Luo Lian suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was true. What had happened? Their mother, He Kaihua, glanced up and noticed the white strands at Luo Li's temples. "Mother, I've been burning the midnight oil lately. A couple of days' rest will suffice," Luo Li replied, touching his graying hair and fabricating an excuse. This was merely a side effect of enhancing the golden wolf howl at the moon. Once he replenished his lifespan, his white hair would revert to black. "You must get to bed earlier from now on," He Kaihua admonished, furrowing her brow. "If you turn gray at such a young age, how will you find a wife in the future?" I know, Luo Li replied dismissively, shoveling rice into his mouth. After dinner, he took a moment to stretch his muscles in the yard, preparing to practice again. Suddenly, he caught sight of a scrawny young man with a sharp nose peering into the courtyard. Upon noticing Luo Li, the young man hurriedly withdrew his head, as if caught in the act of thievery. Luo Li raised an eyebrow, a sense of wariness creeping into his mind. The following day, after breakfast, Luo Li once again engaged in his customary stretching routine in the yard, only to encounter the same sharp-nosed young man once more. This time, however, upon seeing Luo Li, the young man not only remained but also waved at him from a distance, as if he had something to say. Luo Li pondered briefly before stepping outside the courtyard. "Are you the esteemed Luo Li?" the young man inquired as he approached the gate. "I am Luo Li." "What is it?" Luo Li scanned the surroundings, noticing only the young man present, before responding. "Master Zhang Hu has sent me to convey a message. He wishes to invite you for a cup of tea." "Zhang Hu?" Such swiftness! Upon hearing this, Luo Li's expression darkened suddenly. He had thought that by moving to Green Willow Courtyard, Zhang Hu would be dissuaded by Yihai's influence and would keep a low profile for a few days. To his surprise, the very next day, he came knocking. "Luo Gongzi, may I inquire when you are free?" "I would like to relay a response to Master Hu," the young man asked. "I am quite busy at the moment." "When I have time, I shall visit Master Zhang personally," Luo Li replied. Zhang Hu was an instructor at the Iron Arm Martial Hall, having already perfected the Iron Arm technique. Furthermore, he was a disciple of the renowned Zhang Tibi of the Iron Arm Martial Hall, and thus not to be taken lightly. Luo Li had intended to elevate his cultivation to the muscle-tempering stage before seeking Zhang Hu. However, Zhang Hu was not inclined to grant Luo Li any respite. Merely 2 days later, the young man reappeared at Green Willow Courtyard, inviting Luo Li once again for tea. Naturally, Luo Li declined once more. The young man did not press the matter and left with a smile. However, that very evening, Luo Li's father, Luo Yong, entered the courtyard carrying a gift box. "Father, what have you got there?" Luo Lian, who was preparing the tableware, asked curiously. "This is a gift from a young man for your brother," Luo Yong replied, his hand never straying far from his smoking pipe. "Someone sent me a gift?" Luo Li expressed surprise, as he had few acquaintances in the inner city. "What did the person look like?" Luo Yong placed the gift box on the table and briefly described the sender's appearance. In an instant, Luo Li realized who had sent the gift. It was none other than Zhang Hu's distant relative, Zhang Xiaobing, who had conveyed the message on his behalf. By the way, he also asked me to tell you to be sure to visit the Zhu family tea house at Yiqing Feng before the hour of the dog tonight. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Luo Yong took a deep drag from his pipe, stating, this was clearly Zhang Hu's ultimatum. He was eager to uncover the secret behind Luo Li's sudden increase in strength and wanted no delay. Luo Li deduced the mastermind behind it all, however. To prevent worrying his family, he feigned a demeanor of a friend treating him and lifted the lid of the gift box. To his shock, upon seeing the contents, Luo Li's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 14. The Appointment, the Assassination, the Harvest. Inside the gift box lay a small bronze bell. A bell as a gift. Upon seeing the small bronze bell, Luo Li was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned icy as iron. The word bell is phonetically similar to finale. Zhang Hu sending Luo Li a bell was an outright threat. If Luo Li failed to arrive at Yiqing Feng on time tonight, Zhang Hu would undoubtedly take action. Xiao Li, what's wrong? Luo Li's reaction had not gone unnoticed by Luo Yong and the others. Father, mother, a friend has encountered some misfortune, and I am feeling a bit down. Luo Li quickly feigned a sorrowful expression and explained. Friend? Is it someone you practice with at the Iron Arm Martial Hall? Luo Lian inquired, as she had heard Luo Li mention a certain Wang Sanpao several times, who was the only person in the inner city that could be considered a friend. Indeed, it is he, Luo Li replied, taking advantage of the situation. Father, mother, I won't be having dinner. I must visit my friend. I may return quite late, so you needn't wait for me. With that, Luo Li tucked the gift box under his arm and prepared to leave. Can't you go tomorrow? He Kaihua expressed concern. Mother, it's fine. This is the inner city, and it's very safe. Luo Li reassured her and strode out. However, just as he was about to exit the house, a calloused hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. It was his father, Luo Yong. Luo Yong gazed intently at Luo Li for a long moment before uttering just 2 words. Be careful. Clearly, Luo Yong had sensed something amiss. I will return safely. Luo Li replied firmly, meeting his father's concerned gaze. He then shrugged off his father's hand and headed outside. Yiqing Fong was a small market adjacent to Yiqing Street. Though the market was modest in size, it boasted numerous stalls, and due to its affordability, it remained bustling even as darkness approached. Luo Li stood at the entrance of Yiqing Fong, pondering briefly before decisively merging into the crowd. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, atop a 3-story building, Zhang Hu elegantly sipped tea from a purple clay pot. Tiger Master, the lad has arrived. Zheng Xiaobing, with his sharp features, pointed at Luo Li, blending into the throng with excitement. Ha! Even if I send him a bell, he has no choice but to come. Since their last encounter, Zhang Hu had been unable to sleep. The very next morning, he hurried to an inn, eager to have a discussion with Luo Li. However, to his surprise, Luo Li had moved to Green Willow Courtyard. Green Willow Courtyard belonged to the Yi family, housing the night watchman under Yi Hai's employ. Yi Hai was a prominent figure, the young master of the Yi family, and Zhang Hu dared not provoke him. Thus, he dispatched Zheng Xiaobing repeatedly to invite Luo Li while threatening him with the bell, compelling him to seek Zhang Hu, thereby prying open his lips to uncover the secret of Luo Li's sudden surge in strength. Once again, the esteemed master who displayed his brilliance. With a mere flick of his hand, Zhang Xiaobing was poised to flatter him, when suddenly his expression shifted. Master Hu, that lad named Luo has vanished. Zhang Hu's countenance darkened as he raised his gaze for a closer inspection. To his dismay, in the bustling crowd of Yikingfang Street, Luo Li was indeed nowhere to be found. Consequently, Zhang Hu rose from his seat and moved to the edge of the building to search. But his eyes grew weary, and still, he could not locate Luo Li. Master Hu, could it be that the boy has suddenly lost his nerve and turned back? That seems unlikely. Zhang Hu's expression fluctuated momentarily as he speculated. Perhaps the lad moved too swiftly and has already exited our line of sight. Let us proceed to Zhu's tea house and intercept him. Before he had finished speaking, Zhang Hu donned a wide-brimmed hat that completely concealed his face and hastily blended into the throng. Soon, he and his companion navigated through the crowded market stalls and arrived at a dimly lit area. This was the far western edge of Yikingfang, where several restaurants and tea houses had once flourished but had since shuttered due to poor management. Among them was Zhu's tea house. Master Hu, there is no one in Zhu's tea house. Zhu's establishment was half collapsed, and Zheng Xiaobing had previously erected a scarecrow inside and lit an oil lamp to create the illusion of someone waiting within. The pair stood several hundred meters away, observing the tea house, only to discover that it was devoid of patrons, though not rush. We should, Zhang Hu began, but before he could finish, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. Master Zhang, were you looking for me? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Hu whipped around, only to see a tall and robust figure, akin to a fierce tiger, standing 100 meters away. It was none other than Luo Li. Young Luo, quite the trickster. I see you have managed to circle around to my rear. Zhang Hu felt a mix of surprise and joy upon seeing Luo Li, astonished by the lad's cleverness and elated at the prospect of soon uncovering the secret behind his meteoric rise in cultivation. Compared to Master Hu, I am still quite lacking. After entering Yikingfang, Luo Li had swiftly blended into the dense crowd, discreetly slipping to the outskirts. He then ascended a nearby low hill, activating the Golden Wolf Howl to enhance his vision, and promptly spotted Zhang Hu and his companion hastily making their way to Zhu's tea house. He followed them and revealed himself only upon realizing they were alone. Young Luo, it appears you are quite astute. Thus, I shall dispense with any pretense. Zhang Hu clenched his sturdy fist to steady his racing thoughts and directly stated, "Tell me the secret of your sudden increase in cultivation. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you without recompense. I can impart to you the iron shoulder technique, iron back technique, iron crotch technique, iron leg technique, and even the esteemed iron armor technique." As the third disciple of Zhang Tib, who personally guided him, he had devoted over a decade to perfecting the iron arm technique with the aid of numerous secret herbs. Yet, Luo Li had achieved this in merely 2 days. If he could unravel the mystery behind this, he might soar to unprecedented heights, even surpassing Zhang Tib in prowess. Rare-grade martial arts, the iron armor technique. Luo Li was aware that the tattooed bronze mirror might draw the covetous eyes of others, but he was taken aback to find that the first coveter was Zhang Hu. Indeed, this is a gateway to mastering the nuances of refining flesh and even transforming bones. Zhang Hu spoke with a voice laced with temptation. "I apologize, but such high-level martial arts are beyond my means." Luo Li pondered briefly before declining. "Do you think that a mere rare-grade martial art could be exchanged for a treasure like the tattooed bronze mirror? You must be dreaming, Luo Li. You would do well to contemplate your response." At this, a cold glimmer flashed across Zhang Hu's face. "Though you have perfected the iron arm technique and even cultivated the golden wolf claw from the golden wolf gang, before me, you are merely a slightly sturdier quail." Zhang Hu's words appeared as counsel, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. "Master Zhang, is there no room for negotiation?" Given Zhang Hu's unique position, Luo Li forcefully suppressed the urge to strike. "That lad named Luo, Master, who is offering you the opportunity to share your little secret. Consider it an honor." Before Zhang Hu could respond, Zhang Xiaobing stepped forward, poking Luo Li's nose with his finger and admonishing him in a tone reminiscent of a grandfather chastising a grandchild. "Don't you dare overstep your bounds." However, before he could finish his sentence, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Zhang Xiaobing. It turned out that Luo Li had seized Zhang Xiaobing's right arm and twisted it into a pretzel shape. Subsequently, Luo Li pressed one hand on Zhang Xiaobing's shoulder and the other on his head, forcefully twisting. Crack! Zhang Xiaobing's face spun a full 720 degrees, hanging limply behind his back. "Master Zhang, truly no room for negotiation?" After dispatching Zhang Xiaobing, Luo Li turned once more to Zhang Hu. "Negotiation?" Zhang Hu's face had turned a deep shade of iron. With a forceful stomp, he lunged at Luo Li like a ferocious tiger. It seemed there was no room for discussion. In response, Luo Li decisively unleashed his secret technique. The golden wolf howl, a mournful wolf howl, like thunder, erupted in Zhang Hu's ears. In an instant, Zhang Hu's eardrums burst, and his gaze grew vacant. At that moment, Luo Li stepped forward, activating the golden wolf claw. His nails elongated and turned golden as he lightly grazed Zhang Hu's throat. Crack! Zhang Hu's esophagus was brutally torn from his neck. Then, Luo Li transformed his claw into a fist and delivered a forceful blow to Zhang Hu's temple, causing the towering figure of nearly 2 meters to crash to the ground. Luo Li followed up with several additional strikes, causing Zhang Hu's head to split open before finally relenting. "We cannot linger here." Gazing at the lifeless Zhang Hu, Luo Li's heart raced. Yet, he quickly suppressed his swirling thoughts, wiping the blood from his hands with Zhang Hu's clothing, and stuffing Zhang Hu's purse and a few treasured booklets into his own garments before unceremoniously tossing the bodies of Zhang Hu and Zhang Xiaobing into Zhu's tea house. Zhu's establishment had long since fallen to ruin, teeming with snakes and rats. By the time anyone discovered them, it was likely only skeletons would remain. Consider this a parting gift. Finally, Luo Li tossed the small bronze bell that Zhang Hu had given him into Zhu's tea house before departing. Half an hour later, Luo Li, reeking of wine, entered the green willow courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries with Xian Miao, he retreated to his room. Inside, his family awaited his return, still awake. "Why do you smell so strongly of alcohol?" Upon seeing Luo Li return safely, his mother, He Kaihua, initially sighed with relief. However, upon catching a whiff of the alcohol, her brows furrowed. "I merely shared a few drinks with friends." Luo Li had intentionally purchased a small jar of wine on his way back. Consuming half and spilling the other half on himself, not only to mask his scent, but also as an excellent excuse for his late return. Did you drink a few cups? More like several jars. He Kaihua scolded. Luo Li rubbed his nose and cast a pleading glance at Luo Yong. Enough, the child has grown. A little drinking is nothing to fret about. Luo Yong, having smoked heavily that evening, had accumulated a considerable amount of ash at his feet. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night. With that, he led the way into the inner chamber. He Kaihua shot a glare at Luo Li before escorting Luo Lian away. As her sister departed, she sneakily made a face at Luo Li. Luo Li shook his head and smiled, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Afterward, he filled a basin with water, washed his face briefly, and hurried to his own room. Inside, Luo Li perused the several booklets he had taken from Zhang Hu's corpse, only to discover they contained 4 martial arts manuals, each inscribed with the titles: Iron Shoulder Technique, Iron Back Technique, Iron Crotch Technique, and Iron Leg Technique. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Luo Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was important to note that the signature martial art of the Iron Arm Martial School, the Iron Armor Technique, was composed of the Iron Arm, Iron Shoulder, Iron Back, Iron Crotch, Iron Leg, and Iron Head techniques. Having perfected the Iron Arm technique, if Luo Li could also master the Iron Shoulder, Iron Back, Iron Crotch, and Iron Leg techniques, he would be but a step away from comprehending the Iron Armor technique. Apart from these 4 manuals, Luo Li also discovered several pieces of silver and a few hundred-tael banknotes in Zhang Hu's purse. With the money he had pilfered from the hat-wearing man, he had nearly amassed 2,000 taels. However, Luo Li did not dwell on this. After stashing the silver and banknotes away, he meticulously examined the 4 martial arts manuals. These manuals bore Zhang Hu's extensive annotations, reflecting his understanding and insights on the 4 techniques. Upon finishing the manuals, Luo Li turned his attention to the tattooed bronze mirror, which suddenly exhibited a transformation. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of vitality and blood, perfected. Martial arts, Golden Wolf Claw, perfected. Iron Arm Technique, perfected. Iron Shoulder Technique, Iron Back Technique, Iron Crotch Technique, Iron Leg Technique, uninitiated, Secret Technique. Golden Wolf Howl, major achievement, current remaining lifespan, 35 years. As Luo Li elevated the Golden Wolf Howl to a major achievement, his cultivation advanced from the late stage of the 3rd level of vitality and blood to perfection. With the right rare grade martial arts, he could soon break through to the next realm. Additionally, the martial arts section added the 4 new techniques: Iron Shoulder, Iron Back, Iron Crotch, and Iron Leg. Let us begin with the Iron Leg technique. Luo Li cast a glance at the newly added 4 martial arts techniques and murmured to himself. The Iron Leg technique, not only offensive but also enhancing speed for pursuit and escape, was undoubtedly the most beneficial to cultivate first. With a solid foundation in martial arts and the insights shared by Zhang Hu regarding the Iron Leg technique, Luo Li managed to elevate his mastery to a profound level in merely 4 years, sacrificing only a fraction of his lifespan. Initially, Luo Li's robust arms made his legs appear somewhat slender. However, as he perfected the Iron Leg technique, his legs expanded significantly, stretching the new trousers he had just purchased from the market to their limits. Had he been wearing his old trousers, they would surely have burst. The external effects of the Iron Arm martial arts were indeed striking. A thought crossed Luo Li's mind. If the Iron Crotch technique yielded similar results, it brought him some concern. His second brother was already quite large, and should he be further enhanced by the Iron Crotch technique, what would become of him? The key issue was that he was still unmarried. His temples had also noticeably grayed. For the time being, he decided to practice alone and replenish his lifespan before utilizing the tattooed bronze mirror to enhance his abilities. After some idle thoughts, Luo Li touched his temples, then put away the tattooed bronze mirror, focusing intently on refining the Iron Leg technique. Before he knew it, twilight had descended, and his parents were finishing dinner. Is brother Luo at home? A voice called from outside the house. Xian Miao? Luo Li stepped out to find Xian Miao, his hair gleaming, sauntering in the courtyard with a cup of tea. Brother Luo, Zhang Hu, the 3rd disciple of Zhang Tiexin from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, has been killed in the wasteland beside Yiqing Street. Upon seeing Luo Li, Xian Miao approached, speaking in a hushed tone. It turned out that not long ago, A vendor at the market had urgently needed to relieve himself and stumbled upon Zhang Hu's lifeless body near Zhu's tea house. If it had been an ordinary person's death, it might have gone unnoticed. However, Zhang Hu, being the third disciple of Zhang Tiexin, was somewhat renowned in the inner city, and thus the news spread rapidly. Xian Miao, a person who thrived on gossip, was among the first to hear of it. What? Master Zhang was killed. Upon hearing Xian Miao's words, Luo Li feigned a look of shock and anger. After all, he considered himself a disciple of Zhang Hu, and it was only fitting to express his condolences. Yet, the one who had slain Zhang Hu was none other than himself. This is absolutely true. I saw Zhang Hu's corpse myself, and it was a gruesome sight. Xian Miao chattered on, but upon noticing Luo Li's sorrowful demeanor, he tempered his tone slightly. Brother Luo, once a life is lost, it cannot be regained. Do not dwell too heavily on the matter. Xian Miao patted Luo Li's shoulder in a feigned gesture of comfort before retreating to his own abode with his teacup. Luo Li realized with some alarm that Zhang Hu's body had been discovered so swiftly. It seemed prudent to prepare in advance. After Xian Miao left, Luo Li pondered deeply. His sister and parents believed he was mourning Zhang Hu's death, so they made a few hearty dishes to console him. The next day, just as dawn began to break, Luo Li ventured into the courtyard to practice. Have you been using forbidden techniques? Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. Luo Li turned to see Hai perched atop the roof. Watching him. It isn't precisely forbidden. I merely took a slight shortcut. Luo Li quickly recognized that his accelerated cultivation had raised Hai's suspicions, so he offered a casual explanation. Those shortcuts could yield rapid strength. They were not sustainable. Hai glanced at Luo Li's graying temples and remarked, "You ought to procure some aged ginseng to replenish your vitality. If you lose your life, what good is any strength you might possess?" "I understand, sir," Luo Li nodded. He intended to visit the market to acquire some nourishing herbs, both to extend his life and to assist in his training. Given his current cultivation level, relying solely on food for energy would likely lead to a depletion of his vital energy, potentially ruining his progress. "You killed Zhang Hu, didn't you?" Suddenly, Hai turned and interrogated him. Luo Li's heart jolted, but he responded calmly, "Yes, I did." "Why?" Hai, aware that Luo Li's iron arm technique was taught by Zhang Hu, regarded him as a half-teacher. "He threatened me." "Zhang Hu threatened you? And you killed him?" Hai was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered many ruthless individuals, but this was the first time he had seen someone directly kill another merely for a threat. "Zhang Hu used my family as leverage against me. I could not allow my loved ones to be endangered, so I had no choice but to end his life." Luo Li revealed the true motive behind his actions. Upon hearing this, Hai's expression sharpened as he nodded. "That reason is somewhat acceptable. However, Zhang Hu is the third disciple of Zhang Tiexin. He will certainly come looking for you." At this, Luo Li fell into silence. After a long pause, he inquired, "How formidable is Zhang Tiexin?" "Zhang Tiexin is not someone you can contend with. He has served in the army of the Huanghe Prefecture, mastering the iron armor technique to an extraordinary degree. He has likely reached the pinnacle of the muscle transformation stage." The pinnacle of the muscle transformation stage. The mere mention of those words intensified the pressure on Luo Li, but you need not worry excessively. As long as you remain within the Green Willow courtyard, Zhang Tiexin will not be able to harm you, Hai declared with confidence. His assertion was no idle boast. The Green Willow courtyard belonged to the Yi family, and without their permission, even Zhang Tiexin would not dare intrude. "Thank you, Hai." Luo Li expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Hai, do not protect the inept. Train diligently. I hope that soon you can prove your worth to be under my protection." With that, Hai leaped away. Recently, not only had incidents of monsters devouring hearts occurred in the outer city of Gaoyi County, but there had also been several occurrences in the inner city, leaving the entire county office in a state of disarray. Hai's protection of Luo Li stemmed from his recognition of Luo Li's courage, which might prove useful in a critical moment. Ultimately, it was strength that would speak volumes. Hai's words instilled in Luo Li a profound understanding of the importance of power. Without his current strength, Hai would not have offered him protection. He likely wouldn't have even given him a second glance. With this realization, Luo Li immediately dedicated himself to rigorous training. However, utilizing conventional methods was proving far too slow. and the drawbacks of lacking potent medicines began to reveal themselves. After a morning of strenuous practice, not only were his hands and feet swollen and bruised, but he also felt a distinct depletion of his vital energy. Brother Luo, did you really kill Zheng Hu? After lunch, as Luo Li was contemplating how to procure some nourishing herbs, Xian Miao suddenly approached, lowering his voice to ask, "Huh? Who told you that?" Luo Li was taken aback. Is it really true? Upon seeing Luo Li's expression, Xian Miao gasped in astonishment. It was well known that Zheng Hu was no ordinary figure. The rumors had already spread widely. Such a martial artist, even in the inner city of Gaoyi County, was a prominent individual, yet he had been quietly killed by Luo Li. Quickly, tell me the source of this news, Luo Li urged, disregarding Xian Miao's astonishment. The news has already circulated. Xian Miao regained his composure. Running a hand through his slick hair, look outside the courtyard. There are already people from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School keeping watch on you. At his words, Luo Li peered outside the courtyard and indeed saw several individuals clad in Iron Arm martial arts attire. Peering in with overt hostility, Brother Luo, Yihai instructed me to remind you not to leave the Green Willow courtyard under any circumstances. Xian Miao suppressed his shock and declared earnestly, if you need assistance, just call for me. I actually do have a favor to ask of Brother Xia. Luo Li quickly regained his composure and spoke. Please, Brother Luo, tell me. I promise to handle it appropriately, Xian Miao confidently proclaimed. Those individuals from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School are quite conspicuous. Please help me break their legs. Xian Miao's hand froze mid-scratch of his head. With his cultivation at the second level of vital energy perfected, breaking the legs of those Iron Arm martial arts practitioners would be a trivial task. But then what? Would he be confined to the Green Willow courtyard with Luo Li like a recluse? I cannot do that. Don't worry, Brother Xia. I was merely jesting. Suddenly, Luo Li flashed a grin. I've been feeling a bit depleted in my vital energy from training lately. Could you assist me in purchasing some aged mountain ginseng from the apothecary? Oh, and if you happen upon any iron wire grass, please bring some back as well. As he spoke, Luo Li handed Xian Miao several silver notes valued at 100 taels each. Phew, I can manage that. Xian Miao exhaled in relief. Accepting the silver notes from Luo Li, he dashed away in a blur. Luo Li shook his head and smiled, then approached his parents and sister, advising them not to leave the Green Willow courtyard for the time being. He then resumed his training in the iron leg technique in the courtyard. Xian Miao's efficiency was commendable. Before long, he returned with a burlap sack in hand. The sack contained slender-leaved herbs, entirely black and iron-like in hue, which emitted a metallic clang when flicked with a finger. It was indeed iron wire grass. Subsequently, Xian Miao produced a long wooden box from his pocket. Luo Li opened the lid to find 3 aged mountain ginseng roots, each boasting long, delicate tendrils, clearly over 100 years old. One of the ginseng roots appeared as if it had been recently unearthed, its pale pink hue radiating a jade-like quality. Luo Li, my dear brother, I am fortunate not to have failed you. By the way, there are still over 20 taels of silver left. After completing the transaction of the iron wire grass and 3 old mountain ginseng roots, Xian Miao immediately reached into his bosom, seemingly intending to return the leftover silver to Luo Li. However, Luo Li waited for quite some time but did not see any silver. You need not return the remaining silver to me. Keep it for your tea. Luo Li soon realized the situation and chuckled. Oh dear, how could I possibly accept that? Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Xian Miao, who had fumbled in his bosom for quite a while, finally withdrew his hand, which was empty. Are you embarrassed? Then you should give it to me. I dislike putting my friends in a difficult position. Luo Li displayed an expression that conveyed his reluctance to make Xian Miao uncomfortable. At this, Xian Miao's face froze. He had merely been engaging in polite banter and felt no embarrassment. Yet, with Luo Li having stated it so plainly, if he continued to clutch the silver, it would seem rather petty of him. Xian Miao, I was only joking. Just as Luo Li wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly broke into a broad smile. Please do accept those few taels of silver. I may need to trouble you again in the future. Xian Miao, a man who relished taking small advantages and often left others speechless, found himself in a peculiar position today. Despite having gained an advantage, he felt no joy. much like discovering a high-denomination banknote that had just been soiled. Unpleasant to hold yet too valuable to discard. Leaving him utterly vexed, Luo Li paid no further attention to Xian Miao. While chewing on several ginseng roots, he took the iron wire grass from the sack and crushed it in a wooden basin to extract its juice, which he then applied to his body for training. The results were exceedingly gratifying. Although it could not compare to the unique elixir of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, it nonetheless accelerated the cultivation of his iron leg technique. Days passed, and the 3-century-old ginseng roots that Xian Miao procured had all been consumed by Luo Li, replenishing not only his depleted vitality but also extending his lifespan by 3 years. Inside the room, a rejuvenated Luo Li glanced at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation. Vitality level 3, complete. Martial arts. Golden Wolf Claw, complete. Iron Arm Skill, complete. Iron Leg Skill, major achievement. Iron Shoulder Skill. Iron Back Skill, Iron Crotch Skill, not initiated, secret technique. Golden Wolf Howls at the Moon, major achievement, current remaining lifespan, 34 years. Testing the auxiliary effects of the iron wire grass. Luo Li applied its juice generously to his legs and shouted a command to enhance his iron leg skill. With the assistance of the iron wire grass juice, he diligently practiced the iron leg technique. 4 years later, his leg skin darkened like iron, and his muscles hardened like ingots. The iron leg technique had remarkably reached perfection. Current remaining lifespan, 30 years. It truly requires some effort. Luo Li couldn't help but exclaim upon noticing the transformation in his legs. Notably, he had spent over a decade elevating the iron arm technique from major achievement to perfection, yet with the aid of the iron wire grass, the iron leg technique advanced from major achievement to perfection in just 4 years, an undeniable difference with and without medicine. Just as Luo Li reveled in his success, his sister's screams suddenly pierced through the air from outside the house. Chapter 17. Despicable Tricks, Fury. Luo Li's heart jolted, and he rushed outside. He immediately spotted his sister. Luo Lian, crouched in the corner of the yard, clutching her head, crimson blood oozing through her fingers. In an instant, Luo Li's blood surged with alarm. Lianer. At that moment, their father, Luo Yong, and mother, He Kaihua, also rushed out of the house. Upon seeing Luo Lian's bloodied head, they hurried towards her. However, at that moment, a fist-sized stone flew from outside the yard, striking Luo Yong on the head, causing him to stagger and blood to gush forth. Moreover, more stones and bags filled with excrement rained into the yard. The once clean and tidy yard was instantly transformed into a foul-smelling mess. It must be those from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. The Iron Arm Martial Arts School is one of the 3 major martial arts schools in Gaoyi County, with its master, Zhang Tibi, being a ruthless figure who had served in the military for many years. Luo Li killing Zhang Tibi's disciple was bound to bring calamity upon him and his family. In another corner of the yard, Lu Fichui, Xian Miao, and Song Gang, who had bandages wrapped around his chest, whispered to one another. Particularly, there was an unmistakable glimmer of glee in Song Gang's eyes. Just then, a hulking figure suddenly charged towards the yard. It was Luo Li. Damn, has he gone mad? Lu Fichui and the others gasped in astonishment. It was well known that the Green Willow Courtyard was the Yi family's property, and as long as Luo Li remained within, the Iron Arm Martial Arts School could do nothing to him. But should he venture outside, they would likely beat him to a pulp. Outside, in the street, Huang Yu couldn't help but display a smirk upon seeing Luo Li dash out of the Green Willow Courtyard. The scene of stones and excrement being hurled at Luo Lian and the others was his handiwork, intended to provoke Luo Li into leaving the sanctuary of the Green Willow Courtyard. Now that Luo Li had taken the bait, Huang Yu's smug expression morphed into a dazzling grin, revealing his crooked yellow teeth. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden kick from the sprinting Luo Li struck a stone, which soared through the air and collided with Huang Yu's mouth. Bang! Blood mixed with yellow teeth splattered everywhere. Huang Yu's smile vanished in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his eyes vacant, doomed to live on porridge alone. Damn, Huang Yu was knocked out by a stone. The street was still home to 4 or 5 martial artists from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Upon witnessing Huang Yu's predicament, they were taken aback. Hair standing on end. One martial artist, who recognized the truth, pointed at Luo Li, ready to hurl insults. But Luo Li had already approached, delivering a sharp elbow strike to his forehead. Bang! The man collapsed as if struck by a heavy hammer. Meanwhile, Luo Li swiftly seized another martial artist's arm, twisting it with ease. Crack! The entire arm nearly tore off, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Luo Li seemed unfazed, grabbing hold of the other arm of this individual and twisting it into a painful contortion. Soon after, he moved on to the third and fourth opponents. When he seized the arm of the fifth martial artist from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, he was surprised to find a familiar face. Luo Li, it's me, Wang Sanpao. Considering we trained together for 2 months, please spare my arm. This martial artist was Wang Sanpao, a companion of Luo Li during their training at the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. However, Luo Li's gaze remained unwavering as he swiftly broke Wang Sanpao's arm. After all, when stones and excrement were used to assault his family, Wang Sanpao had shown no mercy, and now, he sought to claim camaraderie? Did he think Luo Li was a saint? Hiss! Luo Li's ferocity was astonishing. 5 martial artists from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School were laid low in less than 2 breaths. However, these 5 were merely foot soldiers. The true formidable opponent awaited. In the yard, Song Gang and the others glanced toward the western side of the street, where a youth with exceedingly robust limbs emerged from behind a tree that could be embraced by 2 people. What a wretched scoundrel! You killed my 3rd senior brother and dare to act so brazenly. Today, even if He Hai were present, I shall bring you to ruin. The youth blocked Luo Li's return to the Green Willow courtyard. Speaking menacingly, he was Li Mao, the 11th disciple of Zhang Tibi, who had perfected both the iron arm and iron leg techniques. It seems you are the mastermind behind this affair. Upon seeing Li Mao, Luo Li's expression turned icy. This person had deliberately instigated the humiliation of his family, far more despicable than Huang Yu. Li Mao, unashamed, even sought to boast. Yet Luo Li had no interest in listening to his drivel. He stepped forward, both arms striking like iron rods towards him. Li Mao hastily swallowed back his words and employed the perfected iron arm technique to counter. Clang! The sound of 2 iron rods colliding echoed. Instantly, Li Mao stumbled backward, his hands throbbing with pain. How could this be? Li Mao was taken aback. He had perfected the iron arm technique. Luo Li, employing the same level, should not have been able to push him back. Just as he was astonished, Luo Li's second strike came at him. Li Mao quickly activated the iron leg technique, launching a kick at Luo Li, who responded with a kick of his own. Clang! Their feet collided, and Li Mao's expression changed drastically. Iron leg technique perfected? You, Li Mao, known as a prodigy of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, had only managed to perfect both techniques at the age of 26. Yet Luo Li had achieved this in less than 2 months. Before Li Mao could recover from his surprise, Luo Li leaped towards him, howling like a wolf as he closed the distance. Li Mao's eyes widened in shock, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Luo Li seized Li Mao's arms, twisting them with ferocity. Crack! Li Mao's arms hung limply, contorted like twisted dough. Following that, Luo Li raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Li Mao's legs. Crack! Crack! Li Mao's legs were shattered on the spot, with bone fragments protruding from the breaks. Li Mao of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School had been defeated by Luo Li. Alas, both his hands and feet were rendered useless. This was a torment greater than death itself. Ruthless, this Luo Li truly is a man of fierce resolve. Within the Green Willow courtyard, Lu Fichui and others watched in horror, especially Song Gang, who trembled, silently vowing never to provoke Luo Li again. Leave. Should there be a next time, I guarantee you will join Zhang Hu. At that moment, Luo Li approached the unconscious Li Mao, pilfering items from his possession before returning to the Green Willow courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Mother He Kaihua was tending to Father Luo Yong and Sister Luo Lian's head wounds. Luo Li hurried over to assist. Brother Luo, first cleanse the wounds with strong liquor. It will aid in healing. At this moment, Xian Miao and others gathered around, with Song Gang even offering a jar of strong liquor. Thank you. Luo Li hesitated briefly before accepting the jar, taking a hearty swig and then applying it to the wounds of his father and sister. Instantly, both cried out in pain. Those scoundrels from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Seeing this scene, Xian Miao couldn't help but curse. Luo Li's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. If the Iron Arm martial arts school dared to lay hands on his family again, no matter who it was, he would ensure they joined Zhang Hu. Once he had tended to Luo Yong and Luo Lian's injuries, Luo Li ushered them into a bedroom to rest, then handed Xie Miao a banknote, instructing him to procure some nourishing medicines and ingredients. Before long, the items were acquired. Surprisingly, Xie Miao not only refrained from taking advantage, but even contributed a few taels of silver himself. This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Luo Li remarked, taken aback. The way you phrase it makes it sound as if I enjoy taking advantage of others. Xie Miao retorted indignantly. Isn't that the case? Get lost? After soothing his family, Luo Li stood outside the main room, counting the items he had taken from Li Mao. 300 taels in banknotes, over 20 taels in silver, and a booklet. He tucked away the banknotes and silver, then opened the small booklet. Iron Head Skill Training Conjectures? Luo Li had initially expected the booklet to be a new martial arts manual, only to discover it contained Li Mao's conjectures and deductions regarding the Iron Head skill. Clearly, the Iron Head skill, as the cornerstone of the Iron Arm martial arts school's signature technique, was not passed down even to Li Mao, the 11th disciple of Zhang Tiexin. Thus, he had made deductions based on observing others' training in the Iron Head skill. After finishing the contents of the booklet and glancing at the tattooed bronze mirror, he noted, Cultivation, Qi and Blood 3rd level, Perfection, Martial Arts. Golden Wolf Claw, Perfection, Iron Arm Skill. Iron Leg Skill, Perfection, Iron Shoulder Skill, Iron Back Skill, Iron Crotch Skill, Not Yet Initiated. Iron Head Skill and Deduction, Secret Technique. Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon, Major Achievement, Remaining Lifespan, 30 years. Should I attempt a deduction using the tattooed bronze mirror? Observing the words and deduction next to Iron Head Skill, Luo Li tried adding a year to his lifespan. To his dismay, the in-deduction status remained unchanged. Determined, he added another 2 years, yet still, there was no alteration, prompting him to abandon the effort. Lifespan is insufficient. Perhaps I should venture out tonight for a stroke of luck? Recently, in Gaoyi County, chaos reigned, both in the outer and inner cities. Aside from the eastern district where the county office was located, the other 3 districts had all reported incidents of demons consuming human hearts. If Luo Li were to stroll out tonight, he might just encounter a bearer of the demon seed. As Luo Li's thoughts wandered, Zhang Jing stepped in from outside the courtyard. Why does it smell like excrement here? Despite the stones and bags of filth that Huang Yu and others had thrown into the courtyard being cleaned up by Song Gang and his family, a lingering odor remained. Old Zhang, your nose is remarkably keen, rivaling that of a dog, Xie Miao jested, a toothpick in his mouth. Too lazy to respond to you. Zhang Jing shot a glare at Xie Miao before approaching Luo Li to inquire about the situation. Luo Li, without reservation, recounted the events that had just transpired. What? You incapacitated Li Mao? Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Zhang Jing's expression hardened. Now your enmity with the Iron Arm martial arts school will be exceedingly difficult to resolve. Zhang Tiexin had taken in only 13 disciples, and within a matter of days, Luo Li had killed one and maimed another. Captain Zhang, you must have come for a reason? Luo Li shifted the topic directly. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. Zhang Jing nodded, lowering his voice. Not long ago, Yi Tu sent word that something may occur in the inner city tonight, instructing you, Xie Miao, and Lu Fichui to be on standby. Is something going to happen tonight? Is it related to the demons? Luo Li's heart stirred as he quickly inquired. Why Yi Tu did not specify, but it's best to prepare in advance, Zhang Jing responded casually, heading towards Xie Miao's room. After Zhang Jing left, Luo Li felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. The anxiety stemmed from the perilous nature of the demons. It was said that even the weakest early-stage awakening demons could easily crush martial artists of the skinning realm. The excitement arose from the possibility that if he could slay a demon, he would gain a substantial amount of lifespan and his power would soar once more. Time flew by, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky. After assisting his mother in changing the dressings for his father and sister, Luo Li stepped outside. The sky tonight was devoid of stars and moonlight, casting an ominous darkness. It seemed that both Song Gang and Lu Fichui's families had retired early, with only Xie Miao's house still aglow. Thus, Luo Li made his way over. Inside the house, in the living room, an oil lamp illuminated the shadows of Zhang Jing. Xian Miao, and Lu Fichui. Are we just the four of us? Luo Li asked as he took a seat on a bench. I was going to call for Old Song, but didn't you injure him? Zhang Jing shot Luo Li a glance, the lines of age on his face appearing more pronounced. What about the lady in the back courtyard? Luo Li lightly shifted the topic. As for Miss Mu, let's not get our hopes up. Unless he too personally comes to invite her, she won't be stepping out. Mentioning the toxic lady from the back courtyard deepened the lines on Zhang Jing's face even further. In truth, it was perhaps for the best that Miss Mu did not participate, indicating that the danger was not too high at a tea that moment. Xian Miao, brushing his greasy hair, chuckled. From my experience, any operation involving Miss Mu tends to be perilous. Lu Fichui and Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. So when do we set out? Luo Li inquired again. Around midnight, Zhang Jing replied, pulling a smoking pipe from his waist, stuffing it with tobacco while continuing. Moreover, we only need to patrol near Yiqing Street. If anything unusual happens, we will signal for help. If we see a distress signal and conditions permit, we will provide assistance. Listening to Zhang Jing's words, Luo Li felt somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated an immediate confrontation with demons or demon seed bearers. Amidst the choking second-hand smoke, the clock soon struck midnight. Let's depart. Zhang Jing put away his pipe. Rising to instruct, as per usual, Lu Fichui will scout ahead while the three of us follow behind. Lu Fichui nodded, picking up a lantern and leading the way out of the Green Willow courtyard. Luo Li, Zhang Jing, and Xian Miao trailed Lu Fichui by 200 or 300 meters. With Lu Fichui's swift speed and keen ears, he was indeed the best choice for a scout. The once bustling Yiqing Street was now eerily deserted, devoid of any signs of life. The four moved in a formation, slowly traversing the desolate, dark street, completing a patrol of the entire street without encountering anything amiss within the span of 2 tea brews. Just as they were about to turn back, Lu Fichui suddenly halted, then dashed toward the end of Yiqing Street into an alley. Something's up, hurry! Zhang Jing shouted, immediately giving chase. Chapter 19. The Eerie Altar. A furious kill, Lu Fichui, true to his name, sprinted with long strides of over a meter, moving with incredible speed. Luo Li and the others struggled to keep pace, barely managing to follow. Soon, a narrow alley came into view, and a faint scent of blood wafted from deep within. Luo Li glanced toward the alley, where Lu Fichui was holding a lantern, seemingly transfixed, his body trembling slightly. Little Lu, what is going on? As Luo Li and the others hurried over, Zhang Jing had just begun to ask when his expression abruptly twisted, his hand holding the lantern shaking violently. For beside Lu Fichui lay 3 individuals, 2 large and 1 small, drenched in blood. The chests of these 3 had been cruelly sliced open, their organs spilled out. They struggled to escape, yet their limbs were pinned to the ground by half-foot-long iron nails. They attempted to scream, but their vocal cords and tongues had been severed, leaving them to writhe on the ground like insects. Quick, save them! Zhang Jing was momentarily stunned before shouting urgently and rushing to rescue the 3. Upon hearing his command, Luo Li and the others snapped back to reality and rushed over to help. However, with their organs already removed, the 3 were beyond salvation. One was merely 7 or 8 years old, his innocent face frozen in a state of terror and despair. Damn, that wretched creature deserves 1,000 deaths. Watching 3 vibrant lives cruelly extinguished before their eyes, the hands of Luo Li and his companions gripped tightly. Cracking with tension, Lu Xiong, you have arrived early. Have you seen the murderer? At this moment, Luo Li inquired with a hoarse voice. I did not see him, but I heard the sound of footsteps fading away. Lu Fichui replied, his tone laden with despondence. Footsteps? In which direction? Luo Li's spirits lifted as he eagerly questioned. Lu Fichui instinctively pointed in a direction. Once Luo Li confirmed its accuracy, he grasped a lantern and hastened to pursue. Xiao Luo, do not act impulsively. The perpetrator may be a demon. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Jing hurriedly intervened. Yet Luo Li did not pause in his stride. Even if he were to encounter a demon, he was determined to chop that nefarious wretch into pieces to feed the dogs. Old Zhang, what do we do now? Seeing Luo Li depart without a backward glance, Xian Miao urgently asked. Sai, let us follow him. We cannot abandon Luo Li, Zhang Jing lamented, then set off after Luo Li. Xian Miao's lips twitched slightly at Lu Fichui's side, but ultimately, he followed suit. Luo Li executed his iron leg technique, moving with remarkable speed. As he pursued, he kept an eye on the demon-seeking bug hanging from his waist. The bug would emit a glow upon sensing demonic energy, so if a demon was indeed responsible for the deaths of those 3 individuals, it would surely illuminate as Luo Li closed in on the culprit. Soon, Luo Li reached the end of an alley, which branched into 2 paths, one to the left and one to the right. Just as he pondered which route to take, a sound resembling air being sliced through suddenly pierced his ears. Luo Li instinctively leaned back, just in time to feel a knife graze his forehead. Shattering the lantern he held in an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness, a change so abrupt that Luo Li struggled to adapt, while the assailant had already acclimatized to the shadows. The blade twisted in the attacker's hand, aimed straight for Luo Li's head. At that moment, a low growl, akin to a wolf's howl, suddenly resonated in the assailant's ears, stunning him as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Luo Li, discerning the trajectory of the blade, deduced the assailant's position. With a swift step forward, he unleashed his golden wolf claw, seizing the attacker by the throat. With a fierce twist, crack, the assailant's head was brutally twisted backward. Thankfully for the golden wolf howl. After snapping the assailant's neck, Luo Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Fighting at night was perilous, especially for someone like Luo Li, who had yet to cultivate the night vision ability. Once the lantern was extinguished, he was essentially a human target. Fortunately, the golden wolf howl proved its worth, swiftly ending the conflict before the attacker could retaliate. Luo Li? At that moment, Zhang Jing and the others caught up. Calling out from a distance, "It is I," Luo Li shouted back. Zhang Jing and the others relaxed and hurried over. "Huh? Did you catch the murderer?" As the 3 approached and illuminated the scene with their lantern, they discerned a masked figure lying on the ground, his neck twisted in a grotesque manner. "I cannot be certain if this man is the murderer, but he did attempt to ambush me just now," Luo Li stated, stepping forward to remove the black cloth from the assailant's face, revealing a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Moreover, the demon-seeking bug showed no reaction, indicating he was not a demon carrier. However, his hands and clothes were stained with blood, fresh and not yet congealed. He is undoubtedly the wretch responsible for the deaths of those 3. After a thorough investigation, Zhang Jing confirmed. But this individual is neither a demon nor a demon carrier. Why would he resort to such cruel and bizarre methods to harm others? Lu Fichui questioned, puzzled. There could be numerous reasons. Perhaps it was a vendetta, or he was hired to kill, Zhang Jing replied, shaking his head. Fortunately, Luo Li has slain this wretch, avenging the 3 deceased. Listening to Zhang Jing's analysis, Luo Li felt that the deaths of those 3 were far from simple footsteps. Suddenly, Lu Fichui's ears perked up, alerting the group. Everyone immediately tensed, especially Luo Li, who glanced at the demon-seeking bug in his pouch and noticed it emitting a faint glow. The bug is lighting up. The newcomer could be a demon. Zhang Jing also sensed the anomaly and shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Fichui and Xian Miao's bodies tensed immediately. Yet Luo Li stepped forward, moving directly toward the source of the footsteps. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing and the others were utterly bewildered. A normal person would avoid demons at all costs, yet Luo Li boldly approached. While Zhang Jing and the others remained dumbfounded, Luo Li had already spotted the owner of the footsteps. It was a tall, slender individual with striking blue eyes. This person moved with remarkable agility, leaping 3 to 4 meters with a single push from their feet and effortlessly springing 4 to 5 meters off walls or rooftops. Like a human cat, a demon carrier. Luo Li merely glanced at this feline-like figure and formed his judgment. At the same time, the individual noticed Luo Li, a cruel grin playing on their lips as they lunged at him. Meow! As the figure lunged, a strange cat-like cry escaped their lips. The sound was piercing and jarring, causing distractions and disorientation. Luo Li was no exception. Fortunately, as the attacker emitted the cat call, he also summoned the golden wolf howl, releasing a deep wolfish howl. The power of this howl far surpassed that of the cat's cry, causing the assailant to falter and crash to the ground. In that moment, Luo Li sharply turned his head. regaining his focus, and took a step forward to confront the assailant, delivering a powerful kick to their head. Bang! The force of the kick was so tremendous that the individual's head split open. However, the person did not perish. A demon was struggling within their chest, attempting to escape. Witnessing this, Luo Li raised his foot and stomped down on the assailant's chest. Crack! The chest caved in, and the demon emitted an inhuman shriek, exploding within the confines of the individual's torso. Chapter 20. The Iron Head Technique. Luo Li, do you need assistance? At this moment, Xie Miao mustered his courage to call out, "No need. It's already resolved." At that moment, Luo Li had just crushed the demon within the body of the demon carrier, a surge of vitality coursing through him, granting him a sensation akin to rejuvenation. Already resolved? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing and the others exchanged incredulous glances, approaching to verify. What they saw sent shivers down their spines. For a middle-aged man, resembling a cat, lay dead on the ground, his head split open, while Luo Li's foot was firmly planted on his chest. Sinking deep into the flesh, by the heavens, he truly resolved it, and the manner of resolution is remarkably brutal. After a moment, Xie Miao exclaimed with a curse. Not only Xie Miao, but Zhang Jing and Lu Fichui were equally unsettled. Given Luo Li's ruthless and savage method of resolution, onlookers might mistake him for a demon. Meanwhile, Luo Li retracted his foot, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This demon carrier had granted him 43 years of life. A closer inspection would reveal that his previously graying temples had returned to a youthful black. Attention, more individuals approach. At this moment, Lu Fichui issued a warning. Zhang Jing and Xie Miao, who had only just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. Yet Luo Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he began to rub his hands together, preparing for action. Unfortunately, the newcomers were not demons but allies. Lao Huang, why are you here in the East District when you were supposed to be patrolling the North District? The newcomer, dressed in a black constable's uniform and wielding a standard black blade, was Huang Jin from Gaoye County. I came to pursue a demon carrier. Have you seen one? Huang Jin, a rotund man in his 40s, appeared harmless, yet his cultivation was formidable, having entered the polishing skin stage for several years. Pursuing a demon carrier? What a coincidence. We just killed one, Zhang Jing replied with a smile. Old Zhang, you haven't changed a bit. You still boast without a shred of proof. Huang Jin was wholly unconvinced. The demon carrier's demon was on the verge of maturation. A polishing skin warrior would not stand a chance against it. And you four are merely at the blood chi stage. Do you think you could kill that demon carrier with mere words? However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze. For Zhang Jing had directed the lantern toward the slain demon carrier, exposing the gruesome scene of the corpse before him. Hiss, it truly is that demon carrier. Moreover, the manner of death. Huang Jin's eyelids twitched violently. Such a brutally savage method of killing, even after nearly 20 years as a constable, left him astonished. You are the one who killed this demon, right? Huang Jin, having seen much in his time, quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze to the bloodied Luo Li. It was merely luck. Luo Li nodded. I chased this demon for half the night. Luck alone would not suffice to kill it. However, this is for the best. The inner city has been a bit too lively tonight. The stronger we are, the more of these wretched scum we can eliminate. As Huang Jin concluded, his eyes reddened, filled with murderous intent. It turned out that he had pursued this demon carrier from the North District of the inner city to the East District after witnessing the cruel and malicious manner in which it slaughtered 3 innocent civilians. The deceased included 2 adults and 1 child, their chests slashed open, organs removed. Furthermore, to prevent the victims from struggling or calling for help, their limbs were nailed to the ground with iron spikes, and their vocal cords and tongues were severed. Upon hearing Huang Jin's words, Luo Li and the 3 others exchanged glances, a wave of astonishment rising within them. The modus operandi of this demon seed carrier was strikingly reminiscent of the brutal manner in which the 3 individuals in the alley had met their demise. Old Zhang, the inner city tonight feels quite peculiar. Why don't we act together? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can look out for one another, Huang Jin proposed after learning of the cruel deaths in the alley. All right, let us do it together, Zhang Jing replied. exchanging knowing nods with Luo Li and the others. With the addition of Huang Jin, the agile martial artist, along with the ruthlessly skilled Luo Li, the trio felt a surge of courage. The five of them set out, with Lu Fichui leading the way, patrolling the streets and alleys as a precautionary measure. As the candles in their lanterns burned down, the sky began to lighten, heralding the dawn. Under normal circumstances, they would have returned home to rest by now, but today, each wore a solemn expression, devoid of sleep. Last night, the five of them had encountered 4 gruesome crime scenes where lives had been taken mercilessly. Moreover, the methods employed were nearly identical, 2 adults and 1 child in each case. The victims had their chests sliced open, organs extracted, limbs nailed to the ground, and their throats and vocal cords severed. Meeting a brutal end, Luo Li, you all should head back to rest. I need to accompany old Huang to the magistrate's office, Zhang Jing rasped, glancing at the brightening sky. So much had transpired last night that the county office would undoubtedly be in an uproar today. And as public officials, he and Huang Jin were obligated to report. All right, do inform us of any news, Luo Li nodded, leading Lu Fichui and Xian Miao back to the Green Willow courtyard. Brother Luo, tonight's events are quite strange. Why do you think those wicked individuals resorted to such malicious methods to kill? Xian Miao furrowed his brow, voicing his perplexity on the way home. These despicable creatures take pleasure in tormenting others. They all deserve to die. Lu Fichui gritted his teeth, cursing. Perhaps, but I can't shake the feeling that they are engaging in some sort of ritual. Xian Miao mused. The ritual? What kind of ritual? Luo Li inquired. I am merely speculating. Xian Miao shook his head. Never mind, the authorities will handle this matter. Let us hurry back and catch up on sleep. I suspect a significant operation is imminent. Luo Li and Lu Fichui nodded in agreement, quickening their pace. Shortly after, the 3 of them arrived at the Green Willow courtyard, where Song Gang had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Luo Li and the others, a look of curiosity flickered across his face. However, Luo Li did not engage in further conversation. He merely nodded slightly at Song Gang before retreating to his room. Once inside, Luo Li first shed his blood-stained clothes and shoes, rinsing his body with clean water before donning a fresh outfit. Only then did he begin to tally his gains. Last night, he had killed 4 individuals, 1 ordinary person and 3 demon seed carriers, securing over 400 taels of silver, a steel knife, a martial arts manual, and a small white porcelain vial. However, his most significant gain was the lifespan contributed by the 3 demon seed carriers, which had directly elevated his remaining lifespan to 130 years. After today, there would surely be upheaval in Gaoye County, and he needed to further enhance his strength. Inside the room, Luo Li pondered. The inner city was truly the heart of Gaoye County, not only guarded by the magistrate's office but also by the demon slayers of the Gao family. Yet, such brutal and malicious murders had occurred last night. It was evident that the demon infiltrating Gaoye County had gained considerable power. The county magistrate, whether for the sake of his own position or to protect the citizens, would undoubtedly launch a crackdown on this demon, leading to inevitable turmoil. Lost in thought, Luo Li picked up the small booklet obtained from the corpse and opened it, discovering it to be a knife technique called the Listening Wind Blade technique. Although the technique was not of high rank, it possessed a unique quality. Once mastered, it allowed one to discern positions by sound, enabling strikes against enemies without visual sight. After finishing the Listening Wind Blade technique, he examined the tattooed bronze mirror, which had already displayed changes: cultivation, Qi and blood level 3, perfection, martial arts, golden wolf claw, perfection, iron arm technique, iron leg technique, perfection, iron shoulder technique, iron back technique, iron crotch technique, listening wind blade technique, uninitiated, iron head technique, in progress, secret skill, golden wolf howl at the moon, major achievement, current remaining lifespan, 134 years. My cultivation is currently stuck at the Qi and blood level. I urgently require a rare level martial art to break through to the skin refining stage. Therefore, iron head technique, commence my progression. After glancing at the tattooed bronze, Luo Li resolved to first push forward with the iron head technique. With the iron head technique, he could integrate it with the iron arm, iron shoulder, iron back, iron crotch, and iron leg techniques to develop the rare level martial art, iron armor technique. Chapter 21. The county head's fury. Major operation. In the first year, you delved into the dissection of the iron arm, iron shoulder, iron back, iron crotch, and iron leg techniques, collecting and refining martial arts related to the head, attempting to develop the iron head technique. But your foundation was too weak, and your comprehension insufficient, yielding no progress. In the fifth year, you learned about the structure of the human brain, which would aid in your development of the iron head technique. Thus, you entered a medical clinic, closely observing the human brain structure alongside a physician. In the eighth year, after you stitched a wound on a patient with a head injury without permission, nearly causing the patient's death, you were expelled from the clinic. Looking at the prompt text on the tattooed bronze mirror, a sense of unfulfilled ambition and regret stirred within Luo Li. After all, 8 years is no small span. How many 8-year periods does one have in a lifetime? Fortunately, Luo Li's lifespan was just a bit longer than that of an ordinary person. In the 10th year, to gain a deeper understanding of human brain structure, you worked at a mortuary, secretly dissecting corpses. After 2 years, you were dismissed from the mortuary. Yet, you did not give up, frequently sneaking back to continue dissecting corpses, causing unrest among the staff. In the 21st year, after dissecting your 381st human brain, you had a sudden epiphany, using charcoal to write and draw on the ground, making constant revisions. 3 years later, you compiled the countless modifications into a volume. Iron Head Technique. Development complete. Finally, it is done. Luo Li exhaled deeply, then gazed at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation. Qi and Blood Level 3. Perfection. Martial Arts. Golden Wolf Claw. Perfection. Iron Arm Technique. Iron Leg Technique. Perfection. Iron Shoulder Technique. Iron Back Technique. Iron Crotch Technique. Iron Head Technique. Uninitiated. Listening Wind Blade Technique. Uninitiated. Secret Skill. Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon. Major Achievement. Current remaining lifespan. 110 years. Upon seeing the words in progress next to the Iron Head Technique transform into uninitiated, a smile broke out on Luo Li's face. Next, he turned his attention to enhancing the Listening Wind Blade Technique. In order to blend and integrate the Iron Arm, Iron Shoulder, and 6 other techniques into the rare-level Iron Armor technique, he needed to perfect all 6 techniques first. Luo Li had only perfected the Iron Arm and Iron Leg techniques, while the other 4 remained at the introductory level, making further enhancement considerably challenging. It would be more prudent to enhance the Listening Wind Blade technique first to boost his combat prowess. You diligently practiced the Listening Wind Blade technique, and after 3 years, you achieved minor mastery. In the 7th year of training, blindfolded and relying solely on your sense of hearing, you executed a strike, slicing a fly buzzing near your ear in two, marking your entry into major mastery of the Listening Wind Blade technique. In the 13th year of training, a thief stealthily broke into your home at night. You suddenly drew your blade and, in the pitch darkness, delivered a strike that accurately struck the thief's throat, achieving perfection in the Listening Wind Blade technique. With the prompt from the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li felt as though he had truly practiced the Listening Wind Blade technique for 13 years, developing an unparalleled familiarity with the blade. He grasped the steel knife before him and swung it a few times. Swish! A wooden stick standing beside the bed was effortlessly sliced into 6 smooth, even pieces. Indeed, the lethality of the blade technique surpasses that of mere hand-to-hand combat, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts. It ultimately relies on the flesh and blood of the body. Blade techniques differ. They can harness the sharpness of weapons, granting them inherently greater lethality than fists and feet. After sheathing the steel knife at his waist, Luo Li crumpled the bloodied old clothes into a ball and stepped outside to dispose of them in the earthen stove, casting a glance beyond the courtyard. To his surprise, after the previous confrontation, the Iron Arm Martial Arts School had vacated the premises. However, considering the temperament of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, it was likely they would not let the matter rest. Nevertheless, Luo Li was unconcerned. As long as he could eliminate a few more demon seed carriers and accumulate enough lifespan, even if Zhang Tiexing personally intervened, they would have to return in defeat. Brother, I want to practice martial arts too. Just as Luo Li was about to return to his room to continue training, his sister's voice suddenly rang out. Lianer, don't be foolish. What does a girl need to practice martial arts for? Before Luo Li could respond, their father, Luo Yong admonished with a stern face. Yes, Lianer, practicing martial arts will make one unattractive. If you end up looking like your brother, who would dare marry you? Their mother, He Kaihua, also disapproved, using Luo Li as a cautionary example. I don't care. I want to practice martial arts. I want to be as strong as brother, so I can protect you and myself, Luo Lian declared with a youthful yet resolute voice. All right, brother supports you in practicing martial arts. Although Luo Li initially disagreed with his sister training in martial arts, upon seeing the injury on her forehead, he suddenly changed his mind. In this chaotic world rife with demons, only by mastering martial skills could one hope to survive long. If Luo Lian could also cultivate martial arts, then she could shoulder the responsibility of protecting their parents in his absence. Lianer is so frail. Can she really practice martial arts? Their mother expressed worry. Mother, the primary purpose of martial arts is to strengthen the body. Besides, didn't you just say that practicing martial arts would turn one into a robust figure like me? Then you wouldn't complain about Lianer being too thin. Luo Li smiled reassuringly. Oh dear brother, is there any way to avoid becoming as burly as you? The desire for beauty is inherent in every girl. And Luo Lian is no exception. There is a way, but it requires immense effort on your part, Luo Li replied, feigning profundity while stroking his chin. As long as I don't become as robust as you, I will certainly work very hard. Luo Lian gazed at Luo Li with eager anticipation. In that case, I shall teach you the wind blade technique. Luo Li possessed 3 martial arts, the Golden Wolf Claw, the wind blade technique, and 6 physical conditioning techniques such as Iron Arm and Iron Shoulder. For Luo Lian, the wind blade technique was undoubtedly the most suitable. Having made up his mind, Luo Li drew the steel sword from his waist and demonstrated the wind blade technique at an exceedingly slow pace until his sister memorized it. Then, he fashioned a wooden sword from a piece of wood for Luo Lian to practice with. To his surprise, Luo Lian displayed an extraordinary talent for swordplay. After merely 2 or 3 attempts, she was already wielding the wind blade technique with considerable finesse. Their mother, He Kaihua, beamed with pride at the sight of her daughter diligently practicing. Their father, Luo Yong, puffed on his dry tobacco, tacitly approving of his daughter's martial pursuits. Luo brother, come here for a moment. At that moment, Xiamiao waved at Luo Li from a short distance, seemingly with something to discuss. Practice a couple more times before resting. We must avoid exhausting your body, Luo Li reminded his sister before heading towards Xiamiao's abode. Lu brother, I've just received a thunderous piece of news. Upon Luo Li's entrance, Xiamiao tousled his shiny hair excitedly. What news? Speak quickly. Lu Fichui was instantly captivated by the phrase thunderous news and urged him on. However, Xiamiao took his time, casting a glance at Luo Li, eager to relish his impatience. To his surprise, Luo Li remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the so-called thunderous news. This deflated Xiamiao's enthusiasm, and he decided to forego his theatrics. Not long ago, I encountered Old Zhang, who informed me that County Magistrate Lu Fu was furious over last night's events and has demanded that Lord Tai Kuan eliminate the demons causing chaos in Gaoyi County within 3 days. Or else Lord Tai will have to return home to farm. Is that what you call thunderous news? Lu Fichui couldn't help but scoff after hearing Xiamiao's words. The anger of County Magistrate Lu Fu had long been anticipated. Why the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. Xiamiao smoothed his hair again before continuing. Old Zhang said that Lord Tai Kuan has already ascertained the details regarding the demon wreaking havoc in Gaoyi County and is about to take action. What kind of demon is it? What level of strength does it possess? Lu Fichui asked hurriedly. Even Luo Li found himself intrigued and turned to look at Xiamiao. However, at a crucial moment, Xiamiao hesitated. Surely you must know some specifics about the action plan. Seeing that Xiamiao was taking too long to clarify what kind of demon it was, Luo Li posed another question. Yet, Xiamiao still could not provide a clear answer. Damn it, Xia, are you even capable? Even the usually mild-mannered Lu Fichui was beginning to lose his temper. I've stripped down to my pants, and yet you can't deliver? What is this nonsense? The action plan is top secret. How would I know? Xiamiao was aware that his attempts at bravado had failed, so he intentionally changed the topic. In any case, let's prepare in advance to avoid becoming the demon snack. Do we need you to say that? You're just wasting my time. Realizing that Xiamiao had nothing of substance to offer, Lu Fichui cursed under his breath and left. Luo brother, are you staying to treat me to tea? Noticing that Luoli remained seated, Xian Miao teased, I wouldn't mind treating you to tea. Luoli retrieved his purse, leaving a handful of silver pieces before pushing the entire purse towards Xian Miao. I need a substantial amount of iron threadgrass and iron heart flower for training, so please go to the Apothecary Guild and help me procure some. With the demon extermination operation imminent, Luoli planned to elevate the 4 martial arts, Iron Shoulder, Iron Back, Iron Crotch, and Iron Head, to perfection, and then combine them with Iron Arm and Iron Leg techniques to derive the rare grade martial art. Iron Armor technique, thereby enhancing his cultivation to the realm of refining flesh and muscle. At that point, even if he were to encounter a genuine demon, he would at least be able to escape a few steps further. Wow, 1,400 taels of silver solely for purchasing iron threadgrass and iron heart flower. Xian Miao picked up the purse and was taken aback. Since iron threadgrass and iron heart flower are not particularly valuable herbs, 1,400 taels could buy several thousand pounds. 800 pounds of iron threadgrass and 500 pounds of iron heart flower will suffice. Luoli made a rough estimate and added, with the remaining silver, please buy some Old Mountain ginseng, but don't forget to leave a little for your tea. If you're buying Old Mountain ginseng, you might as well purchase a few bottles of Ginseng King pills produced by the Apothecary Guild. The Ginseng King pills are concocted using 300-year-old Old Mountain ginseng as the main ingredient. They not only heal and treat ailments, but also invigorate the blood and assist martial artists in their training. The effect is far superior to consuming Old Mountain ginseng directly. Oh? Then please help me procure a few bottles. Luoli was quite receptive to the suggestion. After all, his intention in buying Old Mountain ginseng was to nourish his body and strengthen his vitality. Since the Ginseng King pills proved to be more effective, they were certainly the preferred choice. An hour later, 13 burlap sacks were neatly arranged at Luoli's doorstep, containing precisely 800 pounds of iron threadgrass and 500 pounds of iron heart flower. These items cost a total of 900 taels of silver, and with the remaining 500, I've purchased 5 bottles of Ginseng King pills for you. Xian Miao briefly recounted the expenses and then handed over 5 small porcelain vials. The vials were exquisitely crafted, sealed with wooden corks. Luoli removed the cork from one vial, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted out. Is this the Ginseng King pill? Inhaling the fragrant scent, Luoli felt a surge of anticipation and promptly poured out 2 pills. Swallowing them without hesitation, as the 2 Ginseng King pills entered his stomach, waves of warmth erupted within, radiating throughout his body. The energy generated was exponentially greater than that derived from consuming 100 pounds of beef. Indeed, it was an exceptional aid for martial artists in their training. Take it easy. There's only 20 pills in one bottle. Xian Miao casually reminded him before turning to leave. Seizing the opportunity from the medicinal effects, Luoli practiced iron arm and iron leg techniques several times, then took out 3 bottles of Ginseng King pills, distributing one to each of his parents and his sister. This pill not only heals and treats ailments, but also prolongs life. It can be consumed by ordinary individuals. After sharing the Ginseng King pills, Luoli finally began to process the iron threadgrass and iron heart flower. These 2 herbs were the primary materials for the Iron Arm Martial Institute's secret training medicine and could entirely replace the secret medicine for training. It took Luoli the entire afternoon to finish processing the iron threadgrass and iron heart flower. The 800 pounds of iron threadgrass and 500 pounds of iron heart flower transformed into 2 large barrels of thick, dark liquid. After dinner, Luoli combined the 2 barrels of pitch-black liquid and stirred it briefly before shedding his clothes and stepping into the mixture. He then decisively utilized the tattooed bronze mirror to enhance the iron shoulder, iron back, iron crotch, and iron head techniques. Given his prior experience with training the iron arm and iron leg techniques, coupled with the assistance of iron threadgrass and iron heart flower, the enhancement of the 4 techniques proceeded exceedingly smoothly. In just 36 years, he elevated all 4 martial arts to perfection. This transformation significantly increased Luoli's physique, bringing his height close to 2 meters. Oh, right, my little brother. Suddenly, Luoli hurriedly glanced down between his legs. At that moment, the components of iron threadgrass and iron heart flower in the barrel had been fully absorbed, rendering the water within crystal clear, allowing Luoli to see his most treasured possession. Phew, thank goodness, Luoli sighed in relief. The iron arm, iron shoulder, and the 6 physical conditioning techniques were designed to enlarge the body parts they trained. Luo Li's little brother was already quite considerable, and if it grew even larger, finding a wife in the future would become a challenge. Fortunately, while the iron crotch technique had caused a slight increase, it was not excessively exaggerated, and he could just about accept it. Emerging from the barrel, Luo Li donned a fresh set of clothing and gazed into the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation. Vitality 3rd level, perfection. Martial arts. Golden wolf claw, perfection. Wind blade technique, perfection. Iron arm technique, iron leg technique, iron shoulder technique, iron back technique, iron crotch technique, iron head technique, perfection. Secret skill. Golden wolf howl at the moon, great accomplishment. Remaining lifespan, 51 years. Lifespan truly diminishes quickly. I wonder if this remaining lifespan will suffice to derive the iron armor technique. Luo Li sighed, then resolutely infused his lifespan into the 6 martial arts. Iron arm, iron shoulder, iron back, iron crotch, iron leg, and iron head. You have honed your body to be as tough as steel. With the iron arm, iron shoulder, and iron head techniques reaching their maximum potential, you continue to practice diligently. On the 3rd year, a sudden inspiration strikes you in your dreams, leading you to conceptualize a method of condensing your entire vitality into force. Upon awakening, you record this method and attempt to practice it. For the following 13 years, you tirelessly experiment with this method of condensing vitality into force, making numerous modifications, even starting over from scratch. Finally, in the 21st year, you successfully complete this method and cultivate an inner force within your body, akin to a worm writhing beneath your skin. The rare grade martial art, iron armor technique, has been successfully derived. Phew, I did it. Gazing at the inscriptions on the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li exhaled a breath of astonishment. It is worth noting that he had already prepared himself mentally for the possibility of failure in his deductions. After all, he had spent decades honing the iron head technique, and the iron armor technique was a rare form of martial arts. Thus, it was expected to require even more effort to comprehend. However, to his surprise, it took only 21 years to master it. His cultivation had also entered the skin refinement stage. Luo Li looked at the tattooed bronze mirror and noticed significant changes. Cultivation, skin refinement, initial stage, martial arts, iron armor technique, entry level. Golden wolf claw, full mastery. Listening wind blade technique, full mastery, secret skill. Golden wolf howl at the moon, major achievement, remaining lifespan, 30 years. First, his cultivation had shifted from the 3rd level of Qi and blood, which was perfected, to the initial stage of skin refinement. Second, the 6 martial arts techniques, iron arm, iron leg, iron shoulder, were all replaced by the iron armor technique. Lastly, concerning his lifespan, only 30 years remained. The initial stage of skin refinement did not seem sufficiently secure. After all, Chapter 23. Annihilation of the Golden Wolf. The mission to eradicate the demons was imminent. Should he encounter any demons during the operation, the initial stage of skin refinement would be inadequate. Iron armor technique, enhance. Luo Li touched his once again white temples and finally shouted. By diligently practicing the iron armor technique, his skin became as tough as iron, and the iron armor force continuously swelled. The rare martial art, the iron armor technique, not only allowed the practitioner's physique to further strengthen but also cultivated the iron armor force. This force could be infused into the flesh, dramatically increasing the practitioner's physical resilience. Upon reaching the major achievement stage, one's body resembled being clad in iron armor, impervious to blades and swords. To expedite his training, he consumed the Ginseng King pills, and the growth rate of the iron armor force indeed surged. Consequently, he quickly depleted 2 bottles of Ginseng King pills. Unable to tolerate the slow advancement of the iron armor technique without the aid of pills, he retrieved a small vial containing dozens of unknown pills that he had taken from a demon carrier. He tested the pills on a rat, and upon discovering that the rat exhibited no adverse effects, he ingested one himself. To his astonishment, aside from a slightly unpleasant taste, the effects were significantly superior to that of the Ginseng King pills. 3 years later, having exhausted the unknown pills, the iron armor technique within him had expanded from initially the width of chopsticks to the girth of fingers, achieving a minor success in the iron armor technique. and his cultivation had ascended to the late stage of skin refinement. Remaining lifespan: 27 years. Indeed, consuming pills was the correct path to rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. Feeling the iron armor force circulating within him like a serpent, Luoli was in high spirits. He had initially braced himself for the possibility of reducing his remaining 30 years of life to merely 1 or 2, however, with the assistance of 2 bottles of Ginseng King pills and 1 bottle of unknown pills. He had elevated the iron armor technique to minor success in just 3 years, and his cultivation had entered the late stage of skin refinement. Luoli slightly channeled the iron armor technique, enveloping his entire body with the iron armor force, as if clad in a skin-tight suit of iron. He picked up a steel knife and struck it against the arm wrapped in iron armor force, producing a resonant metallic clang. The area struck by the knife bore only a faint white mark. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed. "Who is it?" Luoli sat up. "It's your brother Miao. We have an operation tonight. Hurry to my room to assemble," came the voice of Xie Miao. Upon hearing this, Luoli tidied up briefly and made his way to Xie Miao's abode. At this hour, it was the dead of night, and the courtyard lay in darkness, save for the light emanating from Xie Miao's room. By the time Luoli arrived, 4 individuals were already seated inside: Zhang Jing, Xie Miao, Lu Feileg, and Song Gang, who was bandaged. A significant operation. Upon seeing Song Gang, Luoli felt a stir of excitement. "I just received Master Tai Kuan's orders. Tonight we are to take action against the Golden Wolf Gang in the outer city," Zhang Jing replied, taking a puff from his pipe. The Golden Wolf Gang is one of the 4 major gangs in the outer city of Gaoyi County. It is said that their leader, Jean Sanlang, has already entered the realm of skin refinement, yet such a grand mobilization seems unnecessary. According to reports, the Golden Wolf Gang is the hideout of the demons that have infiltrated our Gaoyi County. Xie Miao revealed the true reason behind Tai Kuan's assault on the Golden Wolf Gang. A demon resides within the Golden Wolf Gang. Luoli was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. No wonder Zhang Balian was so insistent on marrying his sister as a concubine. It was to gather food for the demon dwelling in the Golden Wolf Gang. "Now, let me explain our tasks," Zhang Jing said, putting away his pipe, his tone turning serious. "We are primarily to assist other constables and county soldiers in intercepting fleeing martial artists and demon carriers from the Golden Wolf Gang. Yi Tu has instructed that we must reach the western district of the outer city before dawn. The headquarters of the Golden Wolf Gang is located in the western district of the outer city. Then we must hurry. My home is in the western district of the outer city," Luoli reminded them. "Though you think we don't want to hurry? It's just that we are waiting for the Poison Maiden," Xie Miao complained, taking a sip of cold tea. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. A slender figure had entered from outside, casting a long shadow in the oil lamp's light. "Miss Mu." "Good evening, Miss Mu." Upon seeing the graceful silhouette, Zhang Jing, Song Gang, and Lu Feileg immediately stood to greet her. "Miss Mu," Xie Miao brushed his oily hair and was about to speak. "What did you just call me?" A cold female voice suddenly interrupted. "I said you are a beautiful maiden skilled in poison." Xie Miao quickly improvised. "Perhaps I spoke too quickly. My enunciation was unclear. I hope Miss Mu won't take offense." "Am I beautiful?" the icy voice queried. "Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful." Xie Miao, seizing the opportunity to divert her attention, hastily showered her with flattery. "Yet, unexpectedly, I do not appreciate being called beautiful, especially by you." The moment Miss Mu's words fell, Xie Miao suddenly began to howl, as if plagued by an unbearable itch, scratching himself frantically. Witnessing this scene, Luoli felt a jolt of alarm. Miss Mu had only just entered the room, yet Xie Miao, sitting across the table, inexplicably fell victim. Crucially, the other 4 remained completely unaffected, indicating that Miss Mu's mastery of poison had reached an almost eerie level. "Miss Mu, I was wrong. I will never call you beautiful again," Xie Miao pleaded, scratching himself in desperation. "You are ugly, a hideous monster, a grotesque creature of unspeakable ugliness. Please help me relieve this poison." Hearing Xie Miao's pleas, Luoli's mouth twitched slightly. While Miss Mu was indeed eccentric, she surely would not take kindly to being called a hideous monster, would she? As expected, with Xie Miao's compliments, the itchiness he experienced suddenly intensified several-fold. Believing he had not flattered enough, Xian Miao then offered every harsh word of praise he knew to Miss Mu. Miss Mu, please, show mercy. We must reach the western district of the outer city before dawn. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing observed Xian Miao's plight with a bemused expression before finally interceding on Xian Miao's behalf. Humph, then why not hurry? Miss Mu seemed to have grown bored, giving a cold snort as she exited the room. The moment she left, Xian Miao, who had been rolling on the ground from the itch, suddenly found relief. This only deepened the group's awe of Miss Mu.As dawn broke. The six of them finally reached Xinghua Street in the western district of the outer city. Just as they were preparing to set up defenses, a flash of blade light erupted from the headquarters of the Golden Wolf Gang. Meow. Immediately following, a piercing cat's cry shattered the tranquility, awakening countless citizens from their slumber. That cat's cry? The instant the sound pierced Luo Li's ears, his muscles involuntarily tensed, a wave of dread washing over him. It's a cat demon. The one causing chaos in Gaoyi County is a cat demon. At that moment, Xian Miao exclaimed in shock. Previously, they had speculated about the nature of the demon that had infiltrated Gaoyi County, and now it was unmistakably clear. You foul creature, do not think you can escape. As Luo Li and the others marveled at the revelation, a thunderous roar echoed from the headquarters of the Golden Wolf Gang. In the next instant, a blade light like a star, accompanied by a surge of purple sword energy, sliced through the night sky, targeting a fleeing cat's silhouette. Chapter 24. The Vanished Her. That must be the demon exterminators from the two prominent families of Gaoyi. Upon witnessing the sword light and energy streaking across the night, Lu Fei's leg trembled, exclaiming, as the two largest families in Gaoyi County, the Gao family's ultimate skill, the Purple Flower Nine Swords, was passed down from the renowned sword mountain of the Huanghe Prefecture. Capable of piercing the heavens. As for the Yi family's 7-star demon slaying blade technique, it was fierce and domineering, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Do not linger. That level of combat is beyond our concern. Zhang Jing shouted, urging Luo Li and the others to begin their preparations. With the demon exterminators from the Gao and Yi families engaging the cat demon, Tai Kuan led the 4 major copper metal captains to commence the purge of the Golden Wolf Gang. Once the Golden Wolf Gang's leader, Jin Sanlang, was struck down by Tai Kuan's dragon stick, the martial artists of the Golden Wolf Gang instantly scattered in panic. Before long, fleeing members of the Golden Wolf Gang appeared on Xinghua Street. Luo Li was just about to test the power of the iron armor technique on these fleeing martial artists when suddenly, one of the escaping members of the Golden Wolf Gang stumbled and fell to the ground. Coughing blood continuously, he quickly succumbed. There was no need to ask. It was evident that he had fallen victim to Miss Mu's poison. In the ensuing moments, every member of the Golden Wolf Gang that appeared fell victim to a lethal poison. Collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood, and meeting a grim fate without any intervention from Luo Li and his companions. Such a potent toxin that even the bearers of demon seeds could not withstand it. At that moment, Luo Li observed a Golden Wolf Gang warrior on the ground, violently coughing up blood, with his chest protruding as if something were attempting to burrow its way out from within him. However, after a brief struggle, the entity inside him ceased its movements. Rushing over, Luo Li found the man's face a ghastly shade of blue, with green poisonous blood oozing from his 7 orifices, already lifeless. His chest had been penetrated by a small paw covered in black fur, yet the owner of the paw had succumbed to the toxic substance, lying stiffly within the man's chest cavity. It was unmistakably a demon seed. What a waste! The bearer of the demon seed could only be killed by Luo Li himself to gain their remaining lifespan. Since this bearer perished at the hands of Miss Mu, Luo Li naturally reaped no rewards. You stay here on guard. I shall venture ahead. To eliminate such wasteful occurrences, Luo Li shouted to Zhang Jing and the others, striding deeper into Xinghua Street. It's this moment. Dawn had already broken. After walking a few steps along Xinghua Street, he was confronted by 2 Golden Wolf Gang warriors. Luo Li harbored no goodwill towards them, and he directly charged forward, shouldering past them. Bang, bang! The 2 Golden Wolf Gang disciples crumpled to the ground like discarded sacks. Their chests caved in from the impact of Luo Li's shoulder, blood spilling from their mouths. Luo Li approached and delivered a kick to each of their heads, and they instantly breathed their last. What a pitiful fate! Searching their bodies, he discovered a meager sum of silver coins, barely a few dozen taels. Luo Li cursed under his breath and continued onward. Before long, he arrived at the end of Xinghua Street. To the left lay Sanli Ditch, and to the right stood Willow Tree Mound. Just as he was about to explore Sanli Ditch, he suddenly spotted a lithe figure darting towards Willow Tree Mound. Luo Li swiftly altered his course and pursued that agile silhouette. Now at the peak of the skinning realm, having achieved minor success in the iron armor technique, he quickly caught up to the figure. Just as he was about to intercept them, the figure abruptly pivoted, hands adorned with iron hooks lunging straight for Luo Li's throat. Luo Li reacted with remarkable speed, leaning back to evade the deadly grasp of the iron hooks. He then drew his steel knife, unleashing the full power of the wind-listening knife technique. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed ominously in the next instant. The figure's iron-hooked hands fell away at the elbows. "Please, don't kill me. I have money," the lithe figure shrieked in terror, pleading for mercy. "Oh, how much money do you possess?" A bloodied steel knife hovered ominously at the figure's neck. 8,000 taels. "I have 8,000 taels of silver. All of it yours if you spare my life." Despite the excruciating pain from his severed arms, the figure, Jin Zhulong, fumbled in his bosom with his remaining hand. Luo Li's interest peaked, and he swiftly knocked away the severed hand, deftly retrieving a small cloth pouch from his grasp. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a substantial stack of silver notes. "You are no ordinary disciple of the Golden Wolf Gang, are you?" 8,000 taels of silver laid before him, and Luo Li's heart raced a little faster, despite his broadened horizons. "I am Jin Zhulong, the illegitimate son of Jin Sanlang, the leader of the Golden Wolf Gang." The lithe figure hesitated momentarily before revealing his identity. Luo Li nodded in understanding that he was the illegitimate son of the gang's leader, which explained his wealth. Furthermore, the pouch contained not only the 8,000 taels but also 4 small porcelain vials and a book. "What are those?" Luo Li inquired, recognizing the contents of the porcelain vials as the mysterious pills he had previously found on the bearer of the demon seed. "Those are demon power pills. If you desire them, take them. Additionally, the book is our Golden Wolf Gang's ultimate skill, Bone Dislocation Hand. I offer it all to you. May I leave now?" Jin Zhulong, desperate to save his life, promptly surrendered the contents of the pouch to Luo Li. Of course, even if he hadn't, Luo Li would have accepted them with open arms. For an ordinary person, these items would suffice, but for the young master of the Golden Wolf Gang, it fell somewhat short. Having clarified the origin of the mysterious pills and acquired a precious martial art, Luo Li was in high spirits. However, he did not intend to let Jin Zhulong off the hook just yet. "What must you do to ensure your survival?" Jin Zhulong, pale from blood loss, stammered. "Since the Golden Wolf Gang serves as a haven for demon seed bearers, you must surely have many. Bring me to 10 demon seed bearers, and I will let you go." Compared to the silver notes and the demon power pills, Luo Li was more intrigued by the lifespan of the demon seed bearers. As he spoke, he tore strips from Jin Zhulong's clothing to hastily bandage his severed arms. "How sincere of you. You wish to find demon seed bearers." Jin Zhulong was taken aback. Normally, one would avoid demon seed bearers at all costs, yet here was Luo Li, actively seeking them out. "You cannot accomplish that?" Luo Li's tone turned icy. "I can." Jin Zhulong quickly recovered, insisting, "To the north of Willow Tree Mound lies a residence, a storage facility of the Golden Wolf Gang, where vital supplies are kept. I have seen Jin Sanlang dispatch several individuals with mutated forms to guard that place." "Mutated forms? Lead the way." Luo Li contemplated briefly before sheathing his steel knife and issuing the command. A flicker of trepidation crossed Jin Zhulong's eyes, yet he obediently led the way. As Luo Li followed closely behind, he took out a vial of demon power pills, consuming them all, then activated the tattooed bronze mirror to enhance his iron armor technique. By the time they arrived at the residence, he had emptied 4 vials of the pills. Luo Li's iron armor technique reached its pinnacle of minor success, and his cultivation advanced to the peak of the skinning realm. The price for such power was a full 4 years of lifespan, reducing his remaining years to 23, while the strands of white in his hair doubled. Why are there members of the Changhe Gang here?" 300 meters away from the residence, Luo Li, while acclimating to his sudden surge in power, scrutinized the premises. The residence was secluded, surrounded by barren land and dilapidated houses. At that moment, several horse-drawn carriages were parked at the front gate, their compartments tightly sealed. Each side of the carriage bore the emblem of the Changhe Gang, one of the 4 major gangs outside Gaoye County. This residence was a storage facility for the Golden Wolf Gang. The presence of Changhe Gang carriages was certainly unexpected. Just as Luo Li pondered this anomaly, a group of gaunt men and women were driven out of the residence by the warriors of the Changhe Gang with whips. These unfortunate souls appeared to have been starved for a long time, stumbling as they walked, with several children among them. Suddenly, a young girl of around 10 tripped over the threshold, falling to the ground and inadvertently knocking over several others. As she apologized and attempted to rise, a Changhe Gang warrior, adorned with copper ring earrings, struck her harshly with a whip. Her clothing tore, and her skin was lacerated. Was that Lu Hongshu's missing daughter? Lu Chui'er. From hundreds of meters away, Luo Li recognized the girl being beaten. She was his neighbor, the second daughter of the carpenter Lu Hong, who had mysteriously disappeared half a month prior, now revealed to be in the Golden Wolf Gang's storage facility. Lu Chui'er was of the same age as Lianer, a tiger by birth. A memory stirred within Luo Li, causing a tremor to run through his body. So, these individuals are merely the rations prepared by the Golden Wolf Gang for that cat demon. This rabble of the Golden Wolf Gang deserves to be exterminated. Simultaneously, a voice of reprimand echoed from the entrance of the residence. Stop dawdling. Hurry and load these people onto the carriages. If we delay Lord Yu's matters, we shall all suffer. Accompanied by the scolding, those driven from the residence were treated like cattle, forcibly shoved into the carriages by the Changhe Gang warriors. Why is the Changhe Gang relocating these people? Watching this scene unfold, a sense of doubt surged within Luo Li. However, before he could contemplate further, the previously compliant Jin Zhulong suddenly sprang from his hiding spot. Help me! This man intends to kill me. Jin Zhulong cried out as he fled, attempting to seek refuge among the Changhe Gang members. Yet before he could escape too far, Luo Li quickly closed the distance and struck him on the head with a swift palm. Crack! Jin Zhulong's neck snapped instantly, his face pressing against his chest. Who are you? The Changhe Gang warriors gasped in shock at Luo Li's brutal method of murder. Yet, Luo Li paid them no mind, swiftly advancing toward the entrance of the residence. Do you wish to die? At the residence's entrance, the warrior with the copper ring earrings, witnessing the scene, flicked his whip, sending the tip slicing through the air like a blade toward Luo Li's face. However, Luo Li remained unfazed. As the whip neared, he reached out and seized it, yanking it effortlessly, causing the copper-ringed warrior to stumble forward uncontrollably toward Luo Li in that instant. Luo Li pressed down on the warrior's shoulder. Bang! The warrior adorned with copper ring earrings suddenly felt his shoulders droop, nearly collapsing under the pressure exerted by Luo Li. Why are you relocating these individuals? Luo Li inquired, gripping the warrior's shoulder and lifting him off the ground. Upon hearing this question, the warrior's complexion shifted dramatically, rendering him speechless, which caused Luo Li's expression to darken. I am a member of the Changhe Gang. If you dare, kill me. The warrior's heart raced, quickly invoking the name of the Changhe Gang as a feeble threat. Yet, as soon as he finished his words, crack, Luo Li snapped his neck with a swift motion. There are 7 or 8 warriors from the Changhe Gang here. If this one remains silent, surely someone will speak. Damn it, Wang Meng has been killed by this bastard. The others shouted furiously, Brothers, grab your weapons and take down this scoundrel. Seeing this scene, the warriors from the Changhe Gang were enraged. It was unclear who shouted, but soon, 7 or 8 warriors armed with knives and clubs encircled Luo Li. However, Luo Li merely grinned and charged toward them. After about 4 or 5 breaths, all 7 or 8 warriors lay defeated on the ground. Why are you relocating these individuals? Luo Li had held back earlier, ensuring the Changhe Gang warriors remained alive. He approached one of the moaning warriors sprawled on the ground and asked again. Go to hell, the warrior retorted defiantly, delivering a warm greeting to Luo Li. In response, Luo Li kicked him. Crack! His skull shattered upon impact. Subsequently, Luo Li moved to the next Changhe Gang warrior, posing the same question once more. Please don't kill me. We were ordered by young Master Yu to relocate these people. As for the reason, I truly do not know. After 3 had perished, someone finally succumbed to fear and spilled the beans. Who is young Master Yu? Luo Li inquired, fixing his gaze on the now cowardly warrior of the Changhe gang. Young Master Yu. The warrior began to answer, but before he could finish, a short arrow suddenly pierced his skull, ending his life instantly. It is young Master Yu. We pay our respects to young Master Yu. The remaining Changhe gang warriors, witnessing this, hurriedly bowed in reverence to a figure clad in a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat. Are you searching for me, sir? Young Master Yu approached with light, graceful steps, clearly possessing profound cultivation. These individuals were captured by the Jinlang gang to be offered to the cat demon. Your people are relocating them. What are your intentions? Luo Li confronted young Master Yu, voicing his inner doubts. Logically, with the Jinlang gang and the cat demon annihilated, these individuals would no longer hold value, and the Changhe gang had no reason to covertly relocate them. As for rescuing them, the Changhe gang hardly appeared to be in a position of salvation. Do you have a penchant for prying into other secrets? Then allow me to send you underground to investigate. Upon hearing Luo Li's inquiry, young Master Yu's eyes, obscured beneath his hat, turned icy, and 2 short arrows shot toward Luo Li. The arrows were swift and unexpected, making them nearly impossible to evade. Even Luo Li could only dodge one, while the second struck his shoulder. However, in that fleeting moment of being hit, Luo Li activated his iron armor technique, allowing the flesh on his shoulder to writhe and coalesce, integrating the iron armor energy into his body, ensuring his defense was maximized. Though young Master Yu's arrows were sharp, they merely grazed Luo Li's skin. Near mastery of the iron armor technique. Are you a disciple of Zhang Tib? Young Master Yu's discerning gaze quickly discerned Luo Li's martial lineage. Yet, Luo Li chose to remain silent as he blocked the arrows. He took a step forward, charging at young Master Yu. Humph, an uncouth fellow. Young Master Yu scoffed, swiftly reaching beneath his coat to produce a glimmering narrow-bladed dagger, which he thrust toward Luo Li's head. The speed of this strike was remarkable. With an exceptionally cunning angle, Luo Li, having reached young Master Yu's proximity, found himself forced back, his clothing torn by the silver dagger. Young Master Yu, however, quickly followed up with a second strike. Luo Li's expression shifted slightly as he hastily drew his steel knife, employing the perfected listening wind blade technique to counter. Yet, young Master Yu's knife skills were far superior, and despite Luo Li executing the technique flawlessly, he found himself steadily retreating in no time. He had sustained multiple strikes, his iron armor technique unable to fully shield him, blood flowing freely. Young Master Yu is formidable. Young Master Yu, please do not be too hasty in killing him. Let us flay this scoundrel alive, piece by piece, to avenge our fallen brothers. The warriors lying on the ground shouted in unison. Kid, I'm bored of you. Simultaneously, a flash of murderous intent crossed young Master Yu's eyes as he prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Suddenly, Luo Li took a deep breath, his chest swelling with power. He then unleashed the secret technique of the golden wolf howl at the moon, emitting a wolf's howl that echoed like thunder toward young Master Yu. Instantly, young Master Yu was left dizzy. Seeing stars, conversely, as Luo Li howled, he leaped forward, wielding his steel knife with ferocity. Young Master Yu, remarkably perceptive, sensed the imminent danger as the knife closed in and managed to turn his head just in time. However, while his head evaded the strike, his left arm, gripping the dagger, was left exposed. Slish! Young Master Yu's left arm, along with half of his coat, was severed and fell to the ground. Ah, my arm! You wretched scoundrel! You dared to sever my arm? As the severed limb hit the ground, young Master Yu finally emerged from the daze of the golden wolf howl, a searing pain flooding his senses, causing his eyes to turn crimson. Yet, Luo Li offered no response, as the second strike came crashing down. To seize the opportunity and claim his foe's life was the way of the true warrior. But young Master Yu had regained his composure. As he leaped back, he tore 2 strips of cloth from his coat and stuffed them into his ears. You bastard, daring to sever my arm. I shall make you wish for death yet find none. Once outside of Luo Li's attack range, young Master Yu shot a venomous glare at him, then retrieved a jade flute from his robes and blew into it, A sound resembling a cat's meow suddenly echoed in all directions. Upon hearing this feline-like melody, unease crept into Luo Li's heart. I must eliminate this individual first. Luo Li forcibly steadied his emotions, preparing to strike down young Master Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several agile figures sprang forth from the abandoned buildings surrounding them. Racing toward Luo Li, Chapter 26. Fully transformed beasts. These figures were slender and nimble, moving as silently as cats. Though their faces were concealed, the moment they entered within 10 meters of Luo Li, he recognized them as bearers of beastly seeds. His waist's demon-seeking bug began to glow brightly. This individual could manipulate the bearers of beastly seeds. Once implanted with a beastly seed, a person would gradually undergo a transformation into a beast, their temperament becoming as savage as that of a wild animal, rendering them nearly impossible to command. Yet, this so-called young master you could control the bearers of beastly seeds with a jade flute. There was certainly a hidden secret behind this. Do not let this scoundrel die. I wish to personally sever his limbs and flay him piece by piece, then make dumplings for him to consume bite by bite. At this moment, young Master Yu's voice dripped with malice. He intended to spare Luo Li's life, subjecting him to the most vicious forms of torment, believing that only through such suffering could he alleviate the hatred for Luo Li severing his arm. Hearing young Master Yu's words, the beastly seed bearers rushing toward Luo Li displayed expressions akin to cats toying with mice. They were eager to play with Luo Li, their prey. You think of me as your quarry? Ha? Luo Li grinned, promptly seizing young Master Yu's silver dagger as he charged at the bearers of beastly seeds. You little brat, you think you're funny? One bearer of beastly seeds, wielding an iron chain, cursed, snapping the chain like a whip toward Luo Li. The chain was attached to a solid iron hammer the size of a watermelon, capable of crushing a bull with a single blow. Luo Li swung his knife to intercept, but the steel blade was instantly shattered. The solid iron hammer continued its trajectory, aimed directly at Luo Li's chest. Just as the hammer was about to strike, a hand suddenly appeared to block it, as if a mountain of 5 fingers had halted the hammer in its tracks, freezing it before Luo Li's eyes. Immediately afterward, Luo Li activated his iron armor technique and forcefully hurled the solid iron hammer back. In an instant, the hammer flew back with greater ferocity and speed, hurtling toward its owner. Even as the bearer of beastly seeds exerted all his strength to resist, he could not stop it. And the hammer struck him squarely on the head. Bang! The man's skull exploded like a watermelon. At this moment, Luo Li stepped forward and delivered a fatal strike to the chest of the fallen bearer, extinguishing the beastly seed residing within him. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Nyokue was killed by this kid with a single blow. This little scoundrel possesses a terrifying amount of strength. Observing the swift demise of the bearer who wielded a hammer, the other bearers of beastly seeds exchanged worried glances. Not far away, young Master Yu's expression darkened, but he soon relaxed, for he had brought 6 bearers, 2 of whom had fully matured beastly seeds within them, their bodies transformed and mutated, their combat prowess rivaling that of seasoned warriors. As Lord Yu meticulously plotted in his mind, Luo Li delivered a powerful kick to the blood-stained solid iron hammer, which immediately soared through the air, targeting another bearer of the demon seed. This unfortunate individual, still reeling from the shock of Nyokue's demise, only hastily raised his sword to block when the hammer crashed down before him. Alas, the hammer's force was overwhelming, bending his sword as if it were a bow and nearly fracturing his palm. Just as he gritted his teeth against the searing pain and managed to deflect the hammer, a glimmering silver flashed into his embrace. It was a knife, Luo Li's knife. This blade was exceptionally sharp. Upon piercing the man's chest, it sliced through, extracting a creature entirely covered in black fjord. As several streaks of silver light flitted past. This creature was torn asunder in one fluid motion. Luo Li then swung the knife backhanded, severing the head of the demon seed bearer, who met his end instantly. The second demon seed bearer lay lifeless. Without pause, Luo Li advanced towards the third bearer. Mere moments later, within a span of 10 breaths, the 4 assailants who had sought to kill Luo Li were sprawled on the ground in various exaggerated positions of death. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lu Chuier and the others trembled in fear, hiding within the carriage. The surviving members of the Changhe gang appeared as pale as sheets. This scoundrel, at that moment, Lord Yu had lost all semblance of calm. His body trembling as he glared at the top of a carriage. "What are you standing there for? Quickly, dispatch him for me." Upon the roof of the carriage stood two figures shrouded entirely in black cloth, their only features visible being their eerie, jade-green eyes. They were the two bearers of the demon seed, fully transformed into their demonic forms. Meanwhile, Luo Li was surveying his gains. After slaying those 4 demon seed bearers, his remaining lifespan surged from 23 years to 144 years. Moreover, he had scavenged 6 vials of demon power pills from the corpses. When Luo Li saw the 2 fully demonized bearers leaping from the carriage roof towards him, he decisively uncorked the vials and poured all 6 demon power pills into his mouth. Immediately, he shouted towards the tattooed bronze mirror, "Iron armor technique, enhance my prowess." As his lifespan dwindled, lines of prompt text appeared. Utilizing the demon power pills, your iron armor technique will reach a perfected state in 1 year. In the second year, your iron armor strength will grow as powerful as a python, unblocking a channel within your body, allowing your cultivation to break through to the early stages of flesh training. In the subsequent 2 years, your iron armor strength will unblock 2 additional channels, advancing you to the mid-stage of flesh training. However, as the demon power pills are exhausted, your progress in the iron armor technique will plateau, yet you remain diligent in your training. By the 31st year, the number of channels you have unblocked will reach 9. And 9 streams of iron armor energy will erupt from these channels, enveloping your body in an invisible iron armor, impervious to blades and fire. The iron armor technique will be fully realized. The human body contains 36 channels. Unblocking 1 signifies the early stage of flesh training, 3 signifies the mid-stage, and 9 signifies the late stage, while unblocking all 36 denotes perfection in flesh training. Through the aid of the tattooed bronze mirror and the demon power pills, Luo Li successfully unblocked 9 channels, directly elevating his cultivation from the perfected state of skin training to the late stage of flesh training, amplifying his inner strength nearly tenfold. Simultaneously, his iron armor technique reached completion, rendering his body as if clad in an imperceptible iron shell. At that moment, a fully demonized bearer lunged towards Luo Li. A claw, adorned with half-inch-long black nails, grasped at Luo Li's chest. Zzz, however, it felt as though it had struck an iron plate, producing a jarring screech of metal scraping against metal. The demon seed bearer felt a sharp pain in its claws. Just as it attempted to withdraw, a dark, powerful hand unexpectedly seized its wrist, unleashing a terrifying force. Crack! The demonized wrist of the bearer audibly cracked under the pressure. The bearer's face paled, and it let out a piercing, feline shriek that echoed ominously, causing Huang Chuier and the others to clutch their heads in agony. Luo Li bore the brunt of this sound, but his iron armor technique was perfected, and his ears were enveloped in its protective energy. The shriek's impact was diminished several-fold, merely leaving Luo Li slightly dazed. Thus, when the demon seed bearer attempted to grasp Luo Li's throat with its other hand, he swiftly ducked, trapping the creature's hand between his chin and chest muscles. Following this, Luo Li drove his elbow into the bearer's skull. Bang! The skull caved in under the force. Luo Li followed up with 4 or 5 more elbows, completely splitting the head apart. Chapter 27. Dislocating Joints and Bones. Disposing of the decapitated demon seed bearer on the ground, Luo Li charged at another bearer. In just 3 to 5 breaths, this demon seed bearer found its head twisted impossibly behind its back. Dead beyond revival, the iron armor technique perfected? You scoundrel, you were hiding your strength. Witnessing this scene, Lord Yu's complexion turned ashen, and he turned to flee in haste. Luo Li hurled his silver narrow-bladed knife, which struck Lord Yu in the back. Yet, Lord Yu merely stumbled before continuing his escape. Wearing defensive armor, that silver narrow blade was extremely sharp, and despite being struck, Lord Yu seemed unscathed, indicating he was indeed clad in protective gear. This only deepened Luo Li's curiosity regarding Lord Yu's origins. "Are you brother Luo Li?" Just as Luo Li prepared to pursue Lord Yu, a timid voice suddenly called out. Turning, he saw Huang Chuier regarding him with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Beside Huang Chui'er stood a group of emaciated, terrified, and helpless innocents. "You truly are Brother Luo Li. Have you come to rescue us?" Upon recognizing Luo Li's face, Huang Chui'er's fear transformed into joy. She had been captured by the Golden Wolf Gang for over half a month, enduring daily anxiety and longing for her parents. Particularly, some of those imprisoned with her had been taken away by the Golden Wolf Gang and never returned, heightening her sense of fear and helplessness. To her astonishment today, her neighbor's brother had descended from the heavens to save her. "Chui'er, do not fear. I have already sent up a signal flare, and soon the authorities will come to escort you all home." While reassuring Huang Chui'er and the others, Luo Li ignited several bamboo fireworks and launched them into the sky. After dispatching the surviving Changhe gang fighters with a swift kick, he retrieved his silver, narrow-bladed knife and followed the scent of blood in pursuit of Lord Yu. Along the way, Luo Li produced a porcelain vial, pouring several demon power pills into his mouth to replenish his energy. After defeating the 4 demon seed bearers, he had acquired 6 vials of demon power pills, all of which were consumed during his iron armor technique enhancement. This vial of demon power pills was one he had scavenged from the last 2 fully demonized bearers, totaling 4 vials. However, Luo Li's greatest gain was still the lifespan contributed by these 6 demon seed bearers. He glanced at the tattooed bronze mirror, cultivation, late stage of flesh training, martial arts, iron armor technique, perfected. Golden wolf claw, perfected. Wind listening blade technique, perfected. Secret skill, golden wolf howl at the moon, major achievement, remaining lifespan, 197 years. Originally, Luo Li had merely 23 years of lifespan remaining. After enhancing his iron armor technique, he had consumed 31 years, yet due to the contributions of the 6 demon seed bearers, his lifespan had surged to 197 years. This was the most extended lifespan Luo Li had ever possessed since birth. Indeed, slaying demons leads to great wealth. Observing his nearly 200 years of remaining lifespan, Luo Li felt elated, which further fueled his determination to pursue Lord Yu. It was worth noting that the 6 demon seed bearers had all been provided by Lord Yu. Given Lord Yu's profound cultivation and the defensive armor he wore, it was clear he had an extraordinary background. Thus, Luo Li resolved to prepare adequately. Contemplating Lord Yu, Luo Li briefly pondered, then continued his pursuit. Following the scent of blood while retrieving the book from the Golden Wolf's burlap sack. This tome contained the gang's signature martial art, dislocating joints and bones, which, once mastered, could enable one to dislocate an opponent's joints with a mere gesture. An exceedingly vicious and ruthless technique. Luo Li quickly finished reading Dislocating Joints and Bones, and then checked the tattooed bronze mirror once more. Cultivation, late stage of flesh training, martial arts, iron armor technique, perfected. Golden wolf claw, perfected. Wind listening blade technique, perfected. Dislocating joints and bones, uninitiated. Secret skill, golden wolf howl at the moon, major achievement, remaining lifespan, 197 years. Dislocating joints and bones, enhance. Luo Li resolutely poured his ample lifespan into the technique. Building upon the perfected golden wolf claw, it took merely 10 days for him to initiate dislocating joints and bones. Subsequently, within 6 months, he advanced to the minor achievement stage. At this point, the experience from the golden wolf claw no longer served him, and his training in dislocating joints and bones hit a bottleneck. A decade flew by, yet he remained stuck at this impasse as he gazed at the prompt text on the tattooed bronze mirror. A wave of frustration surged within Luo Li. This was the agony of 3,000 days and nights of arduous training with no progress, as well as a deep-seated doubt regarding his martial arts aptitude. Nevertheless, Luo Li swiftly quelled this irritation, continuing to invest his lifespan into dislocating joints and bones. 10 years turned into another 10, and during the 3rd decade, he experienced a moment of clarity, grasping the essence of the technique, thereby surmounting the bottleneck and achieving mastery in dislocating joints and bones. As he ran, Luo Li felt his fingers elongating and thinning, transforming from a dull, iron-like hue to a lustrous, jade-like sheen. This signified the completion of his mastery in dislocating joints and bones. At this moment, Luo Li only needed to make a slight gesture to cause his opponent's joints to misalign, rendering them worse off than dead. A quintessential trait of a villain. However, Luo Li remained unsatisfied and continued to infuse his life essence into the bone-splitting technique. Years turned into decades and 37 years passed in the blink of an eye. His hands, now as delicate as jade, possessed the strength to crush stone and flatten silver coins, and finally, the bone-splitting technique reached perfection after 67 years, a commendable achievement. Observing the inscription on the tattooed bronze mirror, a smile graced Luo Li's face. It is worth noting that the bone-splitting technique is a treasure-level martial art, and he had taken only 67 years to master it from initiation to perfection. Which is quite impressive. Of course, the perfected Golden Wolf Claw had also played a significant role. Where did the Golden Wolf Claw go? Could it have been absorbed by the bone-splitting technique? Luo Li gazed at the tattooed bronze mirror, somewhat astonished. Cultivation, flesh refinement, late stage, martial arts, iron armor technique, perfection, bone-splitting technique, perfection, listening wind blade technique, perfection, secret skill, golden wolf howl at the moon, great accomplishment, remaining lifespan, 130 years. As he examined the martial arts section, he noted that the golden wolf claw had vanished without a trace, likely because it shared the same origin as the bone-splitting technique and was thus devoured upon its perfection. However, Luo Li did not dwell on this. After all, the golden wolf claw was merely a foundational martial art, no longer keeping pace with his current prowess, so its absorption by the bone-splitting technique posed no concern. Having unexpectedly fled to the southern district, Luo Li stowed away the tattooed bronze mirror and realized he had traversed through the western district to arrive at the southern district. The southern district of the outer city was the domain of the Changhe gang, where residents were required to pay a monthly fee to ensure their safety. At this moment, young Master Yu, seeing Luo Li relentlessly pursue him, fled towards the headquarters of the Changhe gang. Soon, young Master Yu arrived at an estate covering several acres and leaped inside. The Changhe gang warriors stationed at the entrance not only did not obstruct him but instead bowed in deference. Is he one of them? Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Although the Changhe gang is one of the 4 major gangs in the outer city of Gaoyi County, Luo Li felt that someone of young Master Yu's caliber should be beyond their means. However, since young Master Yu had taken refuge in the Changhe gang, it undoubtedly indicated a connection. With a decisive step, Luo Li prepared to pursue him into the Changhe gang. But just then, a chilling cat's wail echoed across a large portion of the outer city of Gaoyi County. Chapter 28. Changhe Spear Technique. The cat's cry was hauntingly sorrowful. Following this mournful sound, a booming voice resonated from the western district of the outer city. The monsters that have wreaked havoc in Gaoyi County have been vanquished. The Golden Wolf Gang has abducted countless innocent civilians to feed the demons. A crime unforgivable, and every last member of their gang shall be executed. None shall be spared. Upon hearing this proclamation, countless citizens erupted in jubilant cheers. Many who had lost family members wept tears of joy. Had the cat demon been slain? Yet, the calamity of the demons was likely far from over. Outside the Changhe gang, Luo Li murmured softly before striding towards them. Who goes there? This is the headquarters of the Changhe gang. Outsiders need to leave immediately. Before Luo Li could approach, several burly men at the entrance of the Changhe gang bellowed loudly. One particularly stout man even flexed his muscular arms in a show of intimidation. Yet, Luo Li did not falter in his steps. You brat, are you deaf? Seeing this, the stout man stepped forward, swinging a heavy slap aimed at Luo Li's face. The force behind this blow was enough to knock an adult to the ground. However, as the slap approached, Luo Li merely raised a hand to grasp it, twisting it with a swift motion. Ugh! The stout man's hand became dislocated, emitting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. This moment, Luo Li gently tapped the stout man's face, causing him to fall asleep as if he were an infant. Damn! This little brat knocked out Yuan Hu? Brothers, let us take down this troublemaker. Upon witnessing Yuan Hu collapse, the other Changhe gang warriors were instantly enraged and rushed towards Luo Li. However, their strength was no match for Luo Li, and within a few breaths, they lay scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Li had already entered the Changhe gang, continuing his pursuit of young Master Yu. Who are you? Before long, a spacious courtyard came into view, where a group of men adorned with embroidered patterns of flowing rivers were gathered in small clusters, engaged in idle conversation. Noticing Luo Li's approach, A round-faced man called out sharply, "I am here to find someone." A man dressed in a trench coat and wearing a bamboo hat, known as Young Master Yu. As Luo Li spoke, he relied on the scent of blood to deduce Young Master Yu's hiding place. "What Young Master Yu? We have no such person here. You need to leave immediately." Upon hearing Luo Li's description, the round-faced man's expression darkened. However, Luo Li detected a faint trace of blood leading towards the western side of the courtyard and began to pursue it. "Are you deaf? Get out of here." The round-faced man, seeing Luo Li's disregard for him, stepped forward and attempted to grab Luo Li. In response, Luo Li swiftly countered, employing the bone-splitting technique slightly, causing the round-faced man's hand to become dislocated, resulting in a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, Luo Li continued to pursue towards the western side of the courtyard without pausing his steps. "Damn, this brat dares to storm our Changhe gang headquarters. Quickly, ring the bell and call for reinforcements." Witnessing this, one of the Changhe gang warriors immediately struck a metal bell hanging in the center of the courtyard. Dong, dong, dong. As the resounding chime echoed, all the warriors of the Changhe gang were alerted. When Luo Li arrived at a row of houses on the western side of the courtyard, dozens of Changhe gang warriors had already surrounded him. "Who dares to intrude upon our Changhe gang?" In the midst of these warriors stood an elder clad in gray, his spirit vigorous and breath profound, indicating he had reached the skin refinement stage. He was one of the 4 elders of the Changhe gang. "El Jing. I am the night watchman for Copper Badge Captain Yi Hai, here to apprehend a wanted criminal." While scanning the row of houses, Luo Li proclaimed his identity. "Friend, you must be mistaken. This is the headquarters of the Changhe gang, and there are no wanted criminals here." Upon hearing the name Yi Hai, El Jing's impending rage was swallowed back. Whether there are wanted criminals or not can only be determined after a search. Luo Li casually replied and proceeded toward a room emanating the scent of blood. "Impudent! How dare you think you can search our Changhe gang's headquarters at will?" El Jing's tone was filled with indignation as a man wielding a long spear behind him shouted loudly. Yet Luo Li appeared to be oblivious, his steps unwavering. Seeing this, the spear-wielding man became furious, lifting his spear and thrusting it directly at Luo Li's back. The spear moved swiftly and with great force. Even a skin refinement warrior would have to retreat. However, Luo Li remained unperturbed. As the spear tip was about to pierce his back, Luo Li suddenly reached back and grasped the spear shaft, stopping it abruptly mere inches from his spine. No matter how much strength the man exerted, he could not move the spear an inch. Simultaneously, Luo Li twisted the spear violently, causing the spear-wielding man's hand to be ground to a pulp. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he swung the spear's shaft, striking the man in the face. Bang! The spear-wielding man's teeth shattered, and he collapsed immediately, unconscious. What? Steward Fong was actually knocked out by this kid? Witnessing this scene, the Changhe gang warriors were filled with dread. It was known that the spear-wielding man was one of the 10 stewards of the Changhe gang, having mastered the Changhe spear technique to a great level. Yet before Luo Li, he was as fragile as paper. So, it's a young master of martial prowess. El would like to learn a thing or two. After knocking out the spear-wielding man, Luo Li was about to continue his pursuit of young Master Yu when El Jing suddenly grasped the spear shaft. Not only was El Jing at the skin refinement stage, but he had also perfected the Changhe spear technique. Upon seizing the spear, he twisted it violently, attempting to wrest it from Luo Li's grip. To his surprise, the spear held fast, akin to a mountain, refusing to budge. El Jing's expression darkened, and he began to channel the Changhe strength, amplifying his power. At this moment, he attempted to twist the spear again, and it finally began to move. El Jing's face brightened, and just as he was about to capitalize on this advantage, a displeased voice interrupted him. "Do you think I am giving you face?" In that instant, an irresistible force surged from the other side of the spear shaft, causing El Jing's hand to tremble. El Jing's expression changed, and he quickly grasped the spear with his other hand. However, it was futile as the spiraling force surged forth. El Jing was unexpectedly swept along, spinning like a scarecrow in gray. In the next moment, Luo Li swung the spear with a flick, bang. El Jing, who clung desperately to the spear, was hurled to the ground, his bones nearly shattered from the impact, leaving him unable to rise. At last, The din around Luo Li quieted down. He planted the cracked spear into the ground and turned, ready to pursue young Master Yu once more. A perfected bone-splitting technique? You are the remnants of the Golden Wolf Gang. Suddenly, a malicious hat was forcefully placed upon his head. Chapter 29. Gathering of the Changhe Gang. Four agile figures sprinted towards him. The leader, a man in his 40s clad in a cerulean robe, resembled a cultured gentleman. However, his actions were those of oppression and coercion, forcing the vulnerable into servitude. This man was none other than the leader of the Changhe Gang, Xiao Changhe. Was this never-ending? The pursuit of young Master Yu had been interrupted time and again, igniting a simmering fury within Luo Li. He kicked the spear lodged in the ground, shattering its tip, as the spear's shaft, propelled by astonishing force, hurtled towards Xiao Changhe and his companions. Just as Xiao Changhe raised his spear to block, Luo Li leaped forward, crashing into the room permeated with the stench of blood. To his dismay, the room was utterly vacant. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the rear window wide open. Young Master Yu had likely escaped through it. With a swift step, Luo Li prepared to leap out in pursuit when a furious shout rang out. You wretched remnant of the Jinlang Gang! Not only have you intruded upon my Changhe Gang's headquarters, but you have also injured several of my elite members. If I, Xiao, do not flay you alive today, I shall write my name in reverse henceforth. Accompanied by the shout, an iron spear lunged towards him. This thrust was several times more powerful than the one launched by the steward against Luo Li, the air itself cracking in response to the spear's assault. Luo Li had no choice but to halt and evade. Yet, Xiao Changhe's spear technique was exceedingly refined. As Luo Li shifted, the spear adeptly altered its trajectory and continued its relentless assault. Luo Li's expression darkened as he seized a silver, narrow-bladed knife to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the iron spear twisted like an eel, evading the knife's strike. Then, with a flick of the spearhead, it collided with the silver blade, sending it flying. That moment, Xiao Changhe thrust the spear's but end forcefully, driving the iron spear into Luo Li's shoulder. However, Xiao Changhe's expression shifted dramatically. The spear, capable of piercing a bull, felt as though it had struck an iron plate upon making contact with Luo Li's shoulder. Luo Li slightly turned, and the spearhead slid off his shoulder effortlessly. The perfected iron armor skill? Xiao Changhe instantly recognized the technique and prepared to change his approach. But before he could act, a slender, delicate hand unexpectedly grasped the iron spear. Despite its delicate appearance, the hand possessed astonishing strength. In that instant, the iron spear nearly flew from Xiao Changhe's grip. Startled, Xiao Changhe quickly switched to a two-handed hold on the spear. However, as his attention was diverted, a foot enveloped in iron armor skill suddenly kicked into his abdomen. Xiao Changhe was sent hurtling outward. What? The leader has been struck out? Hiss, who exactly is that lad? Outside, when the members of the Changhe Gang witnessed Xiao Changhe flying out of the room in disarray, they gasped in shock. What a remnant of the Jinlang Gang, archers! Prepare to shoot this wretched scoundrel dead. Xiao Changhe's anger surged. Clutching his abdomen and gritting his teeth, he frantically issued commands. Following his orders, a dozen men wielding strong bows stepped forward, knocking arrows and aiming at the room where Luo Li stood. I am the night watchman of Silver Badge, Captain Yi Hai. Let us see who dares to act recklessly. At that moment, Luo Li emerged from the room, grasping Xiao Changhe's iron spear. Upon hearing this, the archers hesitated, for killing a constable was a grave offense, especially one appointed by the court as a bronze badge captain. Utter nonsense. The night watchman of Captain Yi, I am well acquainted with. But I have never heard of you. Shoot him down, Xiao Changhe ordered menacingly as the leader of a gang. He had been thoroughly humiliated by Luo Li, losing all face. Moreover, with Luo Li still pursuing young Master Yu, he felt compelled to eliminate him, both to salvage his reputation and to eradicate future threats. Must I report to you, Xiao, whenever I select night watchman? Just then, a cold voice rang out, a figure clad in white appeared. It was Yi Hai. Captain Yi? Xiao Changhe exclaimed. Upon seeing Yi Hai standing atop the roof, his expression shifted, and he hurriedly bent at the waist, forcing a smile. Whatever you choose to do, I wouldn't dare to utter a word of objection. Ha! You certainly wouldn't dare to argue with Captain Yi, only to shoot and kill. At that moment, a man and a woman entered from outside the Changhe gang. One had slick hair, while the other was slender, but her face was veiled in black, provoking a sense of intrigue. They were Xian Miao and Miss Mu. They had previously set up defenses on Xinghua Street and, upon seeing the signal flare sent by Luo Li, assumed he was in danger. Thus, they rushed to Lushu Dan, only to find a scene of carnage, along with innocent civilians abducted by the Jinlang gang, including Huang Chui'er. After a brief inquiry, they grasped the general situation. Consequently, Zhang Jing and Song Gang remained behind to watch over Huang Chui'er, while Xian Miao and Miss Mu followed a clue left by Miss Mu on Luo Li to arrive here. And they had also sent a message to Yi Hai. Brother Xie, I would never dare to say such a thing. Xiao Changhe turned pale at Xian Miao's words, quickly turning to glare at the archers. Get out of here at once. Hearing this, the archers hastily put away their bows and retreated. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Yi Hai turned his gaze towards Luo Li, reporting to Captain Yi, I am in pursuit of young Master Yu. Luo Li briefly recounted the events. Upon learning that young Master Yu was secretly moving innocent civilians abducted by the Jinlang gang and could control demonic entity bearers with a jade flute, Yi Hai's eyes sharpened with intensity. Search for him. Even if we must comb through the entire Changhe gang, we will find young Master Yu. Hearing Yi Hai's command, Luo Li immediately prepared to act. No need for such trouble. That so-called young Master Yu has already been dealt with by me. Just then, a middle-aged voice resonated. Following this, a one-armed corpse dressed in a trench coat and wearing a hat was tossed before Luo Li. Simultaneously, a black-faced middle-aged man, adorned with a bronze badge, approached from the backyard of the Changhe gang. Captain Hua, what brings you here? Upon seeing the black-faced man, Yi Hai's expression tightened. This man was one of the 4 bronze badge captains of Gaoyi County. With more seniority than him, I was pursuing a steward of the Jinlang gang nearby when I happened upon someone intruding into the Changhe gang, so I dealt with him. He must be that so-called young Master Yu. Hua Dongping explained with a grin, asserting that the one-armed corpse was indeed young Master Yu. This man is not young Master Yu. However, as soon as Hua Dongping finished speaking, Luo Li interjected. What did you say? Hearing this, the smile vanished from Hua Dongping's face. Captain Yi, young Master Yu should still be within the Changhe gang. We must act swiftly. Luo Li ignored Hua Dongping. He reported to Yi Hai and then rushed back towards the previous room, causing Hua Dongping's already darkened face to grow even darker. You impudent wretch, I shall educate you on manners. With a sharp reprimand, Hua Dongping lunged towards Luo Li. Chapter 30. Numerous doubts. Luo Li, be careful. Not far away, Xian Miao observed this scene and urgently called out. Yi Hai leaped down from the roof, hurrying towards Luo Li. Hua Dongping not only had achieved the perfection of the flesh refinement stage, but also inherited the true teachings of Zhang Tiebian, currently cultivating the spiritual level martial art, 9 turns iron armor skill. Should he strike with full force, even if Luo Li survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Yet, before Yi Hai could reach him, Hua Dongping, who had lunged at Luo Li, retreated in a disheveled manner, his face contorted in shock and anger. What is happening? Seeing this, Xian Miao and the members of the Changhe gang were left in astonishment. Wasn't Hua Dongping about to educate Luo Li? Why had he suddenly stopped? This lad has some skills. Yi Hai was similarly taken aback, but soon wore a smile, for he had noticed Hua Dongping's right hand was slightly twisted, as if its tendons and bones were misaligned, causing him immense pain. It was evident that he had suffered a setback at the hands of Luo Li, with the perfected split tendon and bone technique, coupled with the perfected iron armor skill. Just who exactly are you? As Hua Dongping steadied himself, he began to realign his misaligned tendons and bones while questioning Luo Li. It was known that the split tendon and bone technique and the iron armor skill were prized martial arts of the Jinlang gang and the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, respectively. Ordinary individuals could not learn them. Moreover, even if they managed to learn them, it would be impossible to master both techniques to perfection at such a young age, before reaching 20. When did Brother Luo learn the Jinlang gang's split tendon and bone technique? I was completely unaware. Hearing Hua Dongping's words, Xian Miao was baffled. You know that fellow named Luo? Miss Mu beside Xian Miao could not help but inquire. Just a bit. Xian Miao hesitated, responding uncertainly. Then what are you even saying? Meanwhile, Luo Li, having repelled Hua Dongping using the iron armor skill and split tendon and bone technique, had already stepped into the previous room. You think I can't deal with you? Hua Dongping seethed. Once again ignored by Luo Li, Hua Dongping was utterly enraged and was about to charge at Luo Li once more. Hua Dongping, do you think I am invisible? Suddenly, Yihai's cold face obstructed him. Luo Li was Yihai's night watchman. Hua Dongping's repeated aggression towards Luo Li in front of Yihai was, to say the least, a considerable affront to Yihai. Captain Yi, I assure you, my intentions are not aimed at you. Facing Yihai who stood before him, Hua Dongping's expression flickered with urgency. As the weakest among the 4 chief constables of Gaoyi County, Hua Dongping typically would not confront someone of Yihai's prestigious background directly, but today was different. If it is not aimed at me, then do not obstruct my pursuit of young Master Yu. Otherwise, do not blame Yi for being heartless. Yihai's hand rested on the hilt of his dagger. The air thick with murderous intent. Hua Dongping's lips twitched slightly, and he could only relent. Since Captain Yi has a case to attend to, you all should cooperate with him. At that moment, a voice rich with magnetism rang out. Following this, a portly middle-aged man clad in fine garments emerged, accompanied by a towering figure wielding a long iron rod. I have met with Lord Gao San. I have met with Lord Tai. Upon seeing these two, Xiao Changhe, the leader of the Changhe gang, immediately bent forward at a 90-degree angle in greeting. For the individuals present were no ordinary folk. The portly middle-aged man was the younger brother of the current head of the Gao family, managing a substantial portion of their enterprises. With a mere stamp of his foot, he could set Gaoyi County trembling. The man with the iron rod was Tai Kuan, the chief constable of Gaoyi County. Jane Sanlang, the leader of the Golden Wolf gang, had perished at the hands of Tai Kuan's mighty python dragon rod. Lord Gao San, Lord Tai Kuan. Upon seeing Gao Chongping and Tai Kuan, Yihai slightly cupped his fists in greeting and proceeded to recount the events. After all, the Changhe gang had the Gao family as their backing. So that's how it is. Then, Cousin Yi, feel free to search, even if it means turning the Changhe gang inside out. I shall not utter a word of complaint. Upon hearing Yihai's explanation, Gao Chongping immediately expressed his unwavering support. Tai Kuan remained silent, merely accompanying Gao Chongping for tea and casual conversation in the courtyard. Yihai then waved to Xie Miao and Miss Mu, hastening to assist Luo Li in his search for individuals. However, after a thorough search, they found not a trace of young Master Yu, as if he had vanished into thin air. Has he already escaped? Yihai murmured, furrowing his brows in the rear courtyard of the Changhe gang. He should still be here, but it will take some time to flush him out. Luo Li's gaze swept over the rows of houses, a feeling stirring within him that young Master Yu was still hiding within the Changhe gang. We have no time. Let's withdraw. Yihai glanced toward the front courtyard and issued the order to retreat. Captain Yi, that young Master Yu may have significant ties to the cat demon. Luo Li was reluctant to give up so easily. Young Master Yu could manipulate the carriers of demonkind with his jade flute, undoubtedly concealing secrets known only to him. Gao Chongping would not grant them more time. Gao Chongping had already been waiting in the front courtyard for quite some time, with the chief constable Tai Kuan seated beside him. They would not continue to wait indefinitely. Did that plump fellow not say that even if we turned the Changhe gang upside down, he would not utter a word of complaint? At this moment, Miss Mu queried, puzzled. That was merely for show. Yihai shook his head. Sure enough, as soon as Yihai spoke, Gao Chongping's voice echoed from the front courtyard. Cousin Yi, have you found that so-called young Master Yu? Hearing this, Yihai glanced at Luo Li and the others before striding toward the front courtyard. Lord Tai Kuan, young Master Yu has likely escaped. In the front courtyard, Yihai reported to Tai Kuan. Even if he has escaped, it is of no consequence. Tai Kuan's voice was low and measured. The troublesome cat demon has already been slain. Even if that so-called young Master Yu can manipulate carriers of demonkind, he cannot stir up much trouble. You have all been busy for a day. Go back and rest. Yihai had nothing more to add. He offered a slight bow to Tai Kuan and Gao Chongping before turning to leave with Luo Li and the others. You are called Luo Li? Suddenly, a voice inquired, reaching Luo Li's ears. Turning his head, he found Gao Chongping's plump face before him. You possess both courage and strength. I, San Yi, find you quite admirable. A smile graced Gao Changping's face. Seemingly genuinely appreciating Luo Li, however, a chill crept into Luo Li's heart. This rotund man harbored ill intentions. Luo Li, you would do well to tread carefully from now on. Gao Changping is notorious for holding grudges. Your recent actions nearly leveled the Changhe gang. You have likely incurred his wrath. Upon exiting the Changhe gang, Yi Hai cautioned. What is Gao Changping's level of cultivation? Sensing Gao Changping's animosity, Luo Li inquired. Only by understanding an enemy's background could one ensure they would be eliminated upon confrontation. Gao Changping's cultivation is not particularly high, but he is always accompanied by two masters who have perfected their Yi Jin technique. Even those at the bone refining stage would find it difficult to pose a threat to him. Yi Hai shot a glance at Luo Li and replied. Perfected Yi Jin? Luo Li's eyelids twitched. Unable to suppress a whisper, it seems I must procure a volume of spiritual-grade martial arts swiftly to elevate my cultivation to the Yi Jin and bone refining levels. Rare-grade martial arts could only enable a martial artist to reach the peak of flesh training. To step into the realm of Yi Jin and bone refining, one must possess spiritual-grade martial arts. Meanwhile, within the Changhe gang, after sending off Tai Kuan, Gao Changping approached a rock formation in the rear courtyard and pressed on a protrusion. With a rumble, the rock formation suddenly split open, revealing a tunnel leading inward. Chapter 31. Ultimate Technique, 7-Star Demon-Slaying Blade Art. Gao Changping strode into the tunnel within the rock formation. Soon, a lavish underground chamber came into view. A young man, missing his left arm up to the elbow, lay on a recliner within the chamber, closing his eyes in rest. Upon hearing Gao Changping's footsteps, he finally opened his eyes. Uncle San, have the flies outside been dealt with? The young man's long brows, paired with his currently pallid face, exuded an inexplicable ferocity. Yes, they have been resolved. Gao Changping nodded slightly, then glanced at the young man's severed arm, admonishing, Xiao Yu, you were far too careless this time. Your identity nearly became exposed, Uncle San. I did not expect to encounter such a troublesome mixed breed. Mentioning his setback, the young man's face twisted with a snarl. But I shall not give him another chance. Next time we meet, I shall directly employ the Purple Flower Nine Swords to eliminate him. This young man was none other than young Master Yu Idat, a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Gao family. He had practiced the foundational techniques of the Gao family's ultimate skill, the Purple Flower Nine Swords. However, to conceal his identity, he had deliberately utilized a blade instead of a sword, significantly diminishing his strength, which led to Luo Li severing his left arm. You are to remain here to recuperate. You are not permitted to go anywhere, Gao Changping commanded. Uncle San, my injuries are not severe, young master Yu protested. Moreover, I still need to gather offerings for the family. Do not concern yourself with the offerings, Gao Changping replied. Although we used a cat demon to divert Lu Fu and Tai Kuan's attention, the seeds of suspicion have not been eradicated. Grandfather has ordered preparations for the sacrifice to be expedited, so we must retrieve that item as soon as possible. Once our grand plan succeeds, not only Gaoyi County, but the vast area of Huanghe Prefecture will also have a place for the Gao family. As news of the cat demon's demise spread, Gaoyi County quickly returned to its former bustling atmosphere. The streets became lively once more, with vendors calling out their wares. Captain Yi, since we have nothing better to do, why not share your tale of demon slaying? On the road, Xian Yao fidgeted for a moment before mustering the courage to ask. Upon hearing this, both Luo Li and Miss Mu perked up their ears. That cat demon must have only recently gained sentience. Yi Hai had initially lacked enthusiasm for storytelling, but seeing the eager expressions of Luo Li and the others, he reluctantly obliged. This demon first endured a blow from my father's 7-star demon-slaying blade, sustaining heavy injuries and fleeing. Gao family's head, Gao Chongyue, pursued and delivered a finishing strike with the Purple Flower Nine Swords. And then it perished. Yi Hai's father, Yi Guantao, was one of the 3 demon hunters in Gaoyi County. Gao family's head, Gao Chongyue, was also among them. Ah, is that all? Upon hearing Yi Hai's account, Xian Miao appeared bewildered. The process of slaying the demon seemed too mundane and uneventful, devoid of any twists and turns, entirely unlike what Xian Miao had envisioned. For demon hunters, a lack of tumultuous events was indeed a blessing. Yi Hai seemed to recall something from the past, his expression dimming slightly. Of course, the reason this demon slaying was so smooth was primarily due to the cat demon's weakness. Demons are categorized into sentience, transformation, purple mansion, and Dan embracing. Even the weakest of sentient demons, once they achieve full sentience, could pose a threat to masters at the bone refining stage. As for transformation demons, only those who have undergone blood exchange and organ refinement could contend with them. I believe it is not that the cat demon was too weak, but rather that both the head of the Yi family and the head of the Gao family were too strong. Xian Miao adjusted his slicked-back hair. If I were to cultivate the 7-star demon-slaying blade art passed down from Captain Ye's family, I could easily handle that cat demon in no time. What are you daydreaming about? Miss Mu shot a scornful glance at Xian Miao, retorting, the 7-star demon-slaying blade art from the Yi family and the purple flower 9 swords from the Gao family are the only 2 ultimate martial arts in all of Gaoyi County. Only those of the family lineage are permitted to cultivate them. Martial arts are categorized into foundational, precious, spiritual, and ultimate levels. Foundational martial arts correspond to the 3 vital energy gates. Precious martial arts pertain to the realms of skin refining and muscle training. Spiritual martial arts relate to the practices of tendon transformation and bone forging. Ultimate martial arts correspond to the processes of blood exchange and organ refinement. Only by mastering ultimate martial arts can one transcend the bone forging realm and step into the domain of blood exchange. No matter, I can begrudgingly join the Yi family, Xian Miao declared with an air of mysterious confidence. Join the Yi family? And you say it's begrudging? Is it because of your poverty, your appearance? Or perhaps you're 6 months without washing your hair? Upon hearing Xian Miao's words, Miss Mu couldn't help but fire off a barrage of questions. Even Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. After scrutinizing Xian Miao from head to toe, he found that apart from that greasy mane, there was nothing commendable to speak of. You don't understand. I'm planning to go for the beauty route, Xian Miao said, running his fingers through his hair, his confidence swelling. The beauty route? Brother Xie, do you even possess beauty? Observing Xian Miao's flamboyant demeanor, Luo Li couldn't resist inquiring that. Of course, I once did. Xian Miao replied emphatically. Once did? What about now? Luo Li pressed further. This question left Xian Miao momentarily speechless. And after a pause, he retorted, You go, I don't wish to converse with you now. Enough of this chatter. Let us discuss the situation regarding the extermination of the demon seed bearers. At this moment, Yi Hai interjected, I have slain approximately 4 or 5 demon seed bearers. Here are the demon seed samples. Miss Mu tossed a small cloth pouch hanging from her waist towards Yi Hai. 5 demon seed samples grant you 50 merits. Yi Hai opened the pouch, took a glance, and then secured it at his waist. Adding to your previous 60 merits, you can exchange for a piece of precious martial arts. In Chun Kingdom, killing demon seed bearers and acquiring demon seed samples earns 1 merits. For demon seeds from the wisdom realm, each kill yields 10 merits. Merits have a wide array of uses, but the most common application is at the Demon Extermination Division in Chun Kingdom, where they can be exchanged for martial arts, weapons, elixirs, or even handsome men and beautiful women. I do not wish for martial arts. Miss Mu decisively shook her head. As usual, I want these merits exchanged for various poisons. The more lethal, the better. Compared to martial arts, Miss Mu has a greater affinity for poisons. Very well. Yi Hai nodded. Then turned to Luo Li. I have killed 6 demon seed bearers. Luo Li also handed a pouch to Yi Hai. 2 fully mature demon seeds. Quite impressive, Yi Hai remarked, a smile crossing his face. Adding in the demon seed bearers you previously dispatched. You now have 120 merits. Thank you. Yi Hai. A smile broke across Luo Li's face, and he then asked, Can 120 merits be exchanged for a piece of spiritual martial arts? After encountering Gao Chongping, Luo Li felt a sense of urgency rise within him, prompting him to expedite his cultivation to the level of tendon transformation and bone forging. However, to break through the muscle training realm and enter the tendon transformation realm, one must possess spiritual martial arts. No, spiritual martial arts require a minimum of 1,000 merits. Spiritual martial arts are not common commodities. There isn't a single one available in the entirety of Gaoyi County's outer city. Even a flawed version will suffice. Luo Li settled for a compromise. After all, he has the tattooed bronze mirror, which only requires a bit of lifespan to complete the fragmented martial arts. I'll take you to the martial arts building to have a look. But I do not recommend cultivating flawed martial arts. Wei Yihai pondered briefly before leading Luo Li to the martial arts building established by the Demon Extermination Division in Gaoyi County. Chapter 32. Martial Arts Building, the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique. The martial arts building is adjacent to the county office, a quaint three-story wooden structure. At the entrance, a rattan lounge chair is placed, where an elderly man with sparse hair is leisurely basking in the sun. Follow me. Wei Yihai greeted the old man with a respectful gesture and then led Luo Li inside the building. The first floor of the martial arts building features 4 shelves, upon which numerous wooden boxes are placed, each accompanied by a note detailing the martial arts within and their exchange prices. Perhaps due to a long absence of visitors, the boxes are coated in dust, with some even gnawed at by mice. You should at least assign a younger guardian. At least they could make some noise at night to scare off the mice. Luo Li lamented upon seeing the gnaw marks on the boxes. The old man at the entrance is far from diligent. Luo Li surmised that if this elderly guardian remains, the martial arts within would soon be devoured by the rodents. Enough of this nonsense, let us head to the second floor. Yihai cast a glance at the sunbathing old man, his eyes filled with trepidation. Replacing this old guardian with a younger one might resolve the rodent issue. But the martial arts inside would likely be swiftly borrowed. The first floor of the martial arts building contains foundational martial arts, while the second floor holds precious martial arts. Upon reaching the second floor, Luo Li discovered only 2 shelves, displaying approximately several dozen wooden boxes, each with an accompanying description note below. Fiery Blade, Precious Mid-Tier, Exchange Condition, 100 merits. Golden Eagle Leaping Technique, Precious High Tier, Exchange Condition, 130 merits. Exorcism Blade Manual, Precious Top Tier, Exchange Condition, 200 merits. Luo Li approached, and before him lay one precious martial art after another that he had long yearned for. He even spotted the Tendon Displacement Technique and Iron Armor Technique, which could be acquired for 90 and 180 merits, respectively. However, Luo Li merely lingered briefly before resolutely proceeding to the third floor. What he urgently needed was a piece of spiritual martial arts, preferably a technique, to help him break through the muscle training bottleneck and step into the realm of tendon transformation and bone forging. The third floor also features 2 shelves. One displays techniques while the other showcases combat skills, movement techniques, secret arts, and so forth. The so-called techniques are essentially martial arts that elevate a warrior's cultivation level. For instance, the Iron Armor Technique from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School and the Golden Wolf Heart Method from the Golden Wolf Gang. Only through practicing these techniques can a warrior rapidly enhance their vital energy and transform it into internal force. Luo Li first approached the shelf displaying techniques. There are not many spiritual martial arts techniques. Approximately 7 or 8, and the exchange prices are exorbitant. Even the incomplete versions start at 800 merits. This is simply outrageous. Luo Li winced at the prices. With his 120 merits, he couldn't even afford a flawed spiritual technique. It's still quite a bargain. Wei Yihai stood beside him, arms crossed, and remarked nonchalantly. For example, the spiritual technique 9 turns Iron Armor from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Even if you treat Zhang Tiexin like an ancestor, he may not pass it on to you. But here, it only requires 2,000 merits. The Iron Arm Martial Arts School is one of the 3 major martial arts schools in Gaoyi County. And its signature technique is not the Iron Armor Technique, but the spiritual 9 turns Iron Armor Technique. Luo Li also spotted this spiritual technique on the shelf, available for 2,000 merits. However, the difficulty of accumulating 2,000 merits through slaying demons is not much less than treating Zhang Tiexin as a revered ancestor. Sighing, Luo Li temporarily extinguished his desire to exchange for a spiritual technique. He then approached the shelf displaying combat skills and movement techniques. Huh? This one is so inexpensive? Suddenly, a look of delight crossed Luo Li's face. He discovered a spiritual martial art that could be exchanged for only 110 merits. Luo Li took down the introduction note for that martial art and read it carefully. The Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique, upon mastery, grants immense strength, capable of single-handedly toppling cities and strongholds, classified as a top-tier spiritual martial art. Note: the current version is severely incomplete, with risks of fatality during practice. Exchange condition: 110 merits. So it's severely flawed. No wonder it's so cheap. After reading the introduction to the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, Luo Li understood. A complete version of the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique would require at least 3,000 merits. Don't bother looking any further. This is a trap, and several people have already perished practicing it. At that moment, Yihai's voice interjected. Due to its exceptionally low exchange price, many have attempted to seize the opportunity over the years, only to find themselves not only failing to gain the Thousand Gene strength, but instead meeting their demise. Yihai did not wish for Luo Li to become the next victim of the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Brother Yi, I want to give it a try. After all, it's just 110 merits. Nevertheless, Luo Li directly picked up the box containing the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. While this martial art may be a pitfall for others, for Luo Li, it was a juicy morsel presented to him. Are you certain? Yihai raised an eyebrow, cautioning him. Luo Li merely smiled faintly, opening the box and extracting the few pages within. Goodness, this incompleteness is quite excessive, isn't it? Looking at the few pages in his hand, Luo Li couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had initially thought the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique was merely missing a portion, only to realize that it consisted solely of the introduction and conclusion, with the entire middle section absent. With such a significant gap, it was no wonder it had led to fatalities. It's too late to have regrets now. Consider it a lesson learned. Upon catching sight of Luo Li's demeanor, Yihai remarked. Luo Li did not respond, instead picking up several pages of paper to examine them closely. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, when Luo Li turned to the tattooed bronze mirror, the following details were revealed. Cultivation level, late stage of body refinement martial arts, iron armor technique, full mastery, bone separation technique, full mastery, wind listening blade technique, full mastery, Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, extremely incomplete, secret skill. Golden Wolf howls at the moon, great accomplishment, remaining lifespan, 130 years. Let us attempt to deduce. Given his ample lifespan, Luo Li casually infused 10 years of his life into the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. You gazed at the pages recording the introduction and conclusion of the technique, falling into deep contemplation that stretched on for a decade. Luo Li was taken aback. He had just expended 10 years of his life, enough to elevate a foundational martial art from its initiation to full mastery. Yet pouring it into the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique yielded not even a ripple. At another 10 years, Luo Li inhaled deeply and infused another decade of his life into the technique. You observed the pages in your hand, consumed by thoughts, and before you knew it, another decade had slipped away. Watching the prompts on the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li began to feel anxious. Damn it. Another 10 years, however, it proved futile. The third decade spent yielded no progress in the deduction of the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Again. Luo Li's temper flared, and with reddened eyes, he relentlessly poured several decades into the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. At the 7th decade, the prompt from the tattooed bronze mirror finally changed. You have spent 70 springs and autumns, tirelessly contemplating and refining for over 20,000 days and nights, and have finally completed the extremely incomplete Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Upon reading this message, Luo Li was nearly overcome with tears of joy. Don't look so despondent. It's merely 110 merits. I can earn that back later. Yihai mistakenly thought Luo Li was regretting his choice and attempted to console him. Little did he know, Luo Li was filled with joy. With 110 merits, along with the unwarranted 70 years of lifespan, he had exchanged it for a complete top-tier spiritual martial art. Only a fool would regret such a trade. Chapter 33. The Great Black Hammer. Memorize this martial art before you leave. As he descended, passing the second floor, Yihai tossed a book his way. Golden Eagle Leaping Technique. Catching the book, Luo Li discovered it to be a precious agility martial art, requiring 130 merits for exchange. I don't have enough merits. After accounting for the merits spent on the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, Luo Li had only 10 merits left. I'll lend it to you. Sometimes, speed is more important than anything else. Yihai left with a cryptic remark. After expressing his thanks, Luo Li opened the Golden Eagle Leaping technique and began to scrutinize it. Before long, as he returned the Golden Eagle Leaping technique to its original place, the tattooed bronze mirror displayed an additional precious agility martial art, cultivation level, late stage of body refinement martial arts, iron armor technique, full mastery, bone separation technique, full mastery, wind listening blade technique, full mastery, Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, not yet initiated, golden eagle leaping technique, not yet initiated, secret skill, golden wolf howls at the moon, great accomplishment, remaining lifespan, 60 years. First, let us enhance the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Although the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique is a striking method and cannot help Luo Li break through the barriers of body refinement to reach the muscle transformation stage, its power is immense. If mastered to perfection, it could enable Luo Li to defeat enemies across realms. As he practiced the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, the iron armor energy within him began to transform into Thousand Gene energy. The initiation of the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique involved converting the inner energy into Thousand Gene energy. 3 months passed swiftly, and the iron armor energy in the 9 acupoints within him had transformed into 9 streams of Thousand Gene energy. Only 9 streams? Luo Li, now at the late stage of body refinement, had opened 9 acupoints, each containing around 10 streams of iron armor energy. Yet, upon conversion to Thousand Gene energy, it had diminished tenfold. This clearly indicates the superior quality of Thousand Gene energy over iron armor energy. Taking a demon power pill, he aimed to quickly cultivate 100 streams of Thousand Gene energy to reach the minor accomplishment stage. The minimum requirement for minor accomplishment in the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique is 100 streams of Thousand Gene energy. Thus, Luo Li took out the demon power pills obtained from his previous encounter and consumed one, simultaneously urging the tattooed bronze mirror to refine and absorb it while walking outside the martial arts building. By the time he exited the building, the 4 bottles of demon power pills had transformed into empty containers. Meanwhile, the Thousand Gene energy within Luo Li had increased from 9 streams to 15. Oh, the aura of Thousand Gene energy? Did this lad manage to cultivate Thousand Gene energy using that extremely incomplete Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique? At the entrance of the martial arts building, an elderly man lounging in a rattan chair under the sun suddenly sat upright as Luo Li passed by, his eyes wide with astonishment. Having seen the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique within the martial arts building, he knew it made no sense. Yet, this young man had somehow cultivated Thousand Gene energy using that nonsensical martial arts manual. It was truly astonishing. This demon power pill is quite effective, but regrettably, it is too scarce. On his way home, Luo Li discarded the 4 empty bottles by the roadside. The demon power pill seemed to be a type of elixir produced by demon seed bearers, its efficacy surpassing even that of the royal ginseng pill from the Medicine King Hall. 4 bottles of demon power pills, along with less than half a year of lifespan, had granted Luo Li an increase of 6 streams of Thousand Gene energy. However, with the depletion of the demon power pills, the growth of Thousand Gene energy came to an abrupt halt. Indeed, martial arts practice cannot be divorced from elixirs. Fortunately, this time he had accrued nearly 10,000 taels of silver, enough to purchase the royal ginseng pills from the Medicine King Hall, which should enable him to cultivate 100 streams of Thousand Gene energy. And he must buy a hammer from Jianjiang alone. Luo Li had obtained 8,000 taels of silver, and combined with other miscellaneous wealth acquired from his explorations, his fortune was nearing 10,000 taels. With a decision made, Luo Li headed to the intersection of Yeqing Street and Gaosu Street. This area is one of the most prosperous regions within Gaoyi County, and the Medicine King Hall is located here. Before long, Luo Li arrived at the intersection, where an ancient wooden building stood prominently at the bend of the 2 streets. This was the Medicine King Hall. However, instead of heading directly to the Medicine King Hall, he first visited a shop named Treasure Armory. Treasure Armory specializes in weaponry, offering a wide array of swords, spears, and halberds. Welcome. Treasure Armory is the largest weapon shop in Gaoyi County, with official government endorsement, assuring low prices and high quality. As soon as Luo Li entered the shop, a chubby attendant approached him. I need a hammer. Luo Li surveyed the weapons in the Treasure Armory. The quality was indeed impressive. Some weapons were crafted from special materials, boasting exceptional hardness and sharpness, far exceeding ordinary weapons, qualifying them as precious-grade artifacts. Selling such weapons requires government authorization. A hammer. Please follow me. The chubby attendant led Luo Li to a corner of the treasure armory. Compared to mainstream weapons like swords and sabers, hammers are relatively niche, and thus only 7 or 8 were displayed in that corner. Luo Li's gaze swept over the hammers, finally settling on a large iron hammer. Entirely black in hue, the hammer's handle was nearly 2 meters long, and its body was square-shaped, adorned with a black stripe resembling a fierce black-spotted tiger. Luo Li hefted it. It was heavy, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. With Luo Li's current strength, a single strike would surely shatter the bones and flesh of any fully armored body refinement warrior. Excellent eye, dear customer, the chubby attendant began to boast as he noticed Luo Li testing the hammer. This hammer is too heavy. Most people simply cannot wield it. Bring the owner here. If you're not sincere in your pricing, I'll leave immediately. Luo Li interrupted the attendant's idle chatter, issuing his command. Upon hearing this, the attendant realized he was dealing with a genuine buyer and hurried off to find the owner. After about half a tea's worth of time, the owner of Treasure Armory emerged, beaming with a smile as he escorted Luo Li out. Luo Li now possessed the large black hammer, while his pouch had diminished by nearly 3,000 taels. Nevertheless, he felt it was well worth the cost. With this great black hammer, once the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique reached perfection, he would dare to challenge even muscle transformation experts. Exiting the Treasure Armory, Luo Li finally made his way to the Medicine King Hall. Approximately after the burning of another incense stick, when Luo Li emerged from the Medicine King Hall, his once bulging pouch was now entirely deflated. Meanwhile, his hands were filled with over 10 small porcelain vials. The vials bore the distinctive label of the Medicine King Hall, inscribed with the words Royal Ginseng Pill. However, the royal ginseng pills contained within were several times more potent than those purchased by Xiamiao on Luo Li's behalf. This batch of royal ginseng pills was crafted from 300-year-old mountain ginseng as the main ingredient. Naturally, the price was considerably higher, with each bottle costing 500 taels of silver. This expenditure was far from unwarranted. Luo Li, with a Wang Dan of ginseng held between his teeth, enhanced his formidable strength with a bronze mirror, all the while expressing his admiration. He felt that once he consumed the remaining ginseng, his internal strength should reach a remarkable 100 strands, allowing his 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique to attain a minor level of mastery. With a heart full of joy, Luo Li returned to the Green Willow courtyard. On his way, he used the few hundred taels of silver he had left to buy gifts for his parents and younger sister. His father, Luo Yong, had a fondness for smoking, so Luo Li purchased a smoking pipe with an agate mouthpiece. His mother, He Kaihua, suffered from back pain, prompting Luo Li to buy a medicinal ointment along with a fox fur scarf. His sister, Luo Lian, was at an age where she cherished beauty, thus he acquired a box of rouge and a jade necklace for her. The thought of his family's surprised yet disapproving expressions upon receiving his gifts brought a warm smile to Luo Li's face. However, upon his arrival at the Green Willow courtyard, Chapter 34. Speak not, lest you perish, brother Xia. Why are you in such a hurry? Just as Luo Li reached the entrance of the Green Willow courtyard, he encountered Xiamiao, whose expression was grave as he exited the courtyard. Brother Luo, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Luo Li, Xiamiao's demeanor shifted to one of evident distress. But something has happened in the courtyard. Sensing Xiamiao's unsettling demeanor, a foreboding feeling rose within Luo Li. Brother Luo, I implore you to remain calm. Xiamiao first issued a precautionary warning, then continued, not long ago, He Fei, the 4th disciple of Zhang Tibi from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, took your sister Luo Lian away. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Luo Li felt the blood rush violently through his veins. Brother Luo, please do not panic. Seeing Luo Li's face twist in rage, Xiamiao hastily added, He Fei assured that she would not harm your sister, merely taking her for a tour of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. She has already harmed Lianer. Luo Li interjected coldly. A mere 11 or 12-year-old girl being taken by a stranger to an unknown place sent chills of terror and helplessness through Luo Li's heart as he imagined his sister's plight. Old Xia, please watch over my parents. I must make my way to the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Luo Li quickly suppressed his tumultuous emotions, shouted to Xiamiao, and strode away with his massive black hammer in hand. Luo Li, do not act impulsively. They took your sister to lure you to the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Do not fall for their trick. Xie Miao urged urgently. There is no need for such complications. I will retrieve Lianer from the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. Despite Xie Miao's pleas, Luo Li's pace quickened, and he soon vanished from sight. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School in the southern district of the inner city, Luo Li took a deep breath, calming his agitated emotions before entering the school with his hammer in hand. The Iron Arm Martial Arts School consisted of an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. As Luo Li entered, dozens of young practitioners were training under the guidance of a burly man with a dark complexion. Who is this person? He is even more robust than Master Lu. With shoulders broad and towering nearly 2 meters, Luo Li moved with the grace of a lion, drawing the gaze of many young practitioners. Luo Li, isn't he the son of the blacksmith who killed Master Zheng Hu? Suddenly, someone recognized him. What? This is Luo Li? What audacity! He killed Master Zheng and still dares to come to our Iron Arm Martial Arts School. Absolutely outrageous. The revelation of Luo Li's identity sent shockwaves through the outer courtyard. However, Luo Li paid no heed, heading straight for the inner courtyard. Stop right there. The Iron Arm Martial Arts School is not a place for you. At that moment, the burly man with the surname Lu stepped forward, scolding him with a stern expression. Yet, when Luo Li turned to face him, his fiery red eyes, ablaze with fury, pierced through the man, rendering him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Li reached the entrance of the inner courtyard. A circular iron door separated the outer from the inner courtyard. With a swift motion, Luo Li swung his hammer. Bang! The circular iron door caved in violently, flying off its hinges and crashing into the inner courtyard. Inside, a dozen individuals seated in a pavilion sipping tea were startled into silence by the sudden commotion. Who is He Fei? Stepped forward. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Luo Li strode through the gaping entrance, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Who dares to disturb the peace of my Iron Arm Martial Arts School? I will break your filthy teeth. At Luo Li's challenge, a broad-shouldered young man charged from the pavilion towards him. This man, Yao Guangquan, the 7th disciple of Zhang Tibi, had mastered the iron arm, iron shoulder, iron back, and iron leg techniques to perfection. As he approached, he resembled a human black bear preparing to pounce. However, Luo Li did not even glance at Yao Guangquan. As the young man lunged towards him, Luo Li casually swung his black hammer. Bang! Yao Guangquan was sent crashing into the pavilion with even greater force than he had approached. 2 disciples from the inner courtyard rushed to catch him, only to be knocked off balance, nearly breaking their arms in the process. Oh no, Brother Guangquan's arms are shattered. Damn. This brat possesses immense strength and strikes mercilessly. As the crowd helped Yao Guangquan, they noticed his arms drooping limply from his shoulders. The bones inside shattered into fragments finer than those ground by a millstone, eliciting expressions of shock and anger from the inner courtyard disciples. Particularly, a burly, middle-aged woman displayed a flicker of panic in her eyes. Are you He Fei, the 4th disciple of Zhang Tibi? Where is my sister? Suddenly, Luo Li's voice, imbued with thunderous rage, pierced through the middle-aged woman's ears. Her complexion paled, and her expression betrayed her composure. Do not be afraid. Sister He, I will handle this arrogant fool. Just then, a youthful voice emerged from a carved wooden house, a young man, whose skin bore a dark hue and whose body emanated a faint current beneath his flesh. Stepped out. It is Gao Tianming, the junior disciple. He, along with Hua Dongping, was among the few to receive the master's true teachings, capable of defeating this arrogant brat. Upon seeing the young man, the inner courtyard disciples relaxed. This young man had perfected the iron armor technique, encasing his body in an invisible iron armor. In the entire Iron Arm Martial Arts School, he ranked just below the master, Zhang Tibi, and the 2nd disciple, Hua Dongping. I will grant you 3 breaths of time. If I do not hear a satisfactory answer, you shall perish. Luo Li paid no attention to Gao Tianming. His gaze remained fixed on He Fei, causing her to feel a prickling unease. Arrogant fool, take this. Simultaneously, Gao Tianming approached Luo Li, activating the perfected iron armor technique. Aiming a punch at Luo Li's head. It was not until the wind generated by the punch brushed against Luo Li's face that he turned his head slightly. He then raised his hand and slapped, clap. Even with Gao Tianming's quick reflexes to defend, he was sent spinning through the air, landing in a heap on the ground, unconscious at this sight. Both the inner and outer courtyards of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School fell silent. As if a pin could be heard dropping, Chapter 35. 9 Revolutions Iron Armor, a human killing machine. Gao Tianming has fallen, utterly defeated. This left the disciples of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School questioning their beliefs. Could it be that Zhang Tibi's ultimate technique, the Iron Armor technique, was merely a fade, impressive in appearance but ineffective? What a martial arts prodigy, to have truly mastered the Iron Armor technique to perfection. Just as the disciples grappled with their disbelief, an elderly man with extraordinarily long arms emerged from the carved wooden house. His large frame was somewhat emaciated, making his clothing appear exceedingly loose. Yet, the moment he stepped into the courtyard, all eyes were drawn to him, for he was none other than the master of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, Zhang Tibi. "Where is my sister?" Luo Li fixed his gaze on Zhang Tibi, his voice low and menacing. Despite sensing danger emanating from Zhang Tibi, he felt no fear. "Defeat me, and I shall return your sister to you," Zhang Tibi said, slightly shifting his body with a smile. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Luo Li's foot struck the ground, propelling him forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, charging at Zhang Tibi. Before he even arrived, his massive black hammer was already aimed at Zhang Tibi's head. What a reckless fellow, daring to strike at the old master. Though advanced in years, the old man was a consummate master, and this young man would soon find himself incapacitated, reduced to crawling on the ground like a dog. Amidst the cacophony of whispers surrounding him, Zhang Tibi's somewhat slackened flesh suddenly inflated with vigor, as though it had been filled with air. At that moment, he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike the massive black hammer. With a thunderous boom, akin to a meteorite crashing down, the hammer was repelled by Zhang Tibi's hand, halted 3 feet from his body amidst violent tremors. Subsequently, he delivered another powerful blow to the hammer, causing it to recoil sharply, sending Luo Li staggering backward. As Luo Li regained his balance, Zhang Tibi had already closed the distance, colliding with him shoulder first. Stumbling back several steps, Luo Li felt a searing pain where Zhang Tibi had struck him, a testament to the efficacy of his iron armor technique. Without it, that shoulder blow alone could have crushed his chest and rendered him incapacitated. "You have indeed mastered the iron armor technique to perfection. Moreover, your iron armor strength appears significantly enhanced, far exceeding the norm." Observing Luo Li, who had been struck yet remained unscathed, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Tibi's eyes. For under normal circumstances, even a perfected iron armor technique would not withstand such a blow without sustaining damage. Luo Li offered no response. Instead, the moment he steadied himself, he swung the hammer down with ferocity. As Zhang Tibi had noted, his iron armor strength had been considerably fortified during its transformation into the Thousand Gene Force, and though it paled in comparison to the 9-turn iron armor technique, it was nonetheless formidable. Witnessing Luo Li's indomitable spirit, Zhang Tibi grinned, casually preparing to counter. Yet, beneath his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, every step he took and every strike he delivered was executed with precise timing. Though Luo Li's hammer blows were fierce and relentless, they were frequently intercepted by Zhang Tibi, rendering them ineffective. He could neither defeat Zhang Tibi nor even graze the hem of his garments. This is technique, why combat experience is woefully lacking, and the Thousand-Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique remains unrefined. While brute force may suffice against ordinary opponents, it proves futile against this man. After being repelled for the 4th time, Luo Li paused to catch his breath. "Have you realized your shortcomings? Alas, even if you have, it is of little consequence. Mastery of technique and combat experience can only be acquired through relentless practice over time. Even if you were granted a decade, you could not bridge this gap." Zhang Tibi, hands clasped behind his back, regarded him with a haughty expression. His ability to emerge unscathed from the ranks of the Huanghe Prefectural Army stemmed not only from his perfected cultivation, but also from years of accumulated combat experience. What could a mere lad, not yet 20, possibly hope to achieve against him? Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, elevate for me. As Zhang Tibi reveled in his superiority, Luo Li began infusing vast amounts of his life essence into the thousand-gene demon tiger hammer technique. Consuming one royal ginseng pill after another, he reached a point where the thousand-gene force within his meridians had reached 100 channels. Yet, he did not relent. He continued to diligently hone the striking techniques of the thousand-gene demon tiger hammer. Through the harsh winters and scorching summers, 12 years flew by, and he had now mastered the hammer technique to a remarkable degree. The nearly 2-meter-long black hammer became as agile as his own 10 fingers, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. With the prompt from the tattooed bronze mirror, a sense of profound experience, born from years of secluded training, enveloped Luo Li. His grip on the hammer transformed, shedding all traces of awkwardness and clumsiness. This boy seems different. Not far off, Zhang Tibi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and surveying the landscape, suddenly sensed an impending danger, just as he steeled himself for what was to come. Luo Li lunged forward, the massive black hammer trailing behind him, producing a deafening crack in the air. Zhang Tibi's heart raced as he swiftly unleashed his hands, which were now akin to 2 massive iron pincers, to clamp down on the black hammer. However, at the crucial moment, as his hands were about to grasp the hammer, it twisted unexpectedly, slipping through his fingers like a mudfish, and hurtled directly toward his chest. Iron armor, protect me. Zhang Tibi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily activated the 9-turn iron armor technique, his chest swelling with intensity. Yet, even with this defense, the instant the black hammer made contact, he was propelled backwards several meters. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What? The old man was struck by that boy. This must be sheer luck. There is no way it could happen again. He Fei and the others were drenched in cold sweat. They quickly concluded that Luo Li's success in striking Zhang Tibi was merely a stroke of fortune. However, before their words had even settled, Luo Li charged forward, pursuing Zhang Tibi as he attempted to evade, no matter how Zhang Tibi maneuvered. After 3 more hammer strikes, he was hit once again, his face contorting in agony. You little rascal. Do you truly believe that I possess only this much ability? 9-turn iron armor, fully unleashed. After being struck multiple times, Zhang Tibi finally recognized that this young man had surpassed him in both combat experience and technique. In a fit of rage and astonishment, he activated his ultimate skill, the 9-turn iron armor. As he did so, his previously lean figure began to swell and expand, as if inflated. Within moments, he reached a height of over 2 meters. His muscles taut, stretching his once loose garments to the brink of tearing. Gone was the appearance of an elderly man. Look, the old man is getting serious now. Is this the complete form of the 9-turn iron armor? Luo Li is finished? The crowd erupted in excitement at Zhang Tibi's transformation. Even Luo Li could not help but feel a slight tremor in his eyelids. You little brat, let's see if you can withstand another punch from me. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Tibi leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Luo Li's head. The fully unleashed Zhang Tibi was indeed a terrifying sight. He soared effortlessly, leaping 5 to 6 meters into the air. And even before his fist drew near, Luo Li felt a stinging sensation on his skin. Yet, Luo Li remained composed despite the shock, lifting the black hammer to meet the incoming blow. The clash of fist and hammer rang out with a metallic clang. An overwhelming force surged through the black hammer, forcing Luo Li to stumble back several steps. The ground beneath him bore clear imprints of his feet. In stark contrast, Zhang Tibi felt no impact at all. He was already launching a second punch. With a series of rapid strikes, after 7 or 8 punches, Luo Li was pushed back dozens of steps, his palms torn and his internal energy boiling like a tempest. Feeling on the verge of vomiting, this little rascal can withstand so many of my punches. Yet, I have perfected the 9-turn iron armor, and my internal energy, both in quality and strength, far surpasses yours. So, surrender now. Zhang Tibi practiced the 9-turn iron armor, and his internal energy, the 9-turn iron strength, was significantly more powerful than the iron strength cultivated through the iron armor technique. Even though Luo Li's iron strength had been enhanced by the 1000-gene demon tiger hammer technique, it still fell short. However, Luo Li had no intention of conceding. I will not be defeated. Golden Wolf howling at the moon, elevate for me. With a resolute proclamation, Luo Li's life essence rapidly diminished. Lines of prompt text appeared on the tattooed bronze mirror. Driven by the desire to reverse the tide and defeat Zhang Tibi, he diligently practiced the secret technique, Golden Wolf howling at the moon. Yet, due to his restless heart and lack of tranquility, he made little progress. 3 months later, he finally calmed his turbulent emotions and began to comprehend the Golden Wolf howling at the moon. Even without visible progress, his heart remained as tranquil as still water. 9 years passed, and on a night of a full moon, he experienced an epiphany. He released his body and mind to bask in the moonlight, gradually being filled with a mysterious power. That night, he underwent a transformation, becoming a golden demon wolf, its howls reverberating through the mountains and causing all beasts to bow in submission. The secret technique, Golden Wolf howling at the moon, reached perfection. With the prompt text, Luo Li sensed a change within himself, an indescribable feeling that signified his newfound strength. As Zhang Tibi approached, he decisively activated the recently perfected Golden Wolf howling at the moon. In an instant, a surge of mysterious power erupted from within Luo Li, causing his already formidable physique to swell and rise even further. Within moments, he surpassed 2 meters, reaching a height of 2.2 meters. His powerful muscles stretching his clothing to its limits, resembling forged steel and copper ingots. His hair, like golden needles, pierced through his skin. What is this sudden change? Zhang Tibi's expression shifted as he felt an unsettling sensation rise in his chest. However, before he could react, an unearthly wolf howl pierced the air, shaking him to his core. Even though his ears were shielded by the 9-turn iron strength, he was momentarily dazed in that fleeting instant. Luo Li, resembling a humanoid demon wolf, lunged forward, bringing the massive black hammer crashing down. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Tibi was sent flying like a human meteor, crashing into and demolishing a pavilion in the courtyard. What? The old man was struck and sent flying. This is impossible. It cannot be. The sight of Zhang Tibi being launched through the air left everyone at Tibi Martial Arts School in shock. Those, like He Fei, who were aware of Zhang Tibi's prowess, questioned their own sanity. Yet, amidst the astonishment, Luo Li charged toward Zhang Tibi's landing spot, intent on delivering a finishing blow. This old man was too powerful. He must be eradicated without fail to eliminate any future threats. Old man. At that moment, a voice filled with fury and indignation rang out. Immediately thereafter, a sword, glistening with a chilling sheen, shot towards Luo Li. This sword was exceedingly sharp, prompting Luo Li to swiftly raise his hammer to block it. With a resounding clang, the sword was deflected by the formidable black hammer, but a wave of cold energy surged into Luo Li's hand, causing a layer of white frost to manifest upon the hammer's surface. Luo Li's expression shifted slightly. Raising his gaze, he spotted a middle-aged beauty hurrying towards the location of Zhang Tibi. The sword just now must have originated from her. The woman's cultivation level likely surpassed even that of Zhang Tibi. Luo Li planted the black hammer firmly on the ground, shaking off the frost that clung to it, before he prepared to dash towards Zhang Tibi once more. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Luo Li hastily turned his head to see a frail girl gazing at him with an expression of uncertainty. It was none other than his younger sister. Luo Lianer. Upon seeing his sister unharmed, the weight of anxiety that had pressed upon Luo Li's heart abruptly lifted. He cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Zhang Tibi and the middle-aged beauty, then swiftly moved towards Luo Lian, intending to take her away. Boy, wait. At that moment, Zhang Tibi's voice unexpectedly emerged from beneath the collapsed pavilion. Zhang Tibi, do you truly wish for me to end your life? Upon hearing Zhang Tibi's words, a fierce glimmer ignited in Luo Li's eyes. Boy, I acknowledge your strength, but in your current state, you lack the capability to kill me. Moreover, I bear you no malice. Why then would you wish to slay me? Zhang Tibi was assisted out from the ruins of the pavilion by the middle-aged beauty. His arms appeared somewhat twisted, likely fractured, yet after the beauty set the bones and protected him with the 9 transformations iron armor technique. His injuries had significantly healed, and my sister was brought here against her will, yet you claim there is no malice? Luo Li positioned Luo Lian protectively behind him. Boy, I did not capture your sister. Rather, I invited her to converse with my wife, and in doing so, I sought to draw you here to meet her. Your sister is right before you. Ask her if we have ever caused her any trouble. As Zhang Tibi was bandaged by the middle-aged beauty, he explained. Hearing this, Luo Li regarded Luo Lian with skepticism, only to see her nodding in confirmation. So you used my sister to lure me here. Now that I have arrived and met with her, I wish to take her home. Although Zhang Tibi had not harmed Luo Lian, he had killed her third disciple, Zhang Hu, and severely injured her 11th disciple, Huang Yu. Now, he had nearly killed Luo Li as well. Regardless of any leniency shown, resentment would undoubtedly linger. Furthermore, given that the transformation into the Golden Wolf could not be sustained for long, leaving swiftly became imperative. You may depart whenever you wish, however, before you go, would you indulge me in a conversation? Not interested. Luo Li decisively declined. He harbored grave suspicions that this old man was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for his Golden Wolf transformation to dissipate before striking decisively. Do you not have any interest in the 9 transformations iron armor technique? Just as Luo Li was preparing to leave with Luo Lian, Zhang Tibi suddenly inquired. What do you mean by that? Luo Li paused in his tracks. The truth is, I came to Gaoye County primarily to select an heir for the 9 transformations iron armor technique. I feel that you would be a suitable candidate. Zhang Tibi's astonishing words left not only Luo Li momentarily dumbfounded, but also stunned He Fei and the others. Zhang Tibi, do you take me for a fool? Yet, Luo Li quickly regained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. It should be noted that Luo Li was the enemy of Zhang Tibi, having killed his disciple. Now, Zhang Tibi not only refrained from seeking revenge, but also intended to pass on his ultimate technique to Luo Li. Such a turn of events seemed fit only for the tales recounted by storytellers, and Luo Li found it utterly unbelievable. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Luo Li's words fell, Zhang Tibi tossed something towards him. Chapter 37. Huanghe Prefecture, Golden Armor Sect. This is half of the 9 transformations iron armor technique. You may take it and practice. Should you manage to grasp it within 3 months, return here and I will impart the complete technique and its accompanying methods to you. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Tibi, with the support of the middle-aged beauty, departed towards a carved wooden house. Luo Li stood there, gazing at the book in his hands, his expression shifting repeatedly. Let us return for now. Moments later, Luo Li stowed the book away and led his sister away. As they exited the TB Martial Arts Hall, a figure clad in white appeared before them. Ye Tu, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Yi Hai. Xian Miao mentioned you intended to force your way into the TB Martial Arts Hall. Have you completed that endeavor? Yi Hai's gaze initially swept over Luo Lian before settling on Luo Li's exaggeratedly torn attire. His eyes narrowing in surprise, he had detected a palpable aura of danger emanating from Luo Li. Yes, I've finished. Thank you, Ye Tu, for coming all this way. Understanding that Yi Hai's visit was to assist him, Luo Li bowed in gratitude. He then dispersed the secret technique, Golden Wolf Howl of the Moon, allowing his form to return to normal. Did Zhang Tibi give you any trouble? Yi Hai discerned the significant change in Luo Li's physique was due to some secret technique. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. For everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep hidden, and prying can lead to enmity. I had a skirmish with Zhang Tibi. That old fellow seems to possess a grand vision. I almost broke both his arms, and instead of retaliating, he repaid my aggression by gifting me half of the 9 transformations iron armor technique. Luo Li showcased the half-book that Zhang Tibi had bestowed upon him. You nearly broke Zhang Tibi's arms? Luo Li's declaration left Yi Hai utterly astounded. His expression devoid of composure. It must be noted that while Zhang Tibi had aged, he was still a master of the Yijin level, possessing greater strength than Yi Hai. How could Luo Li, a mere novice still unrefined in his martial arts, almost break Zhang Tibi's arms? What a ludicrous notion. I was simply fortunate. That old fellow is quite formidable. Were it not for the assistance of the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li would not have even been able to graze the hem of Zhang Tibi's garment. Luck is indeed a component of strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Hai felt considerably relieved. It was merely luck that allowed Luo Li to fend off Zhang Tibi. That made sense. Nevertheless, even so, Yihai's attitude towards Luoli had greatly transformed. First, let's get you some proper clothing, and then I will escort you both home. As they made their way to the tailor shop, Yihai suddenly remarked, by the way, I once heard a rumor regarding Zhang Tibi. What rumor? In his youth, Zhang Tibi was the eldest disciple of the Golden Armor sect in Huanghe Prefecture. It is said he possessed great talent for cultivating the sect's ultimate technique, 9 transformations Golden Armor technique, and was regarded as the successor by the then sect master. However, just before the master was to pass on the position, he suddenly succumbed to poisoning and died at that moment. Another disciple of the sect appeared and accused Zhang Tibi of having poisoned the sect master. Thus, Zhang Tibi went from being the young master of the sect to being labeled a traitor who had murdered his own teacher, becoming a target for all. So Zhang Tibi was falsely accused? Luoli raised an eyebrow, not expecting Zhang Tibi to have such a tragic past. It is highly probable. Yihai nodded to in order to survive. Zhang Tibi ultimately joined the Huanghe army, only to retire over a decade ago. With the introduction of the Gao family, he established the Tibi Martial Arts Hall here. The reason for his act of kindness is likely due to recognizing your martial arts talent and desiring to use you to exact revenge on the Golden Armor sect, thereby clearing the stain that has lingered on him for years. After hearing this, Luoli appeared contemplative. If this rumor regarding Zhang Tibi held any truth, then his actions of repaying kindness with kindness could indeed be rationalized. Engaged in casual conversation, the trio arrived at a tailor shop. Luoli purchased the largest ready-made outfit available, which, while not perfectly fitting, was at least preferable to returning home in tattered rags. Liener, once we return, have mother take you and father to the tailor near the Green Willow courtyard to have some new clothes made for you as well. On the way home, Luoli addressed his sister. Luolian. Aside from Luoli, who frequently tore his garments and had procured several new outfits, the rest of the family still wore old clothing. Luolian's attire bore several patches. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Things in the inner city are quite expensive, and new clothes will surely be even pricier. Luolian, still a young girl, naturally desired new clothes but hesitated. After all, once they reached the inner city, their parents could not forge iron and would have no source of income. Do not fret about money. Your brother has recently come into considerable wealth and is nearly swimming in riches. You and our parents should help me spend some of it to alleviate the burdens of being overly affluent. Luoli produced a handful of silver from his pouch, adopting an ostentatious demeanor. Wow, so much silver, brother. You're amazing. However, Luolian believed him wholeheartedly, her face alight with avarice, especially after Luoli presented her with blush and a necklace specifically for her. The smile on her sister's face grew ever more radiant. Half an hour later, Luoli and Luolian arrived at the Green Willow courtyard. Uncle and Aunt, Luo Gu has brought Liener back. At the entrance of the courtyard, Xie Miao, with his hair shining and slick, was the first to spot Luoli and his companion. He promptly rushed to share the joyous news with Luo Yong and He Kai Hua. Upon hearing the news, He Kai Hua, her eyes swollen and red, immediately dashed out of the courtyard. Luo Yong, who had been smoking his dry tobacco for half the day, also tossed aside his smoking pipe and hurried after He Kai Hua. When the two reached the courtyard entrance, they coincidentally collided with Luo Li and Luo Lian. Tears of joy streamed from He Kai Hua's reddened eyes. The return of the children in full vigor was indeed a good omen. Why weep? Luo Yong, noticing He Kai Hua in tears, scolded with a stern face. Little did he realize that his own eyes were also red. He merely suppressed the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. After a tumultuous exchange of emotions, Luo Yong and He Kai Hua finally calmed down and proceeded to the kitchen to wash pots and prepare meals, with Luo Lian following suit to assist. Thank you, Brother Xie and Brother Zhang. For your kindness today I shall treat you all to drinks at the Zui Xian Lu another day. Luo Li expressed with a fist salute to Zhang Jing and Xie Miao in the courtyard. Zui Xian Lu? I shall definitely be there, Zhang Jing replied eagerly, for Zui Xian Lu was the most prestigious tavern in Gaoyi County, renowned for its signature drink, Zui Xian Yang, which cost a hefty 10 taels of silver per jar, a delight Zhang Jing had long coveted. I won't go, Xie Miao interjected, slicking back his hair. Unless you prepare a jar of Zui Xian Yang for me, then don't come. I can enjoy more of Zui Xian Lu's delicacies, Luoli retorted. Haha, indeed. I appreciate Brother Xie's absence. Before Luo Li could respond, Zhang Jing chimed in, followed by Lu Fei and Song Gang, who joined in the jest, leaving Xie Miao, who intended to impress, utterly dumbfounded. After a brief bout of merriment, everyone returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to his room, Luo Li propped the large black hammer against the bedside and retrieved the half-book of techniques gifted by Zhang TB.9 turns Golden Armor Technique. Chapter 38. Connecting the 20 key acupoints. Inside the room, Luo Li read through the initial section of the 9 turns Golden Armor Technique and then gazed into the tattooed bronze mirror. Level: late stage of body refinement. Martial arts. Iron Armor Technique, perfected. Split muscle and bone hand, perfected. 9 turns Iron Armor Technique, incomplete. Beginner. Secret skill. Golden Wolf howls at the moon, perfected. Remaining lifespan: 38 years and 7 months. Lifespan indeed seemed to dwindle swiftly. Just this morning, his remaining lifespan had been a robust 197 years, yet before nightfall, it had plummeted below 40 years. Moreover, the silver and demon power pills acquired from his previous exploits had been entirely consumed, leaving Luo Li once again destitute. First, I must elevate the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique to the beginner level. After a slight adjustment, Luo Li infused his lifespan into the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique. With the aid of the perfected Iron Armor Technique, he transformed his internal Iron Armor Energy into 9 turns Iron Armor Energy within merely 3 months, successfully entering the beginner stage of the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique. The Iron Armor Technique and the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique shared a common origin. Having practiced the Iron Armor Technique first, the transition to the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique was markedly quicker. Thus, Luo Li continued to channel his lifespan into the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique, absorbing Zhang Tibi's insights on the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique. Coupled with the residual power of the Demon Energy Pills and the Royal Ginseng Essence, he diligently practiced for merely 6 months, reaching a total of 20 acupoints opened within his body. However, the medicinal energy had been exhausted, leading his training to hit a bottleneck. Progressing at a snail's pace, it seems that to achieve significant breakthroughs in my cultivation, I must resort to pills, Luo Li sighed, halting the infusion of his lifespan. Without the assistance of medicinal pills, even if he were to expend his entire remaining lifespan, it was unlikely he could reach a minor accomplishment in the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique. Yet, Luo Li found himself devoid of any pills, and his silver had been completely drained. Time for a brief respite. Slaying demons was the quickest path for Luo Li to gain lifespan and wealth. Although the demon calamity in Gaoyi County appeared to have subsided, Luo Li felt an inkling that this was merely the beginning. Shaking his head, Luo Li turned his gaze to the tattooed bronze mirror. Level: late stage of body refinement. Martial arts. Split muscle and bone hand, perfected. 1000 Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique, minor accomplishment. 9 turns Iron Armor Technique, incomplete. Beginner. Secret skill. Golden Wolf howls at the moon, perfected. Remaining lifespan: 37 years and 11 months. The perfected Iron Armor Technique had vanished from the tattooed bronze mirror, having likely been absorbed by its counterpart, the 9 turns Iron Armor Technique. However, this was a positive development, as the transformation of Iron Armor Energy into 9 turns Iron Armor Energy significantly enhanced the quality and power of Luo Li's internal energy, multiplying its potency several times. Furthermore, he had opened 20 acupoints, just 16 short of the 36 required for the perfected body refinement stage. "Brother, it's time for dinner." At that moment, his sister's voice echoed from outside the room. Luo Li rose and stepped out, finding 4 large bowls and a bucket of white rice already laid out on the dining table. The substantial portion was primarily due to Luo Li's prodigious appetite. Nevertheless, even so, he merely felt slightly full after the meal. After dining, Luo Li handed over the agate smoking pipe he had purchased for his father, Luo Yong, along with the medicinal ointment and scarf for his mother, He Kaihua. What a waste of money. Although Luo Yong genuinely appreciated the gifts from his son, he feigned scolding. Meanwhile, his mother, He Kaihua, incessantly reminded Luo Li to be frugal, hoping he would find a suitable wife in the future. Luo Li, overwhelmed by their admonitions, feigned a desire to practice his techniques and hurried back to his room. In the following days, Luo Li remained in the Green Willow courtyard, adjusting his state of being. He also fashioned several new outfits for his parents and sister, gradually restoring a sense of normalcy to their lives. However, just as Luo Li thought he could enjoy a few peaceful days, strange occurrences unfolded once more in the inner city of Gaoyi County that very night. Xiaoxia, what on earth happened last night? Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Luo Li was preparing to practice when Song Gang suddenly approached Xie Miao's door and inquired. Once again, demons have emerged in Gaoyi County. I heard they killed dozens of people last night, all of whom had their hearts and livers ripped out. The scene was utterly horrific. Xie Miao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, responded cryptically. What? More demons in the county? Why are these cursed demons fixated on Gaoyi County? I'm truly fed up. Upon hearing Xie Miao's words, Song Gang erupted in foul language. For he had children to protect and loathe demons and evil spirits. Old Xie, have you seen the victims from last night? As Song Gang vented, Luo Li interjected with a question. I haven't seen them, but a friend of mine did. Their condition was even worse than what we encountered a few days ago. Guts spilled everywhere, Xie Miao replied, lowering his voice. This newly emerged demon likely knows the one we eradicated. It seems to be retaliating against us with such malicious tactics. Upon hearing this, Luo Li and the others felt a tightening in their chests. They each returned home, advising their families to refrain from going out, especially at night. The resurgence of demons presents both a crisis and an opportunity for me. After ensuring his family was safe, Luo Li pondered. Clutching the tattooed bronze mirror, he knew that only by slaying demons could he acquire their remaining lifespans and swiftly grow stronger. With the demons returning, if Luo Li seized the opportunity, he might soar to new heights. Exhaling deeply, Luo Li pushed aside his thoughts and focused intently on practicing the Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. As evening fell, Zhang Jing hurriedly arrived. Everyone, regarding last night's events, Lord Tai Kuan has already investigated. It was indeed the work of a cat demon. Inside Xie Miao's home, Zhang Jing spoke gravely. This cat demon is likely hiding in the county, having come along with the previous one that was eradicated, damn it. So it's the accomplice of the cat demon. What shall we do now? Does Lord Tai Kuan have any plans? Yi Tu mentioned that Lord Tai Kuan is currently tracking the cat demon, and once they locate it, they will summon the demon-slaying masters from both the Gao families to strike with full force. As for us, we must ensure our families are secure and be ready to assist in the extermination at any moment. Zhang Jing succinctly outlined the situation before departing in haste. After Zhang Jing left, Luo Li and the others also dispersed. Soon, the night darkened to the point where one could hardly see their own hand. Once Luo Li's parents and sister had gone to sleep, he quietly took the large black hammer and slipped out of the Green Willow courtyard. Chapter 39. Patrolling the streets, the mysterious watchman. The night was as dark as ink. Luo Li held a lantern as he walked along the desolate streets. Due to the events of the previous night, the inner city was under strict lockdown. With a curfew in effect, Luo Li's lantern bore the inscription Patrol, exempting him from the curfew restrictions. It was already October 23 RD, and the night was exceedingly cold. The flame of the lantern flickered erratically in the wind. The streets were devoid of any souls, save for the haunting wind and endless darkness. Yet, Luo Li remained calm, for he had come to test his luck. Encountering a few demon carriers would be ideal. If not, he would simply take a stroll while breathing in the crisp winter air. Before long, Luo Li had wandered the streets for nearly 2 hours, traversing from the eastern district of the inner city to the southern district. But apart from encountering 2 patrol squads and 4 or 5 watchmen, he found nothing else. It seems there's no luck tonight. After replacing the candle in his lantern, Luo Li prepared to head home. But at that moment, a figure clad in a watchman's garb suddenly turned the corner from the street ahead. Upon seeing Luo Li with his patrol lantern, the individual's expression shifted slightly before they promptly turned and retreated down the same street from whence they came. Something is amiss. In an instant, Luo Li perceived a clue and promptly pursued the figure with determined strides. However, upon reaching the street where the night watchman had turned back, he found the area shrouded in darkness. As if the watchman had vanished into thin air, it seemed he had extinguished his lantern to conceal himself. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Li lifted his lantern and ventured into the street to search. The narrow, dilapidated street was lined with shops and residences, all of which had their doors and windows tightly shut. Luo Li's gaze swept across the surroundings, seeking the elusive watchman. To his dismay, it appeared that the watchman had already fled the street. After traversing half of it, he found no trace of him. Just as Luo Li was passing by an alley, a knife suddenly slashed towards his throat. The strike was swift and unexpected, a move that would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Yet, before the blade could make contact, a flash of silver light appeared in an instant. The knife, along with half of the assailant's arm, fell to the ground. A chilling scream pierced the night air. However, mere seconds after the scream erupted, it was abruptly silenced. This was due to Luo Li's hand gripping the assailant's jaw with a fierce twist, dislocating it entirely. Despite his agonized wails, no sound escaped his lips. Subsequently, Luo Li seized the man's other arm and legs, twisting them until they were rendered useless, leaving the assailant crumpled on the ground. Having accomplished this, Luo Li illuminated the man's face with the lantern, revealing a weathered visage of approximately 50 years. Clad in the garb of a night watchman, he bore a clapper for signaling the hours at his waist. Yet, Luo Li understood that this man was more than just a watchman. He was a bearer of a monstrous lineage. The demon-hunting insect at Luo Li's waist was emitting a faint glow. My technique, the bone dislocation grip, can amplify your current suffering tenfold. If you wish to avoid the excruciating torment of your bones being unmade and your existence rendered unbearable, then you shall answer my questions truthfully. Confirming the watchman's identity, Luo Li crouched before him, speaking in a soft yet menacing tone. Upon hearing this, the watchman nodded eagerly. The bone dislocation grip was indeed a brutal technique. The pain Luo Li had inflicted upon him was far worse than the loss of an arm. You have wantonly harmed innocents in Gaoyi County. What is your purpose? Seeing the watchman nod, Luo Li reattached the man's jaw. I do not murder the innocent. Every 7 days, I merely prepare a shipment of goods for the envoy. I know nothing of the other matters. The watchman responded earnestly as his jaw was rejoined. What are these goods? And who is the envoy? The goods consist of individuals born under the sign of the tiger. The envoy instructs me to deliver 2 adults and 1 child every 7 days. As for the envoy's identity, I am unaware. The watchman explained, whenever the envoy meets me, he is clad in a black robe, obscuring his face. Where can one meet the envoy? Luo Li pondered briefly before continuing his inquiry. The envoy appears and disappears at will, the watchman replied, shaking his head. When he wishes to see me, he will come. I cannot contact him. And during the delivery of the goods, does he not appear? Typically, I leave the goods at a designated location, and someone will come to collect them. I cannot say whether the person retrieving the goods is the envoy. One final question. Luo Li locked eyes with the watchman. Are you aware of the whereabouts of other bearers of monstrous lineages? If you assist me in capturing 2 others, I shall set you free. I have not encountered other bearers. The watchman's eyes lit up momentarily, only to be followed by a regretful shake of his head. Luo Li maintained his gaze upon the watchman, sensing no deception in his words. With decisive motion, he swung his silver narrow blade, piercing the watchman's chest. A brief, feline-like cry emanated from within him. Soon after, the watchman, along with the monstrous lineage he bore, ascended to the heavens. By eliminating a bearer of a monstrous lineage, you have gained the remainder of their lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 79 years and 1 month. Upon the watchman's demise, a line of text appeared on the tattooed bronze mirror. Observing this, a smile graced Luo Li's face. He then rummaged through the watchman's corpse, discovering several taels of silver and 2 keys. 1 key belonged to the watchman's dwelling, while the other was for the location where he stored his goods. Tomorrow marked the day of delivery for this individual. Perhaps a significant opportunity lay ahead. Luo Li had already gleaned the specific date, address, and method of the watchman's deliveries. Thus, he hoisted the watchman's body and made his way to the watchman's residence. The watchman resided in a dilapidated courtyard. After observing for a moment to ensure no danger lurked within, Luo Li pushed the door open and entered. The watchman was alone, having lost his parents and never married. Upon entering the courtyard, Luo Li discarded the watchman's body onto the ground and ascended a wooden ladder to the top of the courtyard wall. Peering over, he spotted an abandoned mansion nearby. The walls of this mansion were high, and it appeared uninhabited. After observing intently for a moment, Luo Li descended the ladder and entered the watchman's dwelling, retrieving a rusty bell before stepping outside. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the previously observed abandoned mansion, hanging the bell on the door. He then turned and retraced his steps. Mayhap tomorrow would bring someone to collect the goods. Not long after, Luo Li sat beside the watchman's corpse, closing his eyes to rest. The reason he hung the decrepit bell at the abandoned mansion's entrance was that it was a requisite step for the watchman's delivery. The individual collecting the goods would only enter the mansion upon seeing the bell. As for this abandoned mansion, it was indeed the place where the watchman delivered the goods to the envoy. Time flew by, and soon the eastern sky began to lighten. At that moment, a tightly wrapped horse-drawn carriage appeared in the narrow alley. As the carriage passed the abandoned mansion, it slowed its pace. The driver glanced at the mansion's entrance, and upon seeing the bell hanging there, casually pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a stop. A burly man descended from the carriage, retrieving a key to unlock the gate and stepping inside. Before long, 2 burlap sacks were carried out by the sturdy man and tossed into the carriage. Why only 2? The driver frowned slightly at the sacks. I found only 2. It seems Wang Er has failed to complete his task. The burly man replied, climbing back into the carriage. Wang Er is such a fool. The driver cursed under his breath before cracking the whip and driving the carriage out of the alley. Finally, the goods have arrived. My night of braving the cold wind was not in vain. Witnessing this scene, Luo Li decisively rose to follow. After leaving the abandoned mansion, the carriage made 2 more stops to collect goods before heading towards the western district of the inner city. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage entered a sprawling estate covering several acres. It seemed this was the source of the trouble point. One could only wonder if there were merely bearers of monstrous lineages within, or if another cat demon lurked there as well. Several hundred meters from the estate, Luo Li's expression turned solemn. If it were simply bearers of monstrous lineages, he possessed the strength to eliminate them with ease. However, should another cat demon be hiding within, he would be at a disadvantage. Yet, before Luo Li could finalize his thoughts, several agile figures began to converge around him in a menacing circle. Have I been exposed? Luo Li raised an eyebrow. He had been exceedingly cautious while tailing the carriage, yet somehow, he had already drawn attention. Seize him. Slay this brat. A voice laced with murderous intent rang out. Immediately, the agile warriors lunged toward Luo Li. Though their cultivation was not weak, the weakest among them was at the 3rd level of qi and blood. Yet to Luo Li, they posed no threat. With a swift motion, Luo Li wielded his silver narrow blade. Employing the wind-listening blade technique to effortlessly dispatch the attackers, a rather tough opponent, a burly, middle-aged man with gold-capped teeth approached Luo Li with a grin. This individual was no ordinary foe. His robust physique emanated inner strength, glistening with a menacing sheen, indicating he had reached the later stages of skin refinement. However, Luo Li flicked his silver narrow blade. As the man closed in, Luo Li activated his secret technique, the golden wolf howl at the moon, and with a low growl, the man fell into a dazed defeat that moment. The silver narrow blade that Luo Li had thrown perfectly landed upon the man's neck. With a swift motion, the head was sent soaring into the air. What? Nyo, who has been slain in an instant. Gasp! Who is that young man? The sudden demise of the stout Nyo, who instantly alarmed the 12 guards stationed at the estate. These 12 were all above the skin refinement stage, with the 3 strongest having reached the flesh refining stage, having caused numerous intruders to vanish without a trace. Regardless of who he was, anyone daring to intrude upon this place must pay the price. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The 12 guards turned to see their employer, bowing in respect. Go. I do not wish for this man to leave the Western District alive. A figure clad in an expansive black robe commanded with authority. As the voice faded, 12 martial artists, led by Lei Wuzhao, charged forth like a dozen galloping stallions toward Luo Li. At that moment, Luo Li had just rid his silver narrow-bladed knife of blood. He lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the black-robed figure perched atop the courtyard wall, and with a decisive step, he surged directly toward Lei Wuzhao and his 12 companions. The 12 warriors were proficient in 12 distinct martial arts, wielding ranged techniques such as archery and concealed weapons, alongside close combat skills involving axes, hammers, and swords. 200 meters away, a lanky woman suddenly drew a powerful horned bow and unleashed a volley of arrows at Luo Li. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air echoed like a wailing ghost. However, Luo Li merely summoned the 9-turn iron armor technique, fortifying his flesh and skin as if he were clad in an invisible suit of iron. The arrows struck him, producing mere metallic clinks, before being deflected away by his hardened body. It was noted that he had cultivated a certain form of martial arts that bestowed him with the resilience to withstand arrows. Upon witnessing this, Lei Wuxiao hastily cautioned his comrades, I shall see whether your physique is stronger or my ghost head axe is sharper." A bald man, grinning menacingly, suddenly swung a massive axe with a blade half a meter long, the force of which created ripples in the air. Even a master of fleshly refinement would be cleaved asunder by such a blow. Yet Luo Li remained unfazed. He swiftly sliced through the rope binding the hefty black hammer, seized its handle, and swung it with tremendous force. The ghost head axe collided with the great black hammer, the broad blade warped and rendered useless. Subsequently, it hurtled back with even greater ferocity than before. At that moment, the bald man was still lost in his maniacal laughter. It was only when the ghost head axe approached that he regained his senses and hastily attempted to block the incoming attack. But how could mere flesh withstand such a force? With a sickening crunch, the sound of bone and flesh being severed echoed as the bald man's hands were severed, and the ghost head axe pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Good heavens, Huang Meng has perished beneath his own ghost head axe? Such a shocking scene left Lei Wuxiao and his remaining companions in a state of dread. Yet, Luo Li had already advanced toward the other warriors in an instant. As he closed the distance, the great black hammer swung in a sweeping arc. The sounds of clashing weapons and splintering bones rang out repeatedly. For skilled practitioners of skin refining were sent flying like discarded sacks, lifeless before they even hit the ground. Heavens, this man is too formidable. Retreat, quickly. In a mere exchange, 5 out of 12 had perished. Shattering the courage of the remaining 7, someone shouted, prompting the 7 to hastily withdraw. However, Luo Li offered them no opportunity to escape. In the moment he dispatched the 4 skin refining warriors, he leapt toward another, delivering a crushing blow. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate soul, along with his weapon, was reduced to a puddle of mush. Without pause, Luo Li charged toward the next target in the span of 3 to 5 breaths. Apart from the woman with the bow, the others lay dead in exaggerated poses, sprawled upon the ground. The black-robed figure, originally standing with arms crossed in pride atop the courtyard wall, now withdrew his hands in surprise. Astonishment creeping across his face, at that moment, Luo Li hurled the great black hammer. With a resounding crash, it soared over several meters and struck the bow-wielding woman, killing her instantly. The black-robed man trembled as he witnessed Luo Li retrieve the bloodied hammer and stride purposefully toward him. His complexion turned pale. Chapter 41. A bountiful harvest upon the courtyard wall. The black-robed man cast a deep glance at Luo Li before vaulting back into the compound. Outside, Luo Li wasted no time and sprinted forward. As he neared the courtyard wall, he leapt effortlessly over it, landing inside the compound. The moment he touched down, he surveyed his surroundings, which revealed an open area with several bare-limbed locust trees. Beneath the stoutest of these trees sat an ornate armchair, where the previously terrified black-robed man now leisurely sat, tending to his nails. "Uncle Hu, Uncle Ming. This boy not only spies on us, but now has the audacity to intrude. Please, escort him on his way. It is high time we fertilized these locust trees." With the black-robed man's command, 2 masked figures advanced toward Luo Li. These 2 were formidable, having developed 36 acupoints within their bodies, their limbs fortified, and pathways open to facilitate the swift circulation of internal energy. They had evidently reached the realm of muscle transformation. It was no wonder the black-robed man appeared unperturbed, as these 2 were his trusted allies. "You managed to slay those 13 worthless fools led by Lei Wuxiao. You must have also entered the realm of muscle transformation." "Perfect. We can have some fun together. The figure referred to as Uncle Hu, tall and imposing, bore a nearly 2-meter-long broad sword at his waist. He approached Luo Li with a mocking tone. Yet Luo Li offered no words in return in the instant that Uncle Hu sneered dismissively. Luo Li sprang forward, the great black hammer swinging down with ferocity. "Little brat, are you so eager to meet your demise?" Observing this, Uncle Hu's expression darkened as he grasped the hilt of his broad sword. Preparing to unleash a deadly strike, however, at that moment, a deafening howl pierced the air, startling even him, a master of muscle transformation, momentarily. Seizing this precious instant, Luo Li closed the distance and brought the hammer crashing down upon Uncle Hu's head. With a resounding impact, Uncle Hu's skull was violently crushed into his chest cavity. Uncle Hu, Tiger, witnessing this, the black-robed man and Uncle Ming were nearly paralyzed with shock, especially Uncle Ming, who was close enough to be splattered with Uncle Hu's blood. Meanwhile, Luo Li brandished the bloodied hammer and advanced toward Uncle Ming. Recovering from his shock, Uncle Ming retreated, thrusting a willow leaf sword with swiftness. The flexible blade twisted and turned, managing to evade the great black hammer's path and strike Luo Li. Though it appeared soft and lacking in power, the sword was razor-sharp. Upon contact with Luo Li, even with the protection of the 9-turn iron armor technique, his clothing tore and blood flowed freely. Was this the might of a muscle transformation warrior? Uncle Ming was not the first of his kind Luo Li had encountered, yet he was the first to draw blood from Luo Li. This distinction illuminated for Luo Li the disparity between muscle transformation warriors and those of mere flesh refinement. Firstly, the musculature of muscle transformation warriors surpassed that of their refined counterparts, endowing them with superior explosive strength and reflexes. Secondly, muscle transformation warriors utilize their inner musculature to open pathways for the swift circulation of internal energy, enhancing their power and responsiveness in combat. Ah, so you are merely a weakling of the flesh refinement stage? Uncle Hu's demise is indeed tragic. At this moment, Uncle Ming discerned Luo Li's true cultivation level, his anxiety dissipating entirely. Although Luo Li's strength was formidable and his tiger hammer technique fearsome, as long as he maintained vigilance and avoided being struck, victory was assured. However, just as Uncle Ming believed he had Luo Li cornered, Luo Li suddenly lunged toward the black-robed man. Terrified, the black-robed figure trembled and scrambled from his armchair, turning to flee. "You little brat, seeking death." Uncle Ming's face darkened as he prepared to intercept Luo Li with his sword. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Li, who had been charging at the black-robed man, pivoted and swung his hammer at Uncle Ming in that instant. He unleashed the perfected technique of the Golden Wolf Howl, his form expanding and rising. Golden Wolf first sprouting, his power and speed surging, an even more potent wolf howl erupted, reverberating in Uncle Ming's ears, though Uncle Ming had already summoned his internal energy to shield his ears. The sheer volume of the howl still affected him. Coupled with Luo Li's transformation into the Golden Wolf, his power surged. The great black hammer barely grazed Uncle Ming, yet it shattered half of his body into a bloody mess. In that moment, Luo Li followed up with another strike, and Uncle Ming was instantly reduced to a puddle of gore. "Damn it, you're a monster." "How could you be a monster?" Seeing Luo Li obliterate Uncle Ming left the black-robed man nearly paralyzed with fear as he scurried into the depths of the compound. Luo Li, on the other hand, retrieved a vial of King Ginseng elixir from the bodies of Lei Wujiao and the others, consuming the entire bottle to replenish his energy before pursuing the black-robed man. The black-robed man's cultivation was not high, and thus his escape speed was sluggish. When he caught sight of Luo Li, bloodied hammer in hand, closing in on him, panic surged within him, prompting him to produce a jade flute from his pocket and blow into it. A sound akin to a cat's meow echoed forth. Immediately, a cadre of agile warriors with piercing blue eyes surged forth from the cellar of the compound, rushing toward Luo Li's position. The sound of the flute, upon reaching his ears, instantly conjured thoughts of the Moon Prince in Ro Li's mind. It was the Moon Prince who wielded the ability to control the bearers of demon blood with his jade flute. While Ro Li pondered this, the demon-seeking insect hanging at his waist suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. In the next moment, a dozen or so slender, Sharp-nailed warriors appeared around him. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, rendering them utterly bizarre even in the daylight. It seemed that this place was indeed a nest of demons. Rowley's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart racing with both trepidation and exhilaration. The fear stemmed from the possibility of encountering a genuine cat demon, while the thrill arose from the expectation that these demon blood-bearers would contribute significantly to his lifespan. Quickly, dispatch him. At that moment, the menacing voice of the figure in black echoed. Almost immediately, the demon blood-bearers lunged towards Rowley in unison. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, Rowley gripped his massive black hammer and boldly charged forward. Most of these demon blood-bearers had fully transformed into demons, their combat prowess rivaling that of seasoned warriors. With a few even comparable to the pinnacle of their realm, however, for Rowley, they were hardly a match. Especially after enhancing his 9 transformation iron armor technique to a minor success with the elixirs obtained from the corpses earlier, he felt as though he had donned 3 layers of imperceptible armor. Even the most formidable of these demon blood-bearers could not inflict harm upon him. Thus, amidst the sounds of bones shattering and flesh tearing, lines of prompt text emerged from the bronze tattoo mirror. Once all the demon blood-bearers lay lifeless on the ground, Rowley's remaining lifespan surged to an astonishing degree. Chapter 42. The Great Accomplishment of the 9 Transformation Iron Armor Technique in the Courtyard. Rowley panted heavily as he gazed at the bronze tattoo mirror. Cultivation level. Practiced flesh realm. Perfection. Martial arts. Bone dislocating hand. Perfection. Wind listening blade technique. Perfection. 1000-gene demon tiger hammer technique. Minor success. 9 transformation iron armor technique incomplete. Minor success. Golden eagle leaping technique. Not yet initiated. Secret technique. Golden wolf howls at the moon. Perfection. Remaining lifespan. 794 years. 794 years. Even though Rowley had mentally prepared himself, his heart raced uncontrollably upon seeing his remaining lifespan. This was an unimaginable fortune. Bang, bang. Just as Rowley reveled in his joy, several bamboo fireworks suddenly exploded in the air above the courtyard. Reinforcements? It seemed that the cat demon was not present. Observing this scene, Rowley exhaled in relief. Since the figure in black risked exposing the demon's lair to seek help, it indicated that the cat demon was indeed absent. Thus, Rowley took out a bamboo firework, ignited it, and tossed it into the sky. Subsequently, he pursued the figure in black, who was garbed in tattered beggar's clothing, torn by the secret technique, Golden Wolf Howls at the Moon. The figure in black was truly weak. In mere breaths, Rowley intercepted him. "You scoundrel, I shall fight you." With nowhere left to flee, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the figure in black, who then drew a sword and unleashed a rather sophisticated sword technique against Rowley. However, regrettably, his strength was far too feeble. Rowley casually swung his hammer, merely grazing the sword in the hands of the figure in black, causing it to fly from his grasp. The massive black hammer continued forward, and the figure in black found his hands crushed, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. "You are the so-called messenger, are you not? You dare to wantonly plunder those belonging to the Tiger clan and slaughter them with cruelty. What is your true intention?" Rowley approached the figure in black, wielding the massive hammer. "Do not come any closer. I advise you, if you wish to avoid death, vanish from here immediately and remain silent about everything that has transpired. Otherwise," the figure in black shouted in alarm as Rowley advanced. "Otherwise what?" Rowley coldly retorted without pausing. "Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family and friends will as well," the figure in black threatened, his voice trembling. However, Rowley had no interest in his empty threats and simply dropped the massive hammer onto the chest of the figure in black. Crack! The chest of the figure in black caved in instantly, dark blood spewing from his mouth. "You dare to kill me," he gasped. "Just wait. The Gao family will surely avenge me with that." The figure in black drew his last breath. The Gao family? Rowley's eyelids twitched violently. It was known that the Gao family was one of the most powerful factions in the entire Gaoyi County. Not to mention the intricate web of influence they held. Their clan's ultimate martial art, the Purple Flower 9 Swords, was enough to instill fear in any warrior. Rowley was no exception. for a warrior's advancement was closely tied to their martial arts. Spiritual level martial arts could at most allow a warrior to reach the pinnacle of the practiced flesh realm. This meant that even if Roly refined the 9 transformation iron armor technique to perfection, he could only achieve the peak of the practiced flesh realm and could never ascend to the blood transformation realm. However, the Gao family was different. They had at least 2 masters in the blood transformation realm, one of whom was well-versed in secret techniques for demon extermination and served as a demon slayer. His words might not be to be trusted. As one of the 2 most powerful factions in Gaoyi County, the Gao family should want to avoid any trouble in the county. So why would they conspire with demons to slaughter the common folk? After the initial shock, Roly shook his head slightly. Although Gaoyi County was under the governance of County Magistrate Lu Fu, the true power brokers were the Gao and Yi families, as county magistrates were frequently rotated out after a few years, while the Gao and Yi families remained entrenched. The Gao family had no reason to destroy their own walls and harm their own people. First, strengthen my power. Roly shook his head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts, as long as he was powerful enough. Even if the mastermind was indeed the Gao family, he could protect himself and his family. After sorting through his thoughts, Roly searched the bodies of the figure in black and the deceased Tiger Uncle and Ming Uncle, acquiring several money bags along with a few small porcelain vials. What incredible wealth! Previously, Roly had searched the bodies of Lei Wu and 13 others, only to find a mere dozen vials of inferior ginseng king elixirs, most of which were crafted from low-quality ginseng aged 100 years. Yet, the 3 from the figure in black were different. The vials on them contained ginseng king elixirs refined from ginseng aged at least 300 years. 9 transformation iron armor technique, enhance. Roly swallowed 2 vials of ginseng king elixirs and began channeling his lifespan into the 9 transformation iron armor technique. With the assistance of the ginseng king elixirs, the 9 transformation iron armor energy within him rapidly strengthened. You harbor suspicion towards the Gao family, diligently cultivating the 9 transformation iron armor technique. With the aid of the ginseng king elixirs, you have successfully refined the 9 transformation iron armor energy 3 times, making it increasingly pure and robust. A year later, the 36 acupoints within you were fully filled with the 9 transformation iron armor energy, causing the energy to overflow and refine the large tendons in your arms. 3 years later, the large tendons in your arms were refined to resemble those of a python, beginning to open up meridians along their path. However, since the 9 transformation iron armor technique was only at a minor success, the speed of meridian opening was exceedingly slow. The purpose of the muscle transforming technique was not solely to strengthen the muscles, but primarily to carve out pathways within the body that would allow internal energy to flow rapidly. Opening the meridians in the arms signifies the initial stage of muscle transformation. Opening the meridians in the legs marks the intermediate stage. Opening the meridians in the chest and back indicates the advanced stage. Finally, opening the meridians in the neck and brain signifies the completion of muscle transformation. Opening meridians requires the internal energy cultivated from spiritual level martial arts. The higher the level of the martial arts and the faster the training progress, the quicker the meridian opening. Our Oli's 9 transformation iron armor technique had only reached the entry and minor success phases, and now it had hit the limit of minor success. To advance further, Zhang Tibi would have to provide the latter half of the 9 transformation iron armor technique. Alternatively, he could forcibly deduce it using the bronze tattoo mirror. Deduction. Without any hesitation, Roly decisively began to deduce the latter part of the 9 transformation iron armor technique. You continuously peruse the incomplete 9 transformation iron armor technique along with Zhang Tibi's cultivation insights, attempting to deduce the latter half of the technique. However, your comprehension was mediocre, and progress remained stagnant. 30 years swiftly passed, yet you found yourself still at a standstill in your deductions for the continuation of the 9 transformation iron armor technique, which led you to self-doubt and left you physically and mentally drained, on edge. Though you did not give up in the 36th year, a sudden inspiration struck you, and you constructed the cultivation key to the perfected portion of the 9 transformation iron armor technique. However, upon attempting to cultivate it, your internal energy went awry, your meridians became chaotic, and you nearly fell into a demonic state in the 40th year. After healing from your injuries, you restructured your previous framework and attempted once more. But success eluded you again. In the 43rd year, You attempted to reconstruct the perfected portion of the 9 transformation iron armor technique for the third time, yet still met with failure. As the prompt text on the bronze tattoo mirror displayed, a thick aura of despondency emanated from Rowley. His eyes dulled, as though he were experiencing the darkest moment of his life. In the 84th year, after numerous attempts at reconstruction, you finally compiled a nearly perfect set of cultivation secrets for the perfected 9 transformation iron armor technique. When you attempted to cultivate it, the 9 transformation iron armor technique within you began to refine and strengthen. Chapter 43. The Hidden Hand. Upon seeing the words deduction successful, Rowley nearly wept with joy. It had been an arduous journey, a full 84 years, over 20,000 days and nights of relentless contemplation, reconstruction, and struggle. This was a torment for anyone. Thankfully, Rowley had persevered. The 9 transformation iron armor technique had evolved. After a considerable period, Rowley finally calmed his emotions, then retrieved several vials of Ginseng King elixirs and demon strength pills, swallowing them to channel into the 9 transformation iron armor technique. The perfected portion of the 9 transformation iron armor technique primarily focused on the purification and enhancement of the 9 transformation iron armor energy. With the assistance of the Ginseng King elixirs and demon strength pills, the 9 transformation iron armor energy within you surged in strength at an astonishing rate. 5 years later, the essence of the 9 transformation iron armor surged within you, manifesting a 6-fold iron glow. Upon activation, it felt as though you were cloaked in 6 layers of armor, signifying the consummation of the 9 transformation iron armor technique. With the accompanying prompt, Luoli sensed that the power of the 9 transformation iron armor within him had increased 2 to 3-fold compared to before. This enhancement was particularly pronounced in the opening of his meridians. After achieving mastery in the 9 transformation iron armor, your cultivation entered a period of remarkable advancement. Within just 3 years, you successfully opened the meridians in both arms. By the 7th year, the meridians in your legs were completely unblocked. By the 19th year, you had connected the meridians in your chest, back, and torso, allowing the 9 transformation iron armor energy to travel swiftly through your limbs and torso, elevating your cultivation to the late stage of muscle transformation. The realm of muscle transformation. As you felt the interconnected meridians linking your limbs and torso, the internal energy coursed through them like a galloping steed on a smooth highway, far exceeding your previous speed. Under such circumstances, should Luoli wish to attack, he need only raise his hand, and the 9 transformation iron armor energy from the 36 acupoints within him would instantly reach his arms. If confronted with an attack, the 9 transformation iron armor energy could erect a defense with astonishing swiftness, resulting in a considerable leap in overall strength compared to the muscle transformation stage. Next, he aimed to enhance the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Luoli soon emerged from the euphoria of his cultivation surge. For his advancement to be truly effective, he needed to refine his combat techniques. Only by elevating the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique could he fully harness the increase in his cultivation. The minor mastery of the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique allowed for the hammer to be wielded as an extension of one's arm, requiring at least 100 strands of 1000-gene energy for control. In contrast, the major mastery of this technique involved an almost supernatural versatility, necessitating at least 1,000 strands of 1000-gene energy to command. With the 9 transformation iron armor perfected and his cultivation reaching the late stage of muscle transformation, Luoli easily cultivated 1,000 strands of 1000-gene energy. After diligently practicing the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique for half a year, the energy within him transformed into 1,200 strands of 1000-gene energy, with the ability to revert it. A decade later, his mastery of the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique reached a transcendent level. By the 26th year, his proficiency in the technique became increasingly exquisite, with strikes appearing ghostly and elusive, embodying a near-demonic quality, as the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique reached its consummation. Upon seeing the prompt on the bronze mirror tattoo, Luoli felt a newfound understanding of the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. As he struck the great black hammer, it seemed to come alive, twisting and turning in his grasp. Remarkably, without exerting much effort, the sound of air being shattered by the iron hammer echoed around him. At this moment, if Luoli were to face Uncle Hu and Uncle Ming again, A single strike could easily take them down. Even Zhang Tibi, who had achieved the pinnacle of muscle transformation, would find himself defeated in just 3 to 5 strikes. Luo Li quickly calmed his emotions and prepared to search the estate for the innocent civilians captured by the messenger. However, at that moment, a dozen agile figures came rushing from outside the estate. Among them were 2 middle-aged men, one stout and the other slender, who carried a palanquin, moving with a speed surpassing that of galloping horses. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of 100 meters. These individuals were undoubtedly experts. Luo Li's eyes narrowed. Each of the figures approaching the estate radiated vitality and robust internal energy. Notably, the stout and slender bearers exhibited vitality even more vigorous than that of Zhang Tibi at the pinnacle of muscle transformation, indicating they too had reached that level. Nevertheless, Luo Li felt no fear, for he had acquired the strength to stand undaunted against them. At this point, the stout and slender bearers had placed the palanquin on the ground and, upon lifting the curtain, a corpulent middle-aged man clad in fine garments emerged. Could it be? Is the mastermind behind this calamity truly from the Gao family? Upon seeing the plump middle-aged man, a heavy weight settled in Luo Li's heart. For this rotund individual was none other than Gao Chongping, the younger brother of the Gao family patriarch. What is the situation here? After stepping out of the palanquin, Gao Chongping began surveying his surroundings while inquiring. In response, Third Master, the guards led by Lei Wu are all dead, along with young Master Gao Hu and Gao Ming, a kneeling Gao family warrior reported. What? Gao Hu and Gao Ming are dead. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Gao Chongping's expression hardened. It was essential to note that the head of this estate was none other than his own son. Gao Yong, Third Master, we have found young Master. He is no longer breathing. Soon after, another Gao family warrior rushed forward to report the discovery of the black-robed man's corpse. What? Yonger is dead? Gao Chongping's plump face trembled at the news, and a look of grief and rage swiftly enveloped his features. Third Master, young Master must have been killed with a hammer. His entire chest has collapsed. At that moment, someone brought over the black-robed man's lifeless body. Yonger, it is my fault. I am to blame for this. If I had not sent you out on this errand, you would not have died, and in such a gruesome manner. Gazing upon the tragic state of the black-robed man, Gao Chongping clenched his hands tightly, regret etched across his face. Yet, soon after, the self-reproach on Gao Chongping's face transformed into a towering intent for vengeance. Yonger, since you have passed, rest in peace. You can trust that I will not let your killer go. I shall make him wish for death. As he spoke, Gao Chongping's gaze suddenly fixed upon Luo Li. Was it you who killed my son? The black-robed man had died from a blow to the chest with a hammer. And Luo Li was indeed wielding the great black hammer. This person is your son? Upon hearing Gao Chongping's words, Luo Li tightened his grip on the hammer. He had not anticipated that the mastermind behind the abduction of innocent civilians and the support of the cat demon was not only a member of the Gao family, but also the very son of Gao Chongping. This clearly indicated that the Gao family was deeply involved in the recent spate of calamities plaguing Gaoyi County. You little brat, do you not understand what is being asked of you? Third Master is speaking to you. Answer his question immediately. As Luo Li remained silent and instead questioned Gao Chongping, a Gao family warrior reprimanded him and, without hesitation, struck a palm toward Luo Li's face. However, before the warrior's palm could connect, Luo Li seized it with ease. With a gentle twist, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. You scoundrel! Seeking death, witnessing Luo Li nearly wrenching the warrior's arm from its shoulder. The Gao family warriors erupted in fury. How audacious! Let us kill him! Gao Chongping waved his hand, directly sentencing Luo Li to death. Upon hearing Gao Chongping's decree, the Gao family warriors were filled with murderous intent. As for Luo Li, he merely raised an eyebrow and then struck the head of the Gao family warrior he had apprehended with a resounding palm. Bang! The warrior's head rotated a full 360 degrees before he fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 44. Slaughtering Muscle Transformation as One Would Slaughter Chickens. After dispatching his foe, Luo Li grasped the great black hammer and approached Gao Chongping with intent. Since Gao Chongping sought to kill him, he naturally had to return the favor, seeking death. Seeing this scene unfold, the Gao family warriors lunged toward Luo Li. The Gao family was renowned for their swordsmanship, with nearly everyone trained in the art. Though the warriors attacking Luo Li had not mastered the Gao family's ultimate technique, the Purple Blossom Nine Swords, their sword skills were nonetheless formidable. However, Luo Li remained unfazed. As the Gao family warriors closed in, he unleashed the Thousand-Gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique at its perfected level, sweeping through with a single strike. The sound of clanging metal resonated as the swords in the hands of the Gao family warriors were sent flying. Subsequently, the great black hammer collided with their bodies in an instant, bones shattered and flesh crumbled. This man has likely reached the muscle transformation stage. His hammer technique is ferocious and unmatched. Retreat. Witnessing this, the remaining Gao family warriors lost all courage and hurriedly withdrew. This lad has concealed himself well. Not far away, Gao Changping's eyelids twitched. He had encountered Luo Li during his time with the Changhe gang, but the Luo Li back then was nowhere near as ferocious and formidable as he was today. Rest assured, Third Master, even if this lad has achieved muscle transformation, he shall accompany young Master Yong to the afterlife today. Beside Gao Changping, a plump expert at the pinnacle of muscle transformation spoke confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 agile Gao family warriors charged toward Luo Li. All 4 were warriors of muscle transformation and had trained in the Gao family's spiritual level sword technique. The Purple Blossom Sword Art, which was based on the Purple Blossom Nine Swords. Warriors at the late stage of muscle transformation were no match for these 4. Yet, as the 4 approached, a deafening howl suddenly erupted from Luo Li's mouth. In that instant, the 4 warriors momentarily faltered in their steps. Seizing that fleeting moment, Luo Li advanced, and the great black hammer, imbued with unmatched power, struck down upon the head of one of the Gao family's muscle transformation experts. Bang! The man's head exploded. In a swift motion, Luo Li redirected the hammer, striking another Gao family muscle transformation warrior on the head. The second Gao family expert fell lifelessly. At this moment, the remaining 2 Gao family muscle transformation warriors finally regained their senses and immediately unleashed the Purple Blossom Sword Art to attack Luo Li. To their astonishment, Luo Li withstood the assault from one of the muscle transformation experts while ruthlessly swinging the great black hammer at the other. Clang! The muscle transformation expert's sword attempted to intercept, yet it could not halt the advance of the massive iron hammer in the slightest. Crack! As the great black hammer struck his chest, even with every ounce of internal energy concentrated in defense. The man's chest caved in, shattering his internal organs in an instant, resulting in immediate death. Meanwhile, the sword of the 4th Gao family practitioner fell upon Luo Li. To everyone's astonishment, a faint iron-colored membrane suddenly manifested itself around Luo Li's body. As if he were clad in 6 layers of iron armor, the sword of the Gao family practitioner pierced into this 6-layered inner strength armor, yet it astonishingly failed to penetrate, and as Luo Li twisted his body, the blade merely slid off along the flesh enveloped in inner strength. How could this be? The Gao family warrior exclaimed in shock, immediately preparing to change his stance. However, Luo Li did not grant him that opportunity. In the instant that his opponent was about to shift tactics, the great black hammer struck his shoulder at an almost uncanny angle. Crack! The man's body nearly exploded. Luo Li followed up with another strike. Even a deity would shake their head at this. Damn. Hai Yi and the others are all dead. My heavens, it has been less than 3 breaths. Who on earth is this person? Witnessing Luo Li swiftly dispatch 4 Gao family masters, the remaining Gao warriors turned pale and retreated in panic. Even Gao Changping was taken aback, his chubby face trembling. The perfected realm of the 9 turns iron armor technique, coupled with the extraordinary spiritual hammer technique. You are certainly not from Gaoyi County. Speak. Where do you hail from, and what is your intention in Gaoyi County? Though Gao Changping's cultivation was mediocre, his keen perception allowed him to instantly discern that Luo Li had mastered the 9 turns iron armor technique, and to perfection no less. As for the 1,000-pound demon tiger hammer technique, it had never been practiced in Gaoyi County, hence he could not recognize it. Nevertheless, Luo Li had no interest in idle chatter. Since he had already killed Gao Changping's beloved son, the possibility for reconciliation had vanished. Rather than waiting for Gao Changping to exact revenge, it was better to strike preemptively and eliminate the threat. Where does this fiend come from? daring to perpetrate violence within the inner city of Gaoyi County. Just then, a voice of righteous authority rang out. Following that, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man rushed in from outside the courtyard. This man wielded a long knife with a black sheath, and a copper metal token hung from his waist. He was none other than Hua Dongping, one of the 4 chief constables of Gaoyi County. Behind Hua Dongping came another figure clad in white, who was another chief constable, Yi Hai. Following them were several dozen constables from Gaoyi County, attired in their official garb. Hua Constable, along with your nephew Yi Hai. You have arrived just in time. This boy has unlawfully intruded into the Gao family estate, not only slaughtering dozens of my kin, but also killing my younger son. You must give Gao a fair account. Upon seeing Hua Dongping and the others, Gao Changping waved his hand to stop the 2 bearers who were preparing to encircle Luo Li, and then lamented with a face full of sorrow. What? This person killed the youngest son of Master Gao San? Hearing Gao Changping's words, Hua Dongping and the others' bodies trembled violently. It should be noted that Gao Changping was a figure of real power within the Gao family. His son, let alone an ordinary person, even the county magistrate Lu Fu would not dare harm. Yet today, he was killed within his own estate. Damn, Gao Yong is truly dead. Hua Dongping swept his gaze around, and grotesquely dead bodies immediately entered his line of sight. Particularly, a young man dressed in black robes lay with a sunken chest, blood seeping continually from the corners of his mouth. It was Gao Changping's youngest son. Gao Yong, Luo Li, you have such audacity to slaughter the innocent so mercilessly. Men, seize this boy immediately. Suppressing the tumult in his heart, Hua Dongping hastily labeled Luo Li as a criminal and issued a command to apprehend him. Wait, the situation is not yet clear. How can one hastily assign guilt? At this moment, Yi Hai interjected. Although he too was stunned by the scene before him, Luo Li was one of his own, and he would not permit anyone to unjustly accuse him. Yi Constable, the facts are clearly laid out before us. What more do you need? Luo Li is the murderer and must be captured at once. Hua Dongping, having risen through the ranks with the support of the Gao family, now sought to label Luo Li with the crime of indiscriminate slaughter. Should Luo Li dare to resist, the Gao family could annihilate him without the need for official intervention. Luo Li, did you kill these people? Yi Hai disregarded Hua Dongping and turned to inquire of Luo Li. All Luo Li needed to do was respond with a simple no or shake his head. And Yi Hai could render Hua Dongping's command null and void. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Li nodded in response to Yi Hai's inquiry. Yes, I killed them. Chapter 45. Unveiling the Dark Veil, Danger. With Luo Li's declaration, the entire courtyard fell silent. Hua Dongping and Gao Changping exchanged glances, both surprised and elated at the other's reaction. Since Luo Li had admitted to the killings, the matter would be much easier to resolve. However, I only killed those who deserved to die. Suddenly, Luo Li added. Nonsense. The people you killed were all members of the Gao family, loyal and righteous individuals who contributed to Gaoyi County. Upon hearing Luo Li's addition, Hua Dongping immediately reacted. Are you certain that these manipulators of demon seed carriers, who kill and persecute their own kind, are loyal and righteous individuals of Gaoyi County? Before Hua Dongping could finish his sentence, Luo Li retorted. Upon hearing this, Hua Dongping's scalp tingled, and he hastily swallowed the remainder of his words. You little brat, do not cast slander upon the Gao family. At the same time, Gao Changping, regaining his composure, quickly refuted. Whether or not I have slandered your Gao family can be verified by investigating this estate. Luo Li replied calmly, turning to face Yi Hai. To topple the Gao family, relying solely on Luo Li is far from sufficient. He must enlist the power of the authorities. Everyone, follow my orders and search. Yi Hai pondered briefly before decisively issuing the command, trusting that Luo Li would not speak falsely. I dare anyone to. This is the Gao family estate. Can you, Yi Hai, bear the responsibility for a random search without any evidence? At this moment, Hua Dongping interjected again. Evidence? Do the corpses of those demon seed carriers count as evidence? What about the jade flute in Gao Yong's hand, which can control the demon seed carriers? Facing the increasingly agitated Hua Dongping, Luo Li pointed at the 10-odd demon seed carriers he had slain and questioned. Upon hearing this, Hua Dongping was rendered speechless. Even Gao Changping's expression shifted dramatically. In contrast, Yi Hai immediately rushed to Gao Yong's corpse, bent down, and indeed found the jade flute clutched in Gao Yong's hand. Simultaneously, the county constables led by Zhang Jing hurried towards the bodies of the demon seed carriers. "Ye constable, there are indeed 17 demon seed carriers here." Soon, Zhang Jing's voice rang out. This revelation not only caused Gao Changping's complexion to change, but even Yi Hai's expression darkened. For even he had not anticipated that the Gao family would be entangled with demons. However, merely a few bodies of demon seed carriers do not prove anything. Moreover, this estate was long ago gifted to the Changhe gang. Only my son Gao Yong would occasionally be invited by Xiao Changhe to stay for a few days. Gao Changping, ever the cunning fox, swiftly distanced the Gao family from any suspicion. Indeed, I witnessed the gifting of this estate by the third master. As soon as Gao Changping finished speaking, Wu Dongping immediately interjected, his demeanor resembling that of a sycophant. "Everyone, follow my orders and conduct a thorough search of this estate." Yi Hai paused for a moment before issuing the command. Based solely on the remains of a few demon seed carriers, there was indeed insufficient proof. Yi Hai had no choice but to focus his search for evidence within the estate. No. As soon as Yi Hai issued his command, Wu Dongping stepped forward to obstruct him. Yet before he could utter a word, a powerful slap landed on his face. This slap was so forceful that Wu Dongping spun through the air 2 or 3 times before crashing to the ground in a heap. With more than half of his teeth knocked out, he nearly lost consciousness. Who the hell dares to strike this constable? It took Wu Dongping quite a while to recover, his eyes red as he began to curse vehemently. Slap! Another resounding slap struck his face, knocking out the remaining teeth. Wu Dongping was furious beyond measure, glaring in the direction from which the slap had come, only to see a figure radiating murderous intent. "Speak another word, and I shall send you to reunite with Gao Yong." Luo Li did not strike again but coldly uttered a single sentence. Instantly, Wu Dongping felt a chill run down his spine. Swallowing the words he had left unspoken and retreating to the side, too frightened to speak. Meanwhile, the group of constables led by Zhang Jing immediately paired up and began a comprehensive search of the estate. However, when the search concluded, Luo Li and the others wore grim expressions. For after more than half an hour of searching, aside from discovering dozens of innocent corpses, they found nothing else. Yi Hai's nephew. "I have long stated that this place has no connection to demons. Do you now believe me?" Seeing the search yield no results, Gao Changping asked with a stern face. "Master Gao San, we found a hidden passage in the back courtyard. Someone has just escaped through it, and we shall pursue them before discussing further." Yi Hai replied casually, preparing to lead the charge to pursue those who had fled through the passage. "Wait, this man killed my son. He shall not escape unscathed." Suddenly, Gao Changping's gaze fixated on Luo Li, third master. "Gao Yong holds the jade flute capable of controlling the bearers of demon seeds, and those who associate with demons must be eradicated." Yi Hai furrowed his brow, swiftly revealing the jade flute he had taken from Gao Yong. What can a single jade flute prove? Gao even suspected that this object was secretly placed in his son's hand by Luo Li after he killed my child. Intending to frame him, Gao Changping retaliated with accusations. "Third master, I believe this little brat not only seeks to frame young Master Yong but is also targeting our Gao family. His crimes warrant death. We must slay him. Today, he must die." With Gao Changping's words, the other Gao family warriors began to stir. "Zhang Jing, Huang Jin, you lead the pursuit of those who escaped through the tunnel, and dispatch someone to inform Lord Taikuan to head immediately to the Changhe gang for a thorough search." Seeing the Gao family's warriors brimming with murderous intent, Yi Hai had no choice but to abandon his plan to personally lead the chase for the fugitives. "Very well then, my virtuous nephew Yi Hai. You pursue those fleeing scoundrels. As for my grudge with this little wretch, we shall settle it later." Suddenly, Gao Changping interjected with righteous fervor. Even the Gao family warriors were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Gao Changping would willingly set aside his vendetta against Yi Hai to avoid hindering his pursuit of the fugitives. "Hurry, it's getting late, and we won't catch up." Observing Yi Hai and Luo Li in a daze, Gao Changping took the initiative to remind them. With this, Yi Hai no longer hesitated. He offered a slight salute to Gao Changping and led Luo Li, Zhang Jing, and others directly toward the tunnel, Third Master, why are you actively assisting that brat Yi Hai? After Yi Hai and Luo Li departed, the plump sedan bearer wore a puzzled expression. Assisting Yi Hai? Ha! Gao Changping sneered. That tunnel will soon be destroyed. I hope Yi Hai and the others can escape alive from within. It turned out his earlier interruption of Yi Hai was merely a delay tactic to allow his people to make their moves in the tunnel. It would be best if Yi Hai perished. However, he hoped that the one named Luo Li would survive, so they could personally avenge young Master Yong. The thin sedan bearer gritted his teeth. Yonger sacrificed his life for the family's grand strategy. He died honorably. A fleeting sorrow flickered in Gao Changping's eyes. Enough. Immediately send word to my elder brother, requesting he dispatch someone to the Changhe gang to eliminate this threat. Also, deal with that distracting decoy while you're at it. Once his voice faded, Gao Changping entered the sedan. The two sedan bearers lifted the litter and sped away toward the courtyard with a swiftness surpassing that of galloping horses. Boom! Just as Gao Changping and the others departed the courtyard, a deafening roar erupted from within, shaking the entire estate violently, even causing the courtyard walls to collapse. Chapter 46. The Gao Family's Conspiracy. Chaos unfolds. The sound was akin to a mountain collapsing. With the noise, the rear courtyard of the estate suddenly caved in. Not good. Something's wrong in the back courtyard. At that moment, several reinforcements arrived and hurried toward the rear courtyard. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of devastation. The rear courtyard and half a street outside had completely collapsed, resembling a wasteland. Yi Hai seemed to be right here. When someone mentioned Yi Hai, the expressions of the crowd instantly changed. Bang, bang. Just then, in the area where the courtyard had collapsed, several rocks suddenly erupted, mixed with a substantial amount of earth. Following this, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall with golden hair, emerged from the soil-spewing area, wielding a large black hammer. Once his exaggerated form returned to normal, it was none other than Luo Li. Behind him, clad in white, were Yi Hai, Zhang Jing, and Huang Jin, all covered in mud and injuries. Damn it, Gao Changping! As soon as Zhang Jing emerged from the tunnel, he erupted with curses. Huang Jin echoed his sentiments. Even Yi Hai gripped his blade tightly, scanning for Gao Changping, ready to strike. For not long after they entered the tunnel, it suddenly collapsed, burying the officers within. They were on the verge of being entombed alive, but Luo Li had manifested the perfected form of the 9-turn iron armor technique, combined with the secret skill Golden Wolf howls at the moon, managing to withstand a portion of the falling debris. Subsequently, using the large black hammer, he executed the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique to forcefully create an opening in the collapsed area, allowing them to escape. The Gao family's scum have already fled. Let's save the others first. Luo Li, who had first escaped the tunnel and found Gao Changping and the others had already departed, forcibly tamped down his rising fury and began to excavate the collapsed tunnel to rescue the other officers. Help! Quickly, come assist in saving lives at this moment. Yi Hai and the others also regained their composure and suppressed their anger, joining Luo Li in the rescue efforts. Not far away, the reinforcements heard the calls for help and rushed over to assist. After about half an hour, with the help of the arriving officers, county soldiers, and civilians, the collapsed tunnel was finally excavated. However, of the dozen officers buried underground, only 2 were alive, and all were severely injured. Whether they would survive remained uncertain. Gao Changping, looking at the bodies laid before them, Zhang Jing and Huang Jin's eyes turned red. Zhang Jing, Huang Jin, you stay behind to handle the aftermath. I must immediately head to the Changhe gang. Yi Hai's expression was equally grim, yet he forcibly held back his grief and fury, giving a brief command before leaping toward the outer city. The Gao family is the greatest power in Gaoyi County. Without solid evidence, even if they raised this issue with County Magistrate Lu Fu, it would ultimately lead to nothing. The Changhe gang, acting as the Gao family's black glove, should harbor a wealth of incriminating evidence against them. If Yi Hai could take down the Changhe gang, he might find the evidence needed to make the Gao family pay. Old Zhang, Head Constable Huang, I must return. After Yi Hai departed, Luo Li stated. His recent experiences had left him acutely aware of Gao Changping's ruthlessness. If he dared to harm Yi Hai, he would undoubtedly have no qualms about dealing with him. Luo Li himself was not overly concerned, but his family was. Go on, we'll handle things here. Zhang Jing and Huang Jin nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Li changed out of his beggar's garb and hastily made his way toward the Green Willow courtyard. It seems the Gao family is indeed involved with demons. On his way home, Luo Li murmured. This time, Gao Changping had resorted to blowing up the tunnel and killing witnesses to disrupt Yihai's pursuit, indicating that the individuals who fled held significant issues. Luo Li could even deduce that the Gao family was the mastermind behind the demon calamities ravaging Gaoyi County. But why would the Gao family do this? The Gao family is one of the rulers of Gaoyi County. They have no reason to harm Gaoyi County, nor to undermine their own stronghold. Moreover, colluding with demons is a crime punishable by extermination. Once confirmed, even if the Gao family had experts at the blood transformation stage, they would still face annihilation. Enough. I must first enhance my strength. I suspect great chaos will soon unfold. After contemplating for a long time without comprehending the Gao family's scheme, Luo Li decided to stop worrying about it and lowered his gaze toward the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation level, Yi Jin realm, late stage, martial arts, dividing tendons and wrong bones technique, perfected. Listening wind blade technique, perfected. Thousand Jin demon tiger hammer technique, great accomplishment. 9-turn iron armor technique, incomplete, great accomplishment. Golden eagle leaping technique, not yet initiated, secret techniques. Golden wolf howls at the moon, perfected. Remaining lifespan, 665 years. Previously, Luo Li had killed over a dozen bearers of demon seeds, extending his lifespan to 794 years. However, to prepare for danger, Luo Li first expended 84 years of lifespan to deduce the perfected form of the 9-turn iron armor technique and then an additional 19 years to elevate it to the great accomplishment realm. Following that, he used 26 years of lifespan to advance the 1000 demon tiger hammer technique to the great accomplishment level. Thus, he currently had 665 years of lifespan remaining at the same time. Luo Li had exhausted the demon power pills and ginseng king pills obtained from looting corpses. He now possessed only over 7,000 taels of silver. Deducing the perfected form of the 9-turn iron armor technique would likely require significant resources. I should reach out to Zhang Tibi. If I can obtain the perfected form of the 9-turn iron armor technique from him, that would be best. If not, I will deduce it using the tattooed bronze mirror. Luo Li had spent 84 years of lifespan to deduce the great accomplishment portion of the 9-turn iron armor technique. Deducing the perfected form would likely consume double that. Though Luo Li currently had ample lifespan, it would be better to save those years. Enhance the golden eagle leaping technique. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li infused his lifespan into the Golden Eagle Leaping Technique. The Golden Eagle Leaping Technique is a movement-based martial art. Currently, Luo Li had defensive capabilities through the 9-turn iron armor technique and offensive prowess with the 1000 demon tiger hammer technique and dividing tendons and wrong bones technique, but he lacked in movement. By enhancing the Golden Eagle Leaping Technique, he could compensate for his shortcomings. After consuming 94 years of lifespan, the Golden Eagle Leaping Technique astonishingly reached the perfected realm. Luo Li, who had previously moved clumsily, relying solely on brute strength to accelerate, felt as if he had sprouted a pair of invisible wings upon perfecting the Golden Eagle Leaping Technique. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he could leap 4 to 5 meters into the air, and a casual step could cover 5 to 6 meters. He was as light as a swallow, his steps agile. Although Luo Li's cultivation remained in the late Yi Jin stage, his overall strength had surged significantly. Cultivation level, Yi Jin realm, late stage, martial arts. Fenjin Qiu Gu Shou, perfection. Jin Ing Tizong Shu, perfection. Ting Feng Dao Fa, perfection. Qian Jun Yao Hu Chue Fa, major achievement. Jiuzhuan Tai Jiagong, incomplete, major achievement, secret technique. Jin Lang Xiaoyu, perfection, remaining lifespan, 571 years. With such a considerable remaining lifespan, it is likely that I can elevate my cultivation to the bone forging level before the impending chaos arrives. Luo Li cast a glance at the tattooed bronze mirror, feeling a significant alleviation of the pressure within his heart. At that moment, a piercing cat's cry suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 47. Taking on an apprentice, the cat's wail was sharp and grating, causing an unbearable pain to the eardrums. It was the cry of a cat demon, emanating from the outer city. The instant the sound reached his ears, Luo Li made a swift judgment. The cry was identical to that of the cat demon slain by the exorcists of the Gao and Yi families in the outer city, resonating with a chilling after-sound. Could it be that another cat demon had revealed its whereabouts and was currently being hunted? Luo Li leaped to the rooftop of a wooden building, scanning the horizon. But the distance was too great for him to discern anything. I must return home and ensure my family's safety. Suppressing his curiosity, Luo Li turned back towards the Green Willow courtyard. Soon, he arrived at the Green Willow courtyard. From a distance, he spotted Xie Miao and Song Gang whispering among themselves. "Brother Luo, did you hear the cry of the cat demon just now?" Upon seeing Luo Li emerge from outside the courtyard, Xie Miao hurriedly approached him with a question. "I did." Luo Li nodded, then glanced towards his house in the corner of the courtyard. His sister Luo Lian was practicing the Ting Feng Dao Fa with a wooden sword. Surprisingly adept at it, their father, Luo Yong, and mother, He Kaihua, were busy molding clay, preparing to craft a furnace and resume their former trade of blacksmithing to supplement the household income. Seeing his family safe, Luo Li's taut nerves finally relaxed. "Quick, tell everyone. Has that cat demon been slain? By which exorcist's hand?" Xie Miao and the others, assuming Luo Li had been out in the outer city to witness the commotion, began to inquire excitedly. "I did not venture to the outer city. I am unaware of the cat demon's fate." Luo Li shook his head. However, Xie Miao and the others wore skeptical expressions, suspecting that Luo Li was hiding something. Luo Li casually replied a few words before making his way to his family. Lianer, where did you learn this technique?" Observing his sister's swordplay closely, Luo Li quickly detected something unusual. He noticed that as Luo Lian practiced, a chilling aura emanated from her, enhancing her physique and regulating her breath. It was a clear sign that she had been cultivating a martial art. Yet the issue was, Luo Li had only taught her the Ting Feng Dao Fa, which was purely a combat technique and had no relation to any martial arts. "Brother, this was taught to me by Aunt Lu. It's called Han Yu Gong." Luo Lian paused her training and lowered her head to explain. "Aunt Lu? You mean the wife of Zhang Tibi?" Luo Li immediately recalled the middle-aged beauty who accompanied Zhang Tibi. Luo Lian nodded. "Previously, I was taken to Aunt Lu by someone from the Tibi martial arts school. Aunt Lu said I have a natural talent for martial arts and wished to take me as her apprentice, but I did not agree. After we returned from the Tibi martial arts school, Aunt Lu sought me out twice more and gave me an illustrated book, urging me to give it a try. I have only practiced for 2 days. If you think there's an issue, I will stop." As she spoke, Luo Lian handed a book to Luo Li. Upon receiving it, Luo Li examined the cover, which bore the characters Han Yu Gong. When he opened the book and scrutinized its contents, his brow furrowed in surprise. For this so-called Han Yu Gong was indeed a spirit-level martial art. Although it contained only a tenth of the content, there were no discrepancies. This Han Yu Gong can indeed be practiced. But any subsequent training methods that Aunt Lu provides must first be presented to me for inspection to ensure there are no issues before you continue your practice. Unfamiliar martial arts should never be practiced recklessly. Should someone have tampered with it, the consequences could range from misdirection to fatal outcomes. "Understood, brother." Luo Lian nodded earnestly. "By the way, brother, Aunt Lu also gave me a bottle of pills to make you Sui Wan, claiming it could accelerate the cultivation of Han Yu Gong. I haven't used them." As she spoke, Luo Lian produced a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Luo Li. "It is wise not to use unknown substances indiscriminately." Luo Li praised his sister, then took the small porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and a wave of cold, fragrant air immediately wafted forth. Luo Li first inhaled the aroma, noting no abnormalities, but for precaution's sake, he poured out 2 Sui Wans, then caught a mouse and placed the pills into its mouth, preparing to test the pills on it. "Little brat, do you not trust me at all?" Just as Luo Li and his sister were preparing to test the pills on the mouse, an elderly voice emerged from outside the courtyard. "Zhang Guanzhu, it seems there is little trust between us, is there?" Luo Li turned to see Zhang Tibi entering the courtyard, holding a bag of snacks. Xie Miao and the others, upon seeing Zhang Tibi, displayed expressions of wariness and tension. They assumed Zhang Tibi had come to trouble Luo Li. "I have transmitted to you half of the Jiuzhuan Tai Jiagong. Do I not deserve even a modicum of your trust?" Zhang Tibi remarked, visibly displeased. "What? Zhang Tibi actually taught his ultimate skill, Jiuzhuan Tai Jiagong, to Luo Li? What the hell? Were they not enemies?" Am I mistaken? Hearing Zhang Tibi's words, Xian Miao and the others were utterly bewildered. It was known that just a few days prior, Luo Li and the Tibi martial arts school had been at each other's throats. Zhang Guanzhu, you taught me Zhujuan Tai Jiagong. Surely you must have ulterior motives? Luo Li ignored Xian Miao and the others, inviting Zhang Tibi into the house and getting straight to the point. Indeed, I have ulterior motives, but before I discuss my intentions, I must first assess your progress in Zhujuan Tai Jiagong. However, before he could finish, Zhang Tibi suddenly fell into a stupor. As Luo Li slightly activated the Zhujuan Tai Jiagong. 3 layers of iron-colored membranes emerged upon his skin, as if he were clad in 3 invisible suits of iron armor. Zhujuan Tai Jiagong has reached minor success? Impossible. This cannot be happening. Zhang Tibi trembled in shock, shaking his head repeatedly. It was known that Luo Li had only obtained the first half of Zhujuan Tai Jiagong a few days prior. Even a super genius could not possibly achieve minor success in just a few days. Speak of your intentions. If they are not too demanding, I may assist you, provided you first give me the subsequent techniques of Zhujuan Tai Jiagong. Luo Li displayed a hint of his prowess before speaking. My intentions are quite simple. I wish to take you as my closed-door disciple. It took Zhang Tibi half a day to calm the astonishment within him. If you agree, I will immediately present the subsequent techniques of Zhujuan Tai Jiagong to you. Zhang Guanzhu, do you believe yourself worthy? However, Luo Li raised his teacup, took a sip, and asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tibi initially felt anger stir within him, but this quickly dissipated. Given Luo Li's nearly monstrous talent for cultivation, he, an old man who had struggled for half a lifetime to reach the perfection of Yi Jin, indeed did not deserve to take him as a disciple. Luo Li, I can act as your master and take you as my disciple. If you are willing, you will become Zhang's little junior brother. In the future, I will not only teach you Zhujuan Tai Jiagong, but I can also impart to you the ultimate skills of my Jinjia sect. Zhujuan Jin Jiagong. Zhang Tibi's expression shifted momentarily, retreating to a more conciliatory stance. You possess the Zhujuan Jin Jiagong? Chapter 48, Demon Cavern, Shuanghu Mountain. Zhujuan Jin Jiagong is the signature martial art of the Jinjia sect in Huanghe Prefecture. Once mastered, the practitioner becomes as if clad in golden armor, impervious to blades and fire. Most importantly, it can break through the bottleneck of bone-forging realm, allowing the practitioner to enter the realm of blood exchange and body refinement. Such a martial art exists in only 2 copies throughout Gaoyi County, having contributed to the illustrious reputation of the Gao and Yi families. Luo Li's eyes brightened instantly. The Zhujuan Jin Jiagong is not in my possession. However, Zhang Tibi shook his head, then spoke with a tone full of temptation. But I can assist you in obtaining the Zhujuan Jin Jiagong. How will you acquire it? Luo Li suppressed his disappointment and inquired. Luo Li, I was once the heir to the Jinjia sect, Zhang Tibi recounted as he poured himself a cup of tea. Just as Yi Hai had mentioned, Zhang Tibi had been the heir to the Jinjia sect. But when the previous sect master was about to pass the mantle to him, his junior brother suddenly poisoned the sect master and framed him, turning him into a traitor hunted by all in the Jinjia sect. The reason Zhang Tibi sought to take on an apprentice was to wait until Luo Li reached a high level of cultivation and assist him in reclaiming the Jinjia sect. After achieving this, Zhang Tibi not only promised to provide the ultimate skill Zhujuan Jin Jiagong, but also to support Luo Li as the new sect master of the Jinjia sect. I apologize, but I have no interest in this matter. Luo Li decisively declined after hearing the story. The Jinjia sect was not a ragtag group like the Jinlang gang. It undoubtedly housed experts capable of blood exchange and even body refinement. To oppose such a force for an empty promise would be foolish. Luo Li, do you not desire the Zhujuan Jin Jiagong? It is a supreme skill. Zhang Tibi was momentarily taken aback by Luo Li's rejection. I do not desire it. Luo Li sipped a cup of cold tea and replied, no matter how exceptional the 9 turns golden armor technique may be, one must first possess the means to practice it. Moreover, if one had a sufficiently long lifespan, one could easily derive the 9 turns golden armor technique from thin air. Upon witnessing Luo Li's resolute demeanor, Zhang Tibi found himself at a loss for words and sighed. Very well, since you are so timid and apprehensive, I shall not press you further. Here are the secrets to mastering the complete and perfected forms of the 9 turns iron armor technique. Commit it to memory before you destroy it. He continued, Ah, and here is the formula for the Iron Core Pill. Without the Iron Core Pill to assist you, even with the secrets of the 9 turns iron armor technique, achieving perfection will remain elusive. Zhang Tibi produced a yellow tome and set it before Luo Li, before departing with a look of dejection. After Zhang Tibi's departure, Luo Li picked up the time-worn book and examined it closely. Upon finishing the tome, he glanced at the tattooed bronze mirror, cultivation, muscle transformation realm, late stage, martial arts, bone separation technique, completion, golden eagle leaping technique, completion, wind listening blade technique, completion, 1000 gene demon tiger hammer technique, major achievement. 9 turns iron armor technique, major achievement, secret technique, golden wolf howls at the moon, completion, remaining lifespan, 571 years. He noticed that the characters for incomplete had vanished from the 9 turns iron armor technique. The formula for the Iron Core Pill? After completing the 9 turns iron armor technique, Luo Li discovered a slip of paper tucked within the tome, listing approximately 11 types of herbs along with detailed alchemical procedures. This was indeed the crucial medicinal formula for assisting the cultivation of the 9 turns iron armor technique. The formula was indispensable for practitioners of the 9 turns iron armor technique. Without the Iron Core Pill, one would forever remain stuck at the major achievement stage, unable to attain perfection. It seemed he would need to delve into the art of alchemy. Though Luo Li was unfamiliar with alchemy, he could not entrust the Iron Core Pill's production to the Apothecary Guild, so he had to undertake the task himself. Just as he pondered how to concoct the Iron Core Pill, Zhang Jing hurriedly arrived. "Old Zhang, what brings you here?" Luo Li inquired. Zhang Jing, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, replied, "The head of the Gao family, Gao Chongyue, has captured over 100 members of the Changhe gang." As he recounted the tale, he poured himself another cup of tea. "The Gao family has apprehended the Changhe gang." Luo Li's eyes flickered momentarily before he let out a cold laugh. "Ha! This is likely a ploy by the Gao family to destroy the evidence of their collusion with demons. A deliberate act of feigned victimhood. Not long ago, Luo Li had stumbled upon the Gao family's abduction of innocent civilians in the western district of the inner city. To evade suspicion, Gao Chongping had directly shifted the blame onto the Changhe gang. Yihai had barely finished gathering evidence against the Changhe gang when the Gao family swiftly captured them all. If there were no ulterior motives at play, it would be hard to believe. "Perhaps not," Zhang Jing remarked, sipping another bowl of tea, his gaze flickering. Yi2 mentioned that over 100 members of the Changhe gang have been imprisoned by Gao Chongyue in the county jail. Furthermore, Gao Chongyue has consulted with County Magistrate Liu and intends to publicly execute Xiao Changhe and others in the inner city's vegetable market in 3 days. Execute the entire Changhe gang publicly? How ruthless! Luo Li's expression shifted as he realized the implications. The Changhe gang had been a pawn nurtured by the Gao family for many years. Such a callous betrayal could undermine the Gao family's authority and deter other forces from seeking allegiance with them. Moreover, Gao Chongyue has executed a cat demon. Zhang Jing added. It is said that this cat demon was hiding in the headquarters of the Changhe gang, and the recent spate of murders in the inner city was instigated by it. Something felt amiss with the Gao family, however. Hearing Zhang Jing's words, a sense of doubt arose in Luo Li's heart. According to his previous investigations, the cat demon had been in league with the Gao family, yet now they had outright killed their ally. What were the Gao family truly plotting? Yi2 also believed that the Gao family's actions were highly irregular. Zhang Jing took up his pipe, stuffing it with tobacco as he continued. The crux of the matter is that Yi2 discovered the 2 cat demons that were slain seemed to originate from Shuanghu Mountain. Shuanghu Mountain? The one to the north of the city? Luo Li had heard of the infamous Shuanghu Mountain. It was located to the north of Gaoye County, rumored to harbor 2 cat demons on the verge of transformation. Rivaled only by the Snake Mountain to the west of Gaoye County, both known as the dual scourges of the area. Each year, the number of innocent lives lost to the demons of Shuanghu Mountain and Snake Mountain easily exceeded the hundreds. Zhang Jing took several deep pulls from his pipe. Those 2 ancient demons of Shuanghu Mountain have struggled with reproduction since gaining intelligence, only managing to have 7 offspring. Now that 2 have been killed, they will surely descend the mountain for revenge. When that time comes, it will spell disaster. Demons are categorized into stages: awakening, transformation, and purple mansion. The early stage of awakening corresponds to the muscle refinement realm. The mid-stage corresponds to the flesh training realm, the late stage corresponds to the muscle transformation realm, and completion corresponds to the bone forging realm. The two cat demons residing on Shuanghu Mountain were rumored to have already transformed, making them at least comparable to terrifying beings of the blood exchange realm. If they descended the mountain accompanied by their 5 awakened offspring and a horde of fiends spawned from their lineage, it would be catastrophic for Gaoya County. Furthermore, Shuanghu Mountain and Snake Mountain watched over each other. Once the demons of Shuanghu Mountain descended, the demons on Snake Mountain would undoubtedly follow suit. Chapter 49. Perfecting Muscle Transformation. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Luoli felt a growing sense of urgency. Over the past few decades, Gaoya County had suffered numerous incursions by demons, each resulting in rivers of blood and countless casualties. Should the transformed cat demons from Shuanghu Mountain retaliate due to the death of their offspring and join forces with the snake demons from Snake Mountain to attack Gaoya County, the devastation would be unimaginable. He resolved to procure a batch of herbs for the Iron Core pill and, additionally, some King Ginseng pills. He aimed to elevate the 9 turns iron armor technique to its perfected state before the impending chaos arrived, and to advance his cultivation to the bone forging realm. After a moment of contemplation, Luoli relayed his intentions to his parents and sister before heading to the Apothecary Guild. Approximately an hour later, Luoli returned to the Green Willow courtyard, bearing 2 large sacks filled with 11 types of herbs essential for concocting the Iron Core pill, costing him nearly 3,000 taels of silver. As for the remaining 4,000 taels, he purchased 8 bottles of premium King Ginseng pills, along with a pill furnace. Let us begin. Inside the room, after sorting the herbs, Luoli glanced at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, Muscle Transformation Realm, Late Stage, Martial Arts, Bone Separation Technique, Completion, Golden Eagle Leaping Technique, Completion, Wind Listening Blade Technique, Completion, Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique, Major Achievement, 9 Turns Iron Armor Technique, Major Achievement, Secret Technique, Golden Wolf Howls at the Moon, Completion, Alchemy, Iron Core Pill, Novice. Remaining lifespan, 571 years. Upon reviewing the formula for the Iron Core pill, a new entry for alchemy appeared in the bronze mirror. Similar to martial arts, alchemy could also be enhanced by infusing lifespan into it. As Luoli infused his lifespan into the Iron Core pill, lines of prompt text materialized. You are a novice in the path of alchemy and know nothing of pill making. Thus, your first attempt at crafting the Iron Core pill has unsurprisingly failed. However, undeterred, you reflect on your experience and continue your efforts. After over 100 consecutive failures, you finally shed your status as a novice in alchemy and, on your 121st attempt at the Iron Core pill, you successfully produced a subpar version, marking a small achievement in your alchemical endeavors. 10 years later, after crafting over 800 Iron Core pills, your proficiency in making the Iron Core pill reached a major achievement. With the prompt text, it felt as though Luoli had immersed himself in alchemy for many years, a faint scent of medicinal herbs emanating from his being. Simultaneously, the 2 large sacks of herbs he purchased from the Apothecary Guild had been completely exhausted. Fortunately, at his feet lay a dozen bottles of iron brown pills. These were the Iron Core pills. Let us test the effects. Luoli picked up a bottle of Iron Core pills and swallowed one whole, immediately channeling his lifespan into the 9 turns iron armor technique. With the assistance of the Iron Core pill, your 9 turns iron armor power commenced its 7th round of purification and enhancement. 3 years later, with the aid of the last bottle of Iron Core pill, your 7th round of purification was finally completed. To achieve perfection in the 9 turns iron armor technique, one must purify and enhance it 9 times. This process necessitates the assistance of the Iron Core pill. Without it, progress would be so slow that one might question their very existence. Once the Iron Core pills were exhausted, Luoli attempted to infuse several years of his lifespan into the technique. Yet not even a ripple was created. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have purchased the King Ginseng pills, Luoli lamented, gazing at the depleted alchemical materials. His purse was now emptier than a dog's licked clean, leaving him without the means to purchase more herbs for crafting the Iron Core pill. Should I borrow some from Xie Miao and Old Zhang? Luoli considered, but quickly dismissed the notion. Borrowing money from friends felt akin to deceiving them, and he could not bring himself to do it. Suppressing the gloom within his heart, Luo Li retrieved several bottles of Shan Wang Dan, reserving 2 for unforeseen circumstances while he poured the remainder into his mouth. Utilizing the refined power of the 9-turn iron armor technique, which had undergone 7 purifications, he opened the meridians leading to his neck and brain. Having sacrificed 4 years of his lifespan, Luo Li successfully established the pathways in his neck and brain. At this moment, he gazed into the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation level, completed Aegean realm, martial arts, completed bone separation technique, completed golden eagle leaping technique, completed listening wind blade technique, major accomplishment in 1000 gene demon tiger hammer technique, major accomplishment in 9-turn iron armor technique, secret technique, completed golden wolf howling at the moon. Alchemical art, major accomplishment in iron core pill, remaining lifespan, 550 years. Upon achieving the completion of the Aegean realm, Luo Li's internal energy within his 36 acupoints could now reach any part of his body with astonishing speed. Both his offense and defense had been significantly enhanced compared to before. The following day, shortly after breakfast, as Luo Li prepared to practice the 1000 gene demon tiger hammer technique, Zhang Tibi unexpectedly arrived. Accompanied by his wife, Lu Xinmei. Luo Li, have you heard about the incident in the outer city yesterday? Zhang Tibi approached Luo Li while Lu Xinmei went to see her sister, Luo Lian. I have heard some rumors. Luo Li responded, probing for more information. Does Master Zhang have any insider knowledge? I just feel something is amiss and was planning to take refuge in another county. Zhang Tibi shook his head and revealed his intention. Luo Li, would you care to accompany me? I can guide you in practicing the 9-turn iron armor technique along the way, and within 10 years, you will surely reach great accomplishment. It turned out Zhang Tibi had sensed danger and was preparing to leave Gaoye County. His visit was to invite Luo Li to join him. Leave Gaoye County? Luo Li pondered for a long while before finally shaking his head. I appreciate Master Zhang's kindness, but I have no plans to leave for the time being. This world is rife with demons, and aside from those highly skilled martial artists, ordinary people who leave the city easily become prey for these fiends. Even though I have now reached the completion of the Aegean realm, I lack confidence in being able to protect my parents and sister in the wilderness. Moreover, I have a good relationship with the Yi family. Even if the demons from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain invade Gaoye County, I can rely on the Yi family, which is far better than fleeing from home. Since you do not wish to leave, I shall not press the matter. Zhang Tibi hesitated for a moment before finally handing Luo Li 2 items. This is a bit of my insights on the 9-turn iron armor technique. It should aid you in your practice. Also, take these few bottles of iron core pills. Thank you, Master Zhang. Luo Li accepted the items with a sense of gratitude. Regardless of whether Zhang Tibi had ulterior motives in imparting the 9-turn iron armor technique, his assistance was undeniably sincere. Take care, and let us meet again after the new year. Having delivered the items, Zhang Tibi prepared to take his leave. Master Zhang, since you have already helped me to such an extent, might you lend me another hand? Luo Li said in a joking tone. What further assistance do you seek? Could you lend me a few hundred taels of silver? Once I achieve success, I will repay you tenfold. Luo Li wished to borrow money to purchase materials for refining iron core pills. He aspired to elevate the 9-turn iron armor technique to its pinnacle, and the few bottles of iron core pills gifted by Zhang Tibi were far from sufficient. Borrow silver? No problem. Zhang Tibi paused for a moment, then took out a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket, handing half of it to Luo Li without even counting it. Wow, so generous. Luo Li was taken aback by Zhang Tibi's boldness. The key was that he had not promised Zhang Tibi anything in return. Once you achieve success, just help me with a task, Zhang Tibi hinted, suggesting he still wished to use Luo Li's strength to avenge his past grievances. Then you may have to wait a while. Luo Li provided an ambiguous reply, I'm not in a hurry. As long as it can be accomplished before I close my eyes, that will suffice. Hearing Luo Li's words, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Tibi's face. Compared to this sum of silver, clearing the decades-long stain on his name and avenging his master was his greatest wish in life. After Zhang Tibi and his wife departed, Luo Li counted the stack of silver notes, discovering it amounted to nearly 10,000 taels in a single night. He had become extraordinarily wealthy. Brother, Aunt Lu just gave me some cultivation formulas for the cold jade technique, along with over 10 bottles of jade marrow pills. At that moment, his sister, Luo Lian, came running over, cradling several small porcelain bottles in her arms. After reaching Luoli, Luo Lian recited the cold jade technique formula taught by Lu Xinmei. Upon hearing it, Luo Li used the tattooed bronze mirror to perform a slight deduction and found no issues, thus allowing his sister to practice as for the dozen or so bottles of jade marrow pills. Luo Li took a few mice, emptied one pill from each bottle, and tested the medicine on them. Fortunately, Zhang Tibi and his wife did not engage in any underhanded actions, which further improved Luo Li's impression of them. Once his strength became sufficiently formidable, he could accompany Zhang Tibi to the Golden Armor sect. After sending his sister away, Luo Li went to the apothecary hall, but by the time he returned, he found the stack of silver notes had dwindled to less than half. But he had managed to bring back several bags of materials for refining iron core pills. Subsequently, Luo Li locked himself in his room to refine the iron core pills. As time flew by. It was already the 27th of October. Inside the room, Luo Li rubbed his eyes and looked into the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation level. Early bone forging realm. Martial arts. Completed 9-turn iron armor technique. Completed bone separation technique. Completed golden eagle leaping technique. Completed listening wind blade technique. Major accomplishment in 1000-gene demon tiger hammer technique. Secret technique. Completed golden wolf howling at the moon. Alchemical art. Completed iron core pill. Remaining lifespan, 521 years. With the assistance of the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li had refined nearly 1,000 furnaces of iron core pills over the past few days. Not only bringing his refining skills to the pinnacle but also acquiring over 2,000 iron core pills. Next, Luo Li consumed a significant quantity of iron core pills and, with the aid of the tattooed bronze mirror, enhanced his 9-turn iron armor technique. Approximately 29 years later, the 9-turn iron armor technique completed its 9th enhancement, reaching perfection. Simultaneously, his cultivation level also ascended to the bone forging realm with the support of the 9-turn iron armor technique. The perfected 9-turn iron armor technique was indeed extraordinary. Inside the room, Luo Li marveled. As the 9-turn iron armor technique reached completion, the internal energy manifested as 9 layers of faint iron light, not only surpassing its previous strength but also undergoing a profound transformation. With this transformation, the 9-turn iron armor technique could wash and refine the bones within his body, even penetrating deep into the bones to cleanse the marrow. Once the bones were adorned with silver patterns and the marrow refined to a mercury-like consistency, new blood would be generated within his body, leading to a rebirth of sorts. This was what one referred to as the blood exchange realm. Yet, it was still insufficiently powerful. The energy could not penetrate the bones. Luo Li attempted to refine his bones with the 9-turn iron armor technique, only to find that the energy could only traverse the surface of the bones, unable to penetrate through the bone matter to reach the interior. This was, in fact, quite normal. To allow the energy to deeply infiltrate the bones, it required the prowess of an ultimate technique. The 9-turn iron armor technique and the 9-turn golden armor technique stemmed from the same origin. Perhaps I could use the 9-turn iron armor technique as a foundation to deduce the 9-turn golden armor technique. The 9-turn iron armor technique was created based on the 9-turn golden armor technique. Theoretically, it was indeed possible to derive the 9-turn golden armor technique through the 9-turn iron armor technique. Filled with anticipation, Luo Li infused his lifespan into the 9-turn iron armor technique. Although your 9-turn iron armor technique has reached perfection, you remain unsatisfied, constantly poring over Zhang Tibi's cultivation insights and books related to body refinement, aiming to derive the ultimate martial art, the 9-turn golden armor technique. However, the ultimate martial art is exceedingly profound, leaving you utterly perplexed. 10 years swiftly passed, and you remained like a headless fly, making no progress. Just 10 years, there's no need to rush, Luo Li calmly murmured, continuing to infuse his lifespan into the 9-turn iron armor technique. It must be noted that the 9-turn golden armor technique is an ultimate technique. It is utterly impossible to derive it within a mere decade. In the 12th year, you consumed an immense quantity of iron core pills. Intending to break through the limits of the 9-turn iron armor technique and unlock the door to the 9-turn golden armor technique. Yet, your 9-turn iron armor technique had already reached perfection, and the medicinal power of the iron core pills was now difficult to absorb. The iron core pills you consumed were like a drop in the ocean, yielding minimal results. BY the 21st year. You had consumed all the iron core pills. Apart from solidifying the power of the 9-turn iron armor technique, it had only propelled your cultivation level significantly closer to the middle stage of bone forging. Just 21 years, there's no need to rush. Looking at the prompt text on the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li's lips twitched slightly, and he continued to infuse his lifespan into the 9-turn iron armor technique. However, after spending a full 100 years of lifespan, the deduction of the 9-turn golden armor technique remained stagnant. Damn it, I'm done playing. At this point, Luo Li could no longer restrain himself. He glanced at his dwindling lifespan, now hovering around the critical point of 400 years, and decisively abandoned his attempt to deduce the 9-turn golden armor technique. This endeavor was simply an endless abyss, deep enough to instill despair. Luo Li, it's time to set off. Just then, a voice called from outside, the voice of Xian Miao. Coming. Today is October 27th, a day marked by the public execution of over 100 members of the Changhe gang. Luo Li has always felt that something was amiss about this event, prompting him to arrange with Xian Miao and Lu Fichui to observe the proceedings at Kaishiku. After downing 2 bowls of cold tea, Luo Li finally managed to calm his restless emotions, and subsequently set out to meet Xian Miao and Lu Fichui, heading towards the vegetable market in the southern district of the inner city. Before long, they arrived at the market, which was already teeming with people. Xian Miao, being of shorter stature, could only see a multitude of varying-sized heads from his vantage point. In contrast, Luo Li, towering nearly 2 meters tall, did not share this dilemma. Even from the edge of the crowd, he could easily see the happenings within the market with just a slight rise on his toes. Ugh, I should have just come without waiting for you. Xian Miao exclaimed in frustration after peering at the sea of heads for some time. Don't panic, I've got this. Seeing that Xian Miao's height was indeed insufficient, Luo Li reached down and grasped the back of Xian Miao's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Hey, could you be a bit gentler? Xian Miao gasped, nearly losing his breath from Luo Li's firm grip. Just be grateful for what you can see, don't be so picky. Had Xian Miao been a stunning beauty, Luo Li might have shown some tenderness, but alas, he was not. As Xian Miao grumbled, a group of men and women clad in prison garb was escorted into the market by a contingent of county soldiers. It really is Xiao Changhe, Luo Li observed, recognizing that the prisoners were indeed members of the Changhe gang, with the leader being none other than their boss, Xiao Changhe. What kind of posture is this? Are they really going to be executed by beheading? Suddenly, Xian Miao's astonished voice rang out. It appeared that after being brought to the execution site, Xiao Changhe and the others formed an oddly shaped triangle. With the prisoners locked onto the execution platform, their faces turned skyward, quite different from the conventional beheading stance. The time has come. Execute the sentence. Just as the crowd began to murmur in confusion, Tai Kuan's voice boomed. Immediately, the executioners standing beside the prisoners raised their blades in unison, striking down upon the prisoners' chests. In an instant, blood mixed with entrails spilled onto the ground. Something feels off. The gruesome scene at the execution ground left the onlookers pale with shock. And even Luo Li felt a wave of nausea wash over him, soon followed by a sense of suspicion. It is known that the authorities have strict regulations regarding the execution of criminals, most of which involve beheading. Yet today, the method employed against the Changhe gang appeared to be a deliberate act of vengeance, as if it were a form of sacrificial ritual, evoking an inexplicable eeriness. As Luo Li's thoughts churned, an unexpected shift occurred at the execution ground. The blood and entrails spilling from the open chests of the prisoners seemed to be drawn away by an invisible force, quickly vanishing, leaving the organs shriveled and desiccated. Then, a strange blue light erupted suddenly above the inner city. Chapter 51. All parties in motion, all beasts. As twilight descended, the abrupt appearance of the azure light became all the more striking, causing Luo Li's eyes to ache. What on earth is that? It was too quick to discern, but it resembled a mountain. No, it was a hand, a gigantic azure hand akin to a mountain. The blue light flickered and disappeared. At Kaishiku, the townsfolk buzzed with speculation, recounting their sightings of the blue light. Ha ha ha, it worked. We finally lured it out. Meanwhile, atop a loft in the Gao residence, Gao Chongping watched the spot where the blue light had vanished, his plump face shaking with delight. Luring it out is merely the first step. Our true goal is to capture it, subdue it, and control it. In the loft, aside from Gao Chongping, there were two others. One was a burly figure, a purple sword hanging at his waist, emanating a vigorous aura that seemed to burn like a fire in the night. None other than Gao Chongyue, the head of the Gao family and one of the 3 demon hunters of Gaoyi County. However, Gao Chongyue stood deferentially beside another figure. This person was frail, his face lined with wrinkles and age spots, draped in a purple robe that hung on him like a sack on a stick. Yet he was the true master of the Gao family, Gao Su, the grandfather of Gao Chongyue. Grandfather, to capture that thing, we first need it to manifest fully, but that requires a sacrifice on a scale 10 times greater than tonight's. Gao Chongyue remarked. Now that Lu Fu and Tai Kuan have likely guessed our intentions, should they report to the authorities at Huanghe Prefecture, we might attract the attention of the 6 doors and the demon-slaying division's experts. Gao Chongyue maintained his composure, articulating the risks. Lu Fu also desires that object. As long as it remains unmanifested, he will not intervene. Gao Su waved his hand dismissively. However, to be safe, you should inform the 3 old monsters from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain to prepare to enter the city. Then, we can take advantage of the chaos caused by the demon invasion to conduct a large-scale sacrifice, while simultaneously diverting Lu Fu and the Yi family's focus to prevent them from competing with us for the treasure. At the county yamen, in the residence of County Magistrate Lu Fu, a supernatural phenomenon? A lean, middle-aged man in an official robe suddenly sprang to his feet. It truly is a supernatural phenomenon, my lord. Gaoyi County is indeed a land of fortune. It has genuinely produced a supernatural object, exclaimed a burly elder with graying hair, his face alight with excitement. Supernatural objects are extraordinary treasures. It is widely recognized that such skills can elevate a martial artist to the realm of blood transformation. But ascending from blood transformation to rebirth requires a rebirth technique, which is exceedingly rare, even in Huanghe Prefecture. Moreover, the gap between blood transformation and rebirth is akin to a chasm. Even with a rebirth technique, success is not guaranteed. However, supernatural objects can endow ordinary martial artists with the power to stand toe-to-toe with rebirth-level experts, making it a meteoric rise. Lu Fu was equally astonished. After the blue light's disappearance, he managed to stabilize his emotions and smiled faintly. Fortunately, the Gao family has not disappointed me. It turned out that Lu Fu had long suspected the Gao family of conducting sacrifices with the townsfolk to locate the supernatural object. Yet he not only refrained from stopping them but also subtly allowed it to happen, for he too coveted this supernatural object. My lord, this supernatural object has yet to manifest and requires a larger-scale sacrifice. Such a grand offering will undoubtedly attract the attention of the 6 doors and the demon-slaying division, and if they investigate, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. The 6 doors and the demon-slaying division possess the authority to oversee the realm. Especially the demon-slaying division, where masters abound, even rebirth-level experts must bow their heads. Why should we conceal this? Lu Fu lifted a cup of tea, taking a sip before issuing an order. You are to dispatch someone to Huanghe Prefecture immediately to report this matter to the 6 doors, requesting that they send experts to conduct a thorough investigation. My lord? The burly elder looked perplexed. Even with a swift horse, it would take over half a month to reach Huanghe Prefecture. By the time the 6 doors people arrive, I would have already secured that supernatural object, Lu Fu explained. In that case, even if the 6 doors learn of my involvement, they will be powerless against me. Lu Fu was indeed cunning. He deliberately sent someone to rush to Huanghe Prefecture to report the matter, thus granting himself at least half a month's time to compete for the supernatural object. My lord, you are truly astute. The burly elder grasped the intricacies of the situation and gave Lu Fu a thumbs up. Go and handle it. Also, do not forget to inform the Gao family. They must expedite their sacrifices. Furthermore, the Yi family, Yi Guantao, is likely also eyeing that supernatural object. Lu Fu's words held truth. I in the Yi family. A middle-aged man sitting cross-legged with a golden long knife resting on his knee gazed at the spot where the blue light had vanished, lost in deep contemplation. A supernatural object, you say? Regardless of whether I can obtain it, I must make an effort to claim it. Meanwhile, back at the Southern District's Kaishiku, what exactly was that blue light? Was it connected to the deaths of Xiao Changhe and the others? A myriad of questions swirled in Luo Li's mind. However, lacking a source of intelligence, he could only speculate wildly, unable to discern the conspiracy at play. Look, those corpses have shriveled. Goodness, they truly have. Could it be that they are on the verge of becoming undead? A gasp of astonishment erupted. Luo Li turned to see that the blood from the corpses of Xiao Changhe and the others seemed to have been drawn away, their skin clinging to their bones in a grotesquely eerie manner. The onlookers were startled, scattering in fear. Brother Luo, Brother Xie, shall we return? Lu Fichui expressed a sense of unease. What are you afraid of? Xie Miao, who claimed to fear nothing, was already making his way through the crowd towards the market's exit. Luo Li shot him an exasperated glance before following suit. Half an hour later, in the lush courtyard, within the confines of the house, today's beheading resembled a sacrificial rite. There must be some underlying conspiracy. Luo Li reflected on the scene of Xiao Changhe's execution and the sudden appearance of the mysterious blue light, a sense of urgency blossoming within him. Enhanced the Qianjun Demon Tiger Hammer technique. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li began to infuse his life force into the Qianjun Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Once perfected, coupled with his bone refinement realm cultivation and the complete 9 transformation iron armor technique, he would stand unafraid even against fully awakened demons. In the face of the impending unknown crisis, he diligently practiced the Qianjun Demon Tiger Hammer technique. 18 years have swiftly passed, and your comprehension of the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique has reached an unprecedented level. The 2-meter-long great black hammer in your grasp is as flexible and versatile as your own fingers. Yet, you remain unsatisfied, diligently honing your skills. In the 39th year, you fortuitously witness a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey, igniting a profound realization within you. The previously agile and dynamic hammer techniques begin to coalesce. Over the subsequent 6 years, you continuously observe the ferocious hunting and combat of tigers, until one fateful night, you attain a moment of enlightenment, grasping the true essence of the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique. Following the guidance inscribed upon the tattooed bronze mirror, the 9-turn iron armor strength within the 36 meridians of Luo Li suddenly transforms into an overwhelming 1000-gene power. Surging towards his right arm, at that moment, he seizes the great black hammer and swings it effortlessly. The hammer, imbued with immense force, emerges as if a legendary demon tiger has materialized from thin air. With a resounding crash, Luo Li's dwelling collapses. Chapter 52. The chaos of snakes and rats. Dust swirls. As Luo Li emerges from the ruins of his fallen abode, he finds his parents and younger sister standing helplessly at the edge of the debris, their faces etched with concern. Father, mother, I was so engrossed in my training that I accidentally brought the house down. Luo Li quickly reassures his family. You must be more careful. It's frightening at this hour. Upon hearing that her son was responsible for the collapse, He Kaihua breathes a sigh of relief, but then glares at Luo Li, admonishing him. Yes, I will be more cautious next time, Luo Li acknowledges, aware that the timing of the collapse was far from ideal, sheepishly touching his nose in apology. What on earth happened to your house? At that moment, other residents of the courtyard, roused from their slumber, hurried over barefoot, armed with weapons, fearing an attack from bandits, especially Xie Miao, who was clad in nothing but a pair of large shorts. It was just a slip of the hand during my training. My apologies, everyone. It was purely accidental. Luo Li hastily apologizes. A slip of the hand caused a house to crumble. Your strength is rather excessive, Xie Miao retorts incredulously. Meanwhile, Song Gang and Lu Fei look upon him with awe in their eyes. Even the poisonous girl, rushing from the backyard, casts a deep glance at Luo Li. The following day, Luo Li sets out early to enlist a group of masons to repair the house he had inadvertently destroyed with a single blow. However, due to the extent of the damage, it would take at least 10 days to restore. Reluctantly, Luo Li must find alternative accommodation. Fortunately, there are vacant rooms in the Green Willow courtyard, with only Mu Girl residing in the backyard. If absolutely necessary, Luo Li could manage to share a courtyard with Mu Girl, an arrangement that would be rather awkward. By the time he relocates, It is already noon. As the meal is served, Xian Miao happens to drop by. He Kaihua, Luo Li's mother, merely offers a polite remark, and Xian Miao eagerly takes a seat at the dining table. After the meal, as he picks his teeth with a toothpick, Xian Miao mysteriously inquires, "Have you heard? An unusual incident has occurred outside the city." "What kind of incident?" "Snakes. There are numerous snakes appearing in the villages and towns beyond the city." "Snakes? That can't be true." He Kaihua responds while clearing the dishes. "It's already the 28th of October. Snakes should be hibernating by now." "Not only snakes, but there are also many rats, and they are on the verge of overrunning us." Xian Miao adds, "Some say this sudden surge of snakes and rats is a sign of demonic invasion." At this proclamation, the room falls into an eerie silence. Luo Yong and He Kaihua shudder involuntarily. They have experienced the devastation caused by the surge of snakes and rats when the demons from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain descended upon Gaoye County, resulting in heavy casualties. Now, in the dead of winter, the sudden proliferation of snakes and rats is likely connected to the demons. As expected, the next day, several villages near Shuanghu Mountain are besieged by a band of ruthless bandits, with the villagers, men, women, and children, having their hearts and livers ripped out, perpetrated by the demon spawn bearers of Shuanghu Mountain. Not long after, villages near Shi Mountain also fall victim to the demon spawn bearers. Panic spreads throughout the villages and towns of Gaoye County, with many families fleeing, dragging their children towards the county city for refuge. On the third day, the situation escalates, and even the county city of Gaoye is inundated with rats and snakes, especially in the outer city. As a wave of people floods into the inner city, prices soar, and many petty thieves seize the opportunity to loot. Fortunately, Tai Kuan decisively eliminates several groups of looters, restoring a semblance of order. On the fourth day, in the early morning, Yi Hai arrives in haste. "You have 1 tea's worth of time to gather your belongings, then follow me out of the city to escort the fleeing populace from the northern villages." Upon his arrival, Yi Hai immediately issues orders. According to intelligence, the descent of demons from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain is imminent, prompting the county magistrate Lu Fu to command the 4 copper badge captains of Gaoye County, each to lead a team out of the city to escort the displaced citizens. "Brother, are you leaving the city?" Luo Li's sister, Luo Lian, reveals her concern upon hearing Yi Hai's words. "Don't worry, I am merely escorting the citizens." "There is no danger," Luo Li reassures her, gently patting her head. "But there are demons outside." Recent news of demonic incursions has spread widely, and Luo Lian clearly fears for her brother's safety. "Silly girl. It's not that easy to encounter demons. Besides, even if I do, I doubt they could withstand a few of my blows," Luo Li exclaims, swinging the great black hammer, creating a gust of wind that touzles Luo Lian's hair. "Then you must promise me you'll return unharmed." Seeing her brother's courage, Luo Lian's anxiety diminishes significantly. "All right, brother promises you." Luo Li readily agrees, "But you must promise me one thing as well." "What is it?" "Use this knife to protect yourself and our parents." Luo Li hands over the silver narrow-bladed knife belonging to young Master Yu to Luo Lian. "If anyone dares to harm you, just use it. I will always have your back." Luo Lian takes the silver knife, nodding earnestly. Luo Li ruffles her hair, glancing at their parents before turning to leave. Soon after, others arrive. Upon seeing this, Yi Hai turns and walks outside. There, a dozen horses await, while Yi Hai mounts a pure white steed with grace. "You all get on your horses. We need to move quickly," he instructs as soon as Yi Hai's voice falls. Xian Miao and the others rush forward, each leading a horse away. By the time it is Luo Li's turn, all the horses are taken. "Luo Li, if you call me uncle, I will let you share my horse," Xian Miao suggests, brushing his shiny hair. "Are you trying to die?" Luo Li plants the great black hammer on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. "How ungrateful! Then you can just eat dust behind us." "I enjoy eating dust," Luo Li retorts, lifting the hammer and preparing to walk. "Ride with me." Suddenly, a melodious voice calls out. Luo Li looks up to find it is Mu Girl. Her face is veiled in black, obscuring her features. But her graceful figure is enough to earn her the title of beauty. The single men, led by Xian Miao, have long coveted Mu Girl's presence. Even the 40-year-old Zhang Jing feels his heart stir. Now, witnessing Mu Girl inviting Luo Li to share a horse, jealousy radiates from them, especially Xian Miao, who, claiming that Luo Li is too heavy, offers to relinquish his horse for Luo Li, while he would share a mount with Mu Girl. Get lost. In response to Xian Miao's shameless request, Luo Li softly replies with 3 words. He then strides to Mu Girl's horse, swings a leg over, and settles behind her, igniting a blaze of envy in Xian Miao and the others. Let us depart. Concurrently, Yi Hai cracks his whip, urging the horses towards the outer city. Luo Li and the others follow suit. Before long, the group of a dozen riders reaches the inner city gate. Surrounding the gate are throngs of people, each dragging their families, with some even cradling infants barely days old. The cacophony of crying children and anxious chatter creates an indescribable atmosphere of oppression and heaviness. Once outside the city, the situation worsens, as if the streets are teeming with displaced citizens. Don't linger, follow me. Just as Luo Li and his companions are weighed down by grim emotions, Yi Hai calls out, spurring his horse through the outer city towards the northern side of the county. After about half an hour, the group finally exits the county city. Look, snakes. There are so many snakes on the road. Chapter 53. A bunch of beasts. Eliminate them all. Today is October 30, and snow has fallen several times already. Yet, on the official road, several brightly colored snakes slither ominously, creating a chilling sight in the withered leaves by the roadside. Their numbers are even greater. Additionally, large rats scurry amidst the snakes, showing no fear of humans as they bare their teeth and emit a series of shrill sounds. Fortunately, Luo Li and his companions have sprinkled insect repellent powder on themselves. The snakes and rats, sensing the repellent, instinctively retreat. However, a sense of heaviness lingers in Luo Li's heart. While they are safeguarded by the powder, what about the common folk? Once the scale of the snakes and rats reaches a certain threshold, it is likely that before the demons even arrive, the populace will be entirely consumed by the rampant serpents and rodents. Indeed, not long after setting out, they encounter a citizen whose body has been partially devoured by snakes and rats, an utterly heart-wrenching sight. These brutes, witnessing the sight of a commoner left with only half a body, Xian Miao's hair stood on end in shock. Luo Li, too, could not help but clench his mighty black hammer. Let us hasten our steps. If we move swiftly, we may save another life. After burying the unfortunate soul, Yi Hai commanded, and the group quickened their pace. Along the way, Luo Li and his companions encountered numerous similar tragedies, with bandits rampantly pillaging and slaughtering amidst the chaos. Whenever they confronted such scenes, they dealt swift justice, leaving not a single one alive. Ahead lay Huangjia village. We shall spend the night there and return at dawn. By dusk, Luo Li and the others arrived at a village with merely a dozen households. This village, known as Huangjia village, was the most remote settlement in the northern part of Gaoyi County. Beyond it lay the notorious Shuanghu Mountain, a treacherous distance away. With the last rays of sunlight, Luo Li could faintly discern the peaks of Shuanghu Mountain. Enter the village with caution, Yi Hai instructed, urging his horse into Huangjia village. Following Yi Hai, Luo Li, Miss Mu, and Xian Miao, along with Lu Fei Leg, maintained a defensive formation. The others dispersed along the route, escorting the fleeing villagers. Something feels amiss. The silence in Huangjia village was unsettling. Upon their entry, they encountered not a single villager, nor did they hear even a barking dog. Yi Tu, there is the stench of blood, Lu Fei Leg suddenly exclaimed. Possessing not only keen hearing but also an acute sense of smell, he swiftly urged his horse into the village, and a gruesome scene soon unfolded before their eyes. In the village center lay the bodies of the villagers, scattered across the ground, each met with a tragic end, evidently having suffered before their demise. There are sounds over here. Just as Luo Li and the others were consumed by rage, Lu Fei Leg pointed towards the northern part of the village. They spurred their horses forward, only to witness a group of ruffians committing unspeakable acts of violence against a group of women, including a child not even 10 years old. These scoundrels, they deserve a fate worse than death. Upon witnessing this scene, the fury within Luo Li and his companions erupted instantaneously, particularly Luo Li, without even reaching the perpetrators. His mighty black hammer had already struck first. Bang! One of the bare-bodied ruffians was instantly reduced to a puddle of mush. Just as Luo Li arrived, he kicked the black hammer forward, sending it flying. Bang! The second brute was crushed to a pulp. In contrast, Luoli seized the arms of the third miscreant, twisting them violently. The sound of a pig being slaughtered pierced the night. However, Luoli seemed oblivious to the cries. As he lowered his hands to grasp the man's legs and, employing a technique to dislocate bones, twisted them into a pretzel shape. Then came the fourth, and the fifth by the time Yi-Hai and the others arrived. All the ruffians lay lifeless on the ground. Miss Mu, tend to the villagers. The rest of us will search the entire village. Yi-Hai commanded, leading the way to other areas of Huangjia village. Xian Miao and Lu Fei Leg chose their respective directions to depart. At that moment, Luo Li's fury subsided somewhat. He grasped his black hammer, preparing to search with the group, when he suddenly heard a neighing horse. Luo Li cautioned Miss Mu and promptly raced towards the source of the sound. However, by the time he arrived, the hoofbeats had already departed the village, heading straight for Shuanghu Mountain. I will pursue. At that moment, Yi-Hai and the others arrived, and Lu Fei Leg shouted as he prepared to give chase. It's futile now. Even if we catch up, it will be pointless. Yi-Hai pointed to the sky, where a bamboo firework had exploded in the night. That scoundrel sent a distress signal. Seeing the firework, Lu Fei Leg and Xian Miao's expressions changed drastically. This place is not far from Shuanghu Mountain. It is possible that the cat demon atop the mountain has already seen this signal. Withdraw. Take the survivors from Huangjia village. We must retreat immediately. Yi-Hai cast a wary glance at Shuanghu Mountain and issued the order. You all go ahead, Luo Li shouted, then brandished his black hammer, vanishing into the darkness. Luo Li, what do you intend to do? I will slay that fleeing scoundrel and buy you some time. Given Yi-Hai and the others speed, if they acted independently, they could return to Gaoyi County by dawn. However, the issue remained that they still had to escort the migrating villagers, which would slow them down considerably. If that man lured the demons of Shuanghu Mountain, not only would Yi-Hai and the others perish, but the villagers would also meet the same fate. Do not act recklessly. You will lose your life. Xian Miao urgently implored, I will not die. Yet, Luo Li merely replied with those 4 words before disappearing without a trace. Damn, this reckless fool. Xian Miao cursed in frustration. Luo Li was not a fool, since he claimed he would not die. Then he surely would not. Let us leave quickly so that Luo Li can act without concern. Yi-Hai cast a deep glance at the place where Luo Li had vanished before turning to leave. Xian Miao and Lu Fei Leg gritted their teeth and followed suit. Meanwhile, Luo Li had already pursued the sound of hoofbeats for over 1,000 meters. The night was not particularly dark, and with the faint starlight, Luo Li utilized the golden eagle leaping technique to sprint, moving even faster than a galloping horse. Thus, after half a cup of TS time, Luo Li caught up to the bandit fleeing on horseback. Who goes there? The bandit sensed something amiss and shouted. But before he could finish, a square hammer struck his horse's leg, sending the galloping steed crashing to the ground. The bandit tumbled off and attempted to escape. Unfortunately, Luo Li was already before him, grasping his shoulder and twisting. Crack! The bandit's entire shoulder was dislocated. Luo Li then employed the same technique to dislocate the other shoulder and both legs. When the bandit lay on the ground like a marionette whose strings had been cut, Luo Li finally crouched down to calm the surging internal energy within him. Spare me, great hero, spare me. At that moment, the incapacitated bandit wailed and begged for mercy. Fear not, I shall not kill you. That would be too lenient. Once Luo Li had stabilized his internal energy, he retrieved his black hammer and struck the bandit's limbs, one by one. After thoroughly pulverizing the bandit's limbs, Luo Li turned to leave. Chapter 54. Slaying Demons. Shortly thereafter, Luo Li returned to Huangjia village. By now, Yi-Hai and the others had departed, taking with them the surviving villagers. May they rest in peace. Luo Li approached the pile of villagers' corpses, fetched a shovel, and dug a large pit in the ground to bury the victims. Then, he found a jug of liquor from one of the bandits' corpses and poured half of it into the grave for the villagers, consuming the remaining half himself. This liquor is truly abominable. It was Luo Li's first experience with alcohol, and he found it overwhelmingly pungent, far inferior to plain water. However, after drinking, his turbulent emotions gradually calmed. He planted his black hammer beside the grave and sat cross-legged, adjusting his state while waiting for the reinforcements of those ruffians. Before long, an hour passed. Just as Luoli began to grow impatient, the sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance. Have they finally arrived? Before the grave, Luoli's eyes suddenly widened. With the faint starlight, he spotted the source of the hoofbeats. A dozen or so fierce bandits clad in garments embroidered with tiger head patterns. Their eyes a striking blue, and their nails long like daggers, particularly the 2 men and 1 woman at the forefront, whose faces were even sprouting beastly hair, were clearly carriers of a fully demonized lineage. Lu Jing and the others are all dead. What a bunch of useless fools. The killers seem to have not escaped. Such a little thing has such audacity. However, it is precisely those like him that are most enjoyable to kill. Soon, the group stormed into Huangjia village. They glanced at the deceased bandits, then began to howl and charge towards Luoli. 1, particularly tall and slender demonized carrier even leaped from his horse from 100 meters away. Claws drawn like blades, aimed at Luoli's head. Luoli grinned and raised his hand to strike the handle of his black hammer, which soared into the air and struck the demonized carrier's hands. Crack! The slender demonized carrier's arms shattered as if they were porcelain. The black hammer continued its course, crashing into the carrier's chest. Bang! The demonized carrier's chest caved in, and he fell back onto his steed at a speed even faster than he had approached. The galloping horse was overturned. Damn, this one is a fierce character. We must not underestimate him. The sudden demise of the slender demonized carrier caused the other demonized carriers to change color in alarm, with their leader urgently warning them. However, it was too late. Luoli had already leaped forward, wielding the perfected technique of the 1000-gene demon tiger hammer, manipulating the black hammer as if a tiger among sheep. Anyone struck by it would undoubtedly perish in an instant. Thus, in just a few breaths, the dozen or so demonized carriers from Shuanghu Mountain were reduced to merely 3 survivors. This one is a formidable expert at the bone-forging stage. Retreat, quick retreat. The remaining 3, having fully demonized, possessed combat power on par with the Yijin masters. Yet, before Luoli, they were merely a matter of a few strikes. Bang. Soon, Luoli killed 1 more. With a single strike, he crushed the left arm of the second. Stop! Do you know where we come from? The one-armed demon-bearer exclaimed in shock. Where do you come from? Luoli casually inquired as he withdrew his massive black hammer. The one-armed demon-bearer, believing he had a chance at survival, was about to invoke the fearsome name of Twin Tiger Mountain to intimidate Luoli, only to be met with an unexpectedly ruthless strike from Luoli's hammer. Bang! The head of the one-armed demon-bearer was driven deep into his chest. You shameless sneak attacker! The last remaining demon-bearer cried out in furious indignation. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Your reward is a reunion with your companions. Luoli grinned widely, swinging the black hammer back toward him. 6th Princess, save me! Faced with Luoli's impending blow, the demon-bearer felt his courage drain away and cried out in desperation. 6th Princess? Luoli's heart jolted, and just as he was about to scan the surroundings, a chilling sensation suddenly crept up from behind. Luoli swiftly sidestepped and hurled the black hammer, aimed at the demon-bearer. Backward, with a clang, a shadow vanished into the night. A demon. That was a true demon. Luoli's heart raced, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. For in that moment, the demon-seeking insect hanging at his waist erupted into a dazzling glow. Only a genuine demon could provoke such a reaction from the bug. You little pest, since the 6th Princess has intervened, you might as well resign yourself to death. Rest assured, she is exceedingly merciful. She will carve your heart open and extract your organs piece by piece. At that moment, the last demon-bearer howled viciously. Having witnessed the 6th Princess devour countless souls, he savored the prospect of seeing Luoli's heart ripped out. However, as he reveled in his dark fantasies, Luoli suddenly swung his black hammer. Like a charging black tiger, it struck. Bang! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the demon-bearer, lost in his blissful daydreams, was sent to the depths of hell. Meow! At that moment, a cat's cry pierced Luoli's ears, akin to a sharp thunderclap that left his eardrums ringing and his head spinning. A cat demon. Luoli tensed instinctively, channeling the 9 transformation iron armor technique to its utmost limits, his flesh and skin momentarily reinforced, manifesting a faint iron hue as if he were clad in 9 layers of iron armor. Just as he completed his defenses, a shadow lunged forward, its scythe-like claws aimed at Luo Li's throat. Swoosh! Even with the perfected 9 transformation iron armor protecting him, Luo Li's neck bore several deep, flesh-exposing claw marks. The pain in his neck jolted him into clarity, and he swung the black hammer toward the shadow. Yet the shadow reacted with astonishing speed, vanishing into the night, that vile creature. Luo Li retracted his hammer and gingerly touched his neck. The claw marks ran deep. Had he not activated the 9 transformation iron armor, his neck would have surely been severed. As Luo Li examined his wound, the sound of animals scuttling suddenly surrounded him. He focused intently, only to discover a horde of massive rats charging toward him. The sight of these snarling rodents sent a shiver down his spine, and he swiftly swung his black hammer in a wide arc. Bang, bang, bang. Countless rats flew through the air, their bodies shattered, yet the remaining rats, undeterred by the carnage, continued their reckless assault on Luo Li. Among them, a shadow the size of a basin stealthily approached him. As it closed in within 4 to 5 meters, an ear-piercing cat's cry erupted from its mouth. Many of the nearby rats were instantly killed by the sound. However, Luo Li had already prepared. He had plugged his ears with the 9 transformation iron armor and, as the shadow lunged, unleashed the secret technique. Howling Moon of the Golden Wolf, a thunderous wolf howl reverberated, momentarily halting the charging shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Li unleashed his black hammer. Bang! The shadow was sent flying several meters, its bones shattered beyond recognition, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 55. The Eagle King's soaring technique. The shadow's vitality was surprisingly resilient. Despite having suffered extensive injuries, it still attempted to struggle away. Luo Li stepped forward, delivering a finishing blow to its head. Bang! The shadow fell silent. After the shadow perished, the frenzied rats suddenly regained their senses and scurried away in haste. Was this a demon? Approaching the lifeless shadow, Luo Li examined it closely, discovering that it was a black cat the size of a basin. Aside from its larger-than-normal size, it possessed no other remarkable features. However, Luo Li, having just battled it, knew it was far from ordinary. If it had been an average bone-forging expert, they would likely have met their demise beneath its claws. Observing the black cat briefly, Luo Li planted the black hammer into the ground and retrieved a bottle of Ginseng King pill, swallowing it to replenish his strength. I wonder if this injury can be treated with the tattooed bronze mirror. As he refined the pill, Luo Li touched the claw marks on his neck, then tentatively infused 3 months of lifespan into the 9 transformation iron armor technique. To his surprise, it proved effective. As his lifespan diminished, it was as if he had lain in recovery for 3 months. The claw marks on his neck healed significantly, leaving only a few faint pink scars. These scars seem unusual. Using the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li examined the scars on his neck, discovering they resembled a strange mark. Furrowing his brow, he infused another 3 months of lifespan into the 9 transformation iron armor technique. However, the scars showed no change, as if they were branded upon his skin. This must be a mark. I have attracted the attention of the cat demon from Twin Tiger Mountain. Gazing at the scars on his neck, a sense of foreboding washed over Luo Li. Meanwhile, in Gaoyi County, outside the city, an elderly couple, stooped and frail, moved with the crowd toward the inner city of Gaoyi County. Suddenly, they trembled, their white hair standing on end. Xiao Lu is dead. The old woman, supported by her cane, gripped it tightly, causing it to rattle ominously. I know. But let us discuss this later. We must enter the city first. We have already lost 3 children. This time we must secure that treasure. The old man, bent with age, comforted his wife in a hushed tone. I fear for the safety of our other 4 children. The old woman expressed her concerns. Do not worry. Our eldest is very level-headed. He will surely protect his 3 siblings and lend us a helping hand. A glint of cold light flickered in the old man's eyes. Once we obtain that item, we will massacre Gaoyi County to avenge our 3 children. Blood for blood. In Twin Tiger Mountain, Within a hall adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, four black cats, each as large as a calf, sat imperiously upon four tiger-skin chairs. Suddenly, the four black cats seemed to sense something, their fur bristling with alarm. "Brother, something has happened to Sixth Sister." A female voice emanated from one of the black cats with white ears. "I sensed it. She must have encountered a formidable human expert." Another black cat, its feline features mostly transformed into a human visage, nodded in agreement. "Humans? Third brother and seventh sister perished at the hands of humans. And now Sixth Sister is in peril. We must eradicate them. Blood debts must be repaid." The other two black cats glared with fierce intent, exuding an air of lethal intent. They were the offspring of the two shape-shifting elder cat demons of Twin Tiger Mountain. Not long ago, their parents had transformed into human forms and stealthily descended the mountain. Now, the eldest was in command, the cat whose face was already beginning to take on human characteristics. Third brother's vengeance will be taken. But not now. We must strictly adhere to our father's plan and first assist him in seizing the treasure within Gaoyi County. The half-transformed cat demon spoke. According to their parents' orders, they were to strike Gaoyi County in conjunction with the snake demons from Snake Mountain on the night of November 6th, creating as much chaos as possible. No. The one who harmed Sixth Sister is right below the mountain. I will take vengeance for her now. The fourth and fifth siblings' eyes burned with fury. They were suitors of Sixth Princess and yearned to descend the mountain for revenge immediately. "Do not act recklessly," the eldest reprimanded sternly. Yet before she could finish her warning, the fourth and fifth siblings had already dashed out of the hall like two bolts of black lightning, racing down the mountain. These two fools! The eldest's fur bristled in anger. Though she had begun to transform, it would not be easy to stop the fourth and fifth siblings, who had reached full awakening. "Brother, should I go and persuade the fourth and fifth siblings?" At that moment, the second princess with white ears inquired. "No need. You cannot dissuade them. Inform the servants that we shall continue with our original plan. We must assist our father in obtaining the treasure from Gaoyi County, within Huang Family Village." Based on the intelligence gathered, Twin Tiger Mountain harbors 2 shape-shifting cat demons and 7 awakened cat demons. If they follow the mark, I will be in trouble. Realizing the source of the scar on his neck, Luoli felt an immense pressure mounting within him, not to mention the shape-shifting cat demons. Even if just 2 or 3 fully awakened ones came, it would spell disaster for him. Upon collecting the demon species samples from the sixth princess and her entourage of demon carriers, Luoli departed without delay. At the entrance of Huangjia village, a withered tree stood, from which a horse was tethered, a deliberate provision left by Yi Hai. Luoli mounted the horse and galloped down the earthen path. "I require a martial art of a higher tier." Along the way, Luoli reflected on his encounter with the sixth princess. The cat demon moved with agility and remarkable reflexes, even when he exerted the golden eagle leaping technique to its utmost. Luoli found his speed inadequate during that battle. Had it not been for the secret technique, Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon, which caught the sixth princess off guard, it would have been challenging to conclude the fight so swiftly. However, the Golden Eagle leaping technique was the sole martial skill at his disposal in this desolate wilderness. The only way to acquire a higher-tier martial art was to derive it from the tattooed bronze mirror. Fortunately, in the recent skirmish, Luoli had slain a total of 16 demon carriers, in addition to the sixth princess, who was in the late stage of enlightenment, thus acquiring a total of 713 years of lifespan. Coupled with the remaining years he had previously, his lifespan had now surpassed 4 digits. It was feasible to derive a spiritual-level martial art from thin air, Golden Eagle leaping technique, enhance. With this resolve, Luoli infused a substantial amount of lifespan into the Golden Eagle leaping technique. Your Golden Eagle leaping technique has reached perfection, yet you continue to diligently practice, aiming to construct a new martial skill that surpasses the old. Day after day, year after year, you observe various birds such as eagles, golden eagles, vultures, and red-crowned cranes, summarizing and refining their flight postures, becoming utterly absorbed in the task. However, the aspiration to create a martial art superior and swifter than the Golden Eagle leaping technique proved to be an inconceivable challenge. As your frameworks were repeatedly dismantled, The Golden Eagle Leaping Technique is a rare-level martial art, while a more potent martial art would belong to the spiritual level. The creators of such arts are often highly skilled masters or extraordinarily gifted prodigies. Unfortunately, Luo Li was neither a master nor exceptionally insightful. After decades of stagnation, he had achieved little. Nevertheless, Luo Li's advantage lay in his longevity. He continued to infuse lifespan into the Golden Eagle Leaping Technique. 87 years passed, and the birds he kept to inspire creativity had perished one generation after another. Yet he still had not developed a new martial art. Doubt began to creep into his mind. In the 117th year, while traversing a high mountain, he chanced upon a colossal eagle soaring skyward, and in that moment, enlightenment struck him. For the following 20 years, he resided at that mountain, observing the majestic eagle's flight daily, recording his insights and compiling them into a tome. Thus, a martial art named Eagle King's Soaring Technique was born. Chapter 56. Perfected Bone Forging, Demon's Approach. Finally, it is accomplished. Observing the prompt on the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li exhaled deeply. Once the prompt faded, he gazed at the mirror once more. Cultivation. Bone Forging Realm, Mid-Stage, Martial Skills. Eagle King's Soaring Technique, Minor Completion. 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique, Perfection. Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique, Perfection. Bone Splitting Technique, Perfection. Wind Listening Blade Technique, Perfection. Secret Technique. Golden Wolf Howl at the Moon, Perfection. Alchemy. Iron Core Pill, Perfection. Remaining Lifespan, 891 years. The rare-level martial art, Golden Eagle Leaping Technique, had vanished, replaced by a spiritual-level martial art, Eagle King's Soaring Technique. Moreover, as this martial art was of Luo Li's own creation, it commenced at the minor completion stage, imparting a sensation of lightness akin to that of a swallow. Eagle King's Soaring Technique, Enhance. With ample lifespan at his disposal, Luo Li directly infused it into the Eagle King's Soaring Technique, in approximately 46 years. The Eagle King's Soaring Technique reached the stage of perfection. While on horseback, Luo Li leapt effortlessly, soaring nearly 10 meters into the As he began to descend. He raised his arm, propelling himself another 5 or 6 meters upwards. Only when he reached a height of over 20 meters did he finally exhaust his strength, gracefully returning to the horse's back. The finesse and agility of his movements had multiplied several times over. Indeed, it was worth the nearly 200 years of lifespan he had invested. The transition of the Eagle King's Soaring Technique from derivation to perfection consumed over 190 years of Luo Li's lifespan, reducing his hard-earned longevity back into the 3-digit range. However, his remaining lifespan was still quite considerable. Should he attempt to derive the 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique once more? Luo Li glanced at his remaining 845 years and felt a surge of desire to derive the 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique. It is worth noting that if he were to successfully derive this technique, he would break through the barrier of the bone forging realm and enter the realm of blood transformation. At that point, facing even the fully enlightened demons would not be a cause for concern, let alone the shape-shifting elders. With anticipation in his heart, Luo Li directed his lifespan into the 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique. 10 years. 50 years. 100 years. The 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique showed no signs of change. Not even a single prompt emerged. Damn it. 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique? You wretched thing. After losing 150 years of lifespan, the 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique exhibited no signs of derivation, and Luo Li could no longer maintain his composure. Considering the prior 100 years he had already invested, that amounted to a total of 250 years of lifespan. If he were to marry and have children, he could probably establish a lineage spanning 10 generations. It seems that extraordinary skills are exceedingly difficult to derive from thin air. Upon returning, a visit to the martial arts building to exchange for texts related to the 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique would be prudent. Preferably to examine other supreme-level martial arts, even if they are significantly flawed. Taking a moment to compose himself, Luo Li finally calmed his emotions. Once his thoughts were organized, he turned his gaze to the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, Bone Forging Realm, Mid-Stage, Martial Skills, Eagle King's Soaring Technique, Perfection, 9 Transformations Iron Armor Technique, Perfection, Thousand Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique, Perfection, Bone-splitting technique, perfection. Wind-listening blade technique, perfection. Secret technique. Golden wolf howl at the moon, perfection. Alchemy. Iron core pill, perfection. Remaining lifespan, 695 years. Now, with 695 years of lifespan remaining, should he derive the golden wolf howl at the moon? Seeing his ample lifespan, Luoli began to contemplate. Suddenly, the demon-seeking insect hanging from his waist emitted a brilliant glow. Luoli instantly became alert, grasping the large black hammer and striking backward. With a clang, a shadow was forcefully repelled. Simultaneously, another shadow had already intercepted his path, lunging towards him. Just as Luoli prepared to engage, the horse beneath him was startled and veered off the path, galloping into the wilderness. Thus, Luoli executed the Eagle King's soaring technique, leaping from the horse's back into the air, the mighty black hammer swirling with tremendous force. Aimed at the approaching shadow, to his surprise, the shadow twisted mid-flight, evading the black hammer's trajectory and clawing towards Luoli's heart. Concurrently, another shadow had circled back, its sharp claws aiming for the back of Luoli's head. It was indeed the two cat demons seeking vengeance, both fully enlightened. In the face of the dual assault from the cat demons, Luoli remained composed, fully activating the perfected Eagle King's soaring technique, and ascended into the air. Simultaneously, the internal energy transformed into a formidable force, and the black hammer swung round. With a series of explosive sounds, the air was set into a circular wave by the hammer's force, causing the two fully enlightened cat demons to feel their fur being whipped by the fierce winds, a burning pain coursing through them. Alarmed, they hastily abandoned their assault on Luoli. Meanwhile, Luoli descended from the air like a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey. Charging directly at one of the cat demons, Old 5, retreat. Luoli's assault was exceedingly ferocious, causing the cat demon to stagger in disarray. Observing this, another cat demon issued a loud warning, accompanied by a piercing yowl. In that instant, Luoli's momentum faltered, and Old 5 seized the opportunity to make a swift escape. Truly, the cat demon that had achieved full enlightenment was significantly more formidable than the previous one. However, you shall still meet your demise, Luoli lamented, shaking his head. The previous cat demon's cry was several degrees more potent than that of the sixth princess, despite Luoli having preemptively sealed his ears with internal energy. He was still affected, allowing Old 5 to evade disaster. Arrogant. It is you who shall perish. Upon hearing Luoli's words, the two cat demons roared in unison. Without hesitation, they unleashed a shrill yowl directed at Luoli. The combined intensity of their cries was far more powerful than either alone, momentarily stunning Luoli. Chapter 57. The murderous intent of the shape-shifting old demon. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the two cat demons lunged forward, their claws gleaming ominously, aiming straight for Luoli's throat and heart. A chill coursed through Luoli's veins, prompting an instinctive counter with the great black hammer. The cat demon targeting his neck bristled with fur, abruptly altering its attack trajectory. Its razor-sharp claws grazed Luoli's shoulder, leaving deep, gaping wounds. The other cat demon's claws slid along the area of Luoli's heart, reaching his armpit, blood splattering everywhere. Were it not for the perfected 9 Revolutions iron armor technique, that strike would have surely cleaved Luoli's chest open. Damn, I was careless. Luoli snapped back to reality, shaken from the cat's cry, and immediately executed the Eagle King's soaring technique to distance himself from the two cat demons. He had indeed underestimated them, not anticipating that their combined yowls could penetrate the defenses of his 9 Revolutions iron armor technique. As Luoli retreated, the two cat demons again emitted their feline cries. Fortunately, Luoli was now on guard. Though still affected, he adeptly evaded their lethal assault using the Eagle King's soaring technique, simultaneously preparing a counterattack with the Golden Wolf's howl. However, the two cat demons had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, rendering the Golden Wolf's howl ineffective after its initial manifestation. Golden Wolf's howl, activate. Thus, as Luoli continued to evade, he channeled a considerable amount of his lifespan into the Golden Wolf's howl. You dedicated a decade to gathering tales, techniques, and insights related to the secret art of the Golden Wolf's howl. striving to innovate and construct a new technique. After 1,001 failures, you recognize the misdirection of your efforts, subsequently discarding everything to return to the source. You ventured alone into the mountains, meticulously observing the hunting and combat practices of wolf demons, and then synthesizing and documenting your findings. 76 years flew by, and in your old age, you finally integrated your extensive insights, culminating in the creation of a new secret technique. Golden wolves devour the moon. Upon seeing the words "golden wolves devour the moon," Luo Li exhaled deeply. He then resolutely activated the golden wolf's howl, causing his entire form to swell and transform, golden fur sprouting from his skin. Resembling a majestic golden-furred wolf demon, the two encircling cat demons felt a surge of dread at this sight. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Transforming into a wolf demon, Luo Li suddenly opened his maw towards the dim moon above and swallowed fiercely. In an instant, streams of moonlight surged into Luo Li's mouth. Luo Li's chest expanded to its utmost limit. He unleashed a furious howl towards the two cat demons. A whoa! The sound thundered forth, carrying with it an otherworldly force that erupted. In that moment, the cat demons first stood on end, their eyes losing focus. In contrast, at the moment of his roar, Luo Li lunged forward, seizing one cat demon by the head with his left hand and gripping the other by the waist with his right. Yanking fiercely, with a sickening sound, blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Luo Li then discarded the mangled corpse of the cat demon and charged towards the other. Before he even reached, the great black hammer, imbued with immense force, struck the remaining cat demon's head with tremendous impact. Boom! Even though this cat demon's skull was harder than stone, it exploded like a watermelon. Is this the power of a spiritual-grade secret technique? Impressive! After vanquishing the two cat demons, Luo Li planted the great black hammer into the ground, joyfully wiping the demon blood splattered on his face. This battle had indeed been perilous. Were it not for Luo Li's spontaneous development of the new secret technique Golden Wolves Devour the Moon, not only would he have failed to slay those two cat demons, but he might have even become their appetizer. Resting against the hammer's handle for a moment, Luo Li glanced at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, bone forging realm, perfection, martial arts, Eagle King soaring technique, perfection, 9 revolutions iron armor technique, perfection, 1000 gene demon tiger hammer technique, perfection, bone splitting hand, perfection, wind listening blade technique, perfection, secret technique, golden wolves devour the moon, minor achievement, alchemical arts, iron core pill, perfection, remaining lifespan, 965 years. The rewards for slaying demons are indeed substantial. Luo Li's previous remaining lifespan was 649 years. After spending 76 years developing the secret technique Golden Wolves Devour the Moon, he had 573 years left. However, the two cat demons had contributed 422 years to him. Thus, his current remaining lifespan surged to 965 years. And the demon cores. Luo Li approached the gruesomely slain cat demons, retrieving 2 pea-sized black pellets from their corpses, which were indeed the demon cores. These objects represent the essence of a demon, capable of generating demonic power. When infused into a human body, they transform into demonic seeds, spawning a multitude of demonized subservience. Furthermore, demon cores can be exchanged for merit. A demon core from a demon at the initial stage of enlightenment can be exchanged for 100 merit points. While these two cat demons, having reached full enlightenment, could yield at least 1,000 merit points each. As Luo Li collected the demon cores, outside the city of Gaoyi, an elderly couple in line to migrate to the inner city suddenly trembled. Old 4 and Old 5. The old woman, leaning on her cane, crushed it in her grip. Calm down, calm down. The gray-haired old man pressed his hand over the green-eyed woman's eyes. We are about to enter the inner city. We must not throw away our efforts now, but we have already lost 5 children. The old woman's voice was filled with sorrow and rage. I know. Once we obtain that item, we shall wash Gaoyi in blood and avenge our children. The old man attempted to soothe her, his gaze fixed on the northern side of the county town, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Especially that scoundrel who harmed our 3 children. I will make him regret ever being born into this world. In the wilderness outside Huangjia village, Luo Li stored the 2 cat demons' cores, and suddenly felt an inexplicable itch on his shoulder and underarm. Lowering his gaze, he saw that the wounds inflicted by the cat demons twisted and morphed into two bizarre markings. Another two markings. It seems that Shuanghu Mountain harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. As he gazed at the peculiar markings, a sense of pressure welled up within Luo Li. It is essential to note that Shuanghu Mountain is home to two shape-shifting old demons. Such beings are akin to masters capable of blood purification and organ refinement. Should Luo Li encounter them, even with all his abilities, he would surely meet his end. Thus, Luo Li adjusted his state of mind and sought out the horse that had fled, making his way back to Gaoyi County. As dawn broke, he encountered a throng of migrating citizens, nearly all dragging their families along in an extensive line. Wei Hai, Xian Miao, and others were scattered throughout the crowd, escorting the citizens in their migration. Oh, Brother Luo has returned. Suddenly, Lu Fei's leg at the back of the migration line spotted Luo Li galloping towards them, exclaiming with delight. With Lu Fei's shout, Xian Miao, Song Gang, and the others turned to look. Damn, it really is Luo Li. I always said this guy has an incredibly tough life. He would surely survive. Upon confirming that it was indeed Luo Li, the group erupted in joy, immediately rushing towards him. However, just as Xian Miao and the others were nearing Luo Li, they halted abruptly. Wait. He carries demonic energy. Chapter 58. The Merit Badge. Miss Mu's words fell like a bucket of ice water on Xian Miao and the others. Halting their steps, they glanced down at their waists, and sure enough, they saw the demon-seeking insects glowing faintly. Damn, Luo Li truly harbors demonic energy. Could it be that he is already seeing the glowing demon-seeking insects? Xian Miao's face turned a mix of shock and anger. Don't curse me. This demonic energy has nothing to do with me. On horseback, Luo Li quickly clarified, producing several samples of demon seeds along with 3 demon cores as proof. Demon cores? And 3 of them? Upon seeing the 3 black demon cores, Xian Miao and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. One must understand that only true demons possess demon cores. Although the fighting prowess of demons at the Enlightenment stage is particularly high, to slay 3 in one go is indeed a remarkable feat. Just as Xian Miao and the others were in awe, a slender figure darted to Luo Li's side, extending a delicate hand to pick up the 3 demon cores for a closer examination. No need to look. They are demon cores. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Following that, a figure clad in white drifted over. It was Yihai. Wokeo. How on earth did you manage this? What transpired last night? Xian Miao, jolted by Yihai's voice, immediately bombarded Luo Li with questions. I'm a bit thirsty on horseback, Luo Li replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Xian Miao hurriedly handed over his water flask. The flavor is too bland. Luo Li took a sip, then disdainfully tossed it back. Brother Luo, I have some wine here. At that moment, Lu Fei passed a wine jug over with his leg. Lu, this wine of yours is little more than a watery concoction with a hint of mold, Luo Li commented, smacking his lips in distaste after taking a sip. Damn it, are you ever going to finish? Hurry up and speak. Observing Luo Li's affected demeanor, Xian Miao couldn't help but scoff, and the others began to cast him unfriendly glances. If Luo Li continued to prattle on, they would not hesitate to impart upon him some unforgettable memories. In truth, there wasn't much to say. Enduring the pungent odor of the wine, Luo Li eventually spoke. After you all left last night, a dozen or so carriers of demonic seeds arrived, along with a cat demon. Shortly after I killed the cat demon and a few carriers, 2 more cat demons came chasing after me. So I had to stop and eliminate them as well. Is that all? Xian Miao and the others had anticipated a thrilling account of a battle between humans and demons. Instead, after 2 hours of build-up, the actual confrontation lasted only a few seconds. All right, let's get down to business first. We can reminisce later. At this juncture, Yihai instructed and turned to leave, casting a glance at Luo Li before he departed. Luo Li nodded to Xian Miao and the others, urging his horse to catch up with Yihai. Luo Li, I truly didn't expect your rate of growth to be so rapid, Yihai remarked pensively along the way. As the most talented member of the younger generation of the Yi family, he had only just reached a full mastery of his physical abilities, capable of slaying mid-level demons. However, Luo Li had already proven capable of dispatching fully realized demons with battle prowess comparable to that of seasoned masters, and two at that. I still feel it's not fast enough. Luo Li thought of the transforming old cat demon atop Double Tiger Mountain and voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yihai's mouth twitched violently, nearly sending him into a state of shock. Look, Yi! Just then, Luo Li tore open his shirt to reveal 3 wounds on his neck, shoulders, and armpits. Those wounds appear unusual. Yihai squinted at the marks on Luo Li's body. I suspect these may be tracking marks. I fear I might have attracted the attention of the demons from Double Tiger Mountain. Luo Li shared his conjecture. That's certainly a possibility. Yihai nodded gravely. You must return to the county town immediately. If those 3 wounds are indeed tracking markers used by the demons of Double Tiger Mountain, you will be in grave danger. For there are 2 transformed elder demons residing there. If one decides to pursue you, your fate will be dire, and it could jeopardize the entire relocation team. Then we shall meet in the county town. Luo Li understood the urgency of returning promptly. He slightly cupped his fists in salute to Yihai before spurring his horse back towards Gaoyi County. By midday, Luo Li arrived at the outskirts of Gaoyi County. Today, the town was even more crowded and chaotic than the previous day. Despite the presence of numerous county soldiers and constables maintaining order, thievery and robbery continued unabated. Dismounting, Luo Li led his horse through a throng of fleeing citizens and entered the inner city. First, I need to visit the martial arts building. Once inside the inner city, Luo Li made his way directly to the martial arts building established by the 6 doors in Gaoyi County. Having slain several carriers of demonic seeds and 3 cat demons, he had amassed a considerable amount of merit. It was the perfect opportunity to exchange for new martial arts techniques or insights left behind by masters, thereby enhancing his strength. Soon, a quaint 3-story wooden building came into view. At the entrance, an elderly man with missing teeth lounged in a bamboo chair, basking in the sun. Luo Li tied his horse to a wooden post and approached the toothless old man, producing all the samples of demonic seeds he had collected, along with 3 black demon cores, which he handed over. 3 demon cores? Initially indifferent to Luo Li's arrival, the old man sprang up from his chair upon seeing the demon cores. Examining them closely, these carriers of demonic seeds and cat demons, you killed them all. Confirming the authenticity of the demon cores, the old man inquired in astonishment. It was merely luck, Luo Li replied casually before asking. Senior, how much merit are these worth? These carriers of demonic seeds were all created by mid-level demons. Each is worth 10 merits. As for the demon cores from mid-level demons, they are worth 500 merits each, while those from fully realized demons are worth 1,000 merits each. Thus, these 3 demon cores combined with the carriers total 2,780 merits, the old man explained while handing over a jade pendant. This item is a merit token. In the future, whenever you kill a carrier of demonic seeds, simply take a sample and place it on the token, and your merit for slaying the carrier will be recorded without needing to collect additional samples. This is indeed a valuable item. Luo Li accepted the jade pendant, noticing the word slay demons engraved on the back and a series of numbers on the front indicating his current merit tally. This item was specially crafted by the demon slaying department for demon exterminators. I find you somewhat likable, so I made an exception to give you one, the old man stated, hands behind his back. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Luo Li offered a respectful bow. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not tell me how you managed to perfect the severely flawed 1000-gene demon tiger hammer technique? Suddenly, the old man's eyes glinted with curiosity. Chapter 59. The Tiger and Dragon S10 1000-gene hammer. Perhaps it was just luck. Upon hearing the old man's words, Luo Li felt a pang of unease and replied dismissively. Luck? Then your luck must be quite extraordinary. The old man grinned, revealing several missing teeth in a somewhat unsettling manner. When luck arrives, no one can hinder it. Luo Li shrugged with a smile, offering a slight bow to the old man before making his way into the martial arts building. What the hell? Is this really considered martial arts? However, as soon as he entered the building, Luo Li's irritated voice rang out. Flipping through the small booklet given by the old man, he discovered that it merely contained the rough outline of the Tiger and Dragon S10 1000-gene hammer technique, lacking any detailed cultivation methods. It was even more incomplete than the severely flawed thousand-gene demon tiger hammer technique he had encountered before. Heh, if it were the complete version of the ultimate technique, would I give it away for free? The old man's face outside the building bore a cunning smile. Meanwhile, within the martial arts building, Luo Li gazed into the bronze mirror. Cultivation level. Bone Forging Realm. Full Mastery. Martial Arts. Tiger and Dragon S10,000 Gene Hammer Technique. Severely flawed. Eagle King Soaring Technique. Full Mastery. 9-turn Iron Armor Technique. Full Mastery. 1000 Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Technique. Full Mastery. Bone Splitting Technique. Full Mastery. Wind Listening Blade Technique. Full Mastery. Secret Technique. Golden Wolf Devouring the Moon. Minor Achievement. Alchemy. Iron Core Pill. Full Mastery. Remaining Life. 965 years. It seems this old fellow possesses some genuine skills after all. Since the Tiger and Dragon S10,000 Gene Hammer technique appeared on the bronze mirror, it indicates the old man's framework for the technique is sound. As long as I continuously enrich this framework, it's entirely possible to create an ultimate hammer technique. My current priority remains to acquire an ultimate level cultivation method. The cultivation method is the core of all martial arts. Without a high-level cultivation method, a martial artist cannot break through their cultivation realm or wield other high-tier weapons and attack techniques. If Luo Li lacks an ultimate level cultivation method, even if he deduces the Tiger and Dragon S10,000 Gene Hammer technique, he will struggle to unleash its true potential. After calming his emotions, Luo Li made his way to the third floor of the martial arts building. The first two floors were filled with basic martial arts and rare-level techniques, which were no longer of use to him. Before long, Luo Li arrived on the third floor. Here stood two bookshelves, one displaying 7 or 8 spiritual-level cultivation techniques, and the other holding a dozen or so spiritual-level combat techniques, movement techniques, and secret techniques. Moreover, only about half of these were complete. The rest were incomplete. As for ultimate techniques, there were none. 9 Flames Linked Gun. Spiritual Level Gun Technique. Exchange Requirement. 2,000 merits. Feathered Swallow Step. Spiritual Level Movement Technique. Exchange Requirement. 1,600 merits. Coiling Dragon Staff Technique. Spiritual Level Cultivation and Staff Technique. Exchange Requirement. 3,800 merits. Luo Li's gaze swept over the various martial arts texts. Suddenly, his attention was captured by the Panlong Staff Technique. As it was the very style practiced by Tai Kuan, the chief constable of Gaoyi County. My foremost choice should be a method that can aid in the derivation of the 9 turns golden armor technique, or insights related to it. Luo Li lingered momentarily on the Panlong Staff Technique before continuing to browse through other martial arts. After about half an hour, he selected the techniques he wished to exchange: the spirit-level technique Panlong Jin and the Huxiao Zhengong. Additionally, he chose 3 volumes of cultivation insights related to ultimate skills. This selection was made to leverage the Panlong Jin and Huxiao Zhengong to strengthen the 9 turns iron armor technique, attempting to break through the barriers of spirit-level martial arts and deduce the 9 turns golden armor technique. Furthermore, these 2 martial arts perfectly complemented the Longhu Wanjun hammer technique. After finalizing his selections, Luo Li placed his merit token atop the wooden box containing the chosen martial arts. As the merit was deducted, the box opened. Luo Li extracted the texts and meticulously read through them, word by word. Once he had committed them to memory, he returned the books to the box and descended the stairs to leave. Young man, work hard and do not let this old man down. Outside the martial arts building, the toothless old man grinned encouragingly upon seeing Luo Li emerge. I will do my utmost. Luo Li replied dismissively before loosening the reins and mounting his horse to return to the Green Willow courtyard. Shortly after, he arrived at the Green Willow courtyard. Brother is back. As Luo Li stepped into the courtyard, his sister Luo Lian joyfully rushed over. The sound of her voice, their parents, who were cooking, hurried out of the kitchen. Seeing Luo Li unharmed eased their worries. Your cultivation has improved significantly. Splendid. Luo Li glanced at his sister, noticing her steady gait and poised demeanor. Really? I've been diligently practicing lately. Luo Lian beamed with delight at her brother's praise. More genuine than real gold. By the way, help me with something. Luo Li affectionately patted his sister's head before sending her to convey a message of safety to Song Gang and Lu Fichui. Mother, is the food ready? After sending his sister off, Luo Li secured his horse and approached the kitchen. His stomach growled like a drum, a clear indication of his hunger. Almost there, wash your face first. Their mother, He Kaihua, hearing Luo Li's stomach growl, hurriedly urged him and quickened her cooking pace. After about half an hour, the meal was finally ready. Luo Li picked up a porcelain bowl and devoured 7 or 8 bowls of rice, followed by 2 bowls of vegetable soup, only stopping when he patted his belly in satisfaction. After the meal, Luo Li went to his room and gazed into the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, bone forging realm, perfection, martial arts. Panlong Jin, not started. Huxiao Zhengong, not started. Longhu Wanjun hammer technique, severely incomplete. Both Panlong Jin and Huxiao Zhengong are top-tier spirit-level techniques, closely related in attributes to the 9 turns iron armor technique. Mastering these 2 techniques to perfection would greatly assist in deducing the 9 turns golden armor technique. Consequently, Luo Li resolutely infused a substantial amount of lifespan into the 2 martial arts. Chapter 60. Mastery of Ultimate Skills. You have achieved perfection in bone forging, and your martial foundation is remarkably robust. Thus it took merely 3 months for Panlong Jin to reach minor success. 5 years later, the strength within you birthed dragon patterns, akin to a great python transforming into a dragon. As Panlong Jin advanced to great success, in the 18th year, the strength within you underwent a qualitative change, surging like a dragon soaring, and Panlong Jin reached its perfected stage. Within the room, Luo Li meticulously sensed the changes in his strength. When he activated his internal energy, it surged to the surface, enveloping him as if he were clad in dragon-shaped iron armor, his defense significantly surpassing the 9 layers of iron garment from the 9 turns iron armor technique. Luo Li smiled faintly and then infused his lifespan into Huxiao Zhengong. With the experience gained from practicing the 9 turns iron armor technique and Panlong Jin, it took only 17 years for Huxiao Zhengong to reach perfection. Luo Li's strength, initially as solid and heavy as a mountain, transformed into a more agile and ethereal quality after mastering Panlong Jin. Following the perfection of Huxiao Zhengong, his strength also exhibited a fierce and domineering aura. Although he remained at the peak of the bone forging realm, the intensity of his internal energy had significantly escalated. Next, to derive the 9 turns golden armor technique, Luo Li practiced Panlong Jin and Huxiao Zhengong primarily to enhance his martial foundation and assist in the derivation of the 9 turns golden armor technique. Thus, once his emotions settled, he infused a considerable amount of lifespan into the 9 turns iron armor technique, Huxiao Zhengong, and Panlong Jin simultaneously. You attempted to construct an ultimate skill-level technique based on the 9 turns iron armor technique, Huxiao Zhengong, and Panlong Jin, yet faced repeated failures. You perused the cultivation insights of blood exchange practitioners to bolster your martial foundation and enhance your understanding of ultimate skills, but continued to meet with failure. Is the derivation of ultimate skills truly this arduous? Watching the prompt on the tattooed bronze mirror, Luo Li's expression darkened. It should be noted that he had expended a tremendous amount of effort to deduce the 9 turns golden armor technique, only to be met with failure time and again. Nevertheless, Luo Li did not surrender. He tirelessly reviewed the insights of blood exchange masters, gathering rumors and insights related to ultimate skills, almost obsessively. 130 years passed in the blink of an eye. And at last, a glimmer of inspiration emerged within his heart. In the 134th year, he seized upon this fleeting inspiration, extracting the framework of the Longhu Wanjun hammer technique and blending it with the 9 turns iron armor technique, Panlong Jin and Huxiao Zhengong, culminating in the embryonic form of an ultimate skill technique. In the following 40 years, he continuously refined this ultimate skill technique, and when it was finally devoid of flaws, a new ultimate skill technique was born. He named it the Longhu Golden Body Technique. Phew, it has finally succeeded. Gazing at the prompt, Luo Li nearly shed tears. It had been an arduous journey. Setting aside other considerations, the lifespan he had sacrificed for this ultimate skill technique totaled nearly 500 years. Of course, this also indicated that Luo Li's aptitude was rather lacking. After a lengthy period of emotional recovery, Luo Li turned his gaze to the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, bone forging realm, perfection, martial arts. Longhu Golden Body Technique, initiated. Longhu Wanjun Hammer Technique, severely incomplete. Eagle King Soaring Technique, perfection. Qianjun Demon Tiger Hammer Technique, perfection. Finjin Swagwa Hand, perfection. Listening Wind Blade Technique, perfection. Secret Technique. Golden Wolf Devouring Moon, minor success. Alchemy. Iron Core Pill, perfection. Remaining lifespan, 754 years. The Panlong Jin, Huxiao Jingong, and 9 turns Iron Armor Technique had all been supplanted by the Longhu Golden Body Technique, reducing his remaining lifespan from 965 years to 754. The Longhu Golden Body Technique, enhanced. Luoli pondered briefly before infusing more lifespan into the Longhu Golden Body Technique. This ultimate skill technique differs from spirit-level techniques in that it can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to amplify both internal energy and physical strength. Furthermore, the strength cultivated through ultimate skills is termed true strength, far surpassing ordinary strength. The 9 turns Iron Armor strength within Luoli had already transformed into Longhu True Strength, and when activated, it stirred the winds and clouds, exhibiting extraordinary phenomena. With the aid of the Longhu Golden Body Technique, he opened the minute pores of his body, ravenously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to fortify his physique and internal energy. In the 17th year, the internal energy manifested clear dragon and tiger patterns, significantly enhancing its strength, allowing it to extend 3 inches beyond his body, marking the minor success of the Longhu Golden Body Technique. In the 94th year, the dragon and tiger patterns on his internal energy turned silver, with even greater strength and resilience, capable of extending half a meter from his body, achieving great success in the Longhu Golden Body Technique. Within the room, Luoli activated his Longhu True Strength and flicked his fingers. A stream of silver energy suddenly erupted from his fingertip, piercing the air and creating a crack nearly half a meter long. Then, Luoli directed his internal energy into his feet. With a resounding whoosh, it felt as though someone had forcefully propelled him from beneath, causing him to shoot towards the ceiling, and he barely managed to halt himself in time. Otherwise, he would have surely smashed through the roof. Truly remarkable is the ultimate skill, truly is the true strength. Luoli nodded in satisfaction. The internal energy derived from ultimate skills can not only extend beyond the body to inflict harm, but can also envelop the body as an invisible protective barrier, more resilient than armor. Additionally, true strength can penetrate bones, cleansing and refining the marrow. The marrow serves as the factory for blood production. When a person's marrow is cleansed and refined by true strength, the resulting blood gradually strengthens, leading to a transformation throughout the body. This is known as blood exchange. Striving towards the blood exchange realm, Luoli calmed his emotions and resolutely activated his Longhu True Strength to cleanse and refine his entire skeletal structure. Day and night, he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, cleansing and refining his marrow. And finally, in the 27th year, the marrow within his bones underwent a qualitative change, producing new blood infused with silver light. In the following 3 years, the old blood within him was gradually replaced by the new blood, and his cultivation broke through the bottleneck, entering the early stages of the blood exchange realm. Upon entering the blood exchange realm, Luoli felt as though he had suddenly regained decades of youth, with heightened senses of hearing and sight. Can blood exchange also extend lifespan? At that moment, Luoli cast a glance at the tattooed bronze mirror, and his eyelids suddenly twitched. Cultivation level, blood exchange realm, initial stage, martial arts, Dragon Tiger Golden Body Technique, great achievement. Dragon Tiger 10,000 June Hammer Method, extremely incomplete. Eagle King Soaring Technique, complete. 1000 Gene Demon Tiger Hammer Method, complete. Muscle and Bone Separation Technique, complete. Listening Wind Blade Technique, complete. Secret Skill. Golden Wolf Devouring Moon, minor achievement. Alchemy. Iron Core Pill, complete. Remaining lifespan, 677 years. Luoli originally had 754 years of lifespan. He spent 94 years enhancing the Dragon Tiger Golden Body Technique to great achievement and 30 years elevating his cultivation from the perfected bone refinement realm to the initial stage of the blood exchange realm, which should have left him with 630 years. Yet, his remaining lifespan was now 677 years, an inexplicable increase of 47 years. This indicated that the blood exchange not only enhanced cultivation but also extended lifespan. Luo Li smiled contentedly, ready to continue his training. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from outside the house. Chapter 61. The 9 Sons of Snake Mountain. As Luo Li stepped outside, he beheld Song Geng's wife alongside 2 half-grown children. Huddled beside a stretcher, weeping inconsolably, Lu Fei was applying bandages to his right arm, continuously offering consolation. On Lu Fei's left, Xian Miao, with bandages wrapped under his armpit, had his once shiny hair now disheveled and clinging to his head, creating an appearance of utter despondency. What on earth has transpired? Luo Li hurried over. We have encountered demons. Xian Miao lifted his blood-stained face, bitterly stating, if it weren't for Captain Yi's desperate efforts, we would likely have perished outside the city. It turned out that not long ago, the relocation convoy had run into demons from Snake Mountain. Aside from an elderly snake demon at the late stage of transformation, Snake Mountain boasted 9 offspring, 2 of which were on the verge of transformation, while the other 7 were at the peak of intelligence. They had amassed a considerable number of ruthless brigands, making them extremely formidable. Although the convoy had merely encountered the weakest of the 9 Sons of Snake Mountain, it was still no match for them, resulting in countless casualties. The reason Xian Miao and his companions survived was due to Yi Hai's valiant struggle against that snake demon, which afforded them a chance to escape. You all look after old Song. I will go to assist Captain Yi. Upon hearing Xian Miao's words, Luo Li returned to the house to grab the great black hammer. Preparing to exit the city to support Yi Hai, someone had already gone to assist Captain Yi. It was said to be Second Master Yi. The Yi family possesses 2 formidable experts in the blood exchange realm. The head of the family, Yi Guantao, and the second master, Yi Guanhe. The more individuals, the greater the assurance. Let us proceed. Yi Hai had always taken great care of himself, and now that he was in peril, Luo Li felt compelled to lend a hand. Luo Li activated the Eagle King soaring technique, sprinting with a speed surpassing that of a galloping horse. Before long, Luo Li arrived at the exit of the inner city. It was teeming with people, all bustling with families in disarray. Just as Luo Li was about to leave the city, a horse-drawn carriage rushed towards him, flanked by several robust steeds, the lead horse clad in armor, with only its eyes visible. Seated atop the horse was a one-armed middle-aged man, bearing a blood-red longsword without a sheath, resembling a fearsome humanoid beast, instilling terror in all who beheld him. Suddenly, the one-armed middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Luo Li, his eyes sharp as blades. Yet, Luo Li remained unperturbed, calmly approaching him. Seeing this, the one-armed man squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, bringing the powerful steed to a halt. He then raised his hand to grasp the unsheathed long sword. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantly permeating the air. Hold on there, Second Master. The man was named Luo Li, the watchman for Captain Yi. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a thin, dark-clad constable, wrapped in bandages, urged his horse forward. It was Zhang Jing. Captain Yi's watchman? Yi Guanhe raised an eyebrow. As one of the few blood exchange experts in Gaoyi County, he could distinctly sense that this young man possessed extraordinary cultivation. His bloodthirsty sword was vibrating, indicating that it only reacted to formidable opponents. Such a master is serving as Captain Yi's watchman? Having met Second Master Yi, Luo Li expressed his understanding. The one-armed middle-aged man before him was none other than Yi Guanhe, the second strongest in the Yi family. Captain Yi had sustained severe injuries, but his life was not in jeopardy. Zhang Jing approached Luo Li, sighing. Fortunately, Yi Guanhe arrived in time. He managed to scare off the snake demon from Snake Mountain, but Yi Hai was gravely injured and is currently lying in the carriage. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. What of Miss Mu and the others? Upon hearing that Yi Hai was safe, Luo Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Miss Mu got separated from us, and several brothers from the Yi family are assisting in the search. As for Huang Jin and the others, they are all gone. Zhang Jing spoke, his hands clenched tightly together, his face filled with sorrow and fury. Luo Li's expression darkened as well. You all should return to recuperate. I will head outside the city to assist Miss Mu and the others. Quickly regaining his composure, Luo Li responded. Can you manage alone? Zhang Jing expressed his concern. Trust me, I will ensure Miss Mu and the others return safely. Luo Li patted Zhang Jing's shoulder before preparing to leave the city. Yi Qing, accompany this young man. Suddenly, Yi Guanhe issued a command. Yes, second uncle, a young man, around 20, nodded and urged his horse towards Luo Li. Brother Luo, I will lend you my horse. It will expedite your journey. At that moment, a Yi family warrior dismounted, handing the reins to Luo Li while taking a seat at the front of the carriage. Thank you. Luo Li declined the formality. He took the reins and mounted his horse, galloping out of the city alongside Yi Qing. With the demon threat looming, over 90% of the populace in the outer city had already relocated to the inner city. However, as people from other villages also fled to the county for refuge, the population in the outer city had not diminished but rather increased, with temporary shelters constructed from straw scattered throughout. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the air. Luo Li turned towards the sound and saw a swarm of rats surging through the fields by the roadside. Their numbers were staggering, startling the horses into terrified whinnies. How could there be so many rats? Luo Li was taken aback as well. Previously, when they had ventured out to escort the populace, although the rat infestation was evident, it was nowhere near this extreme. Furthermore, this was Gaoyi County's outer city. The outskirts were even more densely populated, and it was rumored that dozens of citizens had already been devoured. If the populace of the outer city were not moved into the inner city, it would spell disaster should the demons and bandits from Snake Mountain and Shuanghu Mountain attack. Yi Qing sighed, his expression grave. He had just returned from the outskirts and was still haunted by what he had witnessed. The county magistrate should have plans in place. Let us quicken our pace. Hopefully, we can find Miss Mu and the others soon. Luo Li fell silent for a moment, then nudged his heels against the horse's belly, steering towards the location where Yi Hai was ambushed. Yet, before they could exit the outer city, they collided head-on with 4 or 5 individuals. These riders were all mounted, protecting a woman clad in black gauze at their center, frantically whipping their horses as they sped away, seemingly fleeing from some fierce bandits or beasts. It is Miss Mu and her group? Luo Li recognized the woman in black gauze at a glance. Yes, it's them. Yi Qing also identified the group, but as he glanced behind Miss Mu and the others, his expression shifted. This is bad. Someone is pursuing them, and Cheng Shu has already been injured. Behind Miss Mu's group, 4 horses were in hot pursuit. On their backs sat 6 martial artists adorned with golden python patterns, their eyes slanted, cold as ice. The golden python symbol marked them as bandits from Snake Mountain. Upon hearing the name Snake Mountain, Yi Qing's face turned ashen. The terror of Snake Mountain surpassed even that of Shuanghu Mountain, not only due to the abundance of demon kind, but also the multitude of ruthless bandits. Known for their bloodlust, while Yi Qing was gripped by fear, Luo Li, however, raised his whip and urged his horse straight towards the 6 Snake Mountain bandits. The pursuers are the 8th son of the 9 sons of Snake Mountain. We cannot withstand them. Quickly flee with us. At that moment, Yi Qing and the others spotted Luo Li and hurried to intercept him. But Luo Li merely responded with a smile, brushing past them. Damn, did this kid not hear what Uncle Cheng said? It's over for him. The Yi family warriors all shook their heads in dismay. However, just as their words fell, a sickening sound of flesh being crushed by a blunt object pierced their ears. Chapter 62. Lifespan breaks 1,000 again. What was that sound? Yi Qing turned to look. Upon witnessing the scene, he nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. For the young man they had deemed doomed not only survived but swung his hammer, causing 4 galloping horses to fall dead on the ground. The 6 Snake Mountain bandits atop the horses tumbled like rolling gourds. In contrast, the young man strode forward, delivering a kick. Bang! A bandit who had perfected his flesh was sent flying over 10 meters, his head striking a rock and meeting an instant demise. Next, the young man planted his foot on the chest of another Snake Mountain bandit. Crack! The bandit's ribcage caved in, black blood mixed with internal debris spewing from his mouth. And it was evident he would not survive. By heavens, all the Snake Mountain bandits pursuing us have been obliterated. Who is this person? He seems even more ferocious than Second Master. At that moment, the other Yi family warriors also witnessed Luo Li's brutal dispatch of the Snake Mountain bandits, leaving them utterly astounded and speechless. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Luo Li seized the large black hammer and struck it down upon the head of a Snake Mountain bandit. who was not yet fully dead. With a resounding thud, the head was instantly reduced to a mushy mass. After completing this grim task, Luo Li shook off the blood that clung to the hammer and raised his gaze towards the western side of the official road. With a rustle, a patch of withered grass several hundred meters away began to violently sway, soon revealing a trail crushed by a large tree. This is bad. It's a snake demon, little brother. Retreat quickly. Upon witnessing this scene, Yicheng exclaimed in alarmed. It is well known that the snake demons of Snake Mountain are all at the peak of enlightenment. Only a master of bone forging can hope to contend with such a being. To everyone's astonishment, Luo Li did not retreat. Instead, he unleashed the Eagle King's soaring technique, gliding through the air like a human-shaped eagle, and pursued the snake demon. Fear not, for since Luo Li dares to chase that snake demon, he possesses the ability to slay it. Just as the crowd was at a loss, Miss Mu spoke up. Having witnessed Luo Li slay the dual tiger mountain cat demon and acquire 3 demon cores, she decisively pulled on the reins to halt her horse. After fleeing for so long, it was time to rest. Meanwhile, Luo Li raced along the path marked by the large tree, soon spotting a gray snake as thick as a water barrel. Though the creature appeared corpulent, its speed was remarkable. However, no matter how swift it was, it could not outpace the perfected Eagle King's soaring technique. Realizing Luo Li had caught up, the dark gray serpent twisted its body sharply, turning its head to bite at Luo Li with its gaping maw. Before it could reach him, a wave of toxic, putrid air flooded Luo Li's nostrils. Resolutely, he held his breath, stopping abruptly in midair, while the formidable technique of the Dragon Tiger golden body circulated through him, surging true energy into his arms. Then, he executed the 1000-gene Demon Tiger Hammer technique, striking down towards the serpent's jaws. It was akin to a black tiger pouncing. Bam! The snake's mouth deformed upon impact, its head crashing sideways into the ground. In that instant, as the serpent's head met the earth, Luo Li swiftly stepped forward to deliver a follow-up blow, intending to send it to the afterlife. But unexpectedly, the gray serpent's tail lashed out suddenly, resembling a massive iron whip, cracking through the air with a sharp sound. Luo Li's expression tightened, forcing him to redirect the black hammer that was aimed at the serpent's head towards its tail. Bam! The force of the tail sent Luo Li sliding sideways for several meters, his hand gripping the hammer going numb. However, the gray serpent fared no better. Scales from its tail scattered everywhere, blood splattering. As the serpent writhed in pain, Luo Li shook off the numbness in his hand and charged forward once more. Just as the gray serpent prepared to counterattack with its tail, he unleashed his secret technique. Golden Wolf Swallows Moon. Howl! Despite it being broad daylight, an immense amount of moonlight was absorbed, accompanied by a chilling wolf howl. The gray serpent, still reeling from Luo Li's earlier strike, was further stunned by the echoing howl. Its eyes glazing over. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Li delivered a hammer strike to its vital spot. With a resounding thud, the gray serpent's body folded upon the impact point, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. Not one to relent, Luo Li surged forward to land several more blows, until the gray serpent was left gasping for its last breath. Cursed human, my mother will surely avenge me. The gray serpent spat blood while cursing in human language. Then, it opened its mouth and unleashed an invisible stream of air that struck Luo Li. He hastily attempted to retreat, but was unable to avoid it. This must be a form of marking. Luo Li examined his body and found no abnormalities, surmising that the gray serpent's expelled air was a means of the snake demon marking its enemy. However, he paid it little heed. After all, he was already targeted by the dual tiger mountain. An additional snake mountain would pose no threat. With 1,000 merit points secured, Luo Li extracted the demon core from the serpent's carcass. This demon, being at the peak of enlightenment, contributed 1,000 merit points. Furthermore, the serpent's skin was exceptionally tough, suitable for crafting defensive armor. Its gallbladder was a potent tonic, and even its flesh could be consumed, truly a treasure in every regard. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li hoisted the serpent's corpse over his shoulder, preparing to drag it back. Uncle Chung, we must leave. If the snake demon consumes that person and then turns to pursue us, we will have no chance of escape. On the dirt road, a Yi family warrior urged anxiously. With this person's words, several other Yi family warriors echoed their agreement. Though they had just witnessed Luo Li's formidable prowess, no one believed he could slay that snake demon. Very well, let us depart. Yi Cheng pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. However, just as he finished speaking, a tall, imposing figure emerged from the fields ahead. Is it Luo Li? He is still alive. This fellow is truly remarkable, coming back with a gray tree on his shoulder. Does he intend to build a new house? At this moment, the other Yi family warriors also caught sight of Luo Li. One even mistook the gray serpent trailing behind him for a gray tree and couldn't resist making a jest. Yet, that jest quickly caught in their throats. As Luo Li drew closer, the supposed gray tree revealed itself as a massive gray serpent. Thick as a water barrel. Good heavens, that is a snake demon. My word, this lad actually killed a snake demon. Upon recognizing the gray serpent, the Yi family warriors felt their scalps tingle. Although Miss Mu already knew of Luo Li's capability to slay demons at the peak of enlightenment, witnessing the corpse of the serpent stretching over 10 meters left her agape with astonishment. Luo Li paid no mind to the crowd's shock. After dragging the serpent's corpse onto the road, he intended to bind it with rope to his horse for transport, but the aura emanating from the serpent frightened the horse away. Reluctantly, Luo Li had to take matters into his own hands. Since young Master Luo has returned safely, let us go home. Yi Cheng and the others observed the serpent's corpse for a moment, and after their emotions settled, they resumed their journey. Along the way, Luo Li dragged the serpent's corpse forward while glancing at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, blood exchange realm, initial stage, martial arts, Dragon Tiger golden body technique, great accomplishment, Dragon Tiger 10,000 gene hammer technique, severely incomplete. Eagle King soaring technique, perfected. 1000 gene demon tiger hammer technique, perfected. Bone splitting hand, perfected. Listening wind blade technique, perfected. Secret technique. Golden wolf swallows moon, minor accomplishment. Alchemy, iron core pill, perfected. Remaining lifespan, 1002 years. The rewards for slaying demons are indeed substantial. Luo Li had killed 6 snake mountain bandits, 2 of whom were demon carriers, contributing 94 years to his lifespan, while the snake demon itself added 231 years. This brought Luo Li's remaining lifespan to a total of 1002 years. The application of Golden Wolf Swallow's moon played a significant role in this victory. Thus, recalling the fierce battle, Luo Li decisively infused his lifespan into the Golden Wolf Swallow's moon. Chapter 63. Dragon Tiger Golden Body, perfected. Lifespan flows like a torrent. After 240 years had passed, the loss of lifespan finally ceased. Luo Li glanced at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, blood exchange realm, initial stage, martial arts, Dragon Tiger golden body technique, great accomplishment, Dragon Tiger 10,000 gene hammer technique, severely incomplete, Eagle King soaring technique, perfected. 1000 gene demon tiger hammer technique, perfected. Bone splitting hand, perfected. Listening wind blade technique, perfected. Secret technique. Golden wolf swallows moon, perfected. Alchemy, iron core pill, perfected. Remaining lifespan, 762 years. The perfected Golden Wolf Swallow's moon shall serve as my trump card. The essence of secret techniques lies in their explosive power, often formidable. Golden Wolf Swallow's moon stands out among spiritual-level secret techniques. Its power, once perfected, would even give pause to beings at the blood exchange level. Next, I shall enhance the Dragon Tiger Golden Body Technique. The Dragon Tiger Golden Body Technique is a martial arts cultivation method. Elevating it to perfection will significantly increase Luo Li's rate of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the Dragon Tiger true energy will grow stronger, thereby accelerating the efficiency of Luo Li's bone marrow refinement, which in turn expedites his blood exchange process. After 193 years of arduous training, the Dragon Tiger Golden Body Technique was finally perfected. With the passage of lifespan, the true energy within Luo Li transformed into a pale golden hue, flowing and surging like a golden dragon and tiger in a tumultuous dance point. One could even faintly hear the subtle sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. What is that sound? A few meters away. Yi Cheng's ears perked, and he turned to look at Luo Li. To his astonishment, he saw a faint golden light emanating from Luo Li's skin. with the forms of dragons and tigers swirling around him, resembling a celestial being. Who is this extraordinary individual? Yi Cheng's heart raced. It is worth noting that he is of the same generation as Yi Guantao and Yi Guanhe, frequently encountering these two masters of blood exchange. Yet, even the already refined Yi Guantao did not exhibit such a remarkable aura. Truly, the perfected supreme techniques are extraordinary. At this moment, a smile of joy spread across Luo Li's face. After perfecting the Dragon Tiger Golden Body technique, his Dragon Tiger True Energy had increased several tiers, capable of thoroughly penetrating his bones, washing and refining his marrow with over double the efficiency. Moreover, all the pores in his body opened to their fullest extent, accelerating the rate at which he absorbed the energies of heaven and earth by at least 2 or 3 times. Even without the assistance of medicinal pills, within a little over 100 years, Luo Li would achieve perfection in the blood exchange realm. Luo Li was poised to continue his ascent when a sudden murmur rippled through the crowd. It turned out that some commoners had caught sight of a serpent's corpse. The timid fled in terror back to their homes, while the bolder among them gathered in small groups to observe from a distance. Moreover, this apprehension intensified the closer one drew to the inner city. Especially when Luo Li reached the entrance of the inner city, the scene erupted into chaos as those queuing to enter scattered in every direction. Even the county guards and constables tasked with maintaining order appeared somewhat unsteady on their feet. Fortunately, Yi Cheng and others intervened to clarify the situation, preventing a complete debacle. "Young Master Luo, let us enter the city." After some negotiation, the guards opened a narrow path for Luo Li and his companions, allowing them to proceed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Li was about to drag the serpent's corpse into the city when an inexplicable malice suddenly surged within him. A chill ran down Luo Li's spine as he quickly turned to search for the source of this malevolence, only to find a throng of emaciated citizens before him. Strangely, as he turned to seek, that sinister aura vanished without a trace. After searching fruitlessly for a considerable time, he concluded that it mattered not who it was. Any troublemaker would simply be dealt with. Without further ado, Luo Li shouldered the serpent's corpse and entered the inner city. Once inside, among the crowd still waiting to enter, a gaunt old woman with her head wrapped in a scarf squinted at Luo Li's back, engraving his likeness deeply into her memory. Meanwhile, Luo Li and his group had already entered the inner city. They observed a gathering of county guards and constables in an open area on the west side, flanked by a contingent of warriors drawn from various families, factions, and martial arts schools. A robust middle-aged man, wielding a dark, dragon-patterned iron staff, was addressing the assembly. With the impending invasion from the demons of Double Tiger Mountain and Snake Mountain, Lord Lu has ordered Tai to prepare defenses. This imposing figure was Tai Kuan, the chief constable of Gaoyi County. Following the orders of County Magistrate Lu Fu, he had mobilized warriors from both the county office and various clans and factions to construct defensive fortifications in anticipation of the looming demonic threat. However, before Tai Kuan could finish his briefing, the assembled warriors suddenly widened their eyes, gazing incredulously at something behind him. Tai Kuan's expression darkened as he turned to see what had captured their attention, and he felt as though he had been scalded by boiling water, his eyes narrowing in shock. A serpent demon. It was indeed a serpent demon. Judging by its form, this demon had fully awakened its intelligence and was likely one of the 9 offspring of Snake Mountain. To slay such a creature would require a formidable powerhouse, at the very least. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of chatter. The county guards and various warriors turned their gaze to Luo Li, eager to catch a glimpse of the master who had vanquished this fully awakened serpent demon. Yet, after a protracted search, they found no one who could be deemed a master. "Did you slay this serpent demon?" As the crowd sought the demon-slaying expert, Tai Kuan's eyes fell upon Luo Li. Though he had achieved a high level of training, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Luo Li, indicating that the young man's prowess was at least on par with his own. "Pure luck," Luo Li replied nonchalantly. Just half a month ago, Tai Kuan had been someone he looked up to, but now he felt utterly unimpressive. If he unleashed his full power, he could likely fell him with just 2 or 3 strikes. The exchange between Luo Li and Tai Kuan sparked a stir among the onlookers. They had all assumed Luo Li was merely the subordinate of a great demon slayer, only to discover he was the master himself? It was impossible to slay a fully awakened serpent demon solely by chance. Upon hearing Luo Li's response, Tai Kuan's heart raced. He respectfully clasped his fists and said, "The serpent demon you have slain is likely the 8th of the 9 offspring of Snake Mountain. With Snake Mountain and Double Tiger Mountain joining forces to threaten Gaoyi County, your deed has dealt a significant blow to their morale. I will report to Lord Lu later and recommend you for merit." Recently, the entire Gaoyi County had been shrouded in the shadow of impending demonic incursions, making Luo Li's slaying of a serpent demon a considerable morale booster. Humph. I believe this individual is inviting disaster upon us. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a one-armed youth with crimson lips and pearly whites. Accompanying him were 7 or 8 young men and women of notable prowess, who simultaneously launched a tirade against Luo Li. They claimed that Luo Li's act of slaying the serpent demon would infuriate the demons of Snake Mountain, and should Gaoyi County fall, the serpent demon would exact revenge, leaving no trace of life behind. Luo Li not only deserved no accolades but was instead guilty of a grave offense. "Gao Xiaoye, cease your nonsense." Upon hearing the one-armed youth's words, Yi Qing galloped forward, his voice filled with indignation. "Everyone, consider whether I am indeed speaking nonsense." The one-armed youth shot Luo Li a venomous glance and declared loudly, "Fortunately, there is still a way to remedy this. If we deliver the slayer of the serpent demon to Snake Mountain to atone, perhaps the demons will forgive us and retreat from their invasion." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into heated debate. Even Tai Kuan's expression flickered as he chose to observe silently, allowing the commotion to unfold. These brainless fools. Yi Qing and the others felt a mix of shock and anger. However, Luo Li remained as calm as still water. He raised his gaze to the one-armed youth and asked, "Haven't we met before?" Luo Li sensed an inexplicable familiarity from the one-armed youth, as if they had encountered each other somewhere. Just as the one-armed youth was about to respond, Luo Li abruptly waved his hand dismissively, then seized the serpent's corpse by its tail and whipped it violently. With a whoosh, the serpent's corpse, measuring over 10 meters in length, struck like a gray whip toward the one-armed youth. Chapter 64. Life and Death, Indifference, Let Us Fight. The serpent's corpse flew through the air. Even though Gao Xiaoye managed to evade it in time, she was still grazed by the serpent's body, sending her hurtling away like a ragged sack. By the time she struggled to rise from the ground, a towering figure loomed before her. In an instant, Gao Xiaoye found herself lifted by the neck, suspended in midair. "This is bad. Young master Yu has been captured by that scoundrel. Let the young master go at once, or if he loses even a single hair, not only will you die, but your entire family will pay the price." Witnessing the one-armed youth being held aloft like a chicken, the warriors accompanying him erupted in furious threats. Luo Li's expression turned frigid as he reached out and seized a handful of Gao Xiaoye's hair, pulling it sharply. With a rip, a bloodied tuft of hair came away in his grasp. In an instant, the once vocal warriors fell silent. "I recognize you. You are the one who previously abducted innocent citizens to feed the cat demon, young Master Yu." With the buzzing flies silenced, Luo Li locked eyes with young Master Yu. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. It turned out the severed arm belonged to him. "I don't know what you're talking about." The one-armed youth's face flushed crimson as he struggled to respond. "I advise you to release me immediately, or else. Are you still unclear about the situation?" Upon hearing young Master Yu's words, Luo Li chuckled. How could young Master Yu, a captive, dare to threaten him? "My father is Gao Chongyue." At that moment, the one-armed youth finally uttered a name. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's smile vanished. So, young Master Yu was the son of Gao Chongyue, the head of the Gao family. No wonder he was so audacious, brat. Now that you know young Master Yu's identity, will you not release him immediately, should anything happen to him? At that moment, the previously silenced Gao family warriors began to shout once more. But before they could finish their threats, crack! Gao Xiaoye's neck was abruptly broken by Luo Li's grip, her head dangling grotesquely against her back. Silence. The sight of Gao Xiaoye's contorted neck plunged the scene into an eerie stillness. Only after a long while did murmurs of disbelief begin to ripple through the crowd. "Young Master Yu? No." The Gao family warriors trembled in anger, their bodies quaking with rage. Soon after, Swords and blades were drawn. Surrounding Luo Li, "You damned scoundrel, you actually killed young Master Yu. When the Master arrives, you will surely be flayed alive and your body torn asunder." In truth, Luo Li had never intended to kill Gao Xiaoya, but their incessant barking had become wearisome, and thus he sent her to meet her end. Therefore, the one who truly killed Gao Xiaoya was not him, but rather, it was those raucous warriors. Luo Li tossed Gao Xiaoya's lifeless body to the ground. Speaking with nonchalance, upon hearing this, the Gao family warriors' scalps tingled, their faces paling. Yet, in reality, Luo Li had not slain Gao Xiaoya solely due to the incessant chatter from the Gao family warriors. The genuine reason was that he had seen boundless resentment in Gao Xiaoya's eyes. That malice would never dissipate simply because he chose to spare her. Thus, he resolved to eliminate her instead. As for the retribution from the Gao family, Luo Li's current strength was more than sufficient to handle it. If it truly became unmanageable, he could always resort to the tattooed bronze mirror to elevate his cultivation further. "Luo Li, you have stirred up a great disaster. Flee now." At that moment, Miss Mu's urgent voice reached Luo Li's ears. She was well aware of the Gao family's terrifying power, with at least 2 renowned blood-changing experts in plain sight, not to mention an ancient monster over a century old. Once the Gao family's strongmen arrived, Luo Li would have no escape. "Do not worry, I can handle this." However, Luo Li not only did not flee, but instead sat directly beside the corpse of Gao Xiaoya. He extracted the demon core of the serpent demon and infused its essence into his cultivation. As he absorbed the energy contained within the demon core, it purified and refined his entire bone marrow. After 6 months, new blood was born from his marrow, initiating a second transformation a year later. He completed this second transformation, achieving the mid-stage of blood transformation. Yet, as the energy from the demon core was depleted, the speed of his marrow refinement plummeted. Nevertheless, he persevered relentlessly. 94 years later, he completed his 4th blood transformation. Entering the realm of perfect blood transformation, as the notification appeared, Luo Li felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, rendering him perceptive and vigorous, like a dragon or tiger. Particularly, the 36 acupoints within him had expanded 2 or 3 times compared to before. And the true essence of the dragon and tiger transformed into pure gold, remaining unscattered even 5 meters away. Such an aura? Not far off, Tai Kuan sensed a change. He lifted his gaze towards Luo Li, his eyes burning with an intensity that caused him a stinging pain. This sensation was one he had only felt when facing the accomplished county magistrate, Lu Fu. "They have arrived. The people of the Gao family are here." Just as Tai Kuan was engulfed in uncertainty, the Gao family warriors cried out. Everyone looked up to see 2 bearers, one stout and one thin, rushing towards them while carrying a lavish palanquin. In no time, the 2 bearers brought the palanquin to the scene, and upon lifting the curtain, a portly middle-aged man stepped out. "Third Master, young Master Yu has been killed. You must avenge him." Upon seeing the rotund middle-aged man, several Gao family warriors rushed forward, wailing in agony. "What? Xiaoya is dead?" The corpulent man trembled, hastily turning to look at Gao Xiaoya, only to find her head grotesquely hanging behind her back, lifeless. Who killed Xiaoya?" Gao Chongping was consumed by fury, his eyes bloodshot. "It was him. He is the one who killed young Master Yu." A Gao family warrior immediately pointed at Luo Li, who was sitting beside Gao Xiaoya's corpse, his demeanor imposing. "Him? It's you?" Gao Chongping turned his gaze, instantly recognizing Luo Li, his expression contorted with rage. "You little beast, you have repeatedly troubled the Gao family, and today you have even killed my nephew." "If I do not," however, before Gao Chongping could finish his words, Luo Li leaped into action, charging towards him. "Presumptuous! You seek death." Seeing this, the 2 bearers beside Gao Chongping shouted angrily and stepped forward to confront him. These 2 were Gao Chongping's personal guards, both having achieved the pinnacle of their martial arts. Yet, unexpectedly, when they clashed with Luo Li, it was akin to eggs striking against stone. Bang, bang. The sounds of flesh and bone shattering echoed. In an instant, these 2 formidable experts were sent flying like 2 torn sacks, their chests caving in, dying on the spot. "What? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in shock. Two peak experts were actually slain by Luo Li in an instant. As the onlookers were engulfed in astonishment, Luo Li had already reached Gao Changping, though not even think about harming Third Master. At this critical moment, a fierce shout rang out. Suddenly, a sword sliced through the air, aiming directly at the back of Luo Li's heart. Luo Li raised an eyebrow, then swiftly unleashed his true essence of dragon and tiger, reaching out to grasp the sword. This sword was remarkably sharp. Yet when Luo Li's hand made contact, it remained unharmed. For his hand was enveloped in a layer of true essence nearly half an inch thick, tougher than steel, rendering it impervious to blades. After seizing the sword, Luo Li tossed it back with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow. The warrior who had thrown the sword, just as he leapt down from a rooftop, was struck in the chest by the returning sword and was instantly pinned to the beam. My heavens, that was Gao family's expert of the bone-forging realm, Fei Hong Jian Gao Sheng. This scene left the entire crowd in a state of stunned disbelief. Especially Gao Changping, whose face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 65. Blood transformation and bone forging. The entire venue was in shock. Even Tai Kuan felt his throat dry and his scalp tingle. Yet, Luo Li calmly turned to face the prostrate Gao Changping. Third Master Gao, what were you saying you would do to me earlier? Upon hearing Luo Li's inquiry, Gao Changping trembled in fear, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a single sound. Did I not expect even you, Third Master Gao, to have a moment of fear? Luo Li said with a mocking smile, raising his hand. Seeing Luo Li's movement, Gao Changping's face went pale with terror, and he scrambled backward in a panic. Little brat, do not be so arrogant. At that moment, a thunderous voice roared like thunder, shaking the ears of all present. A wave of sword energy manifested a faint purple crack in the air, as if it possessed the might to split the heavens. This is the purple Hua Nine Swords. Second Master Gao, the newcomer is Gao Changli, a top expert at the peak of blood transformation. Now Luo Li was in grave danger, someone exclaimed, revealing the identity of the newcomer. The Gao family's peak combat power on the surface mirrored that of the Yi family, both boasting two blood transformation experts. Among them, the family head, Gao Chongyue, had practiced for many years and possessed secret techniques for slaying demons. The second brother, Gao Changli, was at the late stage of blood transformation and had mastered the profound technique. The purple Hua Nine Swords. In the entirety of Gaoyi County, he was one of the most formidable figures. Second brother is here, I am saved. Gao Changping sighed in relief, knowing well the prowess of Gao Changli, an expert able to stand toe-to-toe with others at the peak of blood transformation. However, just as Gao Changping's thoughts were racing, Luo Li suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed. Whoosh! Countless air and moonlight rushed into Luo Li's mouth, causing his abdomen to swell to the brink of bursting. Then, Luo Li forcefully exhaled. A howl erupted like thunder from the heavens, resonating in Gao Changping's ears, causing blood to spurt from his ears and rendering him unconscious. A middle-aged man, rushing in like the wind, was the first to be affected. Even though he was already at the late stage of blood transformation, he felt lightheaded and dizzy. Simultaneously, Luo Li executed the Eagle King's soaring technique. Advancing towards him, and before he could close the distance, he swung the mighty black hammer, ready to strike. Sensing a profound danger, the middle-aged man instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang! At the moment the black hammer descended. The sword in his hand bent like a bow, and the hammer struck against his shoulder. Crack! The protective true essence deformed, his shoulder caved in, and he was sent flying several meters. What? Second Master Gao was actually defeated? He is a top expert of blood transformation. Who on earth is this young man? At this moment, the crowd was just recovering from the shock of the wolf howl when they beheld the scene of Gao Changli being sent flying by Luo Li's hammer, leaving them in a state of utter disbelief, especially Tai Kuan, who trembled uncontrollably. As the entire assembly was engulfed in astonishment, Luo Li was already pursuing, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Clang! In a moment of crisis, the sound of a sword ringing erupted. A sense of danger surged within Luo Li, prompting him to retreat decisively. Just as Luo Li withdrew, a streak of purple sword energy suddenly descended, sending dirt flying and carving a 2-meter-long gash into the ground. The sword energy was unleashed. The newcomer was a master of the bone-forging realm. Seeing the gash created by the purple sword energy, Luo Li's expression tightened. While blood transformation warriors could project their strength outward, it would dissipate within 3 to 5 meters, making it challenging to inflict effective harm. Only those in the bone-forging realm could channel their inner strength over 10 meters without dispersing, thereby inflicting harm from a distance. As Luo Li remained on high alert, a middle-aged man, with a purple sword at his waist and an aura ablaze, arrived at the spot where Gao Chongli lay. Big brother, Gao Chongli, with his left shoulder caved in, was coughing blood profusely. Upon seeing Gao Chongyue, his face revealed a mix of shame and anger. The second in command of the Gao family, humiliated by being defeated by a mere youth, was a disgrace beyond measure. Focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me. Gao Chongyue tended to Gao Chongli's wounds and then turned to face Luo Li. Hiss, it is actually Gao family head Gao Chongyue. Young Master Luo, you are in serious trouble now. Upon seeing Gao Chongyue, Yi Qing and the others felt a chill run down their spines. It was known that Gao Chongyue had stepped into the bone-forging realm a decade ago, making him the undisputed peak of combat power in Gaoyi County. With such a formidable presence emerging, Luo Li was undoubtedly in peril. Not only did Yi Qing and others feel this pressure, but Luo Li himself also sensed the weight of the situation. Although he had reached the pinnacle of blood transformation, Gao Chongyue had practiced for many years, and moreover, the latter had mastered the profound sword technique. The Purple Hua 9 swords, along with secret techniques for slaying demons. By any measure, Luo Li found himself at a disadvantage. Since his cultivation was insufficient, he would have to elevate it. Under the watchful gaze of Gao Chongyue, Luo Li shook the great black hammer and then turned his attention to the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation, blood transformation, perfect. Martial arts, dragon and tiger golden body technique, perfect. Dragon and tiger 10,000 June hammer technique, extremely incomplete. Eagle king soaring technique, perfect. 1000 June demon tiger hammer technique, perfect. Muscle and bone separation technique, perfect. Wind listening sword technique, perfect. Secret technique. Golden wolf swallowing the moon, perfect. Alchemical skills. Iron core pill, perfect. Remaining lifespan, 465 years. Luo Li had originally possessed a lifespan of 762 years, but after spending 193 years to perfect the dragon and tiger golden body technique and 94 years to reach the pinnacle of blood transformation, he was left with 465 years. 465 years is more than sufficient. With a whisper, Luo Li prepared to elevate his cultivation. At that moment, 2 formidable auras suddenly swept in from the northern side of the inner city, quickly materializing into 2 middle-aged men with a chilling presence. One bore a blood-red long sword sheathed on his back, while the other wielded a golden dagger at his waist, moving as if they were tempestuous blades cleaving through waves. Their sharpness unparalleled. These were none other than Yi Guantao, the head of the Yi family, and Yi Guanhe, the second elder. What is the situation here in Yi City? Upon their arrival, Yi Guantao glanced at the gravely injured Gao Chongli and immediately inquired. Yi Chong, upon hearing this, hastily recounted the events that had just transpired. This young man inflicted such severe damage on Gao Chongli with a single blow? After hearing Yi Cheng's account, Yi Guantao and his companion exchanged incredulous glances. However, Yi Guantao quickly suppressed the tumult within his heart. He approached Luo Li, first nodding slightly in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards Gao Chongyue. Brother Gao, I have clarified the conflict between Luo Li and your Gao family. It is not Luo Li's fault. I kindly ask you to let this matter rest. Yi Guantao's words were met with a frigid glare from Gao Chongyue. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Gao Chongyue's expression was filled with disdain. Luo Li had not only slain his son, Gao Xiaoye, but had also gravely injured Gao Chongli. Failing to impose severe punishment would not only tarnish his own reputation, but would also bring disgrace to the entire Gao family. How I conduct myself is of no concern to you, Yi Guantao. However, Luo Li is a friend of my son, Yi Hai, and that makes him a friend of mine. Anyone who dares to harm my friend is in direct opposition to me. Yi Guantao placed his hand on the hilt of his golden dagger. He had already reached the mid-stage of the refinement realm and had mastered the Yi family's ultimate technique, the 7 Stars Demon Slaying Blade. making him a formidable opponent for Gao Chongyue. Moreover, besides him, there was also Yi Guanhe, who had reached the blood exchange stage. With Luo Li, who had already severely injured Gao Chongli with a single strike, the Yi family had no fear of the Gao family. "Are you threatening me?" Gao Chongyue's expression darkened. Since taking command of the Gao family, he had never before been threatened. "If you insist on interpreting it that way, so be it," Yi Guantao replied nonchalantly. Though the Yi family and the Gao family were both renowned as the two great families of Gaoyi County, the Gao family had consistently held the upper hand. Now, faced with the sudden emergence of the mysterious expert Luo Li, the Yi family naturally sought to forge an alliance. "Yi Guantao, do you truly believe that with an additional blood exchange expert at your side, you can stand against my Gao family?" Suddenly, a glint of coldness flashed in Gao Chongyue's eyes. The Gao family was not limited to just Gao Chongyue and Gao Chongli as their two great experts. They also had an ancient figure who had lived for over 160 years. Furthermore, the Gao family had laid out other contingencies in their pursuit of the divine power. If they were to unleash all their resources, they could easily obliterate the Yi family. "I acknowledge that your Gao family's strength surpasses that of my Yi family. But do you truly dare to engage in a fight to the death with us?" Yi Guantao responded gravely to Gao Chongyue's pressure. "Ha! Should it come to bloodshed, your Yi family may perish. But my Gao family's net shall remain unbroken," Gao Chongyue replied with unwavering confidence. "Do not forget our esteemed Lord Lu. He has taken a keen interest in your Gao family's ambitions regarding that coveted item. When we are both left battered and bruised, he will conveniently emerge to clean up the aftermath, quite perfectly, I must say," Yi Guantao remarked with a sardonic smile, stroking the stubble on his chin. Upon hearing these words, Gao Chongyue's confidence faltered. As the public figurehead of the Gao family, he was acutely aware of the cunning and strength of the county magistrate, Lu Fu, who was far more troublesome than the entire Yi family. If he were to engage in a conflict with the Yi family and suffer losses, resulting in the coveted item they had long sought being seized by Lu Fu, he would live in regret for the rest of his life. Yet, letting go of the vengeance for his son was equally difficult, leaving him in a state of internal turmoil. "See Chongyue, let us prioritize the greater issue. Once we obtain that item, not only will grandfather ensure that this young upstart meets his end, but he will also annihilate the entire Yi family in retribution for Xiaoya." Just as Gao Chongyue wavered, a voice, aged and commanding, reached his ears. "Little beast, allow you a few more days of life. On the 7th of November, it shall be swift." Upon hearing this voice, the hesitation on Gao Chongyue's face vanished. He turned to cast a cold glance at Luo Li before leading the members of the Gao family away. They actually backed down? Luo Li observed Gao Chongyue's retreat with astonishment. He had been preparing to elevate his cultivation for a significant confrontation, yet now the Gao family had withdrawn. However, it was fortunate that they did. Although Luo Li could enhance his cultivation to the refinement realm using the tattooed bronze mirror, Gao Chongyue was already at the mid-stage of that realm. Furthermore, the strongest member of the Gao family was not Gao Chongyue. "Your name is Luo Li, is it not? Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." As Luo Li was silently lamenting, Yi Guantao approached with an admiring expression. He had discerned Luo Li's cultivation level, complete mastery of the blood exchange stage. Notably, Luo Li was not yet 20 years old. Such martial talent surpassed even his own, whom the Yi family had hailed as the greatest genius in a century. "Head of the Yi family, I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance, which forced the Gao family to retreat." Luo Li bowed respectfully to Yi Guantao. "You are a friend of hire, and thus a friend of the Yi family. We shall not allow our friends to be bullied by others," Yi Guantao proclaimed with fervor, his words like a refreshing spring breeze. "Little Luo, though the Gao family has retreated, the enmity will not simply dissipate. They are scheming for a terrifyingly powerful treasure, and should they succeed, not only will you be in grave danger, but my Yi family will also be perilously threatened." After a moment of pleasantries, Yi Guantao's expression turned serious. "A terrifyingly powerful treasure." Luo Li's heart stirred. He suddenly connected recent events in Gaoyi County with the Gao family scheming, leading to a flurry of speculations in his mind. This is not the place for discussion. Once you have had a moment to recuperate, come to my Yi family for a detailed conversation. Yi Guantao glanced around at the multitude of prying eyes and stated, Very well. Luo Li nodded slightly. Indeed, this was not a suitable venue for discussions. By the way, what do you plan to do with the corpse of that fully awakened serpent demon? Yi Guantao suddenly inquired. I intend to sell it to the Apothecary Guild, Luo Li replied. Since you wish to sell it, why not sell it to my Yi family? I can offer you 2 soul-cleansing pills. Yi Guantao said, taking out a small white jade vial from his robes. Soul-cleansing pills? Luo Li's interest was piqued. The soul-cleansing pill was an extraordinary elixir, capable of hastening the blood exchange process for martial artists in the blood exchange stage and even breaking the limits of that stage, allowing a 5th blood exchange. With your talent, having 2 soul-cleansing pills at your disposal would ensure you achieve the 5th blood exchange. Each blood exchange allows a practitioner to ascend a minor realm. Luo Li had already reached complete mastery after 4 exchanges, but some individuals could break the limits and achieve 5 or even 6 exchanges. Such individuals, with their bodies refined through repeated blood exchanges, found it easier to break through realms, allowing them to go much further in martial arts. Agreed. I will make the exchange. The various grades of elixirs include the mundane, spirit, and extraordinary levels. Extraordinary elixirs, much like extraordinary martial arts, are exceedingly rare. 2 extraordinary soul-cleansing pills are worth at least 20,000 taels of silver, making this exchange advantageous. Upon hearing Luo Li's agreement, Yi Guantao immediately handed over the white jade vial. Luo Li accepted the vial, examined it briefly, and then secured it close to him. Miss Mu, allow me to escort you home. After securing the elixirs, Luo Li bowed respectfully to Yi Guantao and the others before calling out. Miss Mu, still in a state of shock and bewilderment, heard Luo Li's voice and hurriedly urged her horse forward. Luo Li shook off the clots of blood from the large black hammer, mounted his horse behind Miss Mu, and urged the steed towards the Green Willow courtyard. This man is the murderer of our 3 children? As Luo Li departed, an elderly couple, their forms stooped and frail, trembled into view on the street. It is him. The snow-white-haired old man supported the elderly woman. I wish I could kill him right now. The old woman clenched her fists, her nails sharp and long. Do not rush. The 7th of November is fast approaching. Once we obtain that item, we shall unleash a massacre and eliminate everyone here. The old man, with a face that appeared innocent and honest, spoke words that sent chills down the spine. Not only this elderly couple, but a newly arrived old woman in the inner city also cast a cold, piercing gaze at Luo Li's retreating figure. This made Luo Li's back involuntarily shiver. What is it? On horseback, Miss Mu sensed Luo Li's unease. It feels as though someone is watching me. Luo Li turned to look, but found nothing amiss. You are now famous throughout the city. It is only natural that someone would keep an eye on you. Facing off single-handedly against the Gao family and emerging unscathed, you are undoubtedly unique in Gaoyi County. It is only to be expected that such a figure would draw attention. Not quite. That gaze just now was filled with malice, like a thorn in my back. Luo Li shook his head. He could sense that the previous gaze was unlike any other. I believe you are merely making excuses to cover up. Suddenly, Miss Mu turned to him, her eyes blazing with intensity. Cover up? Cover up what? Luo Li was utterly perplexed. However, as he followed Miss Mu's gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly withdrew his hand from a certain place on her waist. It was an accident, purely an accident. Luo Li awkwardly yet politely explained. No wonder he felt so smooth and full just now. It turns out he grasped an inappropriate area. Chapter 67. White Dragon Temple. Before long, they arrived at the Green Willow courtyard. Surrounding the courtyard were numerous makeshift tents, inhabited by the common folk who had relocated from the outer city. The vacant rooms within the courtyard had been completely occupied, rendering the entire place exceedingly crowded and chaotic. Brother Luo, Miss Mu, how is ye too? Upon entering the courtyard, Xian Miao approached them eagerly. This fellow took great pride in his hairstyle, and even with severe injuries, his hair remained impeccably glossy. Yi too was taken back by Yi Eryi. There should be no major issues. Luo Li casually inquired as he tied his horse to a corner of the courtyard. I've broken a few ribs, but I'm managing, Xian Miao replied, displaying a tough demeanor. However, Old Song and Lu Fei are in quite serious condition. One has rendered both legs useless, while the other has suffered a fractured arm. As he spoke, Xian Miao's expression darkened. At least we are alive. I have 1,000 taels of silver here. Please take it to Old Song and the others on my behalf. Luo Li sighed, retrieving a 1,000-tael banknote and handing it to Xian Miao. As for Miss Mu, he gifted her several bottles of healing medicine before they each returned to their respective homes. Navigating through several tents erected within the courtyard, Luo Li arrived at his own home, where he noticed 2 large porcelain basins outside the kitchen, filled with steaming porridge. The newly arrived commoners were lining up to receive their portions. It turned out these individuals had no means to cook. And while some were fortunate enough to have dry rations, others had been starving for 2 or 3 days. Hence, Luo Yong and his wife had cooked several large basins of porridge to distribute freely. After observing for a while and seeing that there was nothing he could assist with, Luo Li retreated to his room. I hope to break through the blood exchange limit. Inside the room, Luo Li took a moment to collect himself before retrieving a small white jade vial and pouring 2 marrow cleansing pills into his mouth. You have achieved a complete blood exchange, yet with the aid of the supreme-grade marrow cleansing pills, your bone marrow embarks upon its 5th transformation, gradually generating new blood and commencing the 5th blood exchange. After 3 years, you will complete your 5th blood exchange, but you have yet to reach the limits of this phase. Thus, you continue to refine your bone marrow with the residual potency of the marrow cleansing pills in the 38th year. The blood within you transformed into a white frost hue, heavy and viscous like mercury, invigorating your body, with vitality surging like a raging blaze. The 6th blood exchange is complete. As the notification appeared, Luo Li felt as though he had returned to his youth, becoming astutely aware and radiant. The flow of blood within him surged like a rushing river, bestowing him with immense power. This was the true essence of a complete blood exchange. Sensing the transformation within his body, Luo Li joyfully clenched his fists. Although he remained in the blood exchange realm, he felt unafraid even against those in the early stages of refining the organs. Next, refining the organs. After a considerable time, Luo Li calmed his emotions and continued to elevate his cultivation. Refining the organs entails using true energy to refine the internal organs, strengthening and solidifying them. Given the fragility and importance of the organs, one must exercise extreme caution during the process. Any misstep could lead to severe injuries. Moreover, refining the organs demands a high level of true energy. If the strength and purity of the true energy are inadequate, the risks during the refinement increase significantly. Fortunately, Luo Li had completed 6 blood exchanges, and the strength and purity of his true energy were remarkably high, minimizing the risks of refining the organs. After 57 years, he had tempered his heart to be as robust as a steel ingot. The first step of organ refinement was complete. As time passed, Luo Li felt his heart grow exceptionally powerful. With each heartbeat, a surge of tremendous power radiated throughout his body, fortifying his flesh and bones, especially when combined with the true energy of the dragon and tiger, which after merging with the heart's power felt as though it had been infused with searing flames. Is this the power of organ refinement? As Luo Li summoned his true energy of the dragon and tiger, a blazing energy manifested in his hands. He tossed a piece of cloth onto this energy, and to his astonishment, it ignited. This phenomenon was due to the heart being associated with fire. Upon completing the tempering of the heart, a surge of fiery energy would be returned, igniting Luo Li's true energy of the dragon and tiger with a blazing intensity. After adapting to the changes in his energy, Luo Li gazed at the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation. Organ refinement stage. First step, martial arts. Dragon and tiger golden body technique. Complete. Dragon and tiger 10,000-pound hammer technique. Severely incomplete. Eagle king soaring technique. Complete. 1,000-pound demon tiger hammer technique. Complete. Muscle splitting and bone separation technique. Complete. Wind listening blade technique. Complete. Secret skill. Golden wolf swallowing the moon. Complete. Alchemical arts. Iron core pill. Complete. Remaining lifespan. 386 years. The organ refinement consists of 5 steps, and Luo Li had just completed the tempering of the heart, hence he was at the first step. Upon completing the heart tempering, his lifespan increased by 10 years. Originally, he had 465 years remaining. Having advanced from 4 blood exchanges to 6 over 38 years, and tempering his heart for 57 years, he should have had 370 years left. However, The increase from 4 to 6 blood exchanges granted him 8 additional years, and the heart tempering added another 10 years. Thus, his remaining lifespan now stood at 386 years. The first step of organ refinement was sufficient. Next, he would delve into the Dragon and Tiger 10,000-pound hammer technique. In the entirety of Gaoyi County, there were only a handful of practitioners of organ refinement. However, each possessed formidable killing martial arts, making their combat prowess exceedingly terrifying. If Luo Li wished to stand on equal footing with them, he too would need an exceptional killing martial art. Yet, the Dragon and Tiger 10,000-pound hammer technique was merely a rough framework at present. Lacking specific content, Tio successfully deduced it, he could not rely solely on the accumulation of lifespan. He needed to gather related martial arts, techniques, and insights, amassing martial experience to build a solid foundation for his understanding. Just as Luo Li was deep in thought, a commotion arose outside his home. Shaking his head, he decided to step out. He beheld several constables questioning the newly arrived commoners while taking notes. After a brief inquiry, he learned that numerous individuals had mysteriously disappeared within the city recently. To prevent such occurrences from happening again, the county officials were conducting investigations and registrations of all the individuals who had moved to the inner city. Why emphasize recording the birth dates and zodiac signs? Luo Li cast a curious glance at the registration book in the constable's hand. This was a special instruction from Lord Tai. I do not know the reason. The constable casually replied. Lord Tai instructed this? Upon hearing this, Luo Li felt even more perplexed. However, he could not pinpoint any issues within this matter, deciding to set it aside for the moment. Young Master Luo? Do you reside here? Just as Luo Li was about to return to his room to continue his cultivation, a resonant voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Turning to look, he discovered a burly old man with graying hair. This man possessed hands that were large and formidable, resembling 2 small grinding wheels, instilling a sense of intimidation. You must be young Master Luo. Indeed, you are a remarkable figure with extraordinary strength. As Luo Li noticed the burly elder, the latter also spotted him and approached with a broad smile. Do you seek me for something, esteemed elder? Luo Li glanced at the elder's hands and deduced that he must have mastered a certain palm technique to such an extent that it was beyond ordinary. I am Hu Yuan, having spent some time at the White Dragon Temple, and now serving alongside Lord Lu. I have come at Lord Lu's behest to deliver a gift to young Master Luo. The burly elder introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's expression became slightly solemn. The White Dragon Temple was a renowned sect in the Huanghe Prefecture, rumored to share governance of the 81 counties of Huanghe Prefecture alongside the Divine Sword Manor and the Prefectural Lord. Chapter 68. The Great Star Hand. Lord Lu wishes to present me with a gift. Luo Li invited Hu Yuan into his home and poured a cup of cold tea. Although he had never met County Magistrate Lu Fu, the notion of receiving a gift from him felt rather peculiar. You, young Master Luo, first vanquished the 3-headed dual tigers of Shuanghu Mountain, and subsequently eliminated the serpent demon of Shi Mountain. You are a once-in-a-century youth of Gaoyi County. Lord Lu holds you in high regard, which is why he has entrusted me to deliver this grand gift to you. As Hu Yuan spoke, he produced a finely crafted wooden box from his garment and placed it before Luo Li. Opening the box, Luo Li discovered a blue leather-bound book within. The book bore the grandiose title Great Star Hand inscribed boldly across its cover. Beneath these 4 characters, 2 smaller words read, Secret Skill. An exceptional martial art? Upon seeing the word Secret Skill following the Great Star Hand, Luo Li's eyelids twitched. For any martial artist in Gaoyi County, a secret skill held immense allure. Indeed, this martial art hails from the White Dragon Temple. Once mastered, you can shatter stone with your bare hands and seize swords from foes, elevating your prowess by over 50%. Hu Yuan elaborated on the origins of the Great Star Hand. As one of the premier sects in Huanghe Prefecture, the White Dragon Temple possessed numerous exceptional martial arts, and among them was the rebirth technique, capable of enabling organ-refining experts to transcend their limits and advance to the rebirth realm. Nonetheless, after a moment of contemplation, Luo Li pushed the wooden box back. Does young Master Luo not appreciate this martial art? Hu Yuan expressed surprise. The Great Star Hand possesses formidable power, and even among all the exceptional martial arts of the White Dragon Temple, It stands among the top ranks. It is remarkable that Luo Li would choose to return it. Of course, I have a fondness for exceptional martial arts. However, I believe in the principle of reciprocity. Mr. Hu, please elucidate what Lord Lu requires of me first. In this world, love does not arise without cause. Luo Li and Lu Fu are neither related nor acquainted, yet the latter wishes to bestow upon him a supreme martial art. It is hard to believe that mere appreciation could serve as justification. However, Master Luo is quite agreeable. Hu Yuan lifts his teacup and takes a sip. The reason my master has chosen to gift you the Great Star Hand is primarily because he hopes you will assist us in defending Gaoye County against the impending onslaught of demons from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain. And then, what follows? There is no further continuation. Hu Yuan pauses momentarily before breaking into a grin. Moreover, should you encounter situations beyond your capacity, you are free to depart at any time. Lord Lu is magnanimous. I shall accept this gift. After hearing Hu Yuan's words, Luo Li's doubts dissipate entirely, and he retrieves the cultivation manual for the Great Star Hand, perusing it with great interest. Why is there only half a volume? Just as Luo Li was engrossed in his reading, he realized the book had only one page remaining. The Great Star Hand is divided into two parts. This is merely the first. Hu Yuan chuckles. As for the second part, once this calamity is resolved, my master will personally deliver it to you. Upon hearing this, a look akin to constipation appears on Luo Li's face. However, this seems quite reasonable. If Luo Li were to obtain the complete Great Star Hand and then abscond, Lu Fu would find himself in a dire predicament. Presenting half the manual while withholding the other half is indeed the correct approach. There is no need to rush into cultivating the Great Star Hand. After bidding farewell to Hu Yuan, Luo Li ponders within his chamber. Although the Great Star Hand possesses considerable power, the martial art most suited to him is undoubtedly the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique. Luo Li decides to prioritize the development of the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique, treating the Great Star Hand as a backup. It is time to visit the Yi family and seek their wisdom. Previously, Yi Guantao had mentioned the Gao family's schemes, but due to the presence of many eyes and ears, he advised Luo Li to discuss matters in detail later at the Yi residence. Furthermore, Luo Li intends to borrow several martial art manuals related to hammer techniques from the Yi family and consult Yi Guantao and Yi Guanhe to aid in the development of the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique. Luo Li departs at noon, returning to the Green Willow courtyard only after nightfall. Liener, please inform mother that I have already dined. Upon arriving home, Luo Li calls out to his sister, who is practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Before retreating to his room, the hidden hand behind the scenes is indeed the Gao family. Inside, Luo Li reflects on his conversation with Yi Guantao, his expression growing increasingly somber. According to Yi Guantao, the bizarre events that have unfolded in Gaoye County over the past few months are orchestrated by the Gao family, with the aim of sacrificing individuals to lure forth a treasure known as divine ability. It is said that this treasure possesses the power to transcend the heavens and the earth. Even in the hands of an ordinary person, it could grant them combat prowess comparable to that of a blood-refining master. Should it fall into the hands of a blood-refining martial artist, it would break the constraints of the rebirth method, allowing them to rival those who have undergone the rebirth process. It is a veritable leap to greatness. I am already at odds with the Gao family. I must elevate my cultivation to a level comparable to that of the rebirth realm before they acquire the divine ability. Lost in thought, Luo Li retrieves several martial arts manuals. These manuals were borrowed from the Yi family and pertain to hammer techniques, and he casually selects one to examine closely. Time flies, and soon dawn breaks. Having thoroughly reviewed all the martial arts manuals borrowed from the Yi family, Luo Li integrates their teachings with the tattooed bronze mirror, enriching his understanding of the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique. Yet, it is still insufficient. I hope Lu Fu can provide some surprises. However, Luo Li feels that his martial foundation still requires strengthening. Fortunately, when he sent Hu Yuan away yesterday, he had requested the latter to collect some martial arts manuals and cultivation insights related to hammer techniques through the county magistrate Lu Fu. If Lu Fu proves to be diligent, the development of the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique will be secured. At noon, Hu Yuan pays another visit. Mr. Hu, thank you. Inside, Luo Li receives the dozen or so small booklets handed to him by Hu Yuan. his face lighting up with a radiant smile. "These are all thanks to Lord Lu. I merely ran some errands." Hu Yuan waves his hand, downplaying his contributions. "By the way, the demons and bandits from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain have reached the outer city. Currently, a significant portion of the outer city has been inundated by a tide of snakes and rats, a truly alarming sight." As he mentions the situation in the outer city, Hu Yuan's expression grows exceedingly grave. The demons and bandits from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain have indeed infiltrated the outer city. Luo Li's earlier joy falters. What of the common folk? Most of the populace has relocated to the inner city. However, given the ferocity of the forces from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain, they will undoubtedly launch an assault on the inner city. Although Lord Lu has mobilized all the martial artists in the city for defense, we lack top-tier experts. Thus, Lord Lu hopes that you, Master Luo, can join me in securing the eastern district of the inner city. Lu Fu has divided the martial artists of the county into 4 groups to defend the 4 districts of the inner city. The northwestern districts are led by the Gao and Yi families, while the southeastern districts are spearheaded by the county office. However, the county office is staffed only by Lu Fu, Hu Yuan, Tai Kuan, and the county's military commander, Niu Biao, only 4 experts. Among them, Tai Kuan and Niu Biao are at the perfected stage of blood refinement, capable of handling fully awakened demons, yet they falter against transformed demons. If Luo Li joins the fray, it would significantly alleviate the pressure on the county office. Very well, I shall head to the eastern district once I ensure my family's safety. Luo Li contemplates briefly before nodding in agreement. Lu Fu's recent displays of kindness and support are all for this moment. Luo Li cannot refuse. Master Luo, your willingness is greatly appreciated. I shall await you in the eastern district. Upon hearing Luo Li's agreement to help defend the eastern district, a brilliant smile spreads across Hu Yuan's face as he rises to take his leave. It is time to develop the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique. After bidding farewell to Hu Yuan, Luo Li picks up the dozen or so small booklets gifted by Hu Yuan and examines them closely. Once he integrates these insights and techniques related to hammer methods, Luo Li resolutely channels his vitality into the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique. In the first 30 years, you dissected and refined various hammer techniques, extracting their essence while discarding the dross, gradually imbuing the previously incomplete Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique with substance. In the subsequent 20 years, you incorporated the insights and understanding of blood-refining masters such as Yi Guantao and Yi Guanhe, as well as the cultivation experiences of numerous hammer practitioners, distilling the true from the false and enriching the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique, which began to take on a distinct character and soul. In the final 15 years, you continued to perfect and enrich the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique, ultimately achieving flawless mastery by the 68th year. At last, it is complete. Upon seeing the notification, a wave of uncontrollable joy washes over Luo Li's face. It is essential to note that blood-refining practitioners must possess supreme martial arts to fully unleash their power. With the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique in his arsenal, Luo Li feels as though he has gained wings. Even against Yi Guantao or Gao Chongyue, he can hold his own. Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique, enhanced. Luo Li drinks half a pot of cold tea in one go to calm his excitement, then channels his vitality into the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique. In just 6 months, you have cultivated the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique to a minor accomplishment. After 9 years, your striking force reaches 10,000 June, unmatched in might, as the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique ascends to the realm of great accomplishment. Due to the vast accumulation of cultivation insights related to hammer techniques, Luo Li finds himself experiencing divine assistance as he practices the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique, advancing at an astonishing rate. Only when achieving full mastery does he encounter some difficulty. However, with a substantial influx of vitality, the progress is expedited. In the 89th year, your hammer techniques reach an extraordinary level of proficiency. The great black hammer in your hands feels as if it has come to life, striking with the harmony of Dragon and Tiger, accompanied by the winds and clouds. The supreme hammer technique, the Dragon and Tiger 10,000 June Hammer technique, is complete. The prompt flashes rapidly before Luo Li, who feels as though he has been in seclusion for decades, exuding an aura of returning to simplicity. After a full tea session, Luo Li's aura finally normalizes. He gazes into the tattooed bronze mirror. Cultivation level, blood refinement realm, first step, martial arts, dragon and tiger 10,000 June hammer technique, complete. Great star hand, first part, uninitiated, dragon and tiger golden body technique, complete. Eagle king soaring technique, complete. Muscle and bone separation technique, complete. Listening wind sword technique, complete. Secret technique. Golden wolf swallowing moon, complete. Alchemy, iron core pill, complete. Remaining lifespan, 229 years. If I were to confront Gao Chongli now, I should be able to eliminate him in an instant, right? Previously, when Luo Li faced Gao Chongli, he was at the peak of blood refinement, and the dragon and tiger 10,000 June hammer technique was still an empty shell. Now, he has reached the first step of blood refinement, and the dragon and tiger 10,000 June hammer technique is complete. With the fully perfected secret technique, golden wolf swallowing moon, he could easily take down not just Gao Chongli of the blood refinement realm, but even a careless blood refining master. With plenty of lifespan remaining, it would be wise to enhance the Great Star Hand as well. After briefly assessing his strength, Luo Li channels his vitality into the Great Star Hand. In 142 years, you have cultivated the supreme martial art, the Great Star Hand, first part, to perfection. Current remaining lifespan, 87 years. With the notification, Luo Li's hands, once delicate and pale due to practicing the muscle and bone separation technique, now seem to be coated in starlight. Luo Li clenches his fists slightly, causing the air to rupture with a deep, resonant explosion. Though composed of flesh and blood, they feel as formidable as a great black hammer forged from special materials. Capable of effortlessly deflecting blades with bare hands. This is the feeling of incompleteness. No wonder no one enjoys being a eunuch. Nevertheless, within Luo Li's heart lingered a profound sense of incompleteness. It was akin to having spent 2 hours in tantalizing foreplay with a stunning beauty, only for her to abruptly declare that she was on her menstrual cycle just as the garments were about to be shed. An annoyance far worse than discovering a dead rat in one's porridge. Yet, despite his vexation, Luo Li could only endure. His lifespan had already plummeted below a 3-digit figure. Even if he were to invest every ounce of his being, it would be impossible to decipher the subsequent chapters of the Great Star's command. Just as Luo Li was grappling with his frustrations, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. Upon inquiry, he learned that 2 residents of the Green Willow courtyard had gone missing, and the townsfolk were rallying to search for them. Alas, it seemed likely that those 2 had met a tragic fate. Lao Gu, you must keep a close watch on your daughter, someone cautioned, for the recent disappearances have all involved those born in the year of the tiger, and their birthdays coincide with your daughter's. Suddenly, an elderly man with graying hair, puffing on a clay pipe, turned to remind Luo Yong. Mr. Wang, have many people disappeared recently? Luo Li inquired, intrigued by the elder's words. Indeed, quite a number. It's estimated to be nearing 1,000, the old man replied with conviction. I suspect that demons have infiltrated the city and are stealthily wreaking havoc upon the populace. His assertive analysis drained color from the faces of the townsfolk. However, Luo Li was acutely aware that these disappearances were likely linked to the Gao family. They were probably seizing this opportunity of chaos to continue their nefarious sacrificial practices, aiming to summon divine powers into the world for their own gain. A scheme far more heinous than that of any demon. Amidst the clamor, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Soon, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and deep lines etched into his face rode into the Green Willow courtyard. Luo Li, come with me to the Eastern District. He shouted urgently as he dismounted. Lao Zhang, what has happened? Luo Li asked, recognizing the man as Zhang Jing, who had previously accompanied Yi Hai to escort the townsfolk during their relocation. Despite being injured, he bore a pallor that hinted at a lingering illness. The demons from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain are now at the city's outskirts, seemingly preparing to assault the city. Lord Hu Yuan has sent me to urge you to assist in defending the Eastern District. Zhang Jing explained, gasping for breath. What? The demons are about to attack? At this revelation, the courtyard erupted in panic. The townsfolk turned pale, their eyes wide with terror. Was the time for conflict finally upon them? Luo Li's heart raced. Though he was not entirely surprised. Luoli, Lord who demands your immediate presence, Zhang Jing urged as he finally caught his breath. I must first ensure my family's safety. Gaoyi County now faces external threats as well as the internal menace of the Gao family, who are actively abducting those born on the 7th of November. Luo Lian fits this criteria perfectly. If I do not take precautions, she may very well fall into the Gao family's clutches. Luda had constructed a residence at the county office to provide a secure haven for the families of those defending the inner city. That won't be necessary. I've already arranged for my family to stay with the Yi family. I trust them more than Lu Fu, Luoli replied. You need to hurry. I've heard that the demons attacking this time are not just from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain, Zhang Jing warned, rubbing his face in anxiety. Are there other demons? Luoli felt a surge of pressure at this information and pressed for specifics. However, Zhang Jing's knowledge was limited to hearsay, forcing Luoli to suppress his unease and send his parents and sister to the Yi family. Luoli, watch out for Hu Yuan. Our esteemed Luda is far from the gentle and amiable figure he appears to be. Just as Luoli was preparing to head to the Eastern District, Yi Guantao's warning echoed in his ears. Chapter 70. Hammer against Hammer. As the sun began to set, Luoli arrived at the Eastern District of the inner city. There, he beheld a formidable assembly of county soldiers, constables, and martial artists drawn from various families, factions, and schools, all standing guard atop the city walls. The scene was imposing and replete with vigilance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern their bodies trembling slightly, fear etched across their faces. Especially when they gazed toward the city's exterior, their trepidation became painfully evident. Fortunately, a robust figure clad in armor sat atop the city gate, resembling a human mountain, barely sustaining the morale of those around him. Brother Luo, you finally arrived. The armored figure turned to reveal a weathered face. It was Hu Yuan, the formidable practitioner from the Bai Long Temple. Mr. Hu, is the situation dire? Luoli asked, leaping onto the city gate. You'll understand upon witnessing it for yourself, Hu Yuan replied with a bitter smile, gesturing toward the outside. Luoli peered out, his eyes narrowed. Beneath the setting sun, a horde of gray-furred rats and countless vibrantly colored snakes surged toward the inner city like a golden tide. Setting aside their lethality, the sheer numbers were enough to instill dread. Following this grotesque wave of serpents and rodents, a band of brigands numbering 200 to 300 emerged. They bound some townsfolk who had not yet relocated to the inner city, dragging them behind their horses for amusement. Once they had exhausted their cruel entertainment, they would toss the hapless victims into the throng of snakes and rats, their anguished cries soon fading into silence as they became mere bones. These ruffians, witnessing such brutal scenes, ignited a flame of fury within Luoli. Yet, the brigands were only growing more exhilarated. Among them was a long-haired man wielding a massive bone-cutting knife, riding a black stallion, driving the townsfolk to flee while he galloped behind, brandishing his weapon. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The flesh of the fleeing townsfolk was being sheared away by the bone-cutting knife. As they fled, blood splattered from their bodies like a grotesque display of carnage, resembling a bloody skeleton in flight, a truly horrific sight. That man was Yang Yu, one of the 4 notorious bone-forging brigands from Shuanghu Mountain. This fiend would flay the flesh from his victims, leaving them to suffer a torturous death, worse than any beast. The gruesome imagery left the onlookers stunned and enraged, their fighting spirit dwindling. These brutes were deliberately attempting to shatter their resolve. If this continued, they would lose their courage even before the enemy struck, leading to utter defeat. Hu Yuan clenched the armrests of his chair, the wood creaking under his grip. Then let us bolster everyone's spirits and restore their morale. Luo Li surveyed the despondent crowd, noting their defeatist attitudes. Bolster their spirits? How do you propose we do that? Hu Yuan inquired, by eliminating those troublemaking brigands. Luo Li declared, pointing at the ruffians led by Yang Yu. Slay Yang Yu, the bone cutter? The suggestion was met with a chorus of disapproval. It was well known that those brigands were positioned behind the wave of snakes and rats, and to reach them, one would first have to traverse a treacherous expanse of 200 to 300 meters. Moreover, Yang Yu and his cohorts were not mere amateurs. They were seasoned killers, especially Yang Yu and his 3 companions, who had achieved mastery in bone forging. Additionally, lurking behind them were the demons from Shuanghu Mountain and Shi Mountain. Even Hu Yuan, who had attained the second level of blood refinement, dared not take such a risk. Brother Luo, Hu Yuan began to demur. I shall go and kill him. Luo Li interjected calmly, brandishing his great black hammer as he leapt from the towering city wall. What? Is he truly going to single-handedly confront Yang Yu? Has he lost his mind? Gasps of disbelief filled the air as onlookers witnessed his audacity. Luo Li, don't act rashly. Zhang Jing, Xian Miao, and others shouted in alarm as they rushed to the edge of the wall. But by the time they reached the base, Luo Li had already touched down. At the base of the wall, amidst the writhing mass of snakes and rats, the creatures lunged at him as he descended. However, before they could reach him, a surge of golden energy erupted from Luo Li's feet. Boom! The snakes and rats were sent flying. Luo Li soared upward, akin to a soaring eagle, his feet barely touching the ground as he charged toward the brigands of Shuanghu Mountain. With his energy radiating outward, he had undergone a transformation. His movements were remarkably agile. Perhaps he could indeed teach those ruffians a lesson. On the city wall, the crowd's spirits lifted, hope igniting within them. Does he dare to venture outside to meet his demise? Kill him, Yang Yu, spotting Luo Li advancing alone from hundreds of meters away, raised his bone-cutting knife, signaling the archers. In an instant, dozens of powerful bows were drawn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows rained down upon Luo Li. Yet, Luo Li pressed onward undeterred, and just as the arrows were about to strike, he unleashed a powerful surge of true dragon and tiger energy. A golden aura enveloping him like armor, deflecting every arrow that came within 3 feet. Fire again. Yang Yu's expression shifted as he issued another command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another barrage of arrows flew toward him, accompanied by a dozen spears. Yet, it was all in vain. Luo Li's true dragon and tiger energy effectively neutralized the arrows and spears, and with a few strides, he closed the distance to Yang Yu and his companions to merely a few dozen meters. Yang Yu's face paled in alarm. I'm coming to kill you. A thunderous voice boomed, followed by a massive bronze hammer hurtling towards Luo Li. The blow was so fierce that it created a deafening crack in the air. That was the Zhunshan hammer of Niushan, weighing 1,000 pounds, which had previously injured a master at the blood exchange stage. Luo Li could only fear that on the city wall, the copper badge Captain Huang Shuren would expose the origin of the hammer, causing the hearts of those around to involuntarily tighten. However, as soon as Huang Shuren's words fell, a resounding clang echoed, and the 1,000-pound copper hammer aimed at Luo Li was sent flying back by a single strike from him. A towering bald man, standing 2 meters tall, reached out to catch it, but the moment the hammer collided with his hands, a sickening crunch resonated as both arms were instantly obliterated. Following this, the hammer crashed against the bald man's chest. Boom! He was sent soaring 7 or 8 meters. By the time he hit the ground, his chest had exploded, his organs shattered. Hiss! The notorious bandit Niushan had been defeated in an instant. Shock! The hearts of those on the city wall were filled with disbelief. Even the master of refining organs, Hu Yuan, couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch violently. In contrast, Luo Li, after dispatching Niushan with a single blow, charged towards Yang Yu. At this moment, Yang Yu had completely lost his previous arrogance. Upon seeing Luo Li approaching, he hastily drew his blade, mounted his horse, and fled in panic. Yet Luo Li, possessing the perfected Eagle King soaring technique, moved faster than the horse itself in the blink of an eye. He had already caught up to Yang Yu's rear, Chapter 71, plowing the fields and sweeping the holes, wiping out all. Seeing no escape, Yang Yu's eyes glimmered with cold light as he slashed at Luo Li. This strike contained the essence of the bone-cutting blade technique, with a heavy and agile blade edge, executed from a cunning angle that was difficult to anticipate. But Luo Li merely responded with a single hammer strike. The Longhu Wanjun hammer. With one swing, the myriad of blade lights shattered into fragments. Yang Yu, along with his horse, was directly smashed into the ground by the massive black hammer, and not even a deity could save him now. Damn, Yang Dezangio was killed by that man in a single blow. Run, flee quickly. The death of Yang Yu struck like a thunderclap, shattering the courage of the bandits from Shuanghu Mountain. It was unclear who shouted, but hundreds of bandits scattered in panic. Even the two notorious bone-forging bandits, known alongside Yang Yu and Yoshan, blended into the crowd and fled, utterly like lost dogs. However, at that moment, a large white serpent surged from the darkness, sinking its fangs into several fleeing bandits, killing them instantly. Simultaneously, a large black cat with snow-white ears snapped the necks of numerous escaping bandits. "Whoever dares to flee, I shall extract your heart and liver for my drink." The white-eared black cat licked the blood from its claws, emitting a chilling and venomous tone. It was one of the offspring of the old cat demon of Shuanghu Mountain, now awakened to full consciousness and on the verge of transformation. Upon hearing the voice of the white-eared cat demon, the fleeing bandits changed color in fright and immediately halted. The cat demon of Shuanghu Mountain? At this moment, Luo Li pulled the massive black hammer from the mud-like body of Yang Yu, shaking off the bits of flesh, and gazed at the white-eared cat demon. "Did you kill my fourth brother, fifth brother, and sixth sister?" As Luo Li fixed his gaze on the white-eared cat demon, the latter's eyes locked onto him with palpable hatred. The old cat demon of Shuanghu Mountain had 7 offspring. 2 had perished in Gaoya County, 3 had fallen at Luo Li's hands, leaving only the eldest and the second remaining. The white-eared cat demon was indeed the second. "Do you miss them dearly? Then allow me to be merciful and send you to reunite with them." Luo Li grinned widely. Immediately afterward, he hoisted the massive black hammer and charged at the white-eared cat demon. "It is indeed you. Let this princess deal with him. Whoever dares to falter in battle, I shall slay them first." Hearing Luo Li's words, the white-eared cat demon's eyes brimmed with deep-seated hatred as it shrieked orders. The bandits' faces turned pale, but they dared not disobey, bracing themselves to charge at Luo Li. Yet most of them were merely at the blood-chi stage, with only a handful at the skin-tempering stage. To Luo Li now, they were akin to paper dolls. He need not even lift a finger, merely unleashing the Longhu true strength to collide with them. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the bandits were sent flying, their bones shattered and flesh torn, dying on the spot. A bunch of worthless trash. Witnessing Luo Li carve a bloody path through the bandit ranks, the white-eared cat demon's expression shifted slightly. "Snake's sixth brother. By Jia, Xing Hu, let us all attack together." The white-eared cat demon screeched. As it spoke, the white serpent swallowed a delicate bandit whole, then encircled Luo Li. Simultaneously, a long-legged one-eyed female bandit tightened her grip on a 3-meter iron spear, finally kicking her horse's belly and charging towards Luo Li. A stout middle-aged man, sporting a black spade-shaped haircut, suppressed his fear and wielded 2 silver curved blades, also rushing towards Luo Li at this moment. Luo Li had already torn through the entire bandit formation, having crushed nearly 100 bandits, instilling despair in the hearts of the remaining ones.